I have a protein powder fetish or something like that. He loses more other ways. That's funny because you hear the same shit over and over.
Folks, look at this. I'm just going to summarize this as best I can. You all want my summaries, right? This motherfucker says shit. Motherfucking explosion pussy. This is incredible. Oh, this is going to be raw. Really? For sure, dog. Already the funniest motherfucker in South Australia. No doubt. No doubt. Funniest motherfucker in South Australia today, son. Chelsea can't hang with this motherfucker. West side. Chelsea, you know you can't hang with this.
Jesus Christ, this is like the worst part of the show. Yeah, this is not. The world has evolved and left news articles behind. So I was like, going, what's hot right now? Andrew Tate and like they loved the first one. The first couple ones I brought in, they were like, oh, that's hilarious. And it's easy because it's like a YouTube short. It's on the internet. And he's hot, so you get to react to what he's saying.
Athleticism.
Like, Andrew Tate's delivery is fun. Rash and stuff.
Dog.
And then he did this. The next time around,
so hydrated makes me want to quit.
And he does this joke.
Why not, baby? Motherfuckers listen to this audio me multiple times a day. Why? Because you're the sickest motherfucker of all time, baby. Everybody knows it. Look at this athleticism, bitch. Motherfucker knows about the guys. Fetus. Ashes, baby. Can't see this ashes. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Annie Lennox. Look at this athleticism. Annie Lennox. Look at this athleticism. Annie Lennox. Annie Lennox. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Annie Lennox. Yo, dog. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to use you. Dog, can't help it for the shit that tells if they watch this live stream, baby. Why? Oh, them 70 motherfuckers ain't never seen anything like this before. Really? Oh, they're gonna think this shit is tight as fuck. Why? Sickest motherfucker of all time. You got the sickest motherfucker of all time. Rabbi, let me grade your beard. Calm down, girl.
By the way, a bunch of people have done this for me. I was like,
yeah, I'm a real rabbit. Maybe one of the realest rabbits of all time. If rabbits made sound, they'd sound like this, you stupid slut. Really? Oh, dog. I'm like that bunny from Playboy. Really? How am I not? I'll wait. Dog. Look at this athleticism. Folks. Wrong, folks. Amazing name for a club. I love my club. Wrong, folks. Huh? Look at this move. Ain't nobody ever seen this athleticism. You think that fucking Canadian so this athletic motherfucker just sits in his bed all fucking day? Doesn't talk to anybody. This motherfucker is yapping like a motherfucker. Really? Oh, sickest motherfucker ever. Look at this athleticism. I said, look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. I said, look at this athleticism. Look at this athleticism. Ricardo, is that even a thing? I don't know. I gotta dump. And they're like, dog, we have been waiting for you for hours, days, months, years, what about weeks? Weeks too, baby. Look at this athleticism, though, for real. Look at this move.
There was a woman there who came with Jamal Hill and like was this obvious like social climbing like bimbo like later like disappeared fucking like she came over and was like, oh hey, what you guys are doing conducting business in the King of the Stay Room for 2 hours, cool. But she was there, I think Shop had left and she was still there. I think she must have like used it as a predicate to like reach out to Shop. She's like, oh, like Mark,
look at this.
Jamal, really uncomfortable. Like that's a way to like kind of be like, oh, I'm just looking out for your best interest. But like, why am I being reprimanded about asking a simple question to a guest? Like, we're in a production studio. Yeah. He just did. Was he paid for this whole episode? Like, I like, it was just because again, I'm totally over being said no, but Brent didn't even consider it was like this was the worst episode of like Food Truck Diaries ever, and I don't disagree.
Picardo. Why don't you just go on there? It's #1 streamer in the history of Picardo. You guys even know what Picardo is? Nope, because nobody knows who it is. We shut down in 2024.
The Jamal Hill? Yeah, although he is like, I mean, he was. He's become. The world is now seeing that he's very likable as he copes with his losses. Like, I wasn't not a fan of his. It was funny because Brendan was like, "He'll never be champion," and then he was. I was kind of like, like it was funny that you kind of like said that to me. I was agnostic as far as his fighting skills, but Megan Lydic, no, it was Lauren Seiko. Okay, Lauren Seiko is gorgeous in person. Like she looks hot on camera. It's like in person, it's like,
no posts available.
Whoever the fuck is there? Probably George or the janitors or.
This channel does not exist.
Yes, okay. Pure Spectrum lawsuit. That's a great question. All I can say is Brendan introduced the idea of the Pure Spectrum lawsuit. It must have been 2021 because we were at Zoo Culture lifting alone, and my recollection is not exact at the time frame, but we were lifting there, and I wasn't yet working at Victory. So I believe it was like summer 2021. Somehow this gets brought up. He's like telling me that he had to sue them. Yeah. Right? And so his version of events, again, when I first know him, so I have no reason to distrust everything he says, which I now like. Anything John says is like, take it with a grain of salt.
That was tight.
If it involves
look at this athleticism,
being wronged and other people, like, and
have you ever
money,
seen something so
none of
far?
this is potentially
Oh, God, this motherfucker. So it's a really food like that. Let's into one. Girl.
Project, his bad deeds onto other people and reverse victim and offender. But he told me what is literally an upside down version of the story is on record now, which is he said this. I was working for the CBD company, like I got an ownership stake in it, and they came to me and like offered me this, like, and he presented it as I'm getting like I own a portion of the business and it's like paying some sort of dividends each month and everything's going great, and then slowly that starts to dwindle down to the point where like,
look at this athleticism. No one's even seen this one ever. People be like, dog, you're dancing in the dark up there, big dog. You'll be like, thanks, lady, and they're going to say, who the fuck calls himself big dog? And I do. Why? Why the fuck not, baby? Look at this athleticism. Unfucking real. Look at this move. Look at this athleticism.
Supposed to be getting, it's like big check, and then it gets smaller and smaller, but like the company's growing. Like he was like, there's some sort of inconsistency where my paycheck is suspiciously getting smaller for no reason. Then the lawsuit says, that's weird, like that's crazy, and then you like, So he has to take legal action against this guy. But in this story, he's the innocent victim of being swindled out of a business deal. You know what I mean? He was unfairly treated by a guy who magic bean sales. Yeah. He's like, this guy came in and just fucked me over, and I'm like, I gotta sue him. But then you read the lawsuit, and it's like, I can corroborate what you hear. I've seen him do the same thing elsewhere, which is that one way you get paid is a flat fee to do social media posts, right? Rain bottles, whatever the total was, something like $30,000 over the course of the relationship. Yeah. Whatever it is, we'll pay you $10K a month, but you have to do 2 Instagram feed posts and 8 stories or something. You have these requirement, right? Yeah, we call that right. It's like you have to do it. Yeah. He did nothing. Yeah. He didn't post once, right? So it's not just we missed one here there. He was doing nothing. Maybe talk about his podcast, something in his mind he justified it, but he was paid hundreds of thousands of dollars and just wasn't doing it. They look back at whatever time frame, they're like, hey, so it turns out you posted no posts and no stories. We have to stop doing these, or we have to dissolve your ownership. So, and then the ownership of the company will be another source of revenue if it pays dividends. And then also using a code. Use code shop, so you're getting the percentage of the sales using the code. Yeah. So 3 streams of income. Well, if you're not posting the code, you're not promoting it, if you're not hitting the post, your pay is going to get docked. If you're not getting commissions, your pay is going to get docked. And then the ownership stake, I think, was negotiated because they were instead of us suing you for the $300,000 that we gave you to do nothing, how about you just give us back the 10% of the company? Yeah. And that's where the point of contention is whether or not he had the 10% ownership is the company, which he claimed to have in some sort of legal document that does or does not exist. This is the whole it's alleged that he took $100,000 after dissolving his ownership stake to pretend that he still had or claim legally that he still had the ownership stake. Took $100K cash from these KGB guys in order to oust the CEO, in a hostile takeover, because it's it would be these guys own 45%, but ad shots 10%,
baby,
majority stake.
Look at this athleticism. It's really unprecedented.
The opposite of what you told me. Which one's true? Gee, wonder
Look at this move. Look at this move.
It's sad. At the end of the day, that whole CBD thing was about the kids. Giving CBD to kids for their
Look at this move.
Probably him crying about a podcast. I did promotion. I talked about CBD and how it cured my kids' seizures. I am God now and give me $500 million.
When I see a kid, I'm just I see 20 CBD, and not being on the magic want some magic I give it to kids all the time.
This guy's a real narcissist. You know what? I'm autistic, bitch.
No, I was going to ask him about the CBD thing too. We want to talk about CBD, and you know what? If you have a problem with that, that's your problem. Watch your back.
Yeah, I love it. I like behavior. If you allege me of being a narcissist, why don't you use the diagnostic criteria? Oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about? There's 9 of them. Can you name them? Can you go into theory? Do you ever watch Sam Backman lecture on narcissistic personality disorder?
Oh, you must have forgot.
You must have forgot. Yeah, you're being a narcissist who know nothing about narcissism.
Sounds like somebody is not watching this YouTube. Oh, give me 1 second here. We got a guest.
Oh,
I don't think he's there yet. What's up?
How can I hear him?
Oh, are your headphones going to put everything? Oh, yeah. No, it's like this. You hear it now?
Like, hello. Yeah. I lost the sauce. Go ahead. I can hear you though. We can hear you.
Who the fuck is sharing this?
Dude, so while it puts up, man, we've been watching a 24-hour Gringo Copy with my car. So you can see at the beginning. What are you on? I'm gonna get my headphones. Yeah. It's all crazy here. Sorry. Yeah. Now I can.
Where you at?
All right. Technical difficulties. I can get it now. Okay, good. Where are you at right now? Nice. Great place, never been. I'm fucking a lot of shit. Oh, hell yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
DMing. Have you guys ever talked to or have you ever met North Road?
No. What's up, bro? Hey, real quick. Let me take the question.
Do you have any hookups or adding from Maddie?
Bro, I got all the hookups. I got friends in dark web places.
So how's it going with the watching?
I mean, could there be a better way to
I think we've watched it 15 times. Oh yeah, we watched it a lot already. Really?
Yeah, it's pretty long.
Well, do you have a favorite bit from a Gringo Poppy that you can remember?
What's up, babies?
Oh, the high one? Did you go muting it? I don't know why. Try to fix this. We can't hear you.
I think Bob is on. When I was looking at Brandon was on so many substances every day. It's like he's drunk, he's on night, he's on Adderall, and nicotine. It's like.
So we're tell the story because we can't hear Brandon at the moment.
Oh, we're trying to fix it out here. Tell the story of what Brandon is right. Yeah. But what was surprising if he got off of drugs? I don't think he's somebody who's necessarily misrepresented. He was all pretty out there.
Yeah, now we can hear a lot. Sorry, so what was your favorite thing from Gringo Poppy? I like when he makes his eyes go like this. Yeah, I call this stuff shit. Yeah, that's why, mostly I am the head coach for my son's team. I don't know how. Is that why you're in Sacramento? You're doing some T-ball stuff there? Yeah, travel ball. Oh man, that's brutal, dude. You gotta do a lot of time with travel ball. I'm surprised you can do this. Thank you. Well, it's funny. I mean, I texted you this, but like, it is weird, you know, like I keep in and out of the Reddit. What? No. Get the fuck out. I do have the empathy thing where I'm like, guys, can you imagine, like, imagine you stumble across a Reddit board where people are just picking apart every second.
I felt like that because I didn't know what it was, and then the first time I ever appeared on TV, barely knowing Brendan or his history or Reddit or anything, all of a sudden the next day I appeared and I'm like, they bring me out as like a guy who talks about lifting weights and anabolics and dieting and stuff. So I'm like giving what I would consider benign advice to people, and then the next day, like, I'm being bombarded with like, you fucking ugly loser, you're the worst actor. Like, cause I at that time I only had like acting reels on my YouTube, and it was like thousands of comments like, you're the worst fucking actor ever. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, what did I do to these people? you know, and having no concept. But then Brent was also like, did you get a bunch of hate? I just want to let you know. So I'm like, I immediately dismissed the entire Reddit as being full of crazy people. But then you have to, so it's like, oh, okay, yeah, it is rejection. But then you go back and go, well, Brendan has been, you know, a public narcissist who, like, compulsively lies on air for like a decade before this. So, there's a reason for it. Repeatedly makes these mistakes, even just, you know, pronouncing words. He's a lolcow, like, but yes, it would be scary. However, if I was him, like, my best advice would be like, if you could go back in the time machine, lean the fuck into it, dude. Like, own the community or participate, or if it bothers you deeply, pretend like it doesn't. Otherwise, it's going to get bigger and eat you alive, you know?
Well, I'm just curious how he does process all of this.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's aware of it. I mean, it's brutal.
Everything in his go-to coping mechanism is anyone who's criticizing me is coming from a place of jealousy, which dismisses any criticism as legitimate because you know obviously over 100,000 people. Yeah. And honestly, it's illogical. That's what winds up sucking me back in, because, like, you know, I'll see this too, where I'm like, you know, I can't, you know, I have better things to do with my time. I can't fucking listen to shit anymore. And then, you know, I'll step away for, you know, a month or two, 3, and it'll just, you know, it'll just be one of those things. Like, late at night, I'm fucking, you know, fucking in bed. You know, my name's Brendan. I'm a sales comedian. I'm a sales podcaster. My wife's name is Johanna. Is it really? Taco Bell. I mean, you can relate. That's part of what brings it in. See, the thing about it, what I would say, you asked, like, how tough is it to be in Brendan's shoes? But if you're in Brendan's shoes, your feet are going to be wet, remember? He drinks out of his shoes, so you can't do that. But, you know, it is, that's what sucks me back in, though, because it'll be late at night or whatever. For whatever reason, I'll be online just fucking wasting time. I'll be like, I'll click on the, you know, I'll go to because I muted the feedback page Reddit, so I don't even get any suggestions. So I don't even know. When you go on Reddit, because again, I think Reddit's amazing. You know what I mean? For a lot of, like, as a social media app, if you want to call that.
But I'll click from it, and then I dip in for a second, and then it's like the guy. I mean, it's just non-stop hits. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? What? That was one time when I left, and I came back, and it's when he got the fucking Chompy tattoo. Oh, yeah. And I'm just like...
Yeah, the hits don't stop. As you're saying, he keeps outdoing himself.
And then he starts scrolling back, and there's people making references of shit where I'm like, well, wait, what does that even mean? What are they talking about there? And then you go and you find another jam. Yeah. I remember finding out Best Brains for the Arts. Oh, fuck, yeah.
The clip was him attempting to discredit a group of black MMA commentators. Yeah. And it was like, oh my god, you're like openly racist.
Yeah, that was just legitimately a racist thing to say.
Yeah.
It made no sense.
And it didn't make sense.
Oh, I didn't even know what that. I didn't know what that was.
It was like, come on, these aren't the best brains. You're like a black devil.
Yeah, it was like Cormier, I think, and somebody else is like, we get what you're doing. We get it.
Yeah, it's all black. We get it. You're trying to do like diversity hire thing. And it's just like, you hear the words that are coming out of your mouth. Like,
I mean, we were laughing about this today. Well, he said, I just saw that movie 15 Years a Slave. And we hadn't heard that before. We're like, God damn, dude.
But Sean is legitimately racist.
Oh, for
like,
sure.
Knowing him privately, and I'm not going to say like the exact ways in which I feel comfortable saying.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, no way.
I know Bobby guy.
I've seen various shades of racism expressed, like, depending on the circumstance. If we're completely alone and there's no one around, he's going to express racism in a certain way, and more subtly in other ways, and it kind of slips out. You know, even when he's on fucking camera and he knows everyone's watching him, he still can't help but be racist. But there's some sort of, I mean, yeah, simpletons are racists, right? But like, I always feel like And I'm like, were you raised this way? Like, is your dad racist? Because I get empathy towards people. I go, look, if you were raised with certain terminology or attitudes towards other races because your father or or your community acted that way and it's normalized, like, people from South Africa sometimes are like, the way that they talk about black people, I'm like, that sounds really racist in America.
Harold Shaw was born in South Africa. Well, I got a question for you. So with the Reddit time, is it like in the house? Is it like Daddy's doing his Reddit time, or they're just already asleep? Like, don't disturb.
I don't do anything until everybody's in bed generally. Because otherwise, years kids TV. But it does get. I mean, I haven't been this bad in a while, but there was a period of time when I did have to step away, when it was literally the first thing I would look at. Grab my phone, check, whatever. If there was a text message, I look at that, and then the first thing I would do is go on Reddit and just like this.
But it's a testament to the creativity of the group.
Addiction problem. It's like if you're going through it in the morning and there's nothing, you're like, damn it, there's something.
The same last thing I did.
Hair of the dog.
I would like to put a plea out to everybody running the TFATK Reddit board, Bobby Lee,
his cohort.
If we can please make a message across the board, because they did this with you, Mark, where I think they had to blur your face.
Yeah.
Can everybody please blur Callan's fucking feet when he's wearing his jacket? That cocksucker sitting Indian style, goddamn flip-flop. Most offensive visual on the call.
Yeah.
What a great call.
Because you're like, is that even comfortable? With these big gay lions stuff. Mandatory. If there's any clips showcasing Callan's feet, you heard it here. Leave the clip until the feet are pixelated.
Well, it sounds like you're running for office here, dude. I mean, like, you're going to be in the cabinet. Brian Campbell, watch out. We got a new guy. Like,
strong action.
Gets in bits party, dude.
There is no black TFATK or white TFATK.
Everything about it is, I mean, I have a pretty loose grip on reality sometimes. And it really does kind of fuck with my reality where I'm like, I can't even understand how it's real. I don't understand how, like I said, like I podcast and shit. All of us here are less successful than jobs.
Yeah, that's not true. No, I'm very. Have you seen my Ferrari, bro? I think I'm correct.
He's like, Brennan and Jarno suck.
Prius, bro.
He's like, I've been to both their houses.
And we said that when he came on my podcast, it was just like, I mean, I don't know if this sounds racist, but I was like, if there was a black chick watching the podcast, go, wait, hold up. Two guys named Brendan talking shit about a guy named Brendan. This really does baffle me, like how, because it's like, okay, people shit on their, because I guess, they used to get hundreds of thousands of listeners for whatever reason.
So everyone was like looking back, the average was like 250K at some point around 2019. I don't know, there was a lot.
Those are bone zone numbers right there.
But the people will be shitting on it, and like, okay, it only has like 30,000 listeners. But, or viewers, or whatever the counts are. But even that is hard for me. I'm like, who? It really is confused. Like, who? What? I was like, fans of this show. And it's just from a fascination standpoint. I mean, that's where all of my interest in this is. Like, I don't even revel in, like, mocking him, or I don't take any pleasure in his failures or whatever. I mean, it's truly like a James Goodall style. I'm just completely fascinated with it, and I can't wrap my head around the fact that any of it on any level. Like and I vastly from thinking like, not. I mean, I can't give him this much credit, but I mean, I try to look at the, positive. I don't know. I want life to be nice and amazing.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking like maybe some kind of a genius, like maybe this is a true like next level Andy Kaufman thing going on.
Wouldn't that be great?
It's the only acceptable explanation, even though I know that it's not true.
Yeah.
Right.
But
that would be amazing.
What if it is? He masked off Pagliacci. We talked about this before, but I think it's fascinating too, and I think it's something that it's evergreen and it keeps going because he has all these hits, like you said, and he is fascinating in a moronic way.
Either way, I mean, every time I'm checking on it every day now.
One of the funniest things he said recently was that I have no skills, which is like so ridiculous. I was like, yeah, it's like so that's probably what you're thinking of.
That was in 1 minute.
There's something new, and it just blows my fucking mind.
The new stuff that I remember, like the last one was the Moonding. He says land Moonding. That was
I'm gorgeous when I don't talk. I think night is weird. I'm gorgeous when I don't talk.
or a learning disorder.
So, but sometimes people will stop and they go, "Oh, that's not funny." It is funny, but it's like you could go like, "Don't be a bully," but it's like, wait. Watch this guy further and start to understand that he's actually a narcissistic bully, and then you have a whole new world of like things to justify
It's
democracy.
really hard to defend him.
You know, but on the surface level, yeah.
And then what else has he done recently?
We've got a poll in the chat, and I just wanted to check in on the viewers. And I asked them because Walsh was talking about the hair of the dog checking the chains in the morning. How long do you spend on chains? And the winner is 8 inches.
Of course, classic.
Looking at the Reddit board, this is another thing I love my when he sees me, like, if he is in fact looking at this right, I feel like he is any level of a human being would have to. Like this, if this is happening to me, I would just have to stop letting this guy. I don't know how down there in his chair. And that's the thing, is like anytime you try to find a shred of humanity in this guy and have some kind of empathy, all you have to do is open up the Reddit board, and within 2 seconds you're like, that's why fuck this dude. Like, it's just like that.
Because it's the basic feedback mechanism. You have to even 100 people on a subreddit commenting on the things you did. I would be curious is what they're saying true? Like, should I be ashamed of things like, people will make fun of me saying, really try consciously to expunge the word like. It makes me self-conscious and makes me think about should I try to
it's getting old. Come on and try this new thing with me, baby.
I mean, obviously, was raised in a certain way.
If you want to hear
It's a secret.
It tells a story. Moments of like vulnerability and he's telling a story that seems genuine. It's make up the details, and it's not. When he's telling a story where he's the hero of the story, it's less likely to be true, but sometimes he'll tell a story where he's the victim, where you go like, is it embarrassing enough where I can tell there's real pain there? And one of the stories was, as a kid, do you know the story?
No, I'm just laughing. It's embarrassing enough that there's real pain made me laugh because I'm a bad person. I'm a bad person. I'm just laughing.
I'll be like, I'm trying to describe it because, like you, by the way, people think I have animosity towards like Brendan. It's like, no, he owes me money and he's trying to smear me, and I like keep that warfare kind of private. I can also look at it objectively.
Oh yeah, well, by the way, if you ever need a lawyer, we had Mark's lawyer on earlier. I know you have Frank Cum. He might rival Frank Cum though. This guy Rob, what's his name?
Rob Pebble.
Rob Pebble. It sounds basic, bro.
Like I
doesn't sound
Robert Pebble.
He would have like a crazy like
Shaw has no fucking idea.
His name is Danny San Francisco.
Shaw is banking on like because I did a settlement conference that went totally sideways because they were like, oh, here's like on paper you're owed $150,000. We'll offer you 2.5K. I was like, suck my fucking dick, bitch. Like, but my lawyer wasn't there, so they think I'm like I don't have a lawyer, and I heard like basically what the defense is going to be because I heard the lawyers regurgitate what Brendan told them. I'm like, oh my god, like you have no idea that he can't back up anything that he's saying here. But go ahead, believe that.
Sorry, I derailed you.
The story I was going to say is, as a child, let's say he was, I don't know, between 10 and 13 or something, he starts out by saying, I used to love strawberry ice cream. And if there's a gallon of Neapolitan ice cream, I would dig out all the strawberry ice cream. So it was a fresh, like,
I hate to say this, but I'm familiar with this.
What that gave me insight into his childhood trauma because my parents, like, right, I can list off any flaws or whatever, but I go, to shame me about eating it's not something that would happen ever, even if I was fat, like saying you fat fuck or something, whatever his dad said, because he comes home and he's like, Brendan, did you eat all the fucking strawberry ice cream? Which is a stupid thing to do, but it's a kid thing to do. But like, clearly, Brendan has always been self-absorbed, and he's like, I know, I'll just eat all my dad's fucking ice cream. Like, eat this one part of the ice cream to myself. And
my dad would be so
in the room and just goes, did you know fucking strawberry ice cream? He's like, yeah. He's like, fat pig or fat fuck or fat pig or something. And his response, do you remember what his response to it was? He's like, oh fuck, it was like a dagger through my heart. So that was the moment where I'm like, oh, your dad hurt you. And
trauma aside though, is the fact that he has managed to go this far in life with just, never really learning anything. I mean, I assume his dad is pretty, his dad funds everything he does. Like, he doesn't, like,
his dad made actual success. Actually made
that, like, the Pennsylvania or something like that.
He did something where it was
the diamond mines are pretty profitable. Emerald, he says the Emerald Empire.
He actually built a business, rather than
CD free cash.
I mean, I think I'm surprised that there hasn't been, like, an actual, I mean, I guess there's, like, the, those YouTube channels like the Beige Frequency and Hell's Graveyard and shit. I mean, he's such a fascinating guy, like to have a real true documentary made about this guy. Oh yeah. But I guess you can't really keep up with it because by the time you're done editing, you're gonna be like, he did 70,000 fucking crazy things.
Yeah.
That's facts.
Documentary.
Yeah.
So there has to be like an ongoing like reality show. Like I don't know, like a reality show would just be like a fucking
such a good idea. It's like hive-minding. It's like, who's going to watch all this shit and come up with it, like, find the footage that matches him contradicting himself and previous things. I never watched that Beige Frequency documentary or whatever it was where it exposed all, like, the lies in his, like, before I met him. Because I met him and I was like, oh, this is a guy who Chappelle Lacey opens for. Like, I had a clean slate as far as meeting him, so he just seemed pretty normal to me. And I didn't have the incentive. Once the subreddit like attacked me for like appearing in his world, I was like, oh, these are crazy people. So why would I seek out more information about this person when I feel unfairly attacked?
I think.
And then later you watch a page, you're like, oh my god, he just lies about everything in his whole life.
By the way, the chat is saying that you guys are on Baja mode. I don't know what that means.
Thanks, chat. I think that you guys have a great idea with the reality show. I would watch that, but my thing has always been documentary on specifically the Gringo Poppy, because that is like the most important aspect of his work. I want to work. I'm being serious here. I want to work as. I was talking to Adam Sandler and Yasiel Puig the other day about this. We were discussing ideas and all that. They were like, "Yeah, you got to do this. Like, this is your thing." That's something, but no, I do think that the main thing that I would like to see is a documentary on like the building of the set, who wrote the stuff, like how did he come up with the jokes, like what is people's reaction to it, and then obviously Papa comes in it and we interview him at some point, or the director does.
I would like to contribute some things like I could add a few key, not everything, but I go like, I was there for the conversations where, I'm friends with the editor who's being tasked with like you're sending. It's difficult because I edited for Brendan. I learned how to edit for Brendan, and I was his normal paid editor was having trouble editing clips down to 90 seconds. Yeah, he'd be like, "Oh, here's a 5-minute clip, get it down to a 90-second Instagram reel." Right, and I would treat him like a writing project. Like, okay, let me do this. I learned how to do that because, and then Brendan started trusting me, right, to edit more. So I did have a little bit of editing experience. One of the things with the Gringo Poppy was he kept going, juice up the laughs more. In his head, a stand-up comedy special is funnier if the laughs in the audience are louder. And so it was repeated. It's he sent it back. He sent the dish back 4 times to the fucking kitchen to be like, warm it up. Dude, how fucking loud do you think the laughs need to be? So people might notice that it sounds ridiculous because it was ridiculous because you're like, dude, you want it more loud than that? Do you think that's gonna make the jokes better? Are you tricking people into laughing?
He doesn't know anything, yeah.
And by the way, the reason I brought up the strawberry ice cream thing was the insight was he has an issue with seeing other people eat. I eat a tremendous amount of food, but I'm also in shape, right? And this is a difficult concept for him because I think one of the reasons he wanted to be friends with me was I think he thought he was going to get ripped by osmosis. And I'm like, yeah, we can work out in the gym together. I also run 6 miles a day, and I also eat a strict diet. And if you want to get ripped, you have to live the lifestyle, which I don't always. But if you want to get to 9% body fat, you have to do a lot of things, right? He believes that it's kind of if I'm around this guy, and then probably became disappointed later. He has a very strange relationship with food in that, he hates when other people are eating around him and he can't be eating because he publicly presents a facade that he's on a carnivore diet or he's on this diet, which means if he's around other people, he has to keep pretending that he's on carnivore or he's not eating or he's doing this. But then it's keto, man. I had enough insight to be he's like, yeah, I stick to the carnivore diet today, but then I had a pint of Ben and Jerry's. You're not on carnivore. That's not a carnivore. You can't just
what a child.
I ate steak, and then the next meal I ate, a bunch of candy. That's not a carnivore. You just ate steak and candy.
He would say something crazy yeah, I'm on the carnivore diet, but I ate 10 bags of Skittles yesterday.
Every day with him. I don't think he stuck to a diet for more than 18 hours at a time. So I go, well, you wonder why you're not losing weight is because you just you're eating an additional 1,000 calories of fat, right? But he would in the green room because in the green room he's in charge, right? The Oprah isn't out there, but that's where we get fed, right? So I'm ordering can I get 2 orders of chicken tenders because I eat a lot of fucking food. And if it's Saturday, I eat good all week. I'm gonna have some fucking chocolate cake or something because it's free. The improv, or he hated it. He'd be like, Jesus Christ, Mark. I'm like, do you think you can shame me for eating a lot? I feel like that's not how that works, but it's
it sees your joy.
Yeah, I'm gonna rather be in front of you and have no shame. You have shame over eating, and that's your problem. But I see you trying to shame me the same way your dad shamed you, and this is part of a body dysmorphia or eating disorder complex that you have that it becomes very transparent because he has this contempt, for other people eating around him, and there are multiple stories that seem but the moment he can get private, he wouldn't want to eat before show, but then after show, he's like, let's go get pizza. I'm like, aren't we supposed to be dieting, or you want to go get pizza at 1 a.m.?
He's like Chuck E. Cheese. Let's go to Chuck E. Cheese.
Our relationship with food.
They have a cat there.
and I get it. I use it along here real quick. But do you think he would his like narcissism? Would he give like if somebody did present him with making a weekly reality show with him, would his narcissism outweigh his? Do you think he would allow that? So would he allow a camera crew to film him and his family?
If it was, yes. If you pitched it to him as this is something that's going to glorify you and humanize you, which I when I came into his world, I was like, because I'm a writer, I go, and a student of storytelling, I go, the best thing you can do is to counter the narrative from the subreddit, which they've co-opted your life story, right? And they're telling it for you because you don't want to tell it yourself accurately. You don't want to talk about your UFC shit on stage. You don't want to talk about, I go, you haven't written your narrative. You need to write a book or do something where it's like, I am Brendan Schaub and I'm XYZ. You're not doing that well enough, so other people are doing it for you in a very negative way. So my first recommendation to him was like, you need to reassert your own narrative. Hire a ghostwriter, hire me, hire whatever. But what you're not doing, like from a publicist standpoint, is framing your narrative correctly. And you're ignoring the fact that other people are doing it for you, thinking that helps you. It doesn't help you. You have to combat that other narrative that makes you look like shit. But I had a few novel ideas that I thought were fun. But like, for example, I took over the TFAK IG and started talking to the voice of the page. I was like, I'm gonna just talk in Japanese. Somebody would say like, "What are we doing here?" And I'd be like, "I don't know, B," or so. Like I would respond. And it drove the people commenting nuts. So they keep commenting, like, what the fuck is this? Because it broke the mold. And all of a sudden, oh, you can't do this. I'm like, oh, yeah, I can, bitch. I didn't tell Brendan that I was going to do this. It was an experiment. And I thought that he'd be able to see, like, hey, do you see how I 10x to the engagement by, like, co-opting the Reddit speak? And then it also blunts the force of, like, the haters come to the page and they plant their seed by going dicey. If everyone starts talking that way, all of a sudden, the fans and haters can't be distinguished. He immediately was like, oh, he gets uncomfortable. When he's the butt of the joke in any perceivable way, he was really scared of that. I started editing, because again, their page too, even though, like, there's leaking followers. So let me change something up. I started editing the clips in a way where, like, I'd have these, like, weird zoom-ins and kind of, like, like, do, like, a little bit different editing style for the clips. Because it's just normal. Sure, with Brian and Brendan, because of their egomania, like, and self-absorption, like, no, like, we're funny on our own. They don't, it's like, hey, guess what? Like, I study comedy too, bitch. Like, you're not the only person in the world who has ideas about comedy. They always thought they're like, let me teach you about comedy. I'm like, okay, I've been a screenwriter for 20 years. Go ahead. Like, any idea, this put them at the butt of the joke, because the clips, by zooming in on certain things that Brendan would say when he's like stuttering or something like that, it was funnier, but it made him the butt of the joke rather than like, oh, we're telling a funny story. But if you do something like that, and I'd be like, I'd edit it in such a way that zoomed in his mouth.
So you were editing that to show that?
And they hated it. And I have a couple examples of what I did that I can show, like, there's probably still up there, but they were like, they also, again, I was taking, Brendan and Brian.
Okay.
And the creative director at the time, because
creative director.
No, this guy, he's actually very talented and quit. Right. He quit, and I heard the conversation. I was the only person in the studio, and the next day Brendan goes, I had to fire this guy. And I'm like, you didn't fire me, he quit. And he told you that you were the worst boss he ever had. Like, I was there. I heard the phone call. Like, how are you instantly turning this into something that's the complete opposite of what happened? But he had to explain to Brendan, because he tells me, he's like, Brendan's like upset about the reels, the way you're editing them, and he doesn't understand that, like, you're open to feedback and just trying things, and that this is a style, like an artistic style that you're experimenting with. And Brendan thought that I was like going to be too sensitive to I'm like, I can this is harder to do. So, like, if you're going to edit it the easy way, sure, I can give you 3 normal shitty reels, but these ones are getting more engagement because it's weirder and more kind of like watchable, and but they hate anything that makes it a joke. So
it's really unprecedented. Where is he?
A reality show.
Baby, I've never seen anything
The
more
reality show, if he knew that it would end up being something that was reliant on
Farizzi.
stupidity
Dog.
and errors being the source of comedy.
Now this motherfucker's gonna learn about how to rebuild the Beta Big Dash. Why? Why the fuck not? People go like, motherfucker, you know everything about the beginning of this bitch, but now when you get this thing duct tape, you'll be like, yeah, bitch, and you love it. You'll be like, no, we don't. It sucks. I'll be like, get over it. I got a teleporter in this bitch. Really? Maybe. Why? I'd be like, you assholes can't even get a working website. Your shit sucks. Yo, dog. History of the Beta Big Dash. Boring. This shit sucks. Give me some Jew, bitch. The Miracle Girl's brought mid to this piece. That's not even a thing. Really? I'm the toughest motherfucker you'll ever meet.
One question: how much does Calvin get paid for being on the?
My understanding from Brendan, which again take with a grain of salt, but also it sounds about reasonable, is that because Brendan takes a fluctuating percentage based on like TFAK being around at the Thick Boy Studios and kind of taking care of the ads, stuff like that. Calvin shows up, does his job, and gets 25K. That's my understanding.
25K a month.
Yes.
See, none of this makes sense.
Nor does it mean I go, how do you have a podcast of $40,000 where the split is it's like $1 per listener? You know, I don't know. Like,
I don't know how they get that much money. I mean, Harold must pay Brian that money straight out of the bank account from the Emerald.
yeah, and that could be exaggerated from Brendan. I don't know.
Brendan Walsh, I just want to let you know, somebody has posted Jersey the Real Dog on the Fighter in the Kitchen subreddit. Request blur all future posts of Brian's feet. It's company policy to respect the victims. Bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese, bean cheese.
You're making waves.
I hope people stick to that.
Yeah.
Well, you guys have fun with your little hate rally.
All right. Well, you and me, we're gonna do Windy City Heat 2 with Brendan Chopper. Okay, that's our next business plan. All right. Love you. Bye.
Nice meeting you, big.
Nice meeting you. Thanks, bro.
All right, see you.
See you, Brendan. Wow, Brendan Walsh, world record pod. Check it out. Let's switch. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Sorry, I've been running around. Let me see here. We have been playing the Gringo Poppy in the background that whole time. If anyone's wondering.
How do you guys originally know
Just through comedy.
Yeah, first
Alan Strickland.
I got it from a Skits and Bits online.
Yeah.
Mark, what's the thoughts on college and beds?
Oh my God, Joe Rogan is a redacted, unfunny.
Peptides are very low consequence. Like, you can fuck up steroids and have some unintended consequences.
Provides core money by promoting other talentless, unfunny redacts to the top of the industry.
Okay, so
What do you think are the 3 worst comedians of the Rogan sphere?
great question, Truckfoot. What do you think, Mark Harley?
I was going to let you guys go first because I feel more comfortable shitting on comedians after actual comedians shit on comedians.
Okay,
3 worst comedians in the Rogan Sphere's question.
Tony Hinchcliffe, Bert Kreischer, who's the third?
David Lucas.
Oh, there you go.
How dare you?
So easy.
That's my boy.
Oh, sorry. I mean,
I'm just kidding.
I'm glad you
I
stick up.
I will not
stick up for your friends. Not enough people are sticking up for their friends these days.
Yes.
Yeah. I genuinely love David Lucas. We work out together. Like, he's just always been a cool guy to me. So,
You guys play video games?
Mark, how many monthly Patreon subscribers would you suppose they have right now? You know, that's funny. So Unique has most people send me Unique shit, and then he starts popping up in my algorithm. So I see a lot of stuff from Unique's channel, who I have an odd kinship for, or like affinity for. He will say, "Oh, these posts are 60 likes.
Dog.
It must be 60 subscribers."
Come on, you can watch this shit all the time.
60 likes.
You can only learn about the Beta Big Dash right now, baby. Why? Because this shit sucks. Does it? It's the worst. Look at this athleticism, though. Folks, do you know about athleticism? Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this. This motherfucker's not even doing it like round buck.
Moses went up the mountain. He met God. God gave him the tablets of the law. He gave him the Torah. Every single individual, man, woman, and child of the children of Israel saw this revelation. They saw God in a sense, in a way that had never happened before and has never happened since. Moses came down from the mountain with the tablets of the Luchos Habris, upon which were inscribed the Ten Commandments, and with a mandate, a mission for the Jewish people called the Torah, a way that the Jewish people would live as a light unto the nations and transform a world which seemed very dark to a beautiful, godly place. The presence of God that had been revealed on Mount Sinai left after that revelation, but it would continue in a different form. God told Moses to tell the people that they should build for him a mishkan, build for me a tabernacle, and I will dwell, God says, I will dwell within the Jewish people. A place where Hashem's presence would always be felt. A place where every person could come to be close with him. A place from which he would communicate directly with his people. Shachati b'seichel, will dwell among them. On the first of Nisan, just under a year after the exodus from Egypt, the Mishkan was finally complete. The entire nation had contributed. Everybody had given whatever they could. Gold, silver, copper, jewelry. People gave their time. People gave their talents. The women weaved exquisite patterns for the tapestries that covered the walls. Craftsmen designed beautiful ornaments, all following instructions that God gave Moses. Mishkan generally had three main parts. There was an outer courtyard, the tent of the meeting, the tent of a place where one would rendezvous with God. And it had three main parts. There was an outer courtyard which was surrounded by partitions. That's where the Mizbeach stood, the altar. One of the primary functions of the Mishkan was a place where people could come close to God by bringing an offering, by bringing a karban. Karban means kiruv, a place to bring an offering. That was on the altar. Again, specified exactly how big it should be, etc. The actual structure of the Mishkan, built with wooden beams covered with curtains, with tapestries. And inside the actual structure, there were two rooms. There was the Kodesh, the Holy, where there was a smaller altar, which was used for the incense. The Mizbeach Hazav was made of gold, not like the outer altar, which was made of copper. Inside this room, you also had the golden menorah, which
got the gate,
kids. There was a candelabra with 7 branches, as most people know, and it would be lit every day. There was the shulchan, the lechem upon the 12 loaves of bread. We can talk about all this later again. That was in one room. There was also another room, an inner room, which was called the Kodesh HaKadosh, the Holy of Holies. Outside was the Kodesh. This is the Holy of Holies, sanctum, sanctum place, which housed only one thing. That was an ark, a golden ark, a golden box, within which was placed the Luchos Habris, the tablets that Moses had brought down from the mountain. Interesting, it also housed the broken parts of the first tablet, which had been broken, which we're not going to get into right now. Kodesh HaKadoshim was the place where God, that was the place where God would reveal himself. Nobody was ever allowed into that room, only once a year. The Mishkan was a temporary structure. It was designed to be able to be erected and dismantled because it was built for the Jewish people, for the children of Israel, while they were traveling in the desert. They were wandering, and they kept moving from one place to another. And the Mishkan would accompany them. It accompanied them for 40 years of wandering through the wilderness. And 42 times it was put up and then taken down wherever the Jews would camp, whether it was for a long time, for sometimes some of the places that they stayed were for years, some of them were for a very short time. Mishkan was always set up and then taken down when they left. There were special members of the tribe of Levi, the Levites, who would be in charge of carrying the different components of the Mishkan, and of course the descendants of Aaron, Moses' brother Aaron,
who was a Kohen, who was made the high priest of Israel, and his descendants would be the ones who would actually perform the duties that would be done, doing all the mitzvahs that would be done within the Mishkan, bringing the offerings, lighting the menorah, etc., etc. Finally, after 40 years of wandering, Moses brought the children to the border of the Holy Land, and he was not allowed to enter the Holy Land, the place that he had brought his people to. He couldn't go himself. He was succeeded by his disciple, his faithful student Joshua, Yeshua, who actually led the people into Israel. And when they came into the Promised Land, they set up the Mishkan in a town called Gilgal, and it stood at Gilgal for 14 years. It took 7 years to conquer the land. For 7 years there were battles all over the land until the country was mostly under Jewish control. After that finished, there were 7 years of dividing the land. It was divided into 12 parts, the 12 tribes of Israel. And then each part was divided into territory for every family, so that every single Jew had a portion, had a part in the land of Israel. It belongs to every single Jew. So for those 14 years, the Mishkan stood at Gilgal. When people were finally settled and everybody had their territory, everyone had their land, their place, and they settled down, the Mishkan was moved, the tabernacle was moved to the town of Shiloh. And there, it was placed in a structure which was a little bit more permanent than the tent that it had been before. It was building made of stone, but it didn't have a roof, so it was kind of in between. There were stone walls, and it was covered with the partitions, with the tapestries that had been sewn and woven for the Mishkan in the wilderness. And for 369 years, the Mishkan stood at Shiloh. Shiloh was the unofficial capital, or at least the spiritual capital of the Israelites during that time. This is the period of time that we generally call the time of the judges, of the Shoftim. The history of this time is told us in the Bible, in the book of Judges, the book of Shoftim. The leaders during those centuries were called Shoftim, were called judges, and there were times of peace and tranquility. There were some very good times for the Jewish people during that period. There were also times of turbulence and of war and invasion. There was an unfortunate pattern of people within the nation starting to emulate the ways of their neighbors, pagan, the immoral and cruel practices of their pagan neighbors, which sometimes seemed attractive from the outside, but when Jews would start following, would abandon the worship of God for the worship of idols, it always led to disaster. It would lead to a deterioration in their spiritual health, moral health, and that would invariably lead to a physical weakening, and so they would become vulnerable to attack from their neighbors. And their neighbor, it's a land that was surrounded by hostile neighbors. You had to the north, you had Aram, the empire of Aram, which was called different names during different times. To the west, of course, you have the sea. The land of Israel is along the coast, but along the southern coast, the cities of Gaza, of Ashkelon, of Ashdod were populated by people called the Philistines, the Tishtim. It was a very ferocious people, very militant nation, which would cause many problems for the young nation over many hundreds of years. Where are we? That's on the west. We move to the east, across the Jordan River. So there were certain parts of the Transjordan that belonged to the children of Israel, the 2.5 tribes that lived there, the land of Gilad. But in the southern part of the Transjordan, across the Jordan River, to the east were the nations of Ammon, of Moab, and then to the south there was Edom. And at different times, the different nations attacked and invaded and oppressed the Jewish people. Generally, what would happen was during this period, after a weakening, after a crisis, the Jewish people would return to God. Usually, it was under the inspiration and the leadership of some great leader. People like Gidon, people like Ehud ben Gera, people like Devorah, who would sometimes reprimand the people and teach them the right way, to go back to come back to God's ways, and would also lead them to military and political victory, so that they would be safe and secure. So, anyway, so for 369 years, you had a very unofficial leadership of the Jewish people. There was no king. And the political leaders were loosely chosen, just mainly in times of crisis, to get the people through hard times. The Mishkan stood there for 369 years, as I said. That was the assembly place. That was the place for national, in times of crisis, people would come there to gather to decide what to do. And that was also the pilgrimage place. That was the place where 3 times a year, as the Torah commands, 3 times a year during the major festivals of Pesach, Shavuos, and Sukkot, all Jews would come to Shiloh to bring their offerings there. It was there that a woman named Hannah, a very famous woman named Hannah, prayed for a child. She had been barren for many years, and she came with her husband Elkanah, and she prayed for a child in an unusual manner. It wasn't the way that people prayed in those days, but it became the norm. Her prayer, her manner of prayer is emulated to this very day by every Jew who prays. That is the Jewish method of prayer. It's learned from Hannah, and she was, as most people know, she was blessed with a child. She was blessed with a son who was named Samuel, and she brought Samuel actually as a child to Shiloh to be raised and taught by the leader at the time, whose name was Eli HaKohen. He was the high priest of the time. He was the high priest for a very long time, and he kind of almost adopted the child and raised him and taught him and guided him, and really groomed him for leadership, because Samuel would become one of the greatest, one of history's greatest prophets, and one of the greatest leaders that Israel would ever see. He's one of the few people who are actually compared to Moses and Aaron, Shmuel HaNavi. Shiloh was destroyed in a fierce battle with the Philistines. Shiloh was destroyed after 369 years. The Aron HaKodesh, the Holy Ark, was taken into captivity, stolen by the Philistines and brought into their territory. It was a national trauma. The leader of the Jews at the time, Eli HaKohen, when he heard the news, collapsed and died. The Ark was returned after some miraculous events, but Shiloh was never rebuilt. Actually, we know where the ruins of Shiloh are. There's some excavations going on there now. And there's a place where they think the Mishkan, the temporary Mishkan, used to stand. But at this point, the Mishkan was moved to the city of Nov. Leadership of the Jewish people was assumed by a person who became, was first assumed by Shmuel, by Eli's disciple. And Shmuel was told by God to anoint the first Jewish king, the first monarch. And his name was Saul. King Saul reigned for a very short time, but he accomplished tremendous things in that time. He fought wars against Israel's enemies and started establishing secure borders for the first time, really since the Jews had settled there. His reign was short, and for reasons that we're not going to get into now, God told Shmuel that Saul's dynasty would not last, but that the throne would be transferred to somebody else. And Shmuel was told to go to Bethlehem, to Beis Lechem, and to find the son of Yishai, Jesse. Jesse was a Jewish noble, an aristocrat. He had 8 sons. The older ones were in the army. They were very renowned for their. They were very well known. The youngest son wasn't known by anybody. Nobody knew who he was. He was put in charge of the sheep. He was a shepherd. Shmuel HaNavi came to Jesse's house, and he had been told by God to anoint the son of Yishai. He didn't know which one, and he tried one after the other. He kept realizing this is not the one that God wants, until he came to the youngest, this young boy named David. And he said, "This is the one. He's the one who's going to be the king over Israel, and not just anything. He would be the greatest king that Israel ever saw." He was a powerful. We're not going to get into all the details because we're focusing in these classes on the Beis Hamikdash, on the Holy Temple. But David became king after slaying Goliath, after run-ins with his father, King Saul. and after being fugitive and running away from King Saul's anger, Saul was killed in a battle with the Philistines. And King David was crowned as king first over his tribe, the tribe of Yehuda, but later, after a few short years, he was crowned as king over all of Israel. David Melech Yisrael. And David was a great warrior. He was a powerful king. He defeated all the enemies: the Philistines, the Moabites, the Edomites, the Ammonites, Aram to the north. He conquered many lands. He expanded Israel's borders up from the north to the Euphrates River, to the northeast, to the south down to the border of Africa. And the kingdom of Israel was really, under David's leadership, was really safe, comfortable, secure in their land. And it was finally time that they were able to turn their minds to building a more permanent place for God's Shekhinah, for the divine presence to rest. Something that they had been foretold, and it was actually a mitzvah. That they've been told when they come into the land of Israel. When you come into the land of Israel, one of the mitzvahs that they're commanded is to build the Beis Hamikdash. There had never been a good time, an opportune time, and now finally, with peace, with quiet borders, this was able to finally happen. King David conquered a city on the border of the territory of Yehuda and the Yamin of Judah and Benjamin. And it was a city that had still been held by non-Jewish inhabitants for various reasons. It was called Yevus. And David conquered the city, and he made that the capital. And it became known as Ir David, the city of David, or the city of Zion, or the city of peace, Jerusalem. The Holy Ark, the Aron HaKodesh, was brought to Jerusalem. It was a tremendous celebration, a tremendous month, a huge parade. Everybody thronged to see it being brought. It was a national celebration. And the great king himself danced and sang and clapped like a young boy with this tremendous joy, tremendous happiness that the Ark of God that housed the Luchos, that housed the covenant between God and the Jewish people, was finally being brought to the place which God had chosen.
One of the most athletic sneezes we've ever seen, folks.
It wasn't just the city that was
One of the most famous sneezes of all time.
It was the place that God had chosen. If you look in the Torah, centuries earlier, God had said that there's a place that I've chosen. When you come to that place, a place where God chose. There's a theme of being chosen. Jewish people are called the chosen. On Mount Sinai, they were chosen for a mission. King David was chosen. God says that he was chosen to be the king over Israel, and his descendants, his family, the house of David, was chosen as the dynasty that would be able to lead the Jewish people to glory, to spiritual and physical glory. And there was a place that was chosen, and that was Jerusalem. More specifically, it was a mountain called Har HaMoriah, the Mount of Moriah. The Gemara says that that's where Adam and Eve were created. That's where the binding of Isaac, the Akedah, occurred, on Har HaMoriah. And that was where that was where David was told. The Navi tells us in the book of Malachim, in the book of Shmuel, the book of Samuel, that David built for himself a great palace, but he was pained, he was distressed. He told Nathan the prophet, I sit in this wonderful palace built of wood, of cedar wood. Cedar was the best wood, while the Ark of God is in a tent, dwells within the curtains. And God told David to purchase a site, to buy it, to buy it from a man named Aravna. Aravna owned a threshing floor on Har HaMoriah. And David, and he actually offered to give it to King David for free, but David insisted on actually purchasing it. And this was the place finally. This was the place where the Beis Hamikdash could be built. It was the place that God had chosen for his home, his home on earth. And King David finally felt now he could do it. He started preparing plans. He started getting materials shipped for the building of the Beis Hamikdash. King David, by the way, had yearned to do this for many, many years, long before he was king. When he was a fugitive from King Saul, we read in the Psalms how of his yearning, of his longing, because he was a fugitive, he was running for his life. He wasn't able to come to the Mishkan at Nov or at Tiva and pray there. And it distressed him so much that the famous words, "Sama lecha nafshi, kama lecha b'sari," my soul thirsts for you, my flesh longs for you. Eretz tzia v'oyev, a barren wilderness without water. How much I wish I could see you in holiness, King Makedesh Chazisicha, to see your glory, to see your honor. So finally, he's able to build the Beis Hamikdash, but he couldn't. It's like Moses had brought the Jewish people to the Promised Land, but he couldn't actually enter it. King David was able to bring the nation to the verge of building the Beis Hamikdash, but the actual building couldn't be done by him. Why not? God told him, "Dam l'roiv shafachta." You spilled blood. You fought many wars. They were good wars. They were just wars. It was the right thing to do, certainly. Still, God's house is a place of peace. God's house is a place from which peace comes to the earth. God's house has to be built by a man of peace. And it would be built by David's son. That's what Hashem told him. He said, "You're going to have a son. His very name will mean peace. Shlomo, Shalom. His name is King Solomon. His name will mean peace. He'll be a man of peace." Thanks to King David's wars, his son was able to reign, was able to rule over a kingdom which was peace and secure and tranquil during his entire reign. So David was able to prepare all the blueprints, details, but the actual building would happen after he passed away by his son King Solomon. David passed away after 40 years. In many, many ways, without getting into too much now, in many, many ways, David's legacy is with us, is with the Jewish people, with every individual Jew in our personal journey. David Melech so but that's for a different time. King Solomon was anointed as a new king, and a golden era began for the Jewish people. Free from threats from the outside, secure in their home, able to live proudly as Jews in their land, and ruled over by a king who would go down in history as the wisest man who ever lived. The Navi records that Hashem asked Shlomo what he wished. Request, I'm going to read inside. Request, what shall I give you? And Solomon said to God, "You performed great loving kindness." I'm not going to read it all, but he asks for this now. "You have enthroned me over a people as numerous as the dust of the earth. Now give me wisdom and knowledge. I shall go forth before this people and come in. For who shall be able to judge this great people of yours?" He asked for wisdom, for understanding, to be able to lead the people. God was so pleased with this answer, with this request. And he said, since you did not request riches, possessions, honor, you didn't request the life of your enemies, you haven't requested long life, but you've requested wisdom and knowledge, that you should lead my people. Wisdom and knowledge are granted you, and riches, possessions, honor, such as the kings before you did not possess, and which will not be so after you. So King Solomon would have it all because he had asked for the right thing. He'd asked for wisdom. And finally, now the construction of the Holy Temple could finally begin. To the north of Israel were the Phoenicians, very famous for many things. The king of the Phoenicians at the time was a man called Hiram. He lived in the capital city of Tyre, which is a city on the Lebanese coast today. Tsur means a boulder, a stone in Hebrew. And the city of Tyre is actually built on a tiny island, basically a big rock that juts out from the coast. You can look at it, you can see it today. And in that area were the great forests of Lebanon, where the Arzei Halavanim, famous Arzei Halavanim, the cedars of Lebanon, the great strong trees, which were in high demand for any really good construction throughout the civilized world at that time. And that was, of course, the best type of wood. That was the best type of material to be used. Obviously, you want to use the best for the Beis Hamikdash. So King Solomon reached out to Hiram, King Hiram, and they were on very good terms. Hiram was a close friend of Solomon's father David, and he remained a close friend of the Jewish people and of King Solomon, and he promised to help in any way he could, providing supplies, providing manpower, and they brought the best wood from the forests of Lebanon. They needed a lot of people to do it. 10,000 people at a time were sent up north to chop wood for the construction. 70,000. I'm sorry, the 10,000 people were sent to chop wood. They would go for a month and then have 2 months vacation. So there were shifts going every month up to the Lebanon. The lumber was carried by 70,000 men. In the meantime, you had 80,000 men working in the quarries to get stone for the temple. Now, the way they quarried the stone, and they hewed it out. Usually, you can bring large, unfinished stones to the construction site, and over there you finish them. You cut them to the right size and fit them in. There was a special instruction that was given by Hashem that the holy temple would be built in an unusual fashion. The stones could not be cut on the construction site. No iron implement, no hammer, no axe made of iron could be used on the Temple Mount, on the Har HaMoriah, which would now be called the Har HaBayis, the mount upon which the temple would be built, because iron is what weapons are made of. Spears and swords are made of iron. It symbolizes bloodshed, and that's not. It has no place in the building of the house of God. You had to cut the stones at the quarry where they were taken from. You had to cut them to size, finish them, and then bring them to the site to be fitted into place. The Har HaBayis was a very large complex of buildings and of chambers. We're not going to get into the details now, but it's a certainly good thing to open up a book of Malachim, of Kings, or Divrei Hayamim, or the Rambam, who describes the details of the Beis Hamikdash. But just generally, we'll talk about what it looked like. You had the outer area, the area of the Har HaBayis. The Talmud says there are 10 levels of holiness in the world. The land of Israel is the holy land. It's holier than any other land. So within the land of Israel, there were certain cities which are considered holy cities. Among those cities, the city of Jerusalem was holier than that. And in the city of Jerusalem, there was a higher level of sanctity on the mountain where the Beis Hamikdash was, on the Har HaBayis. So immediately upon entering the Har HaBayis, you had to behave in a way that befitted, the holiness of the place. And like I said, it was a complex. There were many buildings, there were many chambers, there was a lot going on. This was going to be a place. This is a Beis Hamikdash that was going to stand for a long time, and to which millions and millions of people would be coming to pray to God and to be close with Him. It was not like the Mishkan in that sense. It was much, much larger. The courtyard was much larger. The outer area is called the Azara. There's actually two courtyards. There's an outer courtyard and an inner courtyard. In the inner courtyard, called the Azara, stood the Mizbeach. This altar, this Mizbeach, was much larger than the one that Moses had built. Moses had built a small altar according to the specifications that Hashem had given. But now in Jerusalem, the Jewish people was much larger people, and you needed a bigger Mizbeach. And so the prophet was told that you would have a larger Mizbeach. And also, unlike the Mishkan was all on one level. It was on the floor. It was built on the ground. The Beis Hamikdash was on a mountain, and it was on different levels. So you would have to go up steps to go from the Har HaBayis into the Azara, into the outer courtyard. You would go up a grand staircase, and then there was another grand staircase leading you. After you walked past all the chambers in the outer courtyard, you would go up another grand staircase to the inner courtyard, and then there was a stairs that led you to the actual heichal, to the actual structure of the Beis Hamikdash. So outside of it, again, like I said, in the courtyard there was the Mizbeach. There was also a big, what was called the Yam Shel Shlomo, the Sea of Solomon. It was a very large copper basin of water, which was used by the Kohanim to wash themselves before and purify themselves before they would go in to perform the avodah in the Beis Hamikdash. The structure itself, the actual heichal, built out of the best wood, generally everything that was used. Ships were sent all over the Mediterranean to bring supplies from everywhere, so that the Beis Hamikdash would be built with the very best materials available from anywhere in the world. Because of King Solomon's political power and influence, he was able to really get supplies from anywhere he wanted. The Heichal, the actual structure of the Beis Hamikdash, the sanctuary, was 60 cubits long. Y'all know what a cubit is, right? It's about a foot and a half, or a little bit more. So the Heichal is 60 by 20. It's 20 cubits is 20 cubits wide and 60 long. So it's about 90 feet by 30 feet. 30 amas high, 30 cubits high, or 45 feet. And as you walked inside, not anybody could walk inside. You had to be a Kohen, and even a Kohen could only go inside when he was going to do something, to do an avodah or to pray. When you walked inside, the entrance was to the east. You would see a very, very grand chamber, entirely overlaid with gold. It was built out of the cedars of Lebanon, but you didn't see any wood. You would see gold everywhere. And you would see some very strange looking windows. Usually you want the outside of the windows to be wide, so that light can come in. The inside are narrower. And here it was the other way around. Because the Beis Hamikdash this is the place from which light emanates to the entire world. Of course, a spiritual light, but it was symbolized even in the physical design. The windows were built that way. Shkufei Satumis. So we're in the chamber. We're in the Heichal. This is the room called the Kodesh, reflecting the Kodesh that was the first chamber in the Mishkan. You saw these golden walls. There were engravings on the walls, beautiful carvings of palm trees, of kruvim. We'll talk about the kruvim in a minute. Carvings all over. In the center of the room, near the center of the room stood the small mizbeach, golden altar upon which the Torah was brought. The incense was brought every day. So outside was the outer mizbeach, the large mizbeach, which is called the mizbeach hanachoshes, the copper altar. Even though now it had been built much larger than the copper altar, and it was actually made of stone, but it would still be known as the copper mizbeach, mizbeach hanachoshes. That's where you brought animal sacrifices. That's where the wine libations, the nisuch hayayin was brought. That's where the nisuch hamayim, the water libations, were poured onto the mizbeach. The carbon mincha, the offerings that are made of flour, the many different kinds that there are, were all brought on the outer mizbeach. The inner mizbeach, the golden altar was used just for the ketores. How are the ketores made? The Torah gives us the recipe. It tells us all the ingredients that are needed. It doesn't tell us how much. We're not even sure exactly. There are some disputes about what some of the ingredients are. So how do you make the ketores? I don't know. And nobody knows. It was a very closely guarded secret. There was a family of Kohanim that was put in charge of the ketores, and they would guard this secret with their lives. They would never tell anybody how it was made. It was just passed down from generation to generation. And there was a reason for this. They didn't want it to be replicated outside the temple, anywhere else. The Torah, in fact, prohibits ketores from being made. You're not allowed to make the ketores in the same way that it was made in the Beis Hamikdash. You can't make it anywhere outside the Beis Hamikdash. Anyways, you have in the center of the room, you have the golden altar. To your right was the shulchan, the golden table, upon which the 12 loaves of the lechem hapanim were brought every Shabbos. They were called the lechem hapanim of the faith. It was actually, we call it bread, but it was actually like matzah, very thick matzah, that was shaped in a very unique way, made in a very unique way. Also very difficult to make, and took a lot of inside knowledge. It was also a secret, something that was not well known. How the loaves were baked so that they would stand. We're not going to get into that now. A miracle would happen with these loaves every Shabbos. The 12 loaves were placed on the shulchan, and the loaves that had been there were taken off and distributed to the Kohanim. And when they were taken off the table, they were just as fresh and warm as they had been when they were first put on a week before, when they were freshly baked. It was a miracle. There was another miracle that would happen. They would distribute it to the Kohanim. You would have a lot of Kohanim who would be on duty on any given Shabbos, and they would all get, so you have 12 loaves of bread being distributed to probably hundreds, maybe thousands of people. Everybody gets a little piece, and it would satiate. It would fill you up even if you just had a little piece. In addition to the golden table which Moses had made, King Solomon added, and of course everything had been instructed by the prophet. King Solomon added 10 other tables that were replicas, 10 other golden tables, five on each side of the shulchan. If you turn to your left, you'll see the golden menorah of Moses, golden candelabra with 7 branches. It was built also with a lot of designs and ornaments. We're not sure exactly the details, but the Rambam gives us a general idea. The Rambam even draws a picture for us, a diagram of what the menorah looked like. unlike a lot of people think that it was the branches were curved around them. Is very shows in the diagram that they were straight, they were diagonal. There were cups. Part of the ornaments that were on the seven branches were ornamental cups. And what's interesting is we see clearly in the diagram that the Rambam draws that the cups are upside down. Cups are upside down. So that was also symbolic, like we said about the windows. This was a place from which blessing would come. This is a place from which light would come. And so the cups are upside down, as if the wine is flowing out of the cups, and the blessing is flowing to the Jewish people and to the entire world from this place. In addition to the golden menorah that Moses had built, King Solomon again added 10 other menorahs, 5 on either side of the original one. And there's actually a dispute in the Talmud as to whether these other menorahs were also lit or they were just there they were just there, but they were never lit. There's a dispute about that. If you kept walking, you would see in front of you an entrance which was covered with a curtain, the parochas upon which the Kohen Gadol would sprinkle the blood of the sacrifices in Yom Kippur. And if you opened the parochas and you kept on walking, well, you couldn't. You're not allowed to. Nobody's allowed to. Not even the Kohanim are allowed to. Only the Kohen Gadol once a year. We get Kabbalistic for a minute. There's a concept which is discussed very very much in the Kabbalah and Hasidic philosophy, mysticism, which is called tzimtzum. The reason that when we look around the natural world, we see a natural world and we don't see a divine world. We don't see spirituality is because the world was created with a tzimtzum, with a contraction, with a very deliberate design that Hashem wanted to conceal the origins of everything and the godliness within everything. And so everywhere we look, we see tzimtzum, we see this contraction of God's presence. There was one spot in the universe where there was no tzimtzum, where God's presence shone. I use the word shone, whatever it means. It was felt, it was seen. There was no hiding. There was no concealment, and that was in this room, in the Kodesh HaKadosh, the very holy of holies. This was the holiest place in the universe, and it could only be entered on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur. And it could only be entered by a person who occupied the holiest office that existed, presumably, and usually was the holiest person of the holiest standing, and that was the Kohen Gadol. So you had this confluence of sanctity on the holiest day. The holiest place, the holiest person would all come together in Yom Kippur and bring atonement for the Jewish people. In fact, without getting into it here, the very laws of physics were suspended in the Kodesh HaKadosh. That's really for another discussion. Very interesting, very very fascinating concept. Along the walls, there were engravings. The walls were overlaid with gold. There were carvings of flowers, of kruvim, of palm trees. And Solomon placed within the Holy of Holies 2 very large kruvim, the images of a boy and an image of a girl, made of gold with wings. The wings, so the 2 kruvim were on either side. If you would enter the Kodesh HaKadoshim, you'd see them on either side of the room, and their wings spread. They were 10 cubits high, 15 feet high, and their wings spread 5 cubits, and they met at the center. And underneath the wings of the kruvim sat the Holy Ark, the Ark of the Covenant. The Aron HaBris. It took 7 years to build. Finally, the construction had started in the 4th year of Shlomo's reign, and it took 7 years to build. In the 13th year of Shlomo's Melucha, the work was finally done. And in the month of Tishrei, 480 years after arriving in the promised land, the Beis HaMikdash was finally built. The dedication of the temple was planned. Everybody came. Entire packed into this small city, Jerusalem, to the Har HaBayis. It was a magnificent occasion. We're just getting into it very briefly here, but I urge you to read the account in the book of Malachim. in the book of Divrei. Very, very dramatic, very, very exciting. The Kohanim were all dressed in big Kohanim in their vestments, the Kohen Gadol in his vestments, of gold, of precious stones. The Levites were there with their instruments, the harps were playing, the cymbals were clashing. Trumpets were being sounded. The Kohanim carried the ark, the Aron HaKodesh, into the final part, the last thing that was put into the Beis HaMikdash was the Aron HaKodesh, which was brought into the Kodesh HaKodashim. As soon as they emerged, a cloud filled the Beis HaMikdash, symbolic of God's presence, coming to rest in this place, the place that He had chosen for so many years. Finally, He was here. He was it was the house of God. The pasuk says the priests, the Kohanim, couldn't stand there anymore because of the cloud. The cloud was so thick. The glory of the Lord filled the house. The Beis Hashem filled the house of the Lord. And I want to read inside a little bit from the book of Kings. Then Solomon said, the Lord said that He would dwell in the thick darkness. And He said, I have surely built you a house to dwell in, a settled place for you to dwell in forever. And all the children of Israel, I'm switching to the Divrei Hayamim, the account of Divrei Hayamim in the book of Chronicles. The children of Israel saw the descent of the fire and the glory of the Lord on the house. They kneeled on their faces and they prostrated themselves. They said, give thanks to the Lord, for He is good. His loving kindness is forever, is eternal. Everybody proclaimed together. And the king turned his face around and he blessed the congregation of Israel. We're back to the book of Malachim. And everybody stood. And he said words which we actually repeat in our daily prayers. Baruch Hashem Elokei Yisrael. Blessed be the Lord, the God of Israel, who spoke to David, my father, and has fulfilled His word. I'm not going to read verbatim. I'm going to skip around a little bit. I want to do justice, but there's a lot of verses, but it's really worthwhile to read it. Since the day I brought forth my people Israel out of Egypt, I chose no city of all the tribes of Israel to build a house that my name, this is God speaking, that my name be therein. I'm sorry, this is God speaking. King Shlomo HaMelech is saying, this is what God told my father David. From the time I brought my people out of Egypt, I never chose a place for my name to dwell until I chose David to be over my people Israel. And it was in the heart of David to build a house in the name of the Lord. And Hashem said to David, my father, since it was in your heart to build a house, you did well, that was in your heart. Nevertheless, you shall not build the house, but your son, he shall build the house for my name. So Shlomo HaMelech is the one who's going to build it. And the Lord did what he had said He would do, And now Shlomo stood before the Mizbeach of Hashem. He stood before the altar in the presence of all the congregation of Israel and spread forth his hands towards heaven. And he said, Lord God of Israel, there is no God like you in heaven above or on earth beneath. Again, these are words that we say in our prayers. You kept your word to King David, my father. All the trials and tribulations that the nation has been through, all the trials and tribulations that my father went through, you kept your word. You stayed. He was faithful to you. You were faithful to him. I'm not quoting verbatim at all. Please let your word come true, which you spoke to your servant David. And now King Shlomo asks a very interesting question: will God indeed dwell on the earth? Behold, the heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain you, much less this temple that I have erected. How could God ever dwell in a structure, in a physical structure? This is one of the mysteries. This is one of the amazing things in Judaism, where God is absolutely infinite. The heavens cannot contain it. The universe cannot contain it. The universe is nothing compared to His glory, to His infinity, and yet He chooses this structure. And on the one hand, the meaning of these verses, if I'm not mistaken, is that Solomon is saying, of course, the structure cannot contain you. However, it's a place of prayer. Like we'll get to in a moment. It's a place where people will be able to come to pray to you, and you'll hear their prayers. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's discussed. I hope I'm not making a mistake. That there's a deeper thing here also, where he's saying the heavens cannot contain you, and yet this house, in a sense, does contain you, because God can choose. He's infinite. He can do anything, and He can choose to have His essence, His we call Hasidic terminology, atzmos u'mahus, the very essence of God is there, is in that structure. How could it be? How could it be in a physical house which houses you? It seems like an impossible idea. Just like the idea of a physical thing being holy seems like an impossible idea. You can't make a physical. If I say that a table is very smart, it's ridiculous. If I tell a joke to a table, I tell an idea to the table, and I say that the table understood it, you won't believe me. even if the table is very smart, and even if the joke is very simple. And how much more so to say that that something physical has something spiritual with it. We're used to talking about the idea, but the idea itself seems almost impossible. It is impossible, except that God made it happen. He's able to do the impossible. And so we're able to imbue holiness into physical things when we do business with them. And so too, God is able, because he wants to, put himself, his very essence, into the house, into the Beis HaMikdash, at least in a sense, at least in a way. This is this is a very deep, esoteric concept, which is worth studying. We're just touching upon it. Getting back to King Solomon, standing before the altar and praying to God, that everybody hears this incredible prayer, which really is worth reading in its entirety. And I'm just going to quote parts of it. And he says, will you indeed dwell on earth? The heavens can't contain you, much less this temple. And you shall turn toward your servant's prayer. It's a place of prayer. To his supplication, to hearken to the song and to the prayer that your servant is praying before you today. That your eyes may be open. He's speaking to Hashem. Your eyes may be open toward this house night and day, toward this place which you said, my name shall be here, to listen to the prayer that your servant will play toward this place. And he keeps saying that prayers are toward this place. Later in the prayer, he says that prayers should be directed towards this land, the land of Israel, and towards this city, the city of Jerusalem, and towards this mountain, and towards this structure, this house. And we actually learn a halacha from it. This happens in our daily prayers. Whenever we want to pray to God, if you're outside Israel, you turn toward the land of Israel. If you're inside Israel, you turn toward Jerusalem. And if you're in Jerusalem, you turn toward the site of the temple. And he continues, and you shall listen to the supplication of your servant, that they will play toward this place. To your servant and of your people Israel. They'll pray toward this place, and you shall hear in heaven your abode, and you shall hear and forgive. And then he goes into a lot of different instances, a lot of different things that can happen. Problems, troubles. If a man sins against his neighbor and swears, when your people Israel are struck down before the enemy because they sin against you, and they shall turn against you and praise your name, you shall hear in heaven and forgive the sin of your people Israel. And when heaven is closed and there is no rain, people pray for rain, and you shall hear in heaven and forgive the sin of your servants and give them rain. If there be famine on the land, if there be pestilence, if there's any problems, if the enemy besiege them in the land of their cities, plague, sickness, any prayer, any supplication which will be made by any person or by all your people, whether it's an individual, whether it's the nation as a whole, every prayer who shall know all people Israel, and they spread forth their hands toward this house, and you shall hear in heaven your dwelling place, and forgive, and do and give to every man according to his ways, because you know the heart of every person. I'm skipping. Also to the stranger, he says, also to the stranger who is not of your people Israel, who comes from a far country for the sake of your name, for they shall hear of your great name and of your mighty hand, of your outstretched arm, and pray toward this house, you shall hear in heaven and do according to what the stranger calls. If your people go out to battle against their enemy, you shall hear in heaven their prayer and maintain their cause. If they sin against you, for there is no man who does not sin, and you'll be angry with them, deliver them to the enemy, but then in the land of their enemy they pray to you and they return to you, you shall hear their prayers. He keeps saying this prayer, it's almost like a poem, where he keeps saying, and you shall hear their prayer, and you shall turn toward them. For they are your people, and your inheritance, whom you have taken out of Egypt. And your eyes may be open to supplication of your servant. I'm not going to read too much more. You set them apart from among all the peoples of the earth. To hearken to them whenever they call you. For you've set them apart from all the peoples, your inheritance, as you spoke through Moses, your servant, when you brought our fathers out of Egypt. And it was, as Solomon finished praying all this prayer and supplication to Hashem, he arose before the Mizbeach of Hashem, and with his hands spread toward heaven, he blessed the entire congregation of Israel. Blessed is Hashem, who has given rest to his people Israel, according to everything that he said. And as he said to his servant Moses, may the Lord our God be with us. Let him be with us as he was with our forefathers.
See this athleticism? Look at this move. Dog, this motherfucker's still blabbering about this fucking house. You were talking for so long, my man. Calm down. You'll get rebuilt. Keep your pants on. Dog, look at this athleticism for a reason. Dog. Look at this move. Look at this move. Give me an update. The people demanded an update. I could tolerate. I love. This is my favorite subreddit. It's the mouth. Somebody shit on this motherfucker. What in the fuck is this? Wow.
He says, I don't understand. There's a biblical prohibition of Osirach. You're not allowed to engage in forms of divination. Don't do omens. Don't do omens. So the Maharsha says something absolutely amazing. The Maharsha says, well, some people could be does something dramatic. The person wants not to know without fear or not. So what does the Gemara say? What does the Gemara say? Take a candle, put it in a home where there's not a lot of light. And what does the Gemara say? If it stays lit, then you're going to live. We'll say, what does the Gemara say? If it goes out, you're going to die. We'll say, if you notice the Gemara, next to the Gemara, the Maharsha says something amazing. The default setting of life perception. So going to work out. A person has to have an expectation that things in life are going to work out, that I'm going to live, that I'm going to be successful, that I'm going to make it back home. So if I do the omen, and the omen confirms the positive outcome, then what? Well, then that's not a omen. What is that? What is that? That's right. That is an affirmation that things are good, which is the natural default mindset of the truth. If the candle goes out, what does it mean? What does it mean? Nothing. You mean nothing, and you don't pay attention to it. But again, that's an omen, Jen. It's like when it makes you so. When the Gemara talks about these omens are here over again to affirm a positive outlook on life, which is supposed to be the default outlook of the Jew. So if these omens confirm the positive outcome, fantastic. If it says something negative, simply ignore. Don't say, so understand, I'm not doing the Maharsha justice, much more increase. Also, you understand the God's this idea that is teaching us how to look at life. There are some people that are always waiting for the other shoe to drop. There are some people who are just waiting for the sky to fall. So that's for good reason. Some people have a lot of life trauma and a lot of life difficulties. Sometimes when you think through a lot, you just expect bad stuff to happen. It's understandable, but that's not what the Torah wants us. The Torah wants to have a positive expectation for life. That things are good, that things will work out, that life is beautiful. That has to be the natural default. On one side, so you say to yourself, okay, it's easy to have that mindset if everything works out. But again, herein lies the true test of our spiritual battle. I'm supposed to have that outlook if things don't work out. It'll work out this time, it'll work out next time. How you didn't work out for the last 25 years? Next 25 years. Let's say that's the power of the truth. Have an unconquerable optimism. Have an unconquerable positive outlook on life. That's what these sides do. The ones that I got the Gemara adds up. The Gemara says, for love Wilson. But my special Gemara says, don't pay attention to the why? The Gemara says, no, but how should I be misconnected? Because what's the other problem is, the problem is as beautiful as that Maharsha is. You feel that kind of like the it goes out. And suddenly, it's not going to be so easy to shake that one off. So it says, then when the Gemara says, you know what, you're better off just staying away from moments. Not moments, stay away from these type of symbols in general. But we'll say, yeah, the Gemara says something just about, it's very exciting. I'm going to buy it. We'll see. We'll say, you see this? This is the Gemara. Sabai said, now that you come get older, are significant. Like, signs are significant. Get ready for this. We'll say, this is halakha myself. We all of the radio, the next day, the nation, Shasa, was an different person. You always look at that. Notice again. So here's over here is the medicine. So, I those who students the main one was it in fact this Gemara was here. When you said this hard as we'll say so that's saying what is your main ultimate. We'll discuss in just a moment. So I said now that we said that was it opens us significant. The person on Rosh Hashanah should look at or should eat raw,
and they didn't even like it. They didn't even like it.
They represent vitality. So we choose most of these different things to bring down some of the sort of things. The reason we eat these items is
What? What the fuck is this? Hey, she's standing. Go ahead, kid.
Alright, Brent said if I can catch 3 passes, he would.
Woman, this is the worst content I've ever seen in my entire life. Worst content ever. This is worse.
Oh, hey there, fam. Playoff football is back. You know what else is back? The UFC. Thank the MMA fight gods. It's been forever. Now is a great time to get in on all the action. Because your boy partnered up with DraftKings Sportsbook. Guess what? New customers, you bet 5, get 300. Oh, hey.
Somebody shit on this.
So he says, review your Mishnayos. The whole camera life. And then go before you're ready. Yes, coming. And when you see before you're ready, also this puzzle with the name.
Yeah, I saw that video.
We know that must mean that ultimately, again, we should be looking at our Rebbeim.
Oh, hey, their fam. Playoff football is back. You know what else is back? The UFC. Thank the MMA fight gods. It's been forever. Now is a great time to get in on.
You learn by your again, the word flows, so your learning should flow as well. People, and better to sit, better to live in the garbage heaps, better to sit in the garbage heaps, and don't live in the palaces of the למעשה לקרסיה, אבל תמיד ראויים לעולם קרסיה, אבל כפי רחוב קרס מעלות אותה, וכמה לגמות בבודר באשפה, ורחוב לקרסיה, ולא רבת במדיסה. Better to live in a garbage dump, so that in a mansion means to the Masakasya, doesn't make it about Torah. Well, but these are not as much as these are one of the major Torah cities. I guess at different points in history was different, quality was different. Better to live in a garbage in a Torah than to live in a mansion in a place that is not.
Genuine.
The more difficult it is to focus on spirituality. So he's telling his son, it's better to get by on a future fish than to have to require the Pisa. Because once you require the Pisa, again, it's going to be a lot more materialism ultimately again to God. So he's giving his son all of these incredible lessons. Living a Makom Torah, even if it means living in a garbage dump, better than going out and living in a mansion somewhere that's not a Makom Torah. Be careful how much materialism you build into your life. Because whatever materialism you build in your life, so we all know this, what begins as a luxury very quickly becomes a necessity. And once it becomes a necessity, you move on to the next luxury. That becomes a necessity. And so these become indispensable parts of my life, which then unfortunately gives me some overemphasis on my materialism, and less of an emphasis on my spirituality. Rabbi Rothschild says, literally, my horn is built Rabbi Rothschild. Literally, I will say that this before is a reference to the horn, which is my horn and not my jug. Double Shabbat, we're going to be with the oil inside of the kettle, inside of the horn. So there might not be show you but don't install it. But show you the lesson we're jug, there might
Cray.
As opposed to a horn, like a carrot endures. So as I said, because of that, those who are not from the horn, their monarchy for those in like the half, their monarchy is not. I'm a short term mission, so we're going to go back and look at tomorrow.
And that is at the base of your mitochondria, mitochondria and mitochondrial energies. That these are our motors. These have ATP outputs, right? And so as an athlete, I used to pro athletes when these things sleep. My coaches would be on me. I had a horrible sleep pattern. And actually, I needed to fix that with some medication. I was so far off deep end with that my coach was like, yeah, we need to get you a schedule of sleeping, and it's taking too long for you to do
Every
it.
motherfucker in this bitch
Too repetitive, which is
fucking
sleep pattern in the
follows me.
pathway. For us to change that
I'm
quickly.
so sick.
And so he said, better off with some sleep medication, rub yourself, get a good sleep hygiene routine,
Damn, bitch.
screens, right? Get a little bit of a book going, and take the pill and fall asleep. And I only needed to do that for 4 days to get into a new rhythm. So sometimes you need maybe some help. If you're really like wildwise, like off the deep end with this, and it would take weeks to set straight naturally, right? And go ahead and assist yourself when needed. For the better you, for the worse of you, without taking sleep aids to skip, right?
Damn,
Taking it
bitch.
to be better, to change your sleep schedule. Funny thing is, CJ, when you have kids, you're all about that shit with them. Eat good, eat healthy,
Well,
go to sleep on time,
hopefully.
and then you're prompting them, no more screen time, and then you yourself, you just took your kids and no more screen time. And then for yourself, you're sitting there doom scrolling in bed with every screen on, notifications still on, right? So you're doing the opposite, and then just, sometimes I
Yeah,
realize,
baby.
like, well,
That's what I'm doing.
By any being Mashiach discusses ultimately the distinction between the Mashiach the Kohen Gadol who is in every versus the Kohen Gadol who is the new Gadol. That's this the local that I say Amishka does not reflect the Rabbi. The Rabbi there, the Rabbi there, the hot side there, he said, the real Rabbi does that. Alcohol is here there. And even the real Rabbi does that. So even the Kohen Gadol is not a person of God is appointed because of the investments. So he brings a car, alcohol, so he brings a special car of the Kohen Gadol, very rare. But the whole of the company agreed that was a concept. The only one who brings the special car of the Kohen Gadol was Hazu, is the Kohen Gadol was an Episha Ramishka. Not the Gadol was like my template there was what I know is not this time. Mashiach being a Ramishka. I only know that the first book is the Episha Ramishka. And you're going to go to me now. I don't know that it refers to a poet who is anointed with Gomar, Akoin HaMashiach. Ultimately, again, the policy says Akoin HaMashiach. The Bible was really established. Like Rabbanos on the base. Amos Sefer was a yet thinking kind of that place. So, Aim Bain Koin the Shalish King Shabbat, and the Kaidam with the word Asir say, Asir say, was a yet thinking of the basis. So, the end of the Shah that there is no distinction between the Koin and the Shabbat, and also Koin and Shabbat means. The active point of the
Yo, give me Raccoon Tweety, somebody.
The first coin. So there is no distinction between the two except how you're looking at special hardware and a serious safer. So once I give you an offer, giving by the Bible every day.
Raccoon Tweety. Give me it.
The sign of the broken either one is the Kohen Gadol, the other is if something happens to the Kohen Gadol, or sometimes and they have to go to the office, but we know Kohen Africa, and they appointed a place for Kohen Gadol, and we should close your lab with us. This is actually amazing. What happens when the Kohen Gadol number one comes back to work? What happens when he comes back to work? So this is what happens. So the first one has the ability to come back to work. He's now the practicing Kohen Gadol. Now, Shimi, Pomysł Sakuraba, which is the is not part of both French code. Again, these are that first one.
Fuck off, mate.
The first one is still.
You in this country can drink the tap water and not die, right? Have a little bit of fucking gratitude, you know what I mean? See, when we're foreigners come in, fucking we give you tap water, you don't fucking die. You can go to the supermarket and buy food, and you're like, ay, well, it's not good for me. Ay, it's too much, I feel cold, my nipples are hard. ¿Qué coño, Luis, qué te pasa? ¡Seré un hombre! Look, if you think that's too cold, that's basically my mother, okay? ¿Qué te pasa, coño? Can I look at this?
Episode. And then when the first made it, I like how you. She was like, anybody have a threesome? You were just like, casting myself. Oh, wearing a white t-shirt. What was his name? All over their names. What's his lady in the middle? Kids are in the car. So they're with their mom all over that. When I see his mom, his kid in weeks. That's when you start wearing white t-shirts. I don't say based on this, they should have one of the same probably the age reflects the year that we save it.
You're the comedy show, you're mad. You're the one that started this shit, now you're mad.
See, right now,
what are you gonna do with your kids? Well, they're in the car, you're still gonna drive them home. Great tape. I'm just trying to go viral, and that might do it. That might fucking do it. All I had to do was have songs I can throw out my fucking.
That's serious Saifa, and especially healing your was in Iraq, Korea, Korea. I was in furthermore, another suffers because
What's your country they call for Super Bowl? Been married 20 years. Yeah, probably. You've got 3 as a player. You guys have been married for 20 years.
Which is, if you keep holding a bag of ice, and Jim was like, oh, honey, what'd you do?
I thought you already got fixed. Mike? No, when you were oh my
go ahead and offer Kabbalos, even when he's in was going to get Alinos to free death and burial. They ain't over. Was that even though he can offer up in Harvard during the time of Alinos, he can't come back to the great that time. They ain't no holy. He doesn't receive a portion of Kabbalos offered during the time of Alinos. Makru Hilik Barosh, we know that there is good. Was like the Kabbalos to offer a Harvard, you can let the Kabbalos. Like you go ahead and offer first, or the portion. I will say, and again, he is permitted to take his portion of any carbon before any other carbon. He was shamish to small and cable. And he wears 8 different garments. But on our bonus, I prefer to don't shade it and let go. I will say again, the entire amount of the kibber is only question with him. And it's only thing that I will say, first one line of business is. Contract was fantastic because of that. So I will say, ultimately, again, the very important rules regarding these sorts of case regarding the race was regarding something to do with the base. Some question was a come up. So ultimately, again, he's contract. He doesn't have a special contract on that. But you want no idea to review with the contract. I will say, he is all of these items, all of these requirements. which apply to a conjoining also applies to a conjugal with removal of the garden with one exception, puts the para and the products. Let's say except the one thing which is special power that is brought in a situation with a conjugal produces something that is functional by parties, only a conjugal will be learned with oil. Brings that power. Conjugal is removal of the garden with one that the bestness of the conjugal does not feel like power. Was it all these other conjugal also apply to us to replace this conjugal who is now out of a job. Like replacing like other ones who don't have another person is put on those the final concern that CSA. Essentially, you have to get her and it's you off race. So who are in from a structural level. And let's say none of these things apply to the conjugal who was earned for the purpose of the workforce. They are not he sets the 5 feet for they both variable operation. Something for loss of personality. He does not allow his turn to grow. Right? Nor does he care if the economy goes.
This comedian turned podcast just got exposed for running car giveaways that seem less than legit. They've verified the winner. If there's any connection to their middle school self, nobody here can win. If someone went to high school with me, middle school, nothing. So you have to have no connection to me. So they go through, they say 10 business days. This has actually been a theory on the subreddit for a while. It wasn't until someone published a recent gifted truck for sale in a different state from where the winner wanted it. That's when a lot of people started going, wait a second, is this only just a ploy to sell more merch and it's not even a real giveaway? That's the main question floating around.
Folks, look at this athleticism. This might be the most athletic man. It is the most athletic person we've ever seen.
Okay, so that is interesting, but the guy we're talking about today is Brendan Schaub. He used to be a professional MMA fighter, but has since pivoted to comedy and podcasting with the help of his friend.
Look at this athleticism, though.
Right now, he's a 42-year-old.
You know, this motherfucker is so athletic that they put his motherfucking sculpture on an auditorium, bitch. Right? Why the fuck not? What's an auditorium? It's whatever the fuck you want it to be, baby.
It's just for, like, just being cringe or failing at various endeavors. But this time, things are a little bit different. So people are now wondering if there might potentially be a case for some kind of giveaway fraud here. If you consider that the main way to get into
perfectly imperfect,
giveaways was
bitch.
to buy his merch. Now, of course, you can mail up to 10 postcards by hand and get 10 free entries, but
look at this athleticism.
this style of
Folks, look at
giveaway
this
is very
athleticism.
common, especially within the automotive creator space. And we've even covered some of them before. And while Brandon has come out on Instagram trying to dispel some of the rumors that he had no acknowledgement or the involvement in the sale of the truck,
lots of people simply just aren't buying it. Because even though he relocated to Austin, Texas to follow Joe Rogan, a lot of people are saying that things aren't really going to his plan over there. But first, like, how do we even get here? So how did he go from a college athlete to podcaster potentially running giveaway scams on Instagram? Well, before Brandon stepped in front of a mic, he was, as I said, mostly an athlete. Specifically, he competed in sports that had a whole lot of head trauma. This also earned him the online nickname as CTE Shock, because he kept mispronouncing words. Watch me mispronounce this. And this also landed on the nickname CTE Shock because of how he mispronounces words all the time. Came out mass production. What's coming out? That was an M. Night Shyamalan movie. John Elway in the Lives and Breathe. Denver, Colorado. Owns car dealerships. Won Super Bowl. Okay, he won Super Bowl. I used to think giraffe was giraffe. I mean, hey, that is harmless. I myself mispronounce words all the time, and the only thing I can really blame that on is being raised in Norway. But that's besides the point. Shaw was pretty good at multiple sports. Football, lacrosse, mixed martial arts, and Brendan even competed in a reality TV show called The Ultimate Fighter, and eventually ended up with a UFC contract, which explains how he knows Joe Rogan. He put in that day 7 that cut off. And this connection started to help propel him into the circles of famous podcasters and stand-up comedians, people like Theo Vaughn and so on and so on. So he started the podcast The Fighter and the Kid with Brian Collin in 2013.
Brian Collin.
Fighting in the UFC, hence the name. But after a few years, this comedian turned podcaster just got exposed. Watch me mispronounce. Basically, he told him to throw in the towel, which had to hurt, especially having that broadcasted on the largest podcast in the world. Best guys in the world. I think you'd be surprised. He was still fighting in the UFC. Day 7 got cut off. And this connection started to help propel him into the circles of famous podcasters and stand-up comedians, people like Theo Vaughn and so on and so on. So he started the podcast The Fighter and the Kid, Brian Collin in 2013, while he was still fighting in the UFC, hence the name. But after a few years and a less than stellar fighting record, Brendan got some tough love from his beloved mentor, Joe. It's not that you don't try hard, it's not that you're not dedicated, it's not that you're not disciplined, there's shit that other people can do that you can't do. If you had a wrestling match with Cain Velasquez, how will you think you would do? Straight up wrestling? Yeah, I think people would be surprised. Really? I think so. I think you'd be surprised. I really do. I think there's a bridge between you and the very best guys in the world, and I don't know if you can cross that bridge. That's the reality of life. Basically, he told him to throw in the towel, which had to hurt, especially having that broadcasted on the largest podcast in the world. But to be fair, at this point, Brandon had already been dipping his toes in the worlds of comedy and podcasting, and was sort of 1 foot out of the door anyway. So over the years, he had a few podcasts with the people I just mentioned earlier. And while he was doing all of this, Brandon also decided he was going to start a career in stand-up comedy, which is definitely not the easiest thing to do as a career. But despite that, he delivered 2 comedy specials titled
Unless you're in South Australia, where fucking shoelaces are funnier than.
It's always weird. It's even weird in the middle of a pandemic. So I moved in the house, and my girl goes, "Why don't you just go over and introduce yourself, right? I'll make some eggs and cookies, and you go over there and some eggs and cookies. What are you talking about? It's like a chocolate chip with sauce all over it. What are you talking about?"
Bro.
Yeah, unfortunately, they weren't received too well. So, I guess once again, Brendan threw in the towel. Now, back to his podcast, The Fighter and the Kid. The audience are quite loyal. Not all of them are what you would consider to be supporters, though. So, apparently they found this truck for sale just days after they posted it to the Fighter and the Kid subreddit. And they've been speculating about this truck and other giveaways on there for months, even years. Because as I stated previously, he was doing these like truck giveaways or car giveaways where if you bought something from his merch store, you got tickets to enter a giveaway. So, like, the whole merch pitch was, hey, buy my merch, and you may win a free truck. Now, a whole lot of people on the internet are questioning, is he actually giving away these cars? Because people essentially think that Brendan has been running these scam giveaways for cars to make money off of the merch sales that it would generate. But since a lot of these promo videos weren't generating more than a few thousand views, it would be far-fetched to assume that not too many people are buying the merch and entering. Now, that's a problem if you're going to go put, I don't know, like $100,000 into a truck and you're trying to sell it. Like, you need to make at least $100,000 in profit off your merch sales to make that truck profitable to give away. Because from what I can tell, Brendan doesn't have the FU money where he can just give away trucks from the goodness of his heart without turning any sort of profit. Who knows? Maybe he does, but it doesn't seem super likely. So because of that, it wouldn't be super far-fetched to believe that he might be very underwater on buying that expensive truck to give away, and then, you know, he's trying to sell merch, but if you don't make a profit over $100,000, that truck's not profitable. But, I mean, if he flips the truck, he can make a little back. So then he gets the merch sales and then whatever profit from selling the truck. And again, this is actually if this is happening. We're just going off of the community speculations here. But unfortunately for Brendan, he's known for being a little bit of a guy who cried wolf. He's also been caught bending the truth and contradicting himself often. So unfortunately, it's not too hard for people to think that he could be acting slightly shady in a situation like this. Because there's like straight up multiple Brendan Schaub line complications on YouTube. So that doesn't really help his reputation. So the claim is, though, that every time Brendan runs one of these giveaways, the winner is just someone suspiciously close to him. With people going as far as saying that, hey, he followed one of them on Instagram before he even won. And they hung out in the same circles as the winners.
Seems too intertwined to be a valid winner of a contest. If you buy a piece of merch, you're entered to win this contest. So go get yourself some Thick Boy merch, and maybe you'll win a $200,000 car. The theory among Shaw enthusiasts, the merch isn't moving. Because Brendan's not making any money on these contests, he can't afford to give the trucks away, so he's giving them to his buddies, so that he doesn't have to really part with all this cash and the expense of the truck and everything like that.
Okay, I don't know about the legitimacy of these claims, but I still feel like it's relevant to the story. But now, the most recent car Brendan gave away is to a pastor by the name of Blake in Texas. And that truck just popped up for sale in West Palm Beach, Florida. And this is all confirmed by the drive past all gas decal on the back windshield, which is Brendan's car page. But what also set off the internet sleuths is that Brendan's manager, Lex McCollman, lives in West Palm Beach. So there's a lot of coincidences here to not ask questions. Like, why would the pastor immediately sell the truck right after getting it in West Palm Beach, Florida, from allegedly the same spot that Brendan got the truck from to begin with? Because remember, the pastor lives in Texas, so that's interesting. A whole bunch of people are speculating that Brandon struck up a deal with this guy and selected him as a winner, knowing full well that he would return the car to the custom shop to sell it. That wouldn't be very pastor-like, though. I don't know, it just seems so weird. Like, why would they, okay, dude won it in Texas, then immediately the car comes back up for sale in the place where they got it from. But I guess never underestimate the power of some internet sleuths, because they'll find everything. So Brendan immediately spoke out on his Instagram saying the winner was apparently not happy with his truck and turned around and sold it the next day. Hey, I mean, I love V8s, but getting more badass V8s on the road, I wouldn't really say it's like a noble cause. But also, painting the student as the bad guy who sold it to make a quick buck makes Brendan kind of look like he's completely innocent and had no idea. But the fact is, it ended up for sale in the city that his manager lives in, and not some random spot in Texas, which again adds to the questions. Like, I see a lot of people pointing out that Brendan planned the guy sold it the next day, but it only went up for sale just recently. Like, the next day would have been like a month before it actually went up for sale. But who knows? Maybe it could be explained as he sold it to a Texas dealer, and the Texas dealer sold it to that same specific dealer in Florida. Who knows, though? It's not impossible, but there's definitely some coincidences no matter how you look at it. But that's the last time any real evidence came out, and now it's mostly just commentary channels just talking about the situation. But there's also a bunch of people on Reddit calling for this out to be reported as giveaway fraud and have it investigated, and finding other influencers who do similar giveaways. Like I mentioned before, this is very popular in the automotive space. What I did find funny, though, is that Alex Jones is also doing giveaways like this. And I'm not saying not giving away the truck. I'm just saying, like, they sell more merch by, you know, when you buy a shirt, you get X amount of tickets to win whatever they're giving away. That's what's common. It's hopefully not too common to allegedly not give away the item you're claiming to give away. But since there's so many influencers who are doing these kind of giveaways, I am wondering, is this one big company that's kind of like doing these kind of like brand deals where they're like, hey, look, we'll set up all the structure for you and make sure it's all legal and stuff? Or are they doing it on their own? Who knows? Brendan did say himself they had lawyers while selecting and contacting the winners, so we do have to assume that his bases were covered, no matter what he did. Maybe it still counts as a legal giveaway if he only actually gives away the 10K. But as of right now, it doesn't seem like his audience want to stop until they find the truth. So it'll definitely be interesting to see if anything else comes from the story. Maybe we get the side of the pastor in the future. Who knows, though? But Brendan did like one of the comments on his Instagram post saying that the dealership said they traded in for a Bronco and cash, but even still, that could have been a part of the arrangement. And again, we have zero proof. And also, why wouldn't have Brennan just said that instead of saying, like, oh, he just quickly sold the car immediately? Like, I feel like it's a pretty straightforward answer. And him selling the car like that, it just comes across as weird. I feel like there's more to the story that's being left out. But hey, what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments down below. But other than that, if you're here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like on this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace.
Are you fucking serious?
So there's we got actually Zion on the base at the Mishnah. So this is us. So a lot today. So today we've got a lot of drushes.
Oh, that shit's working.
Close to Hashem, day and night.
I got this motherfucker talking about building a play place in Jerusalem.
For every day, for everything that they need. May it all be granted.
Really?
So that all the peoples of the earth, all the peoples of the earth, because that's the purpose of the Beis Hamikdash, and that's really the purpose of the Jewish people, to bring the knowledge of God to the entire world. The celebrations continued. The class can't continue much longer. They brought many karbanos, many offerings, and they observed the festival. They celebrated for 7 days straight. And when the 7 days had finished, they finished 7 days of celebrating, and they immediately started another 7 days of celebrating. That's what the pasuk says. It was Sukkot. It was the 7 days of Sukkot that they celebrated together in the Holy Temple in the Beis Hamikdash, with just incredible, unprecedented joy and happiness and gladness. So it was a 14-day celebration. And the pasuk continues on the 8th day, on the day of Shmini Atzeres, he dismissed the people, and they blessed the king and went to their homes, rejoicing and delighted of heart for all the goodness that Hashem had wrought for David his servant and for Israel his people. The rest of Shlomo HaMelech's reign goes down in history as the golden era of the Jewish people. Jews, through hard times that came later, always were able to look back at this time with hope in their hearts. The economy was booming. The territories that David had freed and liberated for the Jewish people were open, and they stretched, as we said before, they stretched up north and to the east and down south till the port of Eilat, to the port of the Red Sea, which opened up trade routes so that nations all along the Mediterranean coast would trade with the Jewish people who would travel through Israel on their way to the port to be able to get to the trade routes to India. So it was a safe, it was a prosperous, it was a time that people were, the Jews were ish tachas gafne, ish tachas teinasoi, each person under their palm tree, under their vine, and it was a time really when, just to touch upon one more mystical idea of birur hanitzutzos, where the purpose of our interaction with the world around us is to elevate, to free these divine sparks, the sparks of holiness that exist within every physical thing. And every time we use it we use something, we use a thing for a holy cause, we elevate those sparks. In the time of Shlomo HaMelech, the Jews didn't have to go out into the world to bring those sparks, came to them. And many nations came to King Shlomo and brought gifts. It was a very glorious time, which will be matched only, hopefully, very soon by the era which will be brought by the coming of the descendant of King David and King Solomon, Mashiach Tzidkenu. Let's pray that it happens very, very soon. Thank you very much.
And maybe there's liability just for action without okay, so also therefore you need both followed by accidental activity.
King Solomon reigned for 3 decades over what was a real golden era for the Jewish people in Israel. The Beis Hamikdash stood in Jerusalem. Jews from all over would come all the time, especially come during the three times a year for Aliyah the Regel, for the festivals. People would come from all over, from many, many nations. King Solomon had contracted alliances with many countries, both the countries near near Israel's borders, and those distant people would come. People would come to see the glory of Solomon's kingdom and to see the spiritual glory of the Holy Temple. They would bring offerings. It was something quite incredible. Of course, the famous Queen of Sheba, who the Bible describes as coming. She was a very powerful queen. In fact, I think that there's a tradition that the Ethiopians have. Their royal family descended from the Queen of Sheba and King Solomon. I don't know if there's any Jewish sources for that. She came bringing many gifts, tributes. So did many other kings, and just people from all over. When you made an alliance in those days with another country, very often you would cement that alliance by marriage. And King Solomon married many foreign wives, including the daughter of the Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, including the daughter of the king of Ammon, whose name was Naamah. These women had converted to Judaism in order to, you would have married them had they not converted to Judaism. But it turned out later that some of the conversions had not been sincere, and that was going to have severe repercussions. Some of them remained pagan in their heart, and they, after a while, feeling comfortable in Jerusalem, they started worshiping their gods, the idols that they that they had grown up with, and this was very bad. Very, very bad. And King Solomon apparently didn't do enough to stop them. This was held against him. This was held as a grave error in his part. And Hashem was not pleased with this at all. And the prophet says that, the Rabbi writes that because of this, Hashem decided to take away the throne from Solomon's house, from Solomon's family, at least partially. He would remain king over all of Israel for the rest of his life, but his descendants would only rule over part of Israel, and part of the kingdom would be taken away from them. There was a man who worked for King Solomon, a brilliant man, a great scholar, very charismatic. He was involved in the construction of the Beis HaMikdash, and he was critical of some of Solomon's policies, especially the fact that there had been in the walls of Jerusalem, David had opened up some of the walls of Jerusalem and made breaches in the walls to make it easier for the Eilei Regel, for the pilgrims coming for Yom Tov, for the festivals, to make it easier for them to come into the city. And some of Solomon's wives he had built palaces for some of his wives and filled in these breaches in the walls. There was one thing he didn't like, and there were other things that had to do with taxes that he was very unhappy about. So Yeravam was a critic of the king. At a certain point, he got so vocal in his opposition that it seemed like he was going to start a rebellion, and he was going to be arrested, and he had to run away. He had to run to Egypt so that he could avoid arrest. And he, on the way to Egypt, he met a man named Achia from Shiloh, Achia HaShiloini, who was a prophet. And Achia HaShiloini, Yeravam was wearing a new cloak, and Achia grabbed it. Yeravam tried to get away, and the cloak ripped in two. And Achia told him, the kingdom will be ripped in two, and you will reign over part of it. Part of it will remain in the family of, under the rule of the family of David, because God so loved David that he wanted to leave, as the pasuk says, he wanted to keep a lamp burning for David near the David Avi. But part of it will go over to you. You will be the king. And if you follow in the ways of Hashem, you follow in the ways of the Torah and the mitzvahs, then you'll do well. You'll do well as king. In the meantime, anyway, the time hadn't come for that yet, and Yeravam escaped to Egypt. After 30 years of a very glorious reign, the end was partially marred by these things, but all in all, it was incredible. It was a great time. Solomon passed away. The crown prince's name was Rechavam. He was the son of Naamah, the Ammonite princess. And Rechavam did not inherit the wisdom of his father. He did not take after him in that regard. And right when Shlomo passed away, and they were going to crown, and they crowned Rechavam as king, a delegation from the people from the 12 tribes of Israel came to him and asked him to relax some of the tax burden that was apparently the taxes were high, and people didn't like high taxes at that time. So they asked him to relax it. And generally be a little gentler as a king. He consulted first with his father's advisors, the elders, the wise men of Israel, and they told him, they counseled him to accept the request that had been made. Relax the taxes, be a good king, be a gentle king, and you'll do very well. The people will love you, and you'll do well. Unfortunately, after talking to them, he spoke to some of his buddies who had grown up with him. Apparently, these were spoiled kids. They were not very politically savvy, but they were very full of their own importance. And he asked them what they thought he should do, and they all said, "No, you got to be tough. You got to be tough. You want people to respect you. You got to lay down a hard line." And so, guess whose advice he took? The delegation came back the next day, and he assured them that he would be far more harsh than his father had ever been. He said, "If my father chastised you with whips, I'll chastise you with scorpions, and don't expect any breaks." And the people, this was not a very smart political move. The people said, "Thank you very much. Have a nice day. We have no part in you. We have no part in the house of David. We're going to make our own little kingdom. And you can go, this is not a direct quote. 10 tribes, all tribes of Israel besides for Yehuda and Benjamin, Judah and Benjamin, and for the tribe, or part of the tribe of Levi. So 10 of the tribes seceded and created their own kingdom, and they crowned the old upstart Yeravam ben Nevat, who had come back from his refuge in Egypt after Solomon passed away. They crowned him as their new king. Yeravam established the capital in Shechem, and the kingdom was divided. There were now two kingdoms: the northern kingdom, which would be known as the Malchus Israel, nation of Israel, as opposed to the southern kingdom, which would be called the Malchus Yehuda, the kingdom of Yehuda, of Judah. Later, the Romans would call it Judea, so often we refer to it as Judea in those times. Now, Yeravam ben Nevat was an interesting character. He was very, very brilliant. He was, in fact, considered a great tzaddik, a person of saintly character, of virtue, and he was a Torah scholar. He kept the mitzvahs, and originally, apparently, he wanted to be a good king and stay true to God, stay true to the Torah, and be a good Jewish king. But you see, he was afraid of the festivals. The festivals were a big problem. He had established this kingdom north of Jerusalem. The capital of the southern kingdom was Jerusalem. He established his capital at Shechem. And the festivals were a time, as we said before, when all Jews would make pilgrimage. And so it was a great mitzvah. It says, Shalosh pamim b'shana yirah kol zchurcha. 3 times a year, Jews would travel from all over the Holy Land and from outside Israel, come to Jerusalem, come to the Beis HaMikdash, bring karbanos, bring offerings, and celebrate together with the rest of the nation. It was a tremendous occasion. When everybody would come on Yom Tov, it's hard to imagine what it was like, the whole country unified and celebrating together. Just full of joy. It's interesting. The pasuk when it tells us about the mitzvah says at the time of the festival, everybody should appear, should be seen at the holy temple. And the Talmud teaches that it's not only Yerah, but it's also Yirah. God would come and show Himself. So you would come and show yourself, and you would also see, you would be seen, but you would also see. God would show Himself and reveal Himself. On a little bit of a more metaphysical note, there's an idea of knowing God in Judaism. A very big part of Judaism is becoming close to God and achieving some knowledge of His. We do that by study. And by thinking and contemplating about God. And this is especially, in the more mystical parts of the Torah, like the Kabbalah and Hasidic philosophy, where you're able to understand a little bit of God's greatness and majesty by studying Him, by learning about Him. Maybe understand something. You don't see Him though. You're not able to see Him. You're not able to actually see Him. Obviously, He has no body. but there were certain times that he would reveal himself, and it wasn't seeing in a physical sense, but it was a real perception, it was a real awareness of godliness, of the type that we can't even imagine, because it doesn't exist today. And that's what would happen in the Beis Hamikdash, especially when you come to the early Rega, when you come in Yom Tov, you'd have this re'iyah, it's called re'iyah nelikus, to be able to behold godliness. So it was something that was quite incredible. It's hard to imagine how anybody did anything wrong when you had that awareness. At the same time, everybody has free choice. God gives everybody free choice, and so even in those glorious times when there was this consciousness of God and of spirituality, there was also a flip side to that, and that was idolatry. Today we don't have the consciousness that they had about spirituality, and we also don't really have a strong temptation to serve idols. And in those days there was a strong temptation. It was very difficult to stay away from idolatry, and unfortunately the nation lapsed into idolatry many times, and it was a constant struggle. But anyway, getting back to Yeravam ben Nevat, he's really afraid. All the people in the northern kingdom, they're still good Jews. They still want to go to the Beis Hamikdash. It's like it's a central part of Judaism. It's the central part of Judaism. To go to the Beis Hamikdash, they're going to go to the Beis Hamikdash. You can see the incredible glory, the splendor of the Beis Hamikdash, the splendor of Jerusalem, the spiritual splendor of it all, and they'll see the king from the house of David, from the family of David, the great David and the great Solomon, and this is their son and grandson Rechavam, and they'll see his honor, and they're going to very quickly get tired of me and my kingdom up north, and they're going to want reunification. He was very, very afraid, and so he did something which was terrible, which was a terrible, terrible mistake, and which was going to set the northern kingdom on a course to disaster right from the start. He closed the border to the southern kingdom, and since the people needed to make pilgrimage, they know they have to be on the regel. He put two golden bulls, one at the northern part of his kingdom, at Dan, and one at the southern part of his kingdom at Bethel. And he said, from now on, this is what you make pilgrimage to. It sounds, when you hear the words, it sounds very shocking. It sounds like it's real idolatry. Apparently, it wasn't real idols. He wasn't saying serve these as gods, like the pagans would say. What he was saying was more that it's a representation of the one true God. So it's not as bad as real pagans. It's absolutely forbidden under Torah law, of course, but it wasn't quite as bad. But it did open the door to terrible evils that would happen later. Yeravam ben Nevat is considered one of the villains of Jewish history. The Talmud says 4 people that are just considered from the worst to the worst. And this was his sin. He didn't only sin himself, but he caused the nation to sin by placing these big calves. So the kingdom is divided. Yeravam is ruling up north. Down south you have Rechavam, the son of Solomon, but unfortunately not going in the ways of Solomon, and he apparently allowed idolatry to seep in as well. And this was a terrible sin. The Beis Hamikdash was still there, people still served God, Jewish life was still flourishing, but now there was some idolatry there too, and this was unacceptable. Some people say that it was because it was the influence of his mother Nama, who was after all an Ammonite princess, where she grew up. There are other opinions that fiercely disputed and say that Nama was a very good Jew and very loyal to God and to the Torah. It's not clear, but anyway, Rechavam sinned in this. It was a terrible thing that he did, and he suffered the consequences. As you said before, when the spiritual state of the nation declined, usually there was a physical deterioration as well, and the country was weakened. And Israel's neighbor to the south, Egypt, good old Egypt, which was a pretty mighty empire for most of Israel's history. Most of Israel's history could be understood as seeing it as it was usually an empire in the south and an empire in the north. Israel was stuck in between. And so it was a miracle that Israel survived at all between these. Usually the empire in the north kept changing. In the south it was usually Egypt. Anyway, the pharaoh of the time was Shishak. And Shishak invaded Judea in the 5th year of Rechavam's rule. He killed many people. He actually managed to enter Jerusalem. He ransacked the royal palace, took all of its treasures. He ransacked the Holy Temple and took many treasures from there as well. The people were shocked and traumatized. And the prophets of the time were telling them and reprimanding them, telling them it's because of the idolatry that exists. And so they immediately realized that that it was wrong and abandoned the idolatry, returned to God. Whoever had been serving idols returned to Judaism, and Shishak left. The king of Egypt left, but he did impose heavy fines and tributes on the people. Rechavam rebuilt the cities that Shishak had destroyed. He rebuilt the fortifications. He reorganized his army, and he was able to maintain the kingdom's independence. He even managed to maintain control over Edom in the south, between to the immediate south of Israel, the nation of Edom. And so he was able to maintain the independence, but the glory, the old kingdom's glory and strength, her wealth and her influence were gone. Not surprisingly, there were hostilities between the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom throughout Rechavan's reign, and there were always skirmishes at the border. It was there were always hostilities. Rechavan's main general was his son, who led his army. Was his son? His name was Avia, sometimes called Avia. He when Rechavam died, Avia succeeded him. And at this point, the battles that had been, the small battles that had been going on between the north and the south escalated, and finally came a decisive battle. Yeravam was determined to conquer the kingdom of Yehuda and incorporate it into his kingdom. And he led a huge army, vastly outnumbering the army of Avia. And he attacked the southern kingdom. He tried to surround them in a kind of pincer movement. And although vastly outnumbered, Avia fought bravely, and even on the battlefield, he even called out to Yeravam and to his army, and he chided them for their idolatrous ways and for their hostility to the kingdom of to the kingdom of Yehuda. But they didn't listen, and they attacked anyway. And even though he was vastly outnumbered, he won. And Yeravam retreated back to Shechem, to the northern kingdom, and the hostility remained, but there wasn't open warfare. Anyway, Avia died after only 3 years on the throne, and he was succeeded by his son Asa. Asa was one of the great kings of Israel, very righteous, very virtuous. He restored Jewish life to what it had been before. He got rid of all the pagan influences that were there. He enriched the Beis HaMikdash. He enriched the temple with gold and silver utensils, a lot of new kalim, clay shards he brought in. He fortified many strategic cities. So he made the country strong again. He instituted a program of military training. So he rebuilt the army. There was a war that was going on to the south of Israel at that time. The king of Ethiopia, way down in Ethiopia, had conquered Egypt, had overrun Egypt, and Shishak, who had invaded Israel some years before, was now invaded by his southern neighbor, Ethiopia, Zerach, the king of Ethiopia, and he had all his treasures were taken, and the Ethiopians continued north into Judea. Again, the Jewish army was vastly outnumbered, and Asa prayed for victory. King Asa prayed for victory, and the Jews were victorious. The Ethiopian troops were routed. They retreated south back into Egypt, and the Jewish soldiers were running after them. They had to abandon the Ethiopian soldiers. Zerach's army had to abandon the treasures that they had taken from Shishak. Now, these treasures had originated in Jerusalem. So remember, Shishak had come and taken them, and now they returned. Now they were restored to the Holy Temple and to the royal capital. So peace reigned under Asa. He goes down as one of the really good kings in Jewish history. Back up north, I just want to say, because of these developments, the border had been closed, and the people in the north, for the most part, were not able to make it to the Holy Temple. So in these classes, we're not going to focus so much on the northern kingdom, because we're focusing on the Beis HaMikdash. In other classes, we'll get into that. But we're just going to talk about it a little bit to understand what was going on in the south in Jerusalem with the Holy Temple. So up north, Yeravam had died. He was succeeded by his son Nadav. Nadav reigned for only 2 years. In his second year as king, he was assassinated by his general Baasha. Baasha became king in the north. Basha was no better than Yerevan. He continued the hostilities towards Judea, and he in fact invaded Judea and started building a fortress or a fortress city, a fortified city very near Jerusalem. He was calling it Ramah, the high ground, and it was a very obvious prelude to an attack on Jerusalem. King Asa, the righteous King Asa, he saw the threat, and he turned to one of Basha's allies. Basha had allied himself with the kingdom of Aram. The king of Aram at the time, his name was Ben Hadad, and Ben Hadad was helping Basha, the northern king. So Asa turned to Ben Hadad, and he said, and he asked Ben Hadad to join him in an alliance, and not assist Basha in his attack of Judea, in his attack of Jerusalem. Money talks, and Asa offered him apparently more than Basha had offered him, and the highest bidder won. He took, and Asa, in order to do that, had to take the treasures and the wealth of Jerusalem, of the Holy Temple, and give it to Ben Hadad, so that Ben Hadad would desist from attacking Jerusalem, helping Basha attack Jerusalem. This was not a good thing. The Talmud says this was a mistake. This was one mistake that Asa made. Generally, he was a very good king at the time. But this was one mistake. He should have relied on God like he had done in the earlier Ethiopian war, and he was victorious. And he should have done that now. But anyway, this is what happened. Ben Hadad, the Aramean king, did him one better. He didn't only not help Basha in the north, but he attacked Basha. He attacked his old friend, his old ally, in many of his cities. So Basha had to abandon the fortifications that he was building, the fortress that he was building of Ramah near Jerusalem, and rush back up north to repel the invasion of Aram. And so Asa very quickly took all the wood that had been gathered. There had been a tremendous amount of wood and material that had been built into this fortification. He tore it all down and built a fortress of his own on his side of the border. Generally, Asa was a good king. He attracted his prestige, attracted many defectors from the north. There were many people in the north that were really getting sick and tired of what was going on, of the corruption, the idolatry, the immorality, and the power struggles that were going on there. As we'll see in a second, the throne in the north was never quite secure, and many of them came over to the south and rejoined their brothers and sisters in Judea. Asa ruled for 41 years. It was generally a very good time for Judea. When he passed away, he was succeeded by his son Yehoshaphat. Yehoshaphat took after his dad. He was also very virtuous. He had a friendly and impressive personality. He ruled the nation very well. He was a good political leader, and he was a good spiritual leader. He was a tzaddik. He upheld the laws of the Torah, and he upheld the Avodah in the Beis Hamikdash. Things flourished under him. He instituted many reforms, many educational reforms. He sent Levites. The Levites traditionally were the ones that would teach and inspire the people. He sent them throughout the land to teach Torah to the masses. He reorganized the civil administration. He reorganized the army, made it stronger. He kept the borders safe, and he actually earned the respect of the Philistines and the Edomites to the west and the south, and the Arabian tribes that were to the south, who he earned they feared him, they respected him, they sent him tributes and gifts, and things were good under Yehoshaphat. Let's back up a minute. Asa had done something else. I think it was toward the end of his reign. He realized that war between the two Jewish kingdoms was the wrong idea. It had been going on for too long. And actually, let's go up north for a moment. Let's go up north for a moment, because a lot had been going on. There was a lot of political turmoil there. I'm just going to back up for a second, just so we can remember who's who. Start with the southern kingdom. King Solomon had passed away. His son Rechavam had taken over. Rechavam had been succeeded by his son Avia. After Avia had come Asa. Okay. In the north, there had been more kings at this time. Yeravam ben Nevat had been the original king in the north. He died, his son Nadav took over. Nadav was assassinated by Baasha. Now Baasha was king for a while, and as we were just talking about, he was an ally of Aram. He tried to attack Judea, but then Baasha died, and he was taken over by Elah, his son Elah. Elah didn't reign for very long. Before he was assassinated by Zimri. Zimri was the captain of the chariots. The captain of the chariot, like you have today in the military, the chariot captain. Zimri assassinated King Elah while the army was off fighting the Philistines. So the northern army is fighting the Philistines, and back in the capital, Zimri kills the king and makes himself king. He did not reign for very long because when the news reached the army, where they were on the at the Philistine front, they immediately crowned their general as king. Their general's name was Omri, and they decided that Omri should be king. When Omri made his way back with his army to the capital, to Shechem, and approached the palace, Zimri knew that there was no hope of defending himself, and he set the palace on fire with himself inside it. He burned down the palace with himself inside it, and Omri became king. It wasn't so simple for Omri either. Apparently, while the army had made him king, the civilian populace had favored a man named Tibni, and so there was a civil war in the north between Omri's forces and Tibni's forces for 5 years. Eventually, Omri won, and Tibni was killed. Omri moved the capital. He bought land from Anem. He bought land. I mix up words sometimes. By the way, I want to say in the last class, apparently I said that people used to come to the Holy Temple to play. I don't remember saying it, but I've been told that I've said that. I don't think they would come to the temple to play. I probably meant that they came to pray. Playing is good, but they came to the temple to pray. In fact, when you're on the Temple Mount, you weren't allowed to really play. You had to act with respect toward the holy place. There's actually halachas about it. You walk with your shoes. If you're dirty shoes, you wouldn't walk with your wallet, money belt, with your staff. You'd leave it outside. So just to clear up a misunderstanding, people wouldn't actually come to play. They would come to. It was also a very joyous occasion. It wasn't playing, but it was a very, very happy and joyous occasion, much better than playing. Anyway, back to Omri. King Omri in the north bought land from a man named Shemer. Shemer owned land on a hilltop, and Omri bought the land and built a new city. Maybe there was a city before, and he kind of expanded it, made it bigger. He built a palace there. He made this the capital of the north. It would remain the capital of the north for the duration of the northern kingdom till the end. He renamed this place. He had bought it from a man named Shemer, and he named the city Shomron, which was of Samaria. Now the whole region is called Samaria. It's called Shomron. There was actually a city, Shomron, which was the northern capital. Now, Omri was a smart political, had good political sense, and he realized that the war between the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom was not good news. The king at the time in the south was Asa, and Asa also did not want war, and so Omri and Asa made peace. And the tradition of those times, they cemented this deal with marriage. Asa, the southern king, had a son named Yehoshaphat. Yehoshaphat married Omri's daughter. Omri also had a son. His daughter married Yehoshaphat. His son, he married off to a northern neighbor of Israel, we discussed in the last class, the Phoenicians. The Phoenician king at the time, the capital was in Sidon, in Sidon, which is a city today in Lebanon, Lebanese coast. And the king had a daughter. The Phoenician king had a daughter named Jezebel. Omri married his son Achav to Jezebel. This was the beginning of a very unhappy story. Let's go back to the south. Back down south, Yehoshaphat had become king. Yehoshaphat followed in the ways of his father. He was a very, very virtuous king. He was a good Jewish king. He was loyal to Hashem. He was loyal to Judaism. And he was kind of the extreme opposite of his northern counterpart, of Omri, and then Omri's son Achav. Achav is one of the villains of Jewish history. If there was anybody worse than Achav, it was his wife. His wife was a Phoenician princess. She was a fanatical Baal worshipper, and nothing would stop her from trying to implement the worship of Baal and the cult of Baal into Israel when she became queen. When her husband became king, when Omri died, and Achav became king, Jezebel became queen, and she was a royal villain. She killed many prophets. It was almost illegal. It was illegal to be a prophet. There were many prophets in those days. We know of some prophets that we know of, but there were many prophets that we don't know of because their prophecies were not recorded. And there were many people that were loyal to Hashem even throughout all these years of the northern kingdoms. Idolatry. They were still loyal to God and to His Torah. And Jezebel made it her mission to eradicate them. She killed hundreds and hundreds of prophets, thousands and thousands of people who were loyal to Judaism. The only prophets who survived had to hide out in caves. And the idolatry had already kind of started with Yerovam ben Nevat and the golden bulls that he put that he had replaced the pilgrimage to Jerusalem with. That was a more, if you could call it, a mild form of idolatry. Now when Jezebel came, things took a sharp turn for the worse. And the country really degenerated. The people looked to their royal family; they were the role models, and the country really degenerated into real paganism. Yehoshaphat is Achav's brother-in-law, and he's in the south, and he's a very righteous, virtuous, good Jewish king. And he had an alliance with his brother-in-law, with Achav. They got along. There was peace between the two brother states, but. And that was a good thing that there was peace, there was no war. But the problem was that some of the idolatry of the north started seeping into Judea, into the south. Now Achav was going to war against the good old Ben Hadad of Aram. Ben Hadad was still around, and Achav wanted to attack Aram, but he needed help from Yehoshaphat. So he asked Yehoshaphat to join him. Yehoshaphat came to Samaria, to Shomron, and he sat with Achav. The scene is described by the Navi. They're sitting at the palace gates in harmony. Yehoshaphat had his own kosher food brought because he didn't trust the kashrus of Achav's palace. But they're sitting together, and Yehoshaphat said, "I'm happy to go with you. I'm happy to help you in this campaign against Aram. But I want some sign from God that will be victorious." In those days, there were many prophets, and it was asking for a sign wasn't a joke. You would have a prophet who would instruct you, would tell you what God wanted. So Achav brought out hundreds of prophets who all said, "Go to Aram, you'll be victorious." Yehoshaphat, there's something wrong. There are no two true prophets. No two true prophets speak the exact same way. God reveals His prophecies to every individual somewhat differently. And when you have two prophets saying the same thing, you know that one of them is wrong. You know that one of them is a fraud. Both of them are frauds. Yehoshaphat saw through it right away because there were 400 prophets that were all saying the same thing. One of them put iron horns on his head. He said, "With these iron horns, you will gore Aram. You'll be victorious over them." But Yehoshaphat wasn't buying it. So he asked Achav for a real prophet. Come on, a real prophet of God, not one of these Baal prophets. And Achav said, "There is a guy. I do know a guy, but I don't like him. His name is Michiel. I hate him because he's a real naysayer. He's always telling me bad things are going to happen. These guys always make me feel good. They always say exactly what I want to hear." He said, "Come, bring him out." And Achav told him on the way when they were bringing Michiel out, Achav told him, "You better say good news. I need your help here." And Michiel said, "I'm going to say exactly what Hashem tells me to do." Anyway, they went to war. They went on the campaign against Aram. Achav disguised himself as a common soldier. He knew that the Arameans would be out to get him, and so he disguised himself. But it didn't help. He was hit with an arrow, and he was killed on the battlefield. Yehoshaphat managed to get back to Jerusalem in safety. Achav was dead. He was replaced by his son Achaziah. Achaziah died very shortly after, and he and his brother Yehoram became king of the north. Yehoram also convinced Yehoshaphat to go to war with him, to assist him in war, this time against Mesha, the king of Moab. It's very interesting. They've found, in recent times, they found in excavations, they found a stele. It's called the Mesha stele. The king of Moab's name was Mesha. And the stele doesn't mean a good bargain. It's Stele. Stone tablets where they used to inscribe things that the kings had done and the countries had gone through. And Mesha there makes reference to the king of Israel. It's called the Mesha stele. Anyway, the northern king is Yehoram convinces Yehoshaphat to join him in battle against Moab. Moab had been a vassal of Israel since the time of King David. Now, with the northern kingdom going in the wrong direction, Moab had rebelled, stopped paying tribute, and so they went to battle against them. Yehoshaphat again said he would only go if the prophet of God told him to go, and he went to the prophet at the time whose name was Elisha. Just a word about Elisha. We're not going too much into the history of the north, but during this period, the time of Omri and of Achav, were the great prophets of Israel. The prophet Elijah of Gilad, Eliyahu Hanavi, and when he passed away, he didn't pass away, went to heaven, and his disciple Elisha took over. So now Yehoshaphat went to Elisha's home, and he came very humbly. He was a tzaddik. He took off his crown, he took off his royal garments, and dressed himself as a commoner, and came humbly to Elisha, asking him if he should go to war against Moab. Elisha assured him of victory, and they went to battle, and they were victorious over Moab. But unfortunately, the troubles weren't over. A combined force of Edomites, Moabites, and Philistines marched on Jerusalem, and Yehoshaphat was very afraid. They came. These allies came. These enemies came as far as the Dead Sea. So they were getting close to Jerusalem, and Yehoshaphat realized that there was nothing he could do. The combined forces were too strong to resist, and he proclaimed a day of fasting and prayer. All the people of Judea streamed to Jerusalem from every town and from every village. They came and they joined together at the Holy Temple in the Beis Hamikdash, and Yehoshaphat stood in front of the congregation, and he implored God to save them in their hour of distress. The prayers were answered. A prophet, a true prophet of Hashem, told the people that they would be victorious. He said, the battle is not yours, but God's. You're not even going to have to fight. Sure enough, Yehoshaphat and his soldiers who were now confident because they heard the words of the prophet. They marched to battle, singing, praising God. And when they got there, they found nothing but corpses and spoils of war. Apparently, this combined force didn't stay combined for too long. And the Philistines and the Edomites and the Moabites started fighting, and the other tribes started fighting each other. The armies annihilated each other, and all that was left for the Jewish army to do was to collect the spoils of war and return home victorious. Peace and happiness reigned. It was a good time after that. It was peaceful and tranquil in Judea under a very virtuous and wonderful king, Yehoshaphat. In keeping with the close alliance between the northern and the southern kingdoms, Yehoshaphat had in addition to being married to Achav's sister, he married his son Yehoram to Achav's daughter Athaliah. Athaliah took after her father, and she, even worse, took after her mom, Izebel. She was also a terrible Baal worshiper and pretty fanatical about it. She managed to restrain herself while her father-in-law was alive. When her husband became king, she unleashed everything upon him. He was apparently not very strong. Didn't have a very strong character, and she managed to really dominate him and control him. He killed his brothers. He killed 6 of his brothers, and she said that they would be rivals to his crown. When her husband Yehoram died and was succeeded by his son Achaziah did not reign for very long. Achaziah was king for less than a year. Less than a year after he became king, he traveled up north to visit his uncle. Now, confusingly, his uncle's name is Yehoram also. His uncle was the king in the north, and he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Yehu was a rival to the northern king Yehoram. Yehu assassinated Yehoram. He also assassinated Achaziah, who was visiting Yehoram. And so with Achaziah dead, back down in the southern capital in Jerusalem, his mother Asalia, the daughter of Achav and Jezebel, seized power for herself, and she destroyed any rivals that she might have for the throne and any people who might uphold the traditions of Judaism and of the family of David. She destroyed the seed of the house of David, which included all of her own grandchildren. She killed her grandchildren, and only one young child survived, a child named Yoash. He was less than a year old. He was saved by the high priest, the Kohen Gadol, Yehoyada HaKohen, and Yehoyada saved him by putting him in a place where nobody would think to look. The Beis Hamikdash was built. The structure of the Heichal, the sanctuary, had two floors. The upper floor of the Kodesh HaKadashim, of the Holy of Holies, although it didn't have the same sanctity as the Kodesh HaKadashim itself, still nobody would go there. They'd only go there when they had to repair something. And Yoash was hidden there. The child was hidden there for 6 years. When he was 7 years old, the high priest orchestrated a coup, very carefully planned. They put different groups of Levites in strategic positions of the Temple Mount of the Harabayis. They brought the young king out dressed in royal garments and all hailed the true king of Yehuda, of Judea. Asalia, when she heard it, when his grandmother heard what was going on, she started shouting treason, treason. They immediately arrested her. They took her out of the temple grounds. Nobody could be killed on the temple grounds, and they had her executed. Yoash became king, and he did a very extensive renovation of the Beis Hamikdash, which had fallen into disrepair over the 16 years of terror and of paganism that had overtaken Jerusalem. He had it all renovated. Every Jew participated. The whole country participated in this restoration and renovation of the house of God. He was extremely virtuous. He was a very good king, as long as his mentor, the high priest Yehoyada HaKohen, was alive. After Yehoyada passed away, he perhaps was not as true to the Torah as he had been before. And this was punished by an invasion by Aram, the king of Aram. Old Ben-Hadad was gone. He was replaced by Chazael, his general, of course, by assassination. Chazael had killed Ben-Hadad. He had become king, and now he attacked Judea. He managed to make it to the gates of Jerusalem. The only way Yoash was able to keep him at bay and make him go home was by giving him a lot of gold and silver. Anyway, Yoash died. Yoash was killed. Yoash was assassinated by his servants. He was sick. He had fallen ill. His servants assassinated him, and he was succeeded by his son Amaziah. Now, Amaziah was a real tzaddik. He was a really good king, and this is pointed out by the Navi early on in his reign. As soon as he became king, he immediately punished and had his father's murderers executed. However, the Navi says, makes it a point to say, he did not harm the families of the assassins. He had them executed, he didn't touch their families, as the Torah, as Moshe says, as the law of Moses says, that children should not be punished for the crimes of the parents, and parents should not be punished for the crimes of the children. Another thing that I want to just get back to for a moment is something that we mentioned in the last class, but we didn't really get into because there wasn't time. And that was about the Beis Hamikdash. Again, the Beis Hamikdash we mentioned was built on different levels. The Mishkan in the wilderness had been all on one level, had been on the ground. The Beis Hamikdash was built on a mountaintop, and so there were different levels. You had to go up these grand staircases to get from the inner courtyard, from the outer courtyard to the inner one, and then into the Heichal. And this was very symbolic. There was a reason it was like this. It's not just because it happened to be built on a mountain. Because there was a tremendous effort made to build the Beis Hamikdash. They easily could have landscaped it a little bit and put it on one level, just like the Mishkan. No, it was deliberate. It was supposed to be at different levels. The Beis Hamikdash, the different parts of the temple had different levels of holiness. The closer you got to the Kodesh HaKodashim, the greater the holiness was, and it was reflected in a lot of halachas, a lot of laws, which didn't allow people who were impure to come into the more holy places, or didn't allow people who were not Kohanim, or people who were not Jewish, people who were not Kohanim, until the Kodesh HaKodashim, only a Kohen Gadol, who obviously was in a state of complete purity, was able to enter. So the Beis Hamikdash, the way it was built, reflected the different levels of holiness. There's something very powerful here. The Mishkan had been built in the wilderness, right? It was a place that was holy. It was a place where God's presence rested. However, it didn't remain there. When the Mishkan was dismantled and moved to a different location, the holiness of the original place went away. And there's nothing holy about the 42 places in the Sinai Desert or in the desert where the Mishkan had been placed. Just like Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai was very holy for a time when God revealed himself there. And now it's a mountain like any other. The difference, what happened, and the same thing with Shiloh, same thing with Dogan, different places the Mishkan was. What was special about Jerusalem, remember we mentioned Jerusalem was chosen. Jerusalem was the place. It was the place that God chose for his presence to rest. And after he rested his presence there, no other place would ever be allowed to house the Beis HaMikdash. No other place where Jews would be allowed to bring karbanos. This was the final place. This is the place. And the idea here is that the place itself became sanctified. This real estate, this land, which is the most physical thing you could possibly have, this piece of land becomes holy. And the transformation of the physical into spiritual, into holy, is reflected in the fact that the design of the Beis HaMikdash shows you the different levels of holiness. The Mishkan was a temporary holiness that was there and then moved, and so the physical design of the Mishkan didn't have to reflect all the details and the details of the kedusha of the Beis HaMikdash. But the Beis HaMikdash did, and that's something that's very, very powerful. Today, when we don't have the Beis HaMikdash, although we pray for it to be rebuilt, it's still a lesson. It's still a lesson in our lives in the transformative power that we have, that the mitzvahs have. Every time we do a mitzvah, we actually are really changing the physical thing we do it with, although we don't see it. But in the when Mashiach comes, we will see how powerful it is, everything that we do. Continuing our story of the era of the first temple in Israel, more particularly in Jerusalem in the southern kingdom. You'll remember that the kingdom had been divided, and the southern kingdom, also called the kingdom of Yehuda, the Malchus Yehuda, or as it was later known, Judea, became. We're in the middle of the story. The king is Amaziah, and Amaziah was by and large a pretty good king. He strengthened the defenses of the kingdom. In fact, Edom to the south had rebelled against Jewish rule sometime before, under the reign of King Yoram, and Amaziah went to war with Edom. He raised a large army, 300,000 troops. In fact, he thought 300,000 troops wasn't enough, and he paid the northern king, who at the time was Yoash, not to be confused with the king who had been king of the south, also named Yoash. But anyway, the king, he paid him a tremendous amount of silver for another 100,000 troops. A prophet came to Amaziah, a prophet of Hashem, and he told him that God did not want this. It wasn't the right thing to do. Don't join forces with the northern kingdom. The northern kingdom had been acting very wickedly. There was a lot of idolatry and immorality and cruelty, and this alliance was not meant to be. So, having paid the money and the troops having come, he sent them back home. They were a little bit insulted, and they looted and ravaged and destroyed cities on their way back. Anyway, Amaziah went to war with Edom to the south. So Edom had built up a lot of fortifications. Their capital was on a very high rock called Sela. Sela means a boulder, and it seemed impregnable. But Amaziah was victorious over them, and completely subdued them and annexed a lot of land. A lot of Edomite land was attached to Judean territory. The soldiers of Amaziah were too harsh with the Edomites. They killed many innocent people, and they were harshly reprimanded and rebuked by prophets for that, for being cruel, for killing so many Edomites. Now, Amaziah made a very grave error, which unfortunately a lot of the kings did. After winning this war, he brought back some of the idols from Edom, and he put them up in Jerusalem, and he worshipped them. Of course, the people were horrified, and Amaziah had a brother named Amos. Amos was a prophet, and he himself chastised the king, his brother, for doing this terrible thing. And Amaziah wasn't satisfied with having won this war. He wanted greater glory, and he made war on his northern neighbor, King Yoash of the northern kingdom of Israel. Yoash warned him. He said, "It's not. It will not be good for you to start up with me. We're not playing games here. Be happy with the victory that you've already won." But Amatzi couldn't be deterred. He went to war with the north, and he was defeated. He lost, and he lost all the respect that he had gained for his victory against Edom. Was kind of lost with this second campaign. And at this point, he abandoned God. He abandoned Judaism. He turned to idolatry, and the people were very dissatisfied. Were very unhappy with him. Eventually, they mutinied, and they turned on the king, who fled the capital and sought refuge in Lachish, which is a fortress in the southwest. So he had a lot of friends there. He had family there. What's interesting about Lachish is that there are a lot of excavations there where we have a lot of evidence, even going back to the time of the first temple. There were very interesting finds, letters that were sent during wars, etc. Anyway, the people back in Jerusalem appointed the king's son Uzziah to be king, and he sat on the throne of his father, while his father was hiding out in Lachish. After 15 years in Lachish, which was a very strong fortress, the people managed to penetrate and to get to Amatzi, where they killed him then. His son now officially was, the king, officially sitting on the throne. He had his father's body brought back to Jerusalem to be buried with the kings of the house of David. And now Uzziah became king. He had been for 15 years during his father's lifetime. He had been king, but had been somewhat under the control of the aristocracy of the people that had put him on the throne. And now he was able to assert himself and to consolidate power. He built up the defenses of the country after the disastrous campaign against the north, and he again rebuilt the border towns, the fortresses along the border that protected the southern and the the western borders against the Philistines, the Edomites, the Egyptians. And Uzziah's rule was great. This was a very good time for the southern kingdom of Israel. In fact, the fame of King Uzziah was probably the greatest of all Jewish kings since the time of Solomon. Of course, we're only talking about half the country, or even less than half. We're talking about the southern kingdom, but it really flourished. Uzziah had built up the security to the extent to the point that trade was able to be resumed with a lot of countries. He opened the port of Eilat again. He controlled the port of Eilat, which opened up trade routes with the Phoenicians to the north. So they were able to get to the sea, to the Red Sea, to get to India, and he bought very good weaponry for the military. And this was a very, very good time. In general, it's important to remember that when we talk about history, we talk about the stories that happened. We usually spend much more time talking about the bad times than about the good times. And the good times, there could have been many decades of good, peaceful, tranquil, happy times in Israel. And we say it in one sentence, so things were good. When there are problems, there's more to talk about. But this was a relatively good and peaceful time for the people. The Holy Temple stood in Jerusalem. It was a place that everybody would always come to, and we were able to really experience, like we spoke about in the earlier classes, we were able to experience a connection with God that was impossible anywhere else. There was a certain revelation, there was a certain consciousness of divinity, of spirituality that was in the Beis Hamikdash. One of the functions of the Beis Hamikdash that we didn't discuss that much is what the Torah says very often. It's a place of kapara. It's a place of forgiveness, where people would come after they'd sinned and be forgiven for their sins. And in a larger sense, it stood there and atoned for the nation's sins. Once a year on Yom Kippur, the Kohen Gadol the high priest would enter the Holy of Holies and atone for the nation. All the nation's sins would be cleansed. And part of this, of course, was the process of tshuva, of a person feeling a person returning to God and deciding to not continue to do anything bad, but to do good. But the Beis Hamikdash was there as a kapara, and it was a very. It's hard for us to imagine to the people, to the masses. This was the most powerful thing. Anything, any mistakes that we may have made, any paths that we've taken, and we've all taken and done things that we're not proud of could be wiped away by sincere tshuva and by the presence of the Beis Hamikdash. On Yom Kippur, the Gemara says that there were two goats that were brought to the Holy Temple. One was sacrificed on the Mizbeach as a carbon. The other one was sent La'azazel into the wilderness and symbolically carried, or more than symbolically, carried the sins of the nation with it as it went, as it was brought to the wilderness. And when the person appointed to bring this Seir La'azazel, to bring him out of the city, all the throngs of people that were in Jerusalem would be poking him and pushing him to get rid of our sins, get them out of here already. Anyway, so Uzziah, back to King Uzziah, he was generally, again, by and large, a good king of the house of David. He strengthened the economy of the nation. He sponsored agriculture and cattle breeding. He owned a lot of land, and he cultivated the land very well. And it stood as a good example for the people. He dug many new wells. He built canals that irrigated land that was far from from a river, from the sea. They exported a lot of wine and cattle to as far as Arabian Peninsula and even India, and much gold and silver was brought to Judea in this time. It was a very good time. Uzziah, unfortunately, let it get to his head a little bit. He did something which was very wrong, a grave sin. It should be remembered that when somebody is singled out for a sin that they had done, by implication, the rest of their life probably was pretty good. They probably did generally were a good person, and this was one sin that he committed, and this was he made a big mistake. In Judaism, most of the time there was a division between shul and state. The king was the political leader. But there was the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, who was the religious leader. And the Torah made it very clear that these two positions should not be combined. The king comes from the house of David, which is in the tribe of Yehuda. The high priest comes from the house of Aaron, which is from the tribe of Levi. So you couldn't have the same person fulfilling both roles. Uzziah, at a certain point, decided to mimic the northern king. The king in the north was both the head of state and the head of the spiritual leader of the people, and Uzziah wanted to be like that also, and he decided that he wanted to have great honor of bringing the ketores, of bringing the incense. The incense was brought every day. As we mentioned earlier, in one of the earlier classes, there was the small mizbeach, the small golden altar inside the heichal of the Beis Hamikdash, and every day a very special recipe was made. Was a very specially made incense was brought in. The ketores is of tremendous significance. It says that the Kohanim were divided into 24 groups, and they would rotate every week. A different group called a mishmar, a different watch, would be fulfilling the duties. Would be doing all the avodah, all the procedures that were done in the Beis Hamikdash, bringing the karbanos and lighting the menorah, etc. So every week you had a different group doing it, and within each group they divided into six bati avos, six kind of families, and every day of the week a different family or different Beis Av, a different group would do it. Would do the avodah, would be in charge. On Shabbos, the entire mishmar, the entire group would participate, and on Yom Tov, on the major festivals, all the mishmaris would join together and would do the avodah. How did they decide who did what? There was a lottery. There was a special lottery called the Piyus, where they would go around the different kohanim who were on duty and choose who would do what, who would do the different avodas. And so one person could be chosen to do an avodah more than once. You could be the one who kindled the menorah, who brought applied some of the blood of the offerings to the mizbeach, or whatever, any of the avodas. You could do that more than once. You could do it many times. There was one avodah. There was one process which was you were only allowed to do it once in your life, and that was the ketores. The ketores was such a tremendous blessing to be the one who actually brought the incense into the heichal, that they wanted to give as many people a chance to do it as possible. You could never repeat. In fact, the person who did it would usually become wealthy. It was a school for Hashem, says people would become rich because they brought the ketores. In the spiritual sense, the Keteris it brings about a connection with God, which is greater even than that of a carbon of an offering. You might remember we said that the carbon comes from the word kiruv, closeness, and bringing a carbon to God, besides for the physical act, the physical mitzvah, which has a lot of details and a lot of specific, is specified in the Torah how a carbon should be brought. The details are all very important. It's very important to do the physical actions, but they all reflect and mirror a spiritual process which is happening with the carbon, and that is this closeness that comes about with Hashem, between Hashem and the person who's bringing the carbon, or with the public karbanis tzibur, with the nation as a whole. Connected the closeness. Keteris also represents that. Keteris is on the inner altar, and it's an inner mizbeach, and this mizbeach is on the inside. It's in the holy, in the room called the holy, and it represents a much closer connection with God, a much tighter connection with God. The word Keteris itself comes from the word bond or knot. So karban means closeness, but Keteris means a knot. A knot is when you take two things that are separate and you make them into one, you bind them together, and that's what the Keteris accomplished. Anyway, King Uzziah made a very big mistake. He became proud and he thought that he should have this honor of bringing the Keteris himself. This was very loudly and vehemently protested by the Kohanim and by the prophets, but he didn't listen to them. He brought the Keteris himself, and he was immediately punished for it. And he was struck with leprosy, with Toras, shameful punishment. He had to be removed from office. He couldn't continue as king while he had leprosy, and he had to isolate himself. He isolated himself to a house where he lived out the rest of his days outside the capital city. He was succeeded by his son Yosam. Yosam was first of all respectful of his father. He did not call himself king while his father yet lived. Even though he ruled the country, he considered himself just an agent of his father. He considered his father the real king. And after his father died, he took the crown and became king. He was a wonderful, wonderful king. Even greater, the kings that had come, the last few kings that we discussed were pretty good, generally speaking. They were good people. They were good rulers of the kingdom of Yehuda. They had made mistakes. King Yosem is one king. The Torah does not record anything that he ever did wrong, and he said much credit is given to him. It's rare, even among the great kings, there was usually something that they had done wrong. Things were good, but things weren't so good. Best of times, it wasn't the best of times. In the same, the prosperity that King Uzziah had brought and the booming economy had a negative effect on many people. A lot of people became very spoiled, became very materialistic, and this led to all kinds of corruption and immorality. It took the country into a direction which was not good. And around this time, you had a lot of prophets. Now, we talk about prophets a lot. There were many, there were thousands of prophets. We know about very few of them, because most of the prophecies had not been recorded. They weren't meant for posterity. They were meant just for the particular time and occasion when the prophets spoke. What we call the major prophets are the prophets that we know of, because they wrote their prophecies down in books and became part of the Tanakh, part of the Bible, because their prophecies were meant not only for their generation, but for all generations to come. So society was not doing so well spiritually at this time. It was starting to degenerate. Generally speaking, the nation was still good, serving God and keeping the Beis Hamikdash, keeping the Laved of the Beis Hamikdash. But they were starting to go down a path which was not so good. And the son of King Yosem, after Yosem died, was King Achaz, and Achaz was going to drag the country into very, very terrible place. Let's go for a moment to the northern kingdom and find out what's going on there. The northern kingdom was doing exceptionally badly, although politically, sometimes of good, of stability, of peace. There was I'm not going to mention all the kings. There were many kings in the north. Many of them didn't die peacefully. There were a lot of assassinations, a lot of political coups. The strongest and longest reigning king was Yeravam II. Remember, the first northern king had been Yeravam ben Nevat. This was no relation, but his name was also Yeravam. Yeravam II was a pretty good king. He respected the prophets, but the terrible sins that had been ingrained in the northern kingdom from its very inception, namely the two golden calves that had been meant to replace at Dan and Bethel, that had been meant to replace the pilgrimage to the Beis Hamikdash. The two golden calves still stood there. People still would go there instead of going to the Beis Hamikdash. In fact, the situation had evolved so that people were actually worshiping these golden calves. Even worse, they had imported a lot of foreign gods, and idolatry was rampant in the northern kingdom. And some great prophets arose around this time to reprimand them, to try to bring them back to God and to avert disaster. The prophets warned that if they continued along this path, they would be destroyed. The northern kingdom would cease to exist. And in very poetic language, the prophets begged the people to return. One of these prophets' name was Hosea. Hosea was he's in the Trei Asar. His prophecies are included in the 12 prophets that are sometimes called the minor prophets. There's nothing minor about them. They were great men and women. Actually, the 12 are actually just men, but there were female prophets at this time also. But anyway, the prophecies of Hosea brought. He speaks about the relationship between God and the Jewish people and the kingdom of Israel. He talks about Ephraim a lot. He talks about it when he's talking about the northern kingdom. I think it was the most populous tribe of the 10 tribes of the north was the tribe of Ephraim. So he uses Ephraim as a name for the people, just like the name Israel or Jacob is used for the Jewish people as a whole. And he talks a lot about Ephraim. He says God talks about Ephraim as a young child. He's my young child. I raised him up, to hold him. He taught him how to speak, but he's abandoned. He's forgotten. He talks about the love and the intimacy that exists between God and Israel, as the love between man and a woman, the greatest closeness, the greatest intimacy that there could possibly be, and yet they're estranged, and yet they're not following God. They're committing a kind of spiritual adultery and leaving Him. He spoke out very strongly against the corruption and against the injustices that were being perpetrated in the northern kingdom, and were starting to happen also in the southern kingdom. Another prophet at this time was Micha. Micha spoke more in the south, in Yehuda and Judea. He predicted the fall of the north, the fall of Shomron, of Samaria, but also the fall of Jerusalem. And he said, if people don't get their act together and start acting good, terrible things would befall Jerusalem. He spoke up for the oppressed people, for the poor people. The rich had grown richer, and they had started oppressing the poor. And this was a situation that was getting worse. Just to read inside from the prophecy of Micha, therefore, for your sake shall Zion shall be plowed up like a field. Jerusalem shall become ruinous heaps. The Temple Mount will become a forest-covered height. Terrible words, terrible warnings. He talks how God is beseeching, is begging the Jewish people to return, and he's talking to them. He says, "Let's come, let's engage, let's talk about what we've been through. I brought you out of Egypt. I sent you Moses and Aaron and Miriam to bring you out of bondage." And the people are impressed by the merciful acts of God, and they ask the prophet. This is Micha talking. He says, "How shall I come before the Lord? I'll bow before God. I'll come to Him with my korbanos. I'll bring rams. I'll bring calves." And the prophet says, "Will the Lord be pleased with thousands of rams, with streams of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression?" He says, no. He says, this is not. He says, bringing korbanos is wonderful. Bringing korbanos is a great mitzvah. But what's important is what's behind the korbanos, what's in your heart. And what's important is how you treat your fellow people. To quote, "He has told you, man, what is good and what Hashem requires of you. Only to do justice, to love kindness, and to walk humbly with God." people were forgetting that message, and it was going to have terrible consequences. Micha predicted, he proclaimed the downfall of Jerusalem if people wouldn't straighten their ways. By the way, the interesting thing about prophecy, when a Navi, when a true prophet of God predicts something, the way you know, says that something will happen, if the thing comes to pass, then you know that he was a true prophet. That's what the Rambam writes. That's how you know if he's a proper Navi. He says something will happen, and the thing happens, but only if it's a good thing. If it's a bad thing that he says will happen, and then it doesn't happen, he might still have been telling the truth. You don't know that he wasn't telling the truth because God sometimes will issue a decree. Will issue a decree for something bad to happen, but when the people do tshuva, when the people pray, he'll change it. Whereas when God promises something good, he won't change his mind, no matter what happens. He won't reverse it. But anyway, getting back to Micha, at the same time that he was talking about the doom of Israel if they didn't shape up, he also spoke about the future glory of Israel. The time of peace between all nations. Peace would reign in the world. And as Micha says, then shall every man sit under his vine, under his fig tree, with none to make them afraid. None would make them fearful, for God has spoken. So all people walk, each one in the name of his God. We shall walk in the name of Hashem, in the name of our Lord forever and ever. At this point in history, the neighborhood around Israel is becoming very, very dangerous. There were the small kingdoms that often fought with Israel and sometimes won and sometimes lost. But now a great, mighty power was growing in the north, to the northeast of Israel, in the area which is today in Iraq. This was the kingdom of Ashur, of Assyria. Assyria has been an ancient kingdom. They had actually been dominant many centuries before the Jewish people lived in Israel, even before the time of Abraham. And then they had been subdued by the Babylonians, by Hammurabi. But now, many centuries later, they again were becoming a mighty empire. And they were flexing their muscles. They were trying to expand the empire. They expanded into the area which is today Syria. And the force of their armies, the ferocity of their warriors was terrifying. Even compared to the other, pretty frightening armies that there were at that time. This was something that was unheard of before. The last king we were talking about was King Yosem. Yosem, as you said, was a pretty good time. And when he died, an era of relative peace and tranquility, which was over 100 years long. I think it was 125 years of relatively good times. With, we spoke about invasions and wars that had happened along the way, sins that some of the kings had committed, and things were not perfect, but it was 125 years of pretty good times. And but we forget that sometimes when we look back at history and it looks like just page after page of tragedy and disaster, and we forget that there were good times. There were people that could have been born and died, and had children and grandchildren, all in in peaceful and good times. The son of King Yosem, his name was Achaz, and Achaz was not a good king. He did not follow in his father's path. He did not act like a house. He didn't act like a house. He didn't act like a king of the house of David, in particular. He was an idolater, pure and simple. It wasn't a small mistake that he made; it was a big mistake, and it was bringing idolatry into the land, like the Northern Kingdom had done. And he established temples for the different pagan cults. He dragged society down in a very short time to a very, very low moral state. Very, very low moral state. The prophets tried as much as they could to reason with the people, to reason with the king, but it was to no avail. Things were just out of control, and soon terrible things happened. King of Syria. Now I mentioned Ashur. Before Ashur controlled Syria, it was ruled by a man named Restream. Restream was the king of Syria. He joined forces with the king of the north, the northern kingdom of Israel, whose name was Pekach. Pekach had become king because he had killed the previous king. His name was Pekachia, not to be confusing at all. Pekachia was the son of Menachem. Menachem had killed the previous king and had become king himself. Menachem's son was Pekachia. Pekachia was killed by Pekach. Pekach made an alliance with the king of Syria and marched on the south. The prophet came to King Achaz and he told him that he had nothing to worry about. He told him he had nothing to worry about. There was nothing to fear, and the southern kingdom would prevail and would be victorious. But King Achaz didn't have any faith in God, didn't have any faith in God's prophets, and so he turned to this new power to the east of Ashur, of Assyria, and he asked the king, the emperor at the time was Tiglath-Pileser, he asked Tiglath-Pileser to please help him, and of course, it didn't come for free. He had to give him a tremendous amount of gold and silver and treasures that he took from the Beis HaMikdash, sent it to Ashur for his assistance against this united army of the north and Syria. Tiglath-Pileser didn't need any more encouragement. The money was good, and so was the opportunity to expand his domain and reach the Mediterranean. And so he attacked Syria, and he attacked the Transjordan, the area of Israel across the Jordan River. He took some of the tribes of the Transjordan into captivity, and completely annexed the area north of Israel. And now the empire of Assyria was right on Israel's doorstep. They had designs on the mighty empire to the south of Israel, which was Egypt, and of course Israel's right in between. Judea is right in between, and it's not very comfortable. Not a very comfortable position. Who was the prophet? Who was the prophet that warned King Achaz? That assured King Achaz of victory and told him not to go into an alliance with Assyria. This was actually a cousin of his. You'll remember we mentioned Amaziah, King Amaziah, the first king in this class, had a brother whose name was Amitz. Amitz was a prophet, and he had a son who would become one of the greatest prophets of history. What he accomplished and what he predicted and what he spoke about. His words reverberate throughout history and have changed civilization forever. And his name was Yeshayahu, Isaiah. Isaiah would be a prophet for a very long time, and we're going to talk a lot more about him later. In the meantime, King Achaz, in order to keep the Assyrians happy, had to constantly take gold and silver from the Beis HaMikdash and depleted the treasury of the Beis HaMikdash. Of course, the Beis HaMikdash had a treasury from which all the karbanos would be brought. There was a yearly machtas, a shekel, half a shekel, that every Jew would contribute toward the Beis HaMikdash. And Achaz had to constantly dip into these funds in order to keep his very powerful ally, to keep him his ally. The northern kingdom was in a downward spiral. Nothing that the prophets did could help the situation. The king Pekach, who we just mentioned, was killed by a man named Hoshea, not to be confused with the prophet Hoshea. This is King Hoshea ben Elah, and he was the last king of the north. He actually did something very good. He removed the golden calves that had been there from the beginning of the northern kingdom, from Yeravam and Avad. In Dan and Bethel, he removed them, and he opened the borders with the south, and the people were now again allowed to make pilgrimage and to come to Jerusalem to the Beis HaMikdash. The tragedy of it was that after the centuries of not being allowed to do it, they had just completely forgotten and lost the desire to do so. And so, with the open borders, with the golden calves gone, they still didn't come to the Beis HaMikdash. This was terrible. This was a terrible sin, and it hastened their destruction. Tiglath-Pileser died, the emperor of Assyria, whose son Shalmaneser became the emperor. And Shalmaneser invaded the northern kingdom. He plundered the cities, he destroyed the cities, and he exiled the people of the northern kingdom, the 10 tribes, 10 lost tribes. The Assyrians had a very smart way of preventing rebellions against their rule, against their empire, and that was when they would conquer a land, they would kill many people, and the survivors would not be allowed to remain in their homes. They would be exiled, and they would remove populations move populations around from one place to another. So the people in any parts of the empire of the occupied areas were in their homelands. They didn't feel very patriotic towards the country that they were in. They didn't feel comfortable enough to start rebellions against Ashur. It was pretty effective, and this is what he did with the northern kingdom of Israel. He took the 10 tribes and he exiled them first to Ashur, and then we don't know where. There are many theories as to what happened to the 10 last tribes. There are many books written on the different theories that go, that places the 10 last tribes in every different continent and every different nationality. We don't know what happened to them. Many of them actually returned to the southern kingdom. It's something a lot of people don't know. Later on, we're going to talk about the prophet Jeremiah. Jeremiah actually brought back a lot of the exiles, but a lot of them were lost. And one of the things that the prophets promised was that there would be a time when the nation would be reunited, the north and the south. The lost tribes would be brought back from wherever they were, and the entire nation, the 12 tribes of Israel, would flourish together in the time of Mashiach. We mentioned Isaiah, Yeshayahu. In the short time that we have here, we can't even begin to talk about the greatness of this man. As I said, he was the nephew of King Amaziah, so he came from the royal family, from the aristocracy. And at this time, the aristocracy were the ones that were not being a very good example to the people. They had become very materialistic, and they had turned to immorality, and they were just getting richer and richer, and really oppressing the poor, charging the high rates of interest, and not caring for the needy, not caring for the widow and for the orphan. This is something that is a very strong theme. One strong theme is against idolatry, against paganism in the works of the prophets, and another one is justice and morality, caring for the widow and the orphan, people that don't have somebody to turn to. Yeshayahu talks about Israel as God's child. To quote, it says, Shimu Shamayim, hear, O heavens, give ear, O earth, for Hashem has spoken. Children have I raised and brought up, but they've rebelled against me. Even an ox knows his owner. Even a donkey knows his master's crib. But Israel does not know, and people don't consider. They've forsaken the Lord. They've provoked Hashem to anger. They've gone backwards. And he talks about the desolation of the country. The cities burnt with fire. The soil, which will be devoured by strangers. A desolate land destroyed by enemies. And this came to pass in the northern kingdom when the Assyrians swept through and destroyed the cities by fire, killed thousands and thousands, and took the rest into captivity and to foreign lands. In fact, it's interesting. Some of the excavations today that I was in a place, I don't remember where it was, but the archaeologists had found traces of soot in some ancient ruins, and they had dated it to this time, to the time of the Assyrians. There's even evidence today of the destruction that the Assyrians did. Actually, now I do remember this was in Hebron. So this actually happened a little bit later when the south was also invaded by Ashur. So this was not the time to bring that up. But anyway, the destruction of the northern kingdom should have been a wake-up call to the south. Achaz had plunged the south into idolatry, and this, the terrible fate of the north should have been a wake-up call, but unfortunately it was not. Yeshayahu spoke truth to power. He spoke to the leaders of the people. He took them to task because they were the ones who were leading the people astray. He took to task people who would bring korbanos, who would come to the Beis HaMikdash and bring offerings, and it was hypocritical. They would turn around and sin and oppress people. He says, to what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me, says God. Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean, put away the evil of your deeds, cease to do evil, learn to do good, seek justice. These words have been, I think, a part of any human rights movement in history. Draw on these words of Isaiah. What does God want you to do? He just want you to bring korbanos and then act cruelly and act harshly to others. Learn to do good, to seek justice, relieve the oppressed, do justice to the orphan, plead for the widow. then things will be good. And even though you've made many mistakes, come now. Now I'm reading again, I'm quoting again. Come now, let us reason together, says the Lord. We say this in our prayers on the high holidays. Though your sins should be scarlet, they shall become white as snow. Though they shall be red like crimson, they shall become like wool. If you're willing to obey them, you shall eat the best of the land. Things will be good. All you have to do is, again, do justice. Take care of the poor. Do good. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be. King Achaz died, and Achaz had been so bad. One of the terrible things that he had done, besides for killing many thousands of people that opposed the paganism, the idolatry that he brought into the country, he even did something mimicking the Phoenicians, who had a cult of the Molech. The Torah warns against a specific sin, besides the general sin of idolatry, but to give your children to the Molech. This was a cult where people would sacrifice their children to the fire of Molech, and King Achaz sacrificed one of his sons and had him killed as a sacrifice to the gods of to the Molech. He tried to do it with another son, but this time the boy's mother intervened. I think her name was Abi, and she saved her son from the fires. And this son would become king after Achaz died. And this son was also one of the most remarkable people in history. His name was Hezekiah. He would be one of the greatest kings. He would be one of the few kings about whom it's written in the Tanakh. The Bible says about him that he was good. A lot of the good kings are described as being very good and going in the way, going in God's ways, but not the same way as King David. Not as much as King David. But Chizkiah is noted, and it says he walked in God's path like his father David, like his ancestor David. He was the 12th king of Yehuda, of Judea. He had extraordinary qualities. Even while his father was on the throne, he tried to be a comfort to the people. And now that he took over and he was in power, he dedicated himself to reversing his father's terrible policies. He destroyed all the idols which were in the kingdom. He cut down the groves, the trees, the Asherah trees that had been grown for idolatry. He eliminated the bumis. This was something that flourished in the land. Private altars where people would bring sacrifices to God, which were forbidden. There were certain times in history when they were allowed. But once God chose Jerusalem and the Har Habayis as his resting place, bumis, private altars were not allowed. And but they had still flourished. It had been hard to eradicate them. A lot of the good kings were noted for their goodness and for their virtue. But the Tanakh often adds at the end, but they didn't get rid of the bumis. But Chizkiah got rid of the bumis. But he did something even more. He restored the pilgrimages, the thrice yearly pilgrimage to Jerusalem, which his father had stopped. He brought them back in all their splendor. He organized an educational reform. It says in the time of Chizkiah, there wasn't a child, a boy or a girl throughout the kingdom who was not expert in the laws of Tumah V'Tara, of ritual purity, which the Torah talks a lot about. When you come to the Beis HaMikdash, you have to be in a state of purity. There are a lot of very complex laws which most adults have trouble with. And in Chizkiah's time, there wasn't a child that wasn't expert in these laws. Chizkiah reached out to the north and asked and tried to bring them. This is going back a couple of years. This is before the 10 tribes were banished. He asked them to join. The borders were now open. Come do the pilgrimage. He made a great Passover that had never been seen before. The Passover celebration and the amount of people that came to Jerusalem. Unfortunately, very few of the northern of the Jews in the north took him up on the invitation. But there were some that came and that were inspired, that remained in Judea. King Chizkiah was also a strong king. He defeated the Philistines. He conquered Gaza, which was their capital. The other neighbors were now became respectful and didn't start up with Judea. Of Achaz, you remember that Achaz had, in order to keep the Assyrians happy, he had to make tribute payments. Chizkiah now felt that it was time to stop the tribute payments, and this was an act of rebellion against the empire. And Yeshayahu told him that he would be safe in doing so. The Assyrians would not conquer Jerusalem. Unfortunately, among Chizkiah's in the government, in his government, there were some people who did not have faith in God, put their faith in other nations. They made an alliance with Egypt, with other of the small kingdoms who wanted to rebel against Assyria. Chizkiah, the prophet, had told him to rebel against Assyria and put his faith in God, but there were other elements of the government that put their faith not in God but in Egypt, and Egypt assured them that they would help them in rebellion against Assyria. Sure enough, the Assyrians attacked, and Shalmaneser had died by this time, and his son Sennacherib, the famous Sennacherib Melech Ashur, invaded Israel, and he invaded the southern kingdom as well. He destroyed many cities. That's where I think those excavations in Hebron, where they found these ancient ruins, and you can see the blackened rocks, which the archaeologists who are not particularly religious believe come from this time, from this war. The Egyptians, who had promised to help the Jews, did not. When Ashur sent their army into Israel, there was no help coming from Egypt. At first, Chizkiah was able to keep the king Sennacherib at bay by offering him tribute and giving him, like his father, giving him gold and silver from the palace. But he knew that eventually Jerusalem would be attacked. He strengthened the fortifications of Jerusalem. He built a tunnel to bring water into the city so that people wouldn't have to go out. One of the ways of besieging the city in those days, obviously, is to cut it off from supplies and from its water source. And if the water source was outside the city, it would be relatively easy to place snipers, archers, where they could pick off the people coming to get water and starve the city. So what Chizkiah did was he built a tunnel, which you can tour today in Ir David in Jerusalem. It's quite an incredible experience where you go through this tunnel which they had built with, which seems almost miraculous the way they built it, to bring water into the city to prepare for a siege. Sennacherib destroyed any opposition. He destroyed all the neighboring countries, and anybody who rebelled against him. He moved, like we said before, he moved the populations around. And the way the Talmud describes it is, he confounded, he confused, he mixed up the world. You no longer know who comes from the nation of Ammon, or Moab, or Egypt. There are various mitzvahs, laws in the Torah that pertain to the descendants of Ammon and Moab and Egypt. But today, the people from the time of Sennacherib, the people living in those countries are no longer Ammonites or Moabites and Egyptians. They're different peoples that Sennacherib had put there. He also brought people to populate the northern areas, what had been the northern kingdom of Israel. He brought them from the island of Kuta, and they would be known as Kutim. They would also become called Samaritans because they lived in the area of Samaria. And there would be a source of a lot of trouble for the Jews in later centuries. Sennacherib, after destroying all the opposition around Israel, after destroying many cities in Judea, he descended on Jerusalem. Jerusalem was packed with pilgrims who had come for Passover, and also with refugees from all the cities that had been destroyed. And the people were terrified. The terrible, terrible armies of Sennacherib were approaching. He came with an army of 185,000 troops encamped outside Jerusalem with chariots and with fearsome weapons. And he sent forth a general, Rav Shake. Rav Shake came outside the walls of Jerusalem. And he called out and he spoke Hebrew. And he spoke and he said, "Well, you had confidence in Egypt. You leaned on Egypt like a reed. It turned out to be a broken reed that just pierced your hand. And then he cursed. He blasphemed against the God of Israel. He said he wouldn't be able to protect the people. He spoke terrible blasphemy. Blasphemy, real blasphemy, is so terrible for the Talmud to think about that the Talmud never even calls it a curse. Because what it is cursing Hashem, and the Talmud doesn't want to call it that, so it always calls it blessing Hashem. Birchas Hashem is a sin, but it's because it's a euphemism for cursing. And Rav Shake just uttered terrible blasphemies against God and against Judaism and against the Jewish people. And he assured them that there was no way that they would be able to survive the armies of Sennacherib, and he encouraged them to surrender the city. The people tore their clothes in mourning when they heard these terrible blasphemies. They they went running to the king and to the prophet to tell them to the terrible things. The king also rent his garments when he heard that, and he prayed to God. And let's read what he said. O Lord God of Israel, who thrones over the Kruvim, you alone are God over all the kingdoms of the earth. You created the heavens and the earth. Bend down your ear and listen. Hear us. Open your eye and see. Hear the words of Sancheriv, which he sent to blaspheme the Lord. And now, Hashem, save us out of his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that you are God, that you are the Lord, you alone. And the prophet Isaiah brought God's answer back, and he spoke in no uncertain terms. He said that the Assyrians would not take the city. As terrible as the situation looked, the Jewish people would be victorious. The message came from Yeshayahu. The Lord has heard your prayer. Of Sancheriv he has spoken. God has spoken. And he has said, she despises you. She laughs at you in scorn. She laughs at Assyria in scorn, the virgin daughter of Zion of Tzion. The daughter of Jerusalem shakes her head at you, Sancheriv. Whom have you scorned? Whom have you cursed against? Against whom have you raised your voice, lifted your eyes? Against the God of Israel, against the Holy One of Israel. Isaiah stood on the walls of the city. You can just imagine the people huddled in fear. And the prophet Yeshayahu speaking God's words to them and saying, he shall not come into the city. Sancheriv shall not come into this city. He shall not shoot an arrow into the city. He shall not come before it with shields, nor cast up a mountain against it. On the same way by which he came, that way shall he return into the city. He shall not come, says Hashem. I will shield this city and save it for my sake and for the sake of my servant David. That night was the night of Passover. The people sat down to have a Seder. You can imagine what kind of Seder it was. They had brought the Korban Pesach. They sat down for the Seder. They recounted the miracles of Egypt and hoped for miracles in their own day. King Chizkiah himself, after the Seder, did a very curious thing at this point. He had prayed. He had heard God's reassurance. And now he did something it's hard to imagine. He went to bed. He went to sleep completely confident, utterly confident in God's promise. People woke up the next morning, and the camp of the Assyrians was deserted. The soldiers had either fled, and many of them were dead. The Tanakh says that the angel came and smote them and killed them. Other nations didn't know. I shouldn't have said that it was deserted. They found that the remains of 185,000 soldiers. They had all been destroyed. We actually have accounts of this story from in Egyptian sources that were found in recent times by archaeologists, and in some Assyrian sources. Different nations attributed this miracle to different things. Epidemic that had swept through the army, whatever it was, but everybody recognized that it was miraculous. Sancheriv was not killed. He managed to escape, like Isaiah had said. He ran with his tail between his legs back to Assyria. He promised his God, Nisroch, his idol, that if he would make it back to the capital, Nineveh, in time, he would sacrifice his two sons to his God. Unfortunately for him, his two sons overheard this, and they were not as inspired by this as their father was. They didn't think it would be such a good move. And when his father knelt to worship his God, his two sons killed him. And that was the end of Sancheriv. King Chizkiah's reign was glorious. It was triumphant. It was beautiful. It was another golden age, golden era for the Jewish people, notwithstanding the terrible tragedies that had occurred in the north. The south flourished. And for a time, it looked like things were going to be okay. The people had returned to God spiritually, materially. The country had withstood the attack of the Assyrians. Chizkiah was such a great tzaddik that Hashem actually wanted to make him Mashiach. He erred. He made a mistake. We're going to talk about it in the next class. We'll talk about it in the next class. But let's talk for a moment more about this great prophet Yeshayahu, Isaiah. He didn't only talk about the salvation from the Assyrians in his time, in his generation, but he spoke about the future glory of Israel and the Messianic era in the distant future. And he says, among his many beautiful and comforting prophecies, many of which we read, many of the haftarahs that we read during the year, and especially in the 7 weeks following Tisha B'Av, are from the prophecies of Yeshayahu. And it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of God's house, the Har HaBayit, shall be firmly established above all mountains, exalted above all hills. Remember, this is a time when there were mighty empires competing and intimidating the Jews, and Isaiah is talking about a time when the mountain of God will be exalted above all hills by all people. Unto it shall flow all the nations, and many people shall go and say, many people from all the nations will say, come, let us go up to the mountain of Hashem, to the house of the God of Jacob, that he may teach us his ways, that we may walk in his path. For out of Tzion shall go forth the law and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem, and he shall judge among the nations and reprimand many people. And in these immortal words they shall beat their swords into plowshares, their spears into pruning knives. A nation shall not lift up sword against nation. They shall no longer study war. It will be a time of peace, of tranquility, of knowledge of God. Let's pray that it happens very, very soon.
Right? I do something that had I done it intentionally would have been punishable by Kares, right? And I did it unintentionally. I bring the chatos, right? So for example, I'm not only doing chilul. If I accidentally ate chilul, I bring a chatos. Interestingly enough, the Kohen Mashiach, because of his status, never brings a personal chatos. Delivered the shogeg, and he followed his own ruling the shogeg.
The reign of Chizkiah Melech Yehuda of King Hezekiah was a peaceful and a happy time for the Jewish people. Discussed in the last class, they had survived the invasion of Assyria. The Beis Hamikdash still stood in all its glory. The pilgrims would come every 3 times a year, and the people studied Torah. The people were prosperous. Again, wealth flowed into the kingdom. In fact, the wealth of Judea had never been as great since the time of King Solomon. Chizkiah, at a certain point, the Navi writes, was afflicted with a terrible illness, and it seemed like he was going to die. And he called for the prophet Yeshayahu, Isaiah, his cousin. And Isaiah told him he was being punished because he had never married, he didn't have any children. And Chizkiah said there was a reason why he didn't want to have children. He had divine inspiration by Ruach HaKodesh. He had foreseen that the son that he would have would reverse everything that he had accomplished, would tear down the beautiful and virtuous kingdom that Chizkiah had built. He would drag the people back down into terrible idolatry and bring ruin to Israel. That was why he didn't want to have any children. And Yeshayahu told him that was not for him to decide. He has to do what he has to do. And the mysteries of the Lord are beyond you. You don't get to decide. Chizkiah said, "All right." He did tshuva, and he said, "All right, I'll get married." And Yeshayahu said, "It's too late. It's too late. The decree has already been passed. Chizkiah was going to die." And the Talmud says that Chizkiah at that point rose up and he said, "Ben Amitz, son of Amitz, leave, finish your prophecies and leave the palace, because I have a tradition handed down to me from my great grandfather King David, that even if a sword is on someone's neck, even with a sharp sword to the person's throat, one should never abandon faith in God's mercy. There's nothing that stands in the way of prayer." And after Yeshayahu left, Chizkiah turned his face to the wall and he prayed. And God heard his prayer. This is a very powerful lesson. God never closes his ears to prayer. And prayer can accomplish, when we turn to God and we ask for something, it could reverse even a heavenly decree. There's nothing that could stand in the way. It was beyond even something that Yeshayahu had been able to see. And sure enough, Chizkiah lived for another 15 years, which were wonderful years. He had a son named Menashe, and Menashe, unfortunately, did exactly what Chizkiah had been afraid of. We'll get to that in a moment. There was something else that Chizkiah did that was considered an error or a sin for somebody of his stature, and that was as we discussed, the empire, the dominant empire at the time was Assyria. Assyria was now threatened by an upstart kingdom within its empire. by a person named Merodach Baladan. He was the ruler of Babylon. So Babylon was part of the Assyrian Empire, but Merodach Baladan rose up against the Assyrians, against Ashur, and he asserted independence, and he eventually conquered Ashur and took over the empire. Merodach Baladan heard of Chizkiah's greatness, and he sent emissaries to the king, and the king, he was so impressed, and the king welcomed the messengers of Babylon, and he showed them into the temple. He showed them all the treasures of the Beis Hamikdash, and this was wrong. He shouldn't have done that. And the prophet Yeshayahu appeared to the king, came to the king, and told him he had committed a sin, because he could have used this opportunity to show God's greatness, show God's miracles that he had wrought for Chizkiah and for the people of Israel, and instead he had kind of boasted of his own riches. For a person of his stature, such a great tzaddik, this was a sin. And the prophet said that eventually the treasures that you showed the king of Babylon will eventually make their way to Babylon. They will be plundered and taken to captivity. Because Chizkiah was such a tzaddik, this calamity would not come to pass in his lifetime, but it was foretold. Anyway, the Chizkiah passed away, and his son Menashe took over. Menashe was very young; he was 12 years old when he became king, and it's very difficult to imagine how this could happen. But he was apparently he was a weak character. There were still people who were idolaters in the royal court, and who had not been in favor of Chizkiah's reforms, and they now exerted a lot of influence on the young king. And he like we said before, he just completely destroyed what his father had built. He reintroduced pagan cults into Jewish society. He built altars for idolatry. He built palaces. He outlawed the study of Torah. On its face, it seems like he was a wicked person, and also a really silly person. When we look at the cults of idolatry, of worshiping statues made of stone and of wood, of bringing human sacrifices before them, all the terrible evils of idolatry, it seems like just a very foolish thing to do. It's an interesting episode that the Gemara tells, that the Gemara relates. There was many centuries later, there was a Talmudic sage, one of the great Amirayim, his name was Rabbi Ashi, and he once spoke about the king Menashe. In his shir, when he was talking to his students, he mentioned the king Menashe, and he referred to him in a kind of disrespectful manner. And that night, the Gemara says that Menashe appeared to Rabbi Ashi in a dream. And he says, really? You're disrespecting? You think that I don't know how to learn Torah like you? You think I'm not a scholar like you? And he asked Rabbi Ashi a question in halacha. Interesting question, actually. We're not going to get into that. Rabbi Ashi didn't know the answer. Rabbi Ashi gave him the answer. Rabbi Ashi said to you, you're really wise. Your Torah study far surpasses mine. So why on earth did you do all these silly things? Why did you turn to idolatry and paganism? It seems so ridiculous in our eyes. And Menashe said, it was a different time back then. At the time, the temptation for idolatry was so powerful. Had you, Rabbi Ashi, lived in that time, you would have lifted the hems of your garments to run to the temple of the idols to worship them. And so it's difficult for us to understand, but apparently there was this, we discussed it before, there was this very strong allure that the spiritual, that idolatry had for people. And so that even though there was a tremendous, consciousness of godliness in the Beis Hamikdash, there was still the counterpart of idolatry. Menashe's crimes, and since he killed many people who opposed him and who opposed his terrible ways, who wanted to be loyal to God. And for 22 years, the society just degenerated. It just went to the dogs. After 22 years, Menashe was punished, and the new power, Babylon, sent an army and took Menashe prisoner. He was taken to Babylon, and he was clapped. He was put in chains in a prison cell, far from home, far from the glory that he was used to. he called out to all his idols to help him, and nobody helped him. And eventually he realized that it was all foolish and ridiculous. And he turned to the true God, and he repented. He did tshuva. He returned, and he promised that he would be loyal to God. And sure enough, he was freed, and he came back to Jerusalem, and he sat on the throne again. And he had done tshuva, but apparently he was king for a very long time after that. His reign, I think, was one of the longest, or the longest, of all the kings of Israel. He reigned for 55 years. The first 22, he was bad, and the next 33 years he was after he had done tshuva, but the die was already cast, and people maybe he wasn't strong enough to bring the people back and show them light, and so the nation was really headed to disaster. The prophets cried and screamed and begged with the people to reverse, to change their ways and to avert the disaster that they said would come if the nation continued down that path. But it was to no avail. After 55 years of rule, Menashe died, and he was succeeded by his son Amon. Amon was, if you could imagine, was even worse than his father Menashe, he continued everything his father did. He did a lot worse. He killed many people, and all the sins and all the crimes of society at his time became even worse. Fortunately, he was king for a very short time. After 2 years, he was assassinated by servants in the palace, and he was succeeded by his son, whose name was Yeshayahu. Now, during this period, two people come onto the stage of Jewish history that would be two of the most incredible people that we have in our history. One of them was this boy Yeshayahu. He became king when he was very young. He was only 8 years old, and he took a very strong interest in everything. He was a good king. He cared for the people, and he was guided. He was guided by very good men, tzaddikim, like the Kohen Gadol, whose name was Hilkiah. Hilkiah was the high priest. Hilkiah was the high priest at the time, and he was a mentor to the young king. Also, Shaphan, the royal scribe, and Shalom, who was one of the ministers. Shalom's wife was a prophetess whose name was Huldah, and these people helped shape the young king to be a good king, to go and to change what his father had done, what his father and grandfather had done, go back to the ways of Chizkiah, and try to repair the damage that they had done. And in the 18th year of his rule, Yeshayahu, in English it's Josiah, announced that he would have the Beis HaMikdash renovated. During the time of Menashe and the time of Amon, the Avodah and the Beis HaMikdash, the Karbanis had stopped. I don't know if they stopped completely, but they were certainly, for a large part, they were abandoned. And idols were actually brought into the Beis HaMikdash itself. And King Yeshayahu wanted to renovate the Beis HaMikdash and restore it to its former glory. And while they were repairing the building and the complex, the high priest, the Kohen Gadol Hilkiah, found a Torah scroll. He found the Sefer Torah, and this was a Torah which had originally been written. It was the original Torah scroll that had been written by Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, had written a scroll that contained the 5 books of Moses. Every Torah scroll that is written has to be copied from an existing one. So every Torah scroll that we have today is a descendant of that Sefer Torah. But anyway, this Sefer Torah used to be in the Ark, used to be in the Aron HaKodesh, in the Kodesh HaKodashim. At a certain point, it was taken out of the Ark and it was hidden during the bad times of Menashe and Amon, and now it was discovered by Hilkiah, by the high priest. And when he opened the Sefer Torah, he found that it opened to a very ominous prophecy in the book of Deuteronomy, where God said that if the nation would abandon him, he would banish them from the land of Israel, and terrible things were to happen to them. He took this as a sign that bad things would happen if the people continued, continued in their ways. He brought the scroll to King Yeshayahu, and he read it for the Shaphan, the scribe, read these prophecies to the king. The king tore his clothing in mourning, and he immediately sent for the prophetess Huldah, the Neviah, who would to interpret what this meant, what this heavenly sign meant. There was another, we mentioned a moment ago, the high priest at this time was Hilkiah. Hilkiah had a son, and his name was Jeremiah. He was the second person that I was referring to. I said there were two incredible people. Yirmiyahu was a kohen. He was from the town of Anasos, and he in the time of Ammon, in the bad times of Ammon, Yirmiyah had been called by God. He was a very young man. And if you open up the book of Yirmiyah, the first chapter, God tells this young man that I want you to be my prophet. He says, I'm young, I'm a boy. What can I say? How can I be a prophet? He protests, reminiscent of Moses himself when he was approached by God. Also was a very unwilling leader of the Jewish people. Yirmiyah was given a task of admonishing the people, trying to get them to shape up, and warning them of what would happen if they didn't. It's a thankless task. Yirmiyah's life is the story of the end of the first place I made that era, and terrible tragedy occurs in his life. Throughout his life, he was a champion for the Jewish people, begging God to have compassion and to spare the people. And at the same time, he was a champion for God, begging the people to return to God. And it was for most of his life, he was not appreciated. He was scorned. He was despised. He was thrown into prison. He was abused. It's an incredible story. Throughout all the abuse that he suffered, he never abandoned his mission, and he never lost his love for the people or his loyalty to God. And his love and his compassion come out in his prophecy. Some of them seem very harsh. He talks about terrible things that would happen, but it was all a desperate cry to avert this disaster, to try to stop it. The king Josiah, when he hears this Torah scroll, he turns to the prophets. He didn't go to Yirmiyah, but he went to Huldah. And the Talmud discusses why. And there's two reasons that are given. Two opinions. One reason is that Yirmiyah wasn't around. He wasn't in town at that particular time. He had gone to the distant lands that the 10 tribes had been exiled to bring them back home. And he had brought a lot of the Jews from the northern kingdom, the 10 lost tribes. He brought them back home to rejoin their brothers and sisters. Another reason that the Talmud gives that he turned to Huldah is because he thought that as a woman she would have more compassion. And a Navi, a prophet, has a way of interpreting things, and he felt that she would interpret it in a better way. It all comes from Hashem, but the Navi apparently has some. If the message is delivered somehow in a softer manner, maybe that would be better. So he went to Huldah. Unfortunately, Huldah's prophecy, what God told her to say, was not a happy one. Let's read it inside. She replied to the messenger of the king, "Tell the man that sent you, so says Hashem, I shall bring misfortune upon this place and upon its inhabitants, just as the words of the book read by the king, because they have forsaken me and have served strange gods. But because the king is so good," I'm not reading inside now, but tell the king of Yehuda who has sent you to consult the voice of God, because your heart was moved and you have humbled yourself before God when you heard these words, because you've torn your clothing and wept before me, I have heard you, and therefore I will gather you to your fathers. You shall be gathered into your grave in peace. Your eyes shall not see the disaster I shall bring upon this place. When Yeshayahu heard this, he heard that there would be disaster brought upon Jerusalem, even though it wouldn't be in his lifetime. He was horror-struck, and he made a revolution. He had decided before, but now with much more vigor, he went about getting rid of all the idolatry in the land, getting rid of all the priests of idolatry, destroying the altars that had been built for Avodah Zarah, and he gathered the people, all the people of the nation. He gathered them to Jerusalem. He brought them to the Beis HaMikdash. He read for them. He had the Torah scroll read for them, these prophecies. And he, together with the people, he undertook a new bris, a new covenant with God. There had been the bris ben Absar that God had made with Abraham. There had been a bris that God made with Moses and with the people of Israel when he first gave them the Torah. And now Yeshayahu kind of renewed the vows, renewed the covenant, and the people, took a vow collectively to return to God, to destroy any forms of idolatry from their midst. Passover was coming, and Yeshayahu made sure that this festival would be greater even than the one that Chizkiah had done, that we discussed in the last class all the people gathered in Jerusalem, and the pasuk says the festival. The Navi says the festival was celebrated with splendor not since the time of the prophet Samuel had such a Passover been held. This was the last great hope for the first Beis Hamikdash. If it had continued in this way, the disaster might never have come. But tragically, it was cut short. Yeshayahu, after his spiritual reforms, also undertook political reforms and strengthened the power of the small kingdom. He reorganized the army, rebuilt the fortifications along the borders. As we mentioned, this was a time of turbulence on the geopolitical stage. The Assyrian Empire was crumbling and was being taken over by the Babylonians. And Yeshayahu, Josiah, felt that this was a time. He says that the people are returning to God. There's a tremendous movement of tshuva, of returning to God. And now the prophecies that Moses had said of what would happen when the people are good and loyal to the Torah, now is the time that these prophecies would happen. So what had Moses said? One of the things is, if the people follow in the ways of the Torah, when the people follow in the ways of the Torah, there would be peace and tranquility in the land, and no sword would pass through the land. Now it seems strange. If there's peace, then obviously no swords are passing. And what it meant was that even a cherev shel shalim, even a peaceful sword, meaning no armies would pass through the land, even on their way to do battle with another country, even not threatening Israel, but even just passing through the land. It's not a pleasant thing to have armies passing through your land. And so if the people are good, then this would never happen. So Josiah thought that this was the time that this prophecy would be fulfilled. And Assyria was crumbling. This new power is Babylon, and to the south, the Egyptian Empire was very fearful of the new empire that was rising. And so Egypt allied itself with Assyria, with Ashur, and wanted to go to war against Babylon to suppress their new power. The king of Egypt at the time was the pharaoh. At the time was Necho, and he sent a message to Yeshayahu requesting safe passage through Israel in order to get to Syria, where the Assyrian armies where the Babylonian armies were. He has to pass through Israel along the coast. And Yeshayahu felt that this was a time that no armies could pass through the land. He refused the passage. And when the Egyptian army came into Israel anyway, he met them in battle. He had been warned not to. Yirmiyahu, the prophet, knew that this was not yet the time. This was not the time that afilu cherev shel shalim le'yaver ba'artzachem, and he said, let Pare be, don't go to war against him. But Yeshayahu felt differently, and he didn't listen to Yirmiyah. And he met the two armies met at Megiddo in Israel, and the Jewish army was crushed. Yeshayahu himself was hit with an arrow, and as he lay dying on the battlefield, his lips were moving, and Yirmiyahu, who loved and admired the young king, who had been his mentor, who had placed a lot of, who knew that this king was the last hope that there was for Israel. Talmud says the Medrash says he went over to hear what he was saying, and his dying words were Tzadik hu Hashem ki piu marisi. That Hashem is righteous, God is righteous. He was right. I rebelled against his commandment because he told me not to go to war. Yeshayahu died. Yirmiyah was distraught. But Yirmiyah mourned for him, and he said a eulogy for him. The fourth chapter of Eicha, of Lamentations, is the eulogy the lament that Yirmiyah said after Yeshayahu was killed. Now Yeshayahu had 3 sons. These 3 sons, along with one grandson, would be the last 4 kings of the house of David until the time of Mashiach. Yeshayahu felt that his second son, whose name was Yehoyachaz, would be better suited for the throne, and he had designated him as the crown prince. After Yeshayahu was killed on the battlefield, his second son Yehoyachaz was the people crowned Yehoyachaz as their king. His reign was very short. After 3 months, the Egyptian pharaoh, returning from battle against Babylon, was not happy with Yehoiachaz. He didn't feel that he would be a good the Pharaoh didn't feel that Yehoiachaz would be subservient to him, and so he took Yehoiachaz in chains and took him into captivity as a prisoner in Egypt. He was only king for 3 months. In his place, the Pharaoh put his brother, who was the oldest son. His name was Yehoiakim. Yehoiakim was not like his dad, unfortunately. He was more like his grandfather, and he again brought the nation again back into idolatry. Again, reversed what his father had done. Brought idols back, brought temples back. The fact that he was subservient to Judea was now a kind of a vassal state to Egypt didn't help. The Egyptian gods and idols made their way into Israel. Yirmiyahu saw the impending disaster, and he saw the people just becoming depraved, the cruelty and the immorality that existed. And he begged them not to. Let's read inside for a moment. Roam about the streets of Jerusalem and see and notice, search, if you can find one man that executes justice, one man that searches for truth, and I will pardon it. Apparently, everybody had followed the king, followed the leadership. They say, as the Lord lives, they use the name of God, but they swear to falsehood. O Lord, are not your eyes directed to the truth? You strike them, but they felt it not. You made an end to them, but they refused to be corrected. Therefore slays them the lion out of the forest. The wolf of the desert wastes them. The leopard lies in wait against their cities. Over here, Yirmiyah uses the metaphor of a lion. In another place, he says that the lion has left his den. The lion is the new king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar. It's interesting because Nebuchadnezzar's royal logo had a lion on it. Today in museums, in the Metropolitan Museum in New York, you see the walls of Nebuchadnezzar's palace, and you see the great lion that he had glazed brick on the wall. And so Yirmiyahu was warning the people that although Ashur was gone, the Assyrian Empire had collapsed, the new empire Babylon would be even worse. And the new king, Nebuchadnezzar, would be even worse for the people if they didn't return to God. An earlier prophet had also spoken about the Babylonians and the Chaldeans who lived in Babylon. His name was Habakkuk. And he says, behold, I will raise the Chaldeans. He says, God is speaking. Behold, I will raise the Chaldeans, that bitter nation. They march to the wide spaces of the earth. They conquer the dwelling places that are not theirs. Terrible and dreadful are they. Swifter than leopards are their horses, fiercer than wolves at night. On their horses they come riding on from afar. They fly like eagles hastening to their prey. They come for violence. They gather captives like the sand. They make sport with kings. The princes are a plaything for them. At every stronghold, at every fortress, they laugh. They make their power into a god. Habakkuk cried out to God to save the people. He says, thy eyes are too pure to behold evil, to hear in of Meres Bara. You can't look upon wickedness. Wherever you look, they deal treacherously. And the wicked swallow up the man that is more righteous than he. How could that be? How could it possibly be that the wicked would swallow up the people more righteous? And one of the messages, one of the themes that in the Torah in general, and especially when the Torah deals with history, and especially in the words of the prophets, is that nothing in history happens by itself. And Nebuchadnezzar, the evil king of Babylon, or the Pharaoh of Egypt, have no power over anything that happens if God doesn't ordain it. And the Babylonians were the messengers of God to do what he wanted to do. He had decided that because the people had abandoned him, he would remove his presence from them, and the land would become desolate. The people would be exiled, and the instrument that he used were some people who the people that were the instruments that were God's instruments were very evil people themselves, and deserved punishment for all the cruelty that they inflicted. But the important thing was that if you turned to God, He would save you. If you did what was right, then no evil people would have power over you. And Habakkuk continues his prophecy. The Lord answered me and said, write the vision and make it plain upon the table, that a man may read swiftly, that though it tarry, though it takes time, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not delay. The righteous will live by his faith. The prophets had foretold the end of Assyria, of Ashur, and they had their prophecies had come to pass. The Chaldeans, together with the Babylonians, had ruined and destroyed Assyria. The capital of Assyria, of Ashur, was made into ruins. The king of Egypt, as we mentioned before, he had gone to war with Babylon before, and now he went to war. He went to war against them again. The king of Yehuda, King Yehoiakim, again, just to recap, there was the good king Yeshayahu, about whom the pasuk said that there had never been a person who had done tshuva, who had returned to God like Yeshayahu. He had three sons. The second to the oldest, but the one who reigned after him reigned only for 3 months. That was Yehoiachas. He was taken into Egyptian captivity and died there. He was replaced by his brother Yehoiakim. Yehoiakim would be king for 11 years, and Yehoiakim was a backslider. He brought the people back into terrible degeneracy and rebuffed the prophets, even punished them, and threw some into prison, including Yirmiyahu. For 3 years, Yehoiakim was loyal to Nebuchadnezzar, to the new power, and he was a vassal. He paid him tribute, and he was subservient to him. But after 3 years, he decided it was time to rebel against Nebuchadnezzar, and he was warned against it by the prophets. The prophet Yirmiyahu tells him, "So says Hashem, if you don't listen to me to walk in my law, which I have set before you, to listen to the words of my servants, the prophets, I will render this house, the Beis Hamikdash, like Shiloh." You remember the Mishkan in Shiloh, which had been destroyed. "I will make this city a curse to all nations of the earth." When the false prophets, the idolatrous prophets, and the priests heard these words, they seized Yirmiyah and they arrested him. They wanted to kill him. Yirmiyah wasn't afraid, and he declared that God had sent him as his messenger for the people to mend their ways. And Yirmiyah says, "As for me, I am in your hands. But know that if you put me to death, you shall bring innocent blood upon yourselves and upon the city and upon its inhabitants." And they didn't kill him. Cooler heads prevailed, but instead they threw him into prison. Yirmiyah warned the king not to rebel against Nebuchadnezzar. The king didn't listen. He allied himself with Egypt, and feeling faith in Egypt's strong army, he rebelled. He stopped paying the tribute to the Babylonian king. Yirmiyah was thrown into prison. At a certain point, he was thrown into a mud pit. He was beaten. He was treated terribly. While he was in prison, he was instructed by Hashem to write down his prophecies into a scroll and give them to his disciple Baruch ben Neriah, who was also a prophet. Yirmiyah said to his student, let's read inside, "I'm imprisoned, I'm not able to enter the house of God. Therefore go read the scroll which you've recorded from my mouth to the ears of the people in the house of Hashem on the fast day. Perhaps they will humbly present their supplication before God, they'll pray to him. They will return from their evil ways." Perhaps. On the fast day, many people came to Jerusalem from all the cities and the villages of Judea. They gathered in the Beis Hamikdash, and Baruch read the scroll to them. The princes, the aristocracy who heard about this, heard these harsh prophecies. They were very frightened. They asked where these words had come from. And he told them they came from Yirmiyahu, and the princes advised him to hide himself because they said that these were dangerous words, and they thought he's a traitor. He's speaking on behalf of Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon. He's going against the national interest and the war effort. They sent the scroll to the king, to Yehoiakim, and when the scroll was read before him, he was sitting in front of the fireplace, and they read the scroll to him. And when he heard the harsh prophecies, he flew into a rage. He tore the scroll into pieces and threw the pieces into the fire over everybody's protests. He sent for Yirmiyah and for Baruch, and he ordered them put to death. But they couldn't be found. They were in hiding. And God told Yirmiyah to rewrite the scroll. And again, he dictated it to Baruch, and Baruch wrote it down again. This scroll would become what we know as the Book of Eicha, the Book of Lamentations, which we read every year on Tisha B'Av. Nebuchadnezzar, to suppress the rebellion, sent an army to invade Judea. The army pretty quickly put an end to the rebellion. They took Yehoiakim as a prisoner, but he died before they were able to bring him to Babylon. In his place, they put his son, Yehoiachin, also known as Yechaniah. Yechaniah continued the rebellion against the king, but it only lasted for 3 months. Again, the army of the Babylonians came, the mighty and ferocious army of the Babylonians descended upon Jerusalem. And the king, the young king Yechaniah, he was very young, Yechaniah realized that there was no way that they could withstand they could withstand the siege. And in order to save the city, to save the Beis HaMikdash, he delivered himself into their hands, into captivity. Himself, his family, and many of the princes and the aristocracy, they all handed themselves over. And he said, just please spare the country, spare the Beis HaMikdash in Jerusalem. And that's what Nebuchadnezzar did. There was one of the gates of the Beis HaMikdash, especially the second Beis HaMikdash, is called Shar Yechaniah, the gate of Yechaniah. That was where through that gate the king had been exiled, along with the king and a lot of the nobles. The Babylonians took 10,000 of the best and the brightest of the people, the Torah scholars, the leaders. What's known, the Pasuk calls them the craftsmen, the artisans, the ones who were the spiritual leaders of the people. They were all brought into exile into Babylon. And this would have a terrible, terrible effect on the remaining people who didn't have leadership. But on the other hand, it would have a good effect on the place that they were exiled to Babylon. Babylon, although it's not our homeland, it would be a kind of second homeland, a home in exile for the Jewish people for thousands of years, until very recently, the community in Bavel, which is now Iraq, until the 1940s, the community was still there. For many, many centuries, this was Babylonia was a very, very strong Jewish community, sometimes rivaling and eventually replacing the community of the Jewish community of Israel. The tone was set in Babylonia by these first exiles that were brought by Nebuchadnezzar. They were great Torah scholars, they were great leaders, and so they established communities there which would be very strong and very loyal to Judaism and to Torah. So ironically, while in Israel idolatry was flourishing, in Babylonia Judaism was flourishing again. So Yechaniah was exiled, sent into Babylonian captivity, but Nebuchadnezzar did not destroy the city. The time had not yet come when God had, completely removed his presence from the Beis HaMikdash and from the city. And in Yechaniah's place, he put the third son of Yeshayahu. In other words, Yechaniah's uncle, the third son of Yeshayahu, whose name was Tzidkiah. His name was actually Matanya. Nebuchadnezzar changed his name to Tzidkiah. Tzidkiah was actually a good king. He was a tzaddik, as his name implies, but the people had degenerated so much that there was nothing he could do to stop them, to reverse them, and to reverse their ways. So Tzidkiah again was made into a vassal king. He had to pay tribute to Nebuchadnezzar, to the Babylonians. The people who had been exiled, the Jews who had been exiled for the first time, there was this very large-scale exile of Jews out of the Holy Land, and Yirmiyah sent them a letter to raise their spirits. They had a lot of false prophets who told them that, don't worry, this exile won't last. We'll be going back very, very soon. And Yirmiyah said, unfortunately, that's not true. But God desired that they remain in exile, but they would flourish there. And he tells them, let's read from the letter that he sent them: build houses and dwell in the houses, plant gardens, eat their fruit, take wives, have sons and daughters, take wives for your sons and daughters for and husbands for your daughters, wives. That you may multiply there and not be diminished, and seek for the welfare. These are very famous words. Seek the welfare of the city to which you've been banished. Pray for it. Pray on behalf of the city you've been banished to the Lord, for in its welfare shall lie your welfare. From here comes the ancient Jewish tradition of praying for the welfare of the government of countries, even in exile, where Jews live. For so has God said, let not your prophets, the false prophets, deceive you. Don't listen to the dreams that they're dreaming. In falsehood do they speak. After 70 years in Babylon, I will visit you and fulfill my good word regarding you and cause you to return to this place. So the exile in Bavel would be for 70 years. Before that, the people would not be able to return. Tzidkiah was the last king of the house of David until Mashiach. For a while he was loyal to Nebuchadnezzar, but then he again rebelled against Nebuchadnezzar. He although, like I mentioned, there's the spiritual side to history, especially to Jewish history. That's one of the strong messages of the Nevi'im. And Tzidki, although he himself was righteous, was not able to convince the people to return to God. He broke his vow. He broke his vow of allegiance to Babylon. Again, he joined Egypt in an alliance against Nebuchadnezzar. In the 9th year of his reign, he openly declared revolt against the Babylonians and the Chaldeans, the Castile. And again, Nebuchadnezzar led a vast army to quell the revolt. And they encamped at Rivla, which is north of Turkey, north of Israel. And he sent his troops southward to under the rule of Nebuzaradan, his main general. Nebuzaradan was a terribly vicious and cruel general. On the 10th day of Tevis, Jerusalem came under siege by this tremendous army of Nebuzaradan. Tzidkiah now sent word to Yirmiyah. He realized that how bad things were. He sent word to Yirmiyah asking him for help, asking him to pray for the city. But Yirmiyah said it was too late. There was nothing that could be done at that point. In the meantime, the siege lasted for 3 years, and in the month of Tammuz, on the 9th day of Tammuz, after 3 years of a terrible siege, of terrible starvation within the city, many people dying of hunger, and just horrors going on. After 3 years, in the month of Tammuz, on the 9th day, this wasn't on the Shavuos of Tammuz, is in the second Beis Hamikdash. On the 9th day of Tammuz, the Babylonians reached the walls of Jerusalem and entered the city. King Tzidkiah tried to escape. He went through a tunnel. They think that they know where this tunnel is today, and you can actually walk through it. He escaped the city through a tunnel and came out of the plains of Jericho. But he had been ordained, he was meant to have been captured by the Babylonians. And the Medrash says that some Babylonian soldiers who were hunting a deer, so they were pursuing this deer, and the deer led them to the mouth of this tunnel where Tzidkiah came out, where he emerged near Jericho. And they captured him, they arrested him, they brought him to Nebuchadnezzar's headquarters up at Rivla. And Tzidkiah had 10 sons. Nebuchadnezzar, in his cruelty, had all 10 of his sons executed before his eyes, and then he blinded him. He wanted that to be the last image before he blinded him and took him as a prisoner back to Babylon with him. The Babylonians went wild in the streets of Jerusalem, murdering everything that they saw, killing innocent men, women, children, committing unspeakable atrocities I don't even want to mention that are discussed in the book of Eicha and in the Midrash. He just started destroying the city part by part. On the 7th day of the city, he started setting fire to the royal palaces, to all the buildings of Jerusalem. He tore down the walls of the city. 3 days later, on the 9th day of he set fire to the Beis Hamikdash, to the Holy Temple. Just imagine the sight of the Holy Temple on fire was something that the people couldn't bear to see. It was unbelievable. They couldn't believe that it was actually happening. No enemy. There had been wars before. There had been invasions before. The mighty King Sancherib of Ashur had not been able to get to Jerusalem, to the Beis Hamikdash. And people were sure that no matter what they did, the Beis Hamikdash would protect them. The divine presence would protect them. And the fact that the divine presence had now left the Beis Hamikdash and it was in flames was something that they couldn't bear to see. The Kohen Gadol, the high priest, took the keys to the holy offices and proclaimed that he could. He says, "I'm not a worthy custodian. I return the keys to you," and he threw the keys heavenward. The Medrash says that a hand came and took the keys from him, and as he turned from that place, they butchered him right in the spot where he used to bring the karbanos, bring the daily sacrifice. His daughter was killed right in the same spot, and their blood mingled together. Young girls who used to weave beautiful tapestries and curtains for the Beis Hamikdash, devote themselves to that task, now lost all hope and threw themselves into the flames of the burning temple. The Levites took their harps and their trumpets, where they used to play the beautiful music every day while the karbanos were being brought, and they climbed to the roof of the Beis Hamikdash, and they together with these holy instruments, they threw themselves into the flames. It seemed like it was all over. There was no hope left for the Jewish people. The Babylonians, wild in rage and hatred and fury, killed everything in their path. They took the gold and silver of the Beis Hamikdash, all the kalim of the Beis Hamikdash, and they took it with them to Babylon. There was one of the holy vessels was missing. They did not take it. It's actually a dispute about what happened. According to one opinion, they did. They took the holy ark of the covenant that housed the luchas, and they took it to Babylon. But according to another opinion, which the Rambam agrees with, they could not find the ark. It was no longer there. It had been hidden by Yeshayahu. You see, Yeshayahu had put the ark in a hiding place. We discussed this at great length in another class. A hiding place that had been prepared from the very beginning when the Beis Hamikdash had been built. There was a place underground where the ark could be housed. There was a proper place for the ark. There was tremendous symbolism here. The Beis Hamikdash would continue to exist, but not in revealed form. It would be concealed. It would be underground, but it would continue to exist, and from it would continue to emanate light for the world. The people were taken. Many people were killed, and most of the survivors were taken into Babylonian slavery. They were marched out of the city. There was somebody who was not there when the Beis Hamikdash was put to flame, and that was Yirmiyahu the prophet. Where was he? God had sent him on a very interesting mission. It's interesting. The Medrash says that the reason that Hashem chose this time to get Yirmiyah out of the city was because he could not, so to speak, he could not destroy the Beis Hamikdash while Yirmiyah was there. Yirmiyah's prayers would stop it, would stop the destruction of the city, of the people, of the Beis Hamikdash. And so he had to remove him from the scene. And he sent him on a mission to his hometown of Anasses, and he told him to buy a field from his uncle, the ancestral field that they owned. He wanted to buy from his uncle, and he wanted the deed to be recorded. This is a country that's being destroyed. It's a country that's being laid desolate. People are being sent into exile, and he's buying real estate as a sign. People should have hope, and they should know that we will return to this place. For 70 years they would be in exile, but they were going to return. And it's a very tangible sign. He went and bought property there, and he had the deed recorded. As he made his way back to Jerusalem, he saw smoke rising from the city. And the Medrash says he wondered, and he thought, and he felt optimistic. He thought, it's the smoke of the Ketairas. The people have done tshuva. They're again bringing the Ketairas. They're again offering the incense. But as he came closer, he saw the people being marched in chains under the cruel Babylonians. And they're marching in chains, bloodied and wounded. He saw the dead bodies along the side of the road. He saw body parts, limbs, and anguish. Remember, this is a person who devoted his life to trying to avert this very tragedy. Now he sees it happening, and he sees the people who he tried so hard to convince to change their ways. And he was scorned and he was abused, but his love for them never changed, and he walked with them weeping. Now, the Babylonians knew that he had been against the war, against the rebellion with Babylon, so they treated him as a hero. They didn't want to take him as a prisoner, but he insisted. He took the chains and he put them on himself. And he walked with the people, and he comforted them, and he wept with them, and he promised them that this wasn't the end. He gathered the remains of the people that had been killed, and he gathered them for burial. The words of Eicha, the words of the scroll that he had written, start Eicha Yashva Badad. How does the city sit solitary that was once full of people? How has she become a widow? How has she become a widow? She who was so great among the nations, a princess among the provinces, has now become a handmaiden. It was a terrible, terrible moment. It was a terrible, terrible time. But it was not the end. It was not going to be the end. Yirmiyahu's prophecies had a lot of harsh warnings, but they also had a lot of words of comfort. Yirmiyahu accompanied the people on their march into slavery out of the land of Israel. They passed by Bethlehem in the south of Jerusalem, where Rachel is buried. Matriarch Rachel. She had not been buried in Ma'aras HaMachpelah, and this was the reason, so that the people would be able to pray at her gravesite for salvation. And Yirmiyah's prophecy says a voice is heard, the famous words, a voice is heard on high, the voice of weeping, of Rachel weeping for her children, and her tears don't go unanswered, but the voice comes from heaven, from God. It says that the children will return to their land. This exile would not be permanent. Yirmiyahu accompanied the people out of Israel into almost to the border of Babylon till the Euphrates River, and at that point he had a decision to make. The Medrash says that God told him to decide. There were some people. There was a small remnant, a she'eris ha'pleta, that was left in the Holy Land. Most of the people were being exiled to a new foreign land, and God told Yirmiyah that whatever this means exactly, he said, if you go with the people to Babylon, I will stay with the people in Israel. If you stay in Israel, I will go with the people to Babylon. And Yirmiyah felt, he says the people that are going into Babylonia need you more. They need God's presence with them. So I will go back. And he went back to encourage and to inspire and to teach the people that had been remaining there. There was a small community left. Nebuchadnezzar hadn't destroyed it completely. He placed at their head the governor, Gedaliah ben Achikam, and everybody knows the story. Gedaliah ben Achikam was assassinated shortly after. We have a fast day associated with the day that he was killed, Tzim Gedaliah. It may have been a Rosh Hashanah. We can't fast on Rosh Hashanah. And after he was killed, the people were very afraid of what Nebuchadnezzar would do, because this was his governor that had been killed. They thought he was going to destroy them, so they decided to run to Egypt, to flee to Egypt. And Yirmiyah begged them not to, because God doesn't want them to go to Egypt. But they again didn't listen. And Yirmiyah, in the last act that we know of his life, went with them to Egypt. And by most accounts, he actually passed away there in Egypt. What we've discussed here is just obviously just a very, very brief overview, just a few verses and a few highlights of his life. But what an incredible tzaddik this was. A person that it's hard to imagine how he was able to do everything that he did. The people in Babylon were taken into slavery. And at first they were treated very, very harshly by their oppressors. Al Maris Bavel, Shom Yashavnu Gam Bechinu, the rivers of Babylon, we wept. The Levites were ordered to play their music, the beautiful music that they had played, the beautiful songs that they had sung in the Beis HaMikdash. They were ordered by their captors to sing those songs, and they say, we sing God's holy songs in this foreign land to foreign idols. Some of the Levites cut off their fingers; they wouldn't be able to cut off their thumbs, so they wouldn't be able to play the music. And they swore to never forget Jerusalem, to never forget famous words. Why did it happen? Why did it happen? And was there a silver lining? Everything that happens is for a reason. So on its face, the people had sinned and God punished them. But why did that happen? Why? Everything that happens is ordained by God. So is there a good reason? And the answer is, although it's hard to imagine, there's a very good reason. There's a very strong reason. The Beis HaMikdash had stood in one place. It stood in the holiest place in the world. And from it, like we said before, it was a beacon. It was a beacon of divine light to the world. Now the Beis HaMikdash was destroyed, but Hashem put into the heart of every Jew a mikdash ma'at, a small Beis HaMikdash. Every Jew would now venture forth, and Jews would start communities, first in Babel, and then in further places throughout the world, and they would change the face of civilization. They would bring the whole world closer to the time that Isaiah had spoken his prophecies about. The time when the knowledge of God would fill the world like the waters cover the sea, and so the exile, the diaspora, although it was a terrible tragedy, was also an opportunity. And sure enough, 70 years after the destruction of the first Beis HaMikdash, the people returned. The Beis HaMikdash was rebuilt even larger than it had been before, and it stood for 420 years. And on the same day, on the 9th day of Av, it was destroyed, and the Jewish people were dispersed, sent into the exile. We're still in that exile, but in the thousands of years of Jewish history since then, Jews have accomplished the impossible, transformed the world, brought spirituality, brought godliness to the most remote corners of the world. And this would, and through this, they would bring about the day, the building of the third Beis HaMikdash, which would be more glorious than the first and the second combined, and it would never be destroyed. It will be built by the hands of God. And it was because it was, as we use the term often, Yerida L'Tzerich Aliyah, terrible tragedies happen, but to lead to greatness, to lead to incredible times. Today, we've already seen the tragedies. We've already had the Yerida. We've been through many generations of Jewish suffering. The Churban Beis HaMikdash, which we mourn on Tisha B'Av, the destruction of both temples that we mourn on Tisha B'Av, is joined by so much mourning for so much Jewish blood that was spilled over the years and so many Jewish tears. But there's also so much Jewish accomplishment, so much Jewish learning, so much Jewish Torah and mitzvahs that have been brought about. And now today, when we look at the prophecies of destruction, those are things that happened already. But what we could look forward to in the very near future are the prophecies of Isaiah that talk about the time of peace, the time of happiness and joy that will reign. And Yeshayahu Hanavi says, "Arise and shine, for your light has come. The glory of Hashem has shone upon you. For behold, darkness may cover the earth and darkness the kingdoms, but upon you Hashem will shine. His glory shall appear over you. And nations will walk by your light. Kings will walk by the brilliance of your splendor. With a little wrath I hid my countenance from you in the time of the Churban, but with everlasting kindness will I have compassion for you. And all your children will be disciples of the Lord. Your children's peace shall increase. With righteousness you will be established. Go far away from oppression. You shall not fear. From ruin it shall not come near you." Let's pray that it happens very, very soon.
By the way, what this question is really, what this question is really predicated on is as follows. The Jews who worship idolatry on the days of Tzidkiyo, only again, were Chai B'Chatos. Okay? What halacha Chatos shenesu ba'alel? Right, what was the simple case was that Ruben goes ahead and accidentally violates Shabbos. Okay? He has to bring a carbon Chatos. Okay? Ruben dies. Right? Children go ahead and in their Yerusha is this Chatos. What do you do with it? Not to actually, because one of the kids you had to let the Chatos die. You can't bring the Chatos posthumously. You can't, so if the owner of the Chatos like it, someone says the owners of this Chatos in the English generation of SEO, the Pashtus died. So how can this new generation bring in carbon Chatos on their behalf? But Rabbi, listen to this. When we say that if the owner of the Chatos died, because no longer offer the Chatos, that's an individual. But ultimately, again, it doesn't apply to the congregation. In other words, if the Tzibur has a Chatos, they have to bring, right? Even if members of the Tzibur die, ultimately, you still bring the Chatos. But I will say, you can have one of the most powerful lines in all of Shas, meaning Kol HaTorah. The theme, Shein, wow. Because there is no such thing as death in the Tzibur. They'll say individuals die. Tzibur, while the Tzibur is always alive. The aim of the Nisa of the Tzibur, also he died. Part of the Tzibur, ultimately, the Tzibur is promised eternal. They'll say, understand that Chafandit words on so many different levels. Nisa of the Tzibur. So let's say, first of all, this is Valencia's common song. This is what I will say. This is why no matter what we face, no matter what we face, no matter what we're scared of, yes, often what we're scared about is what's going to be the collateral, what's going to be the level of sacrifice we're going to have to make. Our success, our eternality, our national longevity, that's never in question. Like I say to the first remember the second hardest down any Nisa of the Tzibur. The Tzibur, Israel always lives. And it also teaches us another important lesson, which is as you go through life, think about our contributions, what we want to do, and why we're here in this world. So say, if my life is just about And my goal is just to build the best version of me. It's just to say, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. There's only one thing you can say. If all you're doing right is go to you, then when you die, you're done. You're done. Like individuals die. And everyone said, let's be honest. Individuals are forgotten. Like, think about it this moment. How many of us even know, who our great-great-grandparents were? That's only 4 generations. Great-great-grandparents. 5 generations. That's, maybe you know a name, maybe I don't even know a name. Individuals die. But you use your lifetime to make a contribution to the cloud. You just only make a contribution to the secret. But again, just living in my $80 house. I'm not just doing what works for me and my friends and us little. You know what? We can't make a contribution to the cloud. And also what that means is sometimes putting your own personal needs on the side and figuring out what can I do for the greater community. Whatever community is, your community where you shul, your greater community where you do cloud stuff. So they say, focused on what I need. Just what I need. And even if I'm going to do something really, I'm going to do it only in a way that works for me. You can do that, but just understand, after 120, no one will remember. And even if you're found out, not sure my kids are in new generations, no one will remember. If you make your investment in the secret clubs, you put your co-hosts into building the club, something you're going to build yourself, not just a little corner, not just something like you do a couple of friends. You put your investment in the club of the secret. That gives you eternality. That gives you eternality. Why? She'ain Nisa. It's the most incredible thing about us. We have to really work on becoming human Jews, community Jews. Cloud Israel Jews. And again, people think that I don't have money to do that. It's not money. Money is that's it. It's not just money. It's your time. It's your effort. It's also how much stress is insurance and that Cloud Israel. Like that. Imagine for a moment, everybody said, I'm going to stop making it about what I want. Roll up my sleeves and help me with everything that's in it. It's not about you. It's not about any of us as individuals. It's about being part of something bigger than yourself. If you have yourself in that, you have eternity. It's just going to be about what you and maybe a couple of select people. It's nice, it's beautiful, it's holy. It's not going to be eternal. Be showing you some of it. Get yourself in the collective, and that will give you show up your legacy, eternality. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows: I love these words. Where do we know that from? Where do we know the parallel side? Where do we know ultimately again that in me said it's equal? The Gemara says, I'm sorry. Even when we get sick, what's supposed to happen now? Still. No, it says the beautiful process. Literally again, the sons will come in the stead of the father, which indicates to us what? Which indicates to us that again, the sons in other words, the sons will pick up where the fathers left off. Yeah, okay. Well, then again, that's singular, right? That should mean that even the individual has eternality. That's how a person has children. Those children are not sure. Look at Rav Papa Mesivir Rosh Chodesh. This is fascinating. Rav Papa's deal ultimately again is from the Mesivir of Rosh Chodesh. The Amar Achmona, Naisi Mitrumas Halishka. This is fascinating. We'll say Mesivir of Rosh Chodesh, which is a fascinating comment in itself. If you look at Rashi, this is right-hand Rashi. Right-hand Rashi, about the middle of the short part. Mesivir Rosh Chodesh. The Abichatas. This is fascinating. Remember again, on Rosh Chodesh they bring in Abichatas. The Amrachmana, the Nesim Shumas Hamishka. I say, by the way, why is there Chatas on Rosh Chodesh? So you're actually doing this in the beginning of Shavuos. In Shavuos, right? So ultimately, again, the Chatas of Rosh Chodesh is Mechapah types of communal tumah. Also, the Gemara says, Rosh Baruch Hu says, Heviu alai bring for me a Chatas, bring for me a Domit wine, so the apathy is Hayareach. Rosh Baruch Hu says, again, this is like an atonement, whatever this means, an atonement for Hashem, that he diminished the power of the womb. Okay, at a different time. So what? Interestingly enough, Halal Halamaisa says that if we go ahead and cover Chatas on Rosh Chodesh, interestingly enough, the cover of Rosh Chodesh from the Trumas Halishka. Those Trumas Halishka, general collection fund. Remember, again, everybody would take the shekel, and then they would take from that four kamaros. So the Chatas of Rosh Chodesh was brought from four funds. Rashi continues, the Polka Baruch so as I see here, this is so interestingly enough, they would bring the Chatas of Rosh Chodesh from the communal fund. Now the Gemara says, but how can you do that after someone died? Like maybe someone died before the time that you separate it, you offer. So the Gemara says, I'm not one of my speeches. I bought my saloons. One second. So you have to bring a communal chatas from community funds, but maybe because you separated out and offered it, maybe members of the fund died. And how can you offer up a chatas whose owners died? What do you see from here? What do you see from here? A Yisabit Tzibor. There is within the Tzibor, and therefore Allah Almighty says, which knows Al-Shmani now. What do you see from here? That it's only by individual chatas if the owner dies that you can't offer the karma. But by a communal chatas, even if some of the owners die, again, let's go full circle. What are we trying to figure out? You know what I'm trying to figure out here? How could it be that by the inauguration of the second Mikdash, they brought sin offerings for Avelis on committed during the times of the first and second Mikdash? Didn't the people who need that carbon die, which our Papa said, Ain Nisa? Was I trying to figure out? Where do you know that? You know, it says as follows. I don't understand. How can you compare this? That is a very big difference. No one died. Maybe no one died in Cloudie, so the fact that you separated out that carbon and you offered it. But no one died. That's a big difference. We're talking about more than a second gap, right? That's not a fair comparison. I'm going to help you understand the premier. See, Hashem, it's about Egla Alifa. Egla Alifa, that defines the border between two cities. We don't know the border. Measure to the closest city. Elders of that city come out, decapitate the calf, wash their hands over the calf, give more to the prophet. That's what so they say, as they wash their hands over the calf, they say, literally again, atone for your people. Hashem Padisinables, and the rest of the pasuk is interestingly enough, if you look at the wording over here, the elders are saying Hashem, atone for your people, whom what redemption are you talking about? Gemara says, it's fine. Even for Egypt. So I love it was so powerful that it's been for Jews who left Egypt. And what's the status of Jews who left Egypt? But the status like the Shama Shagaralia, we're dead. They're dead. So what we're talking about over here, that there should be some people who are dead. What do you see from here? So you see from here that a chatas has the ability to atone even if the owners already died in a seaport. So you want to how do you compare that? Hasan Kulis, you go in the Kapra, in the Kapra on the Amis. That's not a fair comparison because the Egla Arufa, all the people in Kapara are presently alive. Okay, so going to atone for the living, you can also atone for the dead. That was discussed by Ezra, by the second Mikdash. It's quite possible that there was no one alive in the days of Tzidkiyahu. There's no one alive. So how can ours, how can we only first, how can we go to people if no one from that original group is alive? The most like this isn't overwhelming people. You know, sit, get ready for this. It turns out to this that there were a lot of Jews alive during the inauguration of the second Beis Hamikdash who saw the first Beis Hamikdash. Incredible. Incredible. 7 years later, now what do you think about it? This is shocking. You know, the Rabbi Me'akavan and Halavi were Rashi Avos. So the Pasuk says, there were many of the Kohanim and the Leviim and heads of households, Hazikinim, Asharo, as Habayis Hadishon, Biyastu Se'avayim. The Pasuk says explicitly, there were many Kohanim, many Leviim, many heads of families, many elders who were still alive. First again, can you like imagine that? Can you imagine being one of those Jews, right? You've been living 2,000 years just to catch lips. How beautiful by expression it is so good to see here at the Armenian. Can you imagine again those Jews who were so destruction and then Baruch Hashem able to see the base of the mission. So apparently there were a lot of them. So what's happening? The people were hunting the ViralRabbi. Now remember, all the Pasuk says is what? All the Pasuk says that there were a lot of Kohanim, Leviim, elders. There were a lot of people. It doesn't say they were the majority, right? It just says that there were a lot of them, but still maybe they were, you know, in the very context of Pali Israel, still considered to be a minority. You know, says, listen to this. It's about this. The Lord Kiri called trust us in the first white line. They called the Hiyah. That called Mishma Agronirachok. Suppose that this is wild. The Gemara says that when Pali Israel saw the second Beis Hamikdash, the sound of crying with the sound of joy. I must say, this is fascinating. There are two different reactions in the second Beis Hamikdash. Right? There was the cries, but the Pashas was assuming who did the crying come from? The crying came from the Jews of the first Beis Hamikdash, and the second, and the cries of Simcha came from the Jews who never saw the first Beis Hamikdash. So it was like, isn't this incredible? But in general, so we're going to finish the proof. Say for the Gemara says the fact that the crying was louder than, I guess, I don't know what it's called, the sound of joy, indicates to us what? That there are more people crying than being joyous, which indicates that something fascinating. And apparently the majority of Jews who witnessed, who came back and saw the rebuilding of the second Beis Hamikdash were leftovers, not the wrong word, but you know, we're holdovers, right? We're part of that generation who saw the first Beis Hamikdash, which is wild. It also tells you apparently just about the longevity of those individuals. There must have been a lot of them must have been a lot of elderly people. That was it. It was incredible. So Lord says the fact that the crying was greater than the joy, ultimately again indicates the majority of Israel were in fact holdovers from the first temple era. It was like, to me, it's also so profound that whenever Klal Yisrael rejoices, it's an incredible thing. Our rejoicing is always a mixture of two things. There's always laughter and tears, even in the greatest sin. I want to think about this in just a moment. Like, what's going to happen when we have the third Beis Hamikdash? You can see this inflames. You can see on one hand, probably the tears are going to flow right away. Because in that moment, in you see our third Beis Hamikdash. Listen, what's going to happen? What's looking now is like 2,000 years of pain. 2,000 years of, you know, it's almost like, you know, you see this sometimes like, you know, when people in these long-term races also something like they get to the finish line, they begin to cry, you know, because they've been nursing injuries and pain and difficulty and all that, but they kept it together because they have to get to the finish line. When we get to our third Beis Hamikdash, the Eretz Hashem, we arrive at our national finish line. There's going to be just a tidal wave of tears. Because the pain that we have to keep in check, all of this time, because sometimes you have to keep pain in check because I need to move myself forward. And at the same time, just the unbridled laughter and joy that's going to come from seeing at Beis HaMikdash, from seeing Mashiach, and yes, this family is being reunited, and all of these incredible things, we're going to see this. I will say it's important that we learn this, because this is what we're learning right now as a lesson in history. And Yeret Hashem very soon is going to become our reality in the present. This profound mixture of humility for everything that we've had to endure, coupled with the incredible laughter and joy for everything that we finally have. We're in Zilchet with the Yeret Hashem, the color. The Yeret says, I have a secret of it. Still there's a problem. How are the Jews bringing a carbon to atone for Avodah Zarah? They were nascent. Once and never again, a chatas was brought, but inadvertent transgression. These Jews were not, they were not children, they were nascent. So how could they bring a carbon from nascent? The original one says, you're right. Hora Shah Haisa. The one says, fascinating. Hora Shah, what that means? An exception was made. An exception was made. Ultimately, the Spark allowed them to go ahead and bring a chatos even for an intentional or intentional establo. Even in Hafi, Elim Tishim Bishisha, Kvasim Shiva Shiva, Kineged Muni. Let's say 21, because you look at these kavanas, these numbers are very interesting, right? There are 96, Elim, 77, Kvasim. What are they corresponding to? Ella, Horaz, Shaisa Haya, Hakanami, Horaz, Shah, Isa. What's this ultimate deal with Horaz Shah? Horaz Shah. I will say, by the way, you ask yourself, why was there Horaz Shah? Well, in other words, you just said, let's move on. Because it's one thing, and this is so incredibly important this time of year as well. If there's one thing that the Ribono Shel Olam has a vested interest in, it is us becoming valid. No one is a greater stakeholder in our tshuva than HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because when we follow tshuva, we believe in our ability for second chances. We believe in our ability for second chances. We get our act together and we live differently going forward. Tshuva is not a possibility. There was the point of tshuva. The Baruch Hu needed Klal Yisrael to understand that the second Beis HaMikdash represented a new start, a new opportunity, a new beginning. But sometimes for people to really believe that they have a new beginning, there has to be something concrete. So the ability of Klal Yisrael to bring these chatas offerings was a tangible display of HaKadosh Baruch Hu's. You bring your covered chatas high, but 1 second, only you show me you bring the chatas. Not amazing. Hold on, Shah. Because Rob saying it's okay, here I'm allowing you to do it. Klal Yisrael brought those chatas, they knew with certainty that they had been forgiven and that a new chance would be given. Based on that, Siva Chayavim, it was everyone Moses in the Raisa. So we'll say, so remember again, this is all par Ha'elam Davidat Siva, right? All the same thing. Right? Basin goes in and delivers an erroneous ruling. People were lying. There's this whole command process. What happens? If one of the members of Klal Yisrael died, they're chayav. Now again, we don't know who's chayav. We're going to see what this means. Basically, what it says, Beis Din do it. Ultimately, again, if one of the members of the Beis Din dies, then ultimately, again, they are pater. So the was Mantano, who is the man of the other Pista, Rabbi Zera, Amar, Rabbi Meir, the Amar, and Rabbi said, Amar, Beis Din, the Bein below Tzibor. Right here's of the opinion, which is by this going to be the Halacha of Nice opinion. Rabbi Meir holds that when it comes to power, Halacha of Tzibor, ultimately, again, only the Beis Din brings, and not the congregation. Now watch this, the words is Hilchah, makes Echam and Tzibor Chayam. The hard to the Beis Din. Therefore, again, if one of the members of Klal Yisrael dies, they still bring the power because the Beis Din is intact. However, makes Echam the Beis Din Turin, the Havile Chatas, Shemes Echam in Hashotfim. Rishum Havi Turin. Now, one second, this is interesting. But if one of the members of the Beis Din died, then what? Then it's interesting. You want to suggest that Allah said the Beis Din no longer brings the power. Right? Why? Because if one of the members of the Beis Din dies, this is like a chatos that was owned by partners, where if one of the partners dies, the chatos is no longer brought. Very interesting. The Gemara says, but we sense that the Rebbe Shimon knows that Allah is brought both by the Beis Din as well as by the Tzibor. Therefore, Meis Echad and Tzibor Chayavim, the Tzibor Meis. If one of the members of the Tzibor dies, he's still being the power. Why? Because like you said, Tzibor never dies. Tzibor never dies. Meis Echad and Beis Din, and if one of the members of the Beis Din died, The Chatos Schutzfin. Okay, Rabbi Shamina Shimon the Chasinos of Islam was just thinking about. So what people are just suggesting is as follows. If one of the members of if a member of Klal Yisrael dies, he's still in the bar. Right? Because again, in Sibra, in Yisrael Sibra, the interesting what's being introduced over here is that, so let's just play this out. Based on asking that okay, fine, that'll take that. Right? People acted on it. Now Basin has to go ahead and bring a power catalog government in that Sibra. Okay? Now whether or not the Sibra brings or not, that's not no guess. Not no decision of what. Now one of the members of the Beis Din dies. The Gemara is suggesting that the Beis Din will no longer bring the chatos. Can't actually differently. It can't bring the chatos. Why can't they bring the chatos? Because the parallel number that see was like the chatos of partners. Chatos are my partners. But now look, it is that's when one of the partners dies, the remaining partners, the chatos can no longer be brought. Okay, so the Gemara says, is that true? Is that true? Gemara says, sorry. Maskit for Rabbi Rothschild, the number of Rabbi Rothschild, in a minute, how should we know? I'm going to buy Shemir and Shemir Machatas Shifna in a Mesa. Rabbi says, according to Shemir, understand that Machatas Shutzfin is not left to die. Not left to die. This is what I said, I remember again. Understand, the Chatas of an individual, so like we said before, Ruvain brings a Chatas, is obligated to chatos, he separates an animal and then it dies. What happens? That animal, that's an animal, you leave it to die. You can't go ahead. Chatos shemesu ba'ala. If the chatos that was only died, you can't offer up that chatos. Now, listen to this. Interesting enough. What about a chatos owned by partners? By partners. So again, it could very well be that you can't offer up that chatos, but it's left to die. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shimon says it's not left to die. This I know. Part of Shimon Kippur, shocked into this. If you have the par and the son of your giver, so you separated out these animals, walk around in service and giver. Then what happened? Shop lost the animal. Someone losing their job. Someone losing their job. See, they lost the power and the son of your giver. So what do you do? They'll say, what do you do if you lose the power and the son of your giver? You separate out the set. Okay, fine. That was the unwritten part of the story here is they offer it up, they offer up the replacement, and then what happens? They find the old ones or the original ones. What's that? You leave them to die. You leave them to die. They remove it. Rabbi Rothschild says, no, you have to let them graze, and then they develop a mold, and then you can redeem it. Why? Ultimately, because the chatos of the congregation is not left to die. So we'll say that's Kohanim. Gemara says, shiny Kohanim, they grew cow. Kohanim themselves are from the congregation. So that is not looked at. Interestingly enough, that Paras Sawyer, that's not looked at as Karmanos of chatos of partners. That's what we thought it was originally. Not the Karmanos of Kohanim. The Kohanim considered to be a cloud. The Gemara says, Dechsiv ala Kohanim, da'akal ha'am, da'akal am, ha'kahal yichaper. Sisi Karma called the cow. What's the Amud base? Elevato, Naisu Paraboro. If that's the case, ultimately again, that Kohanim are called a cow, then ultimately again, they should bring their own par halom government on Sibur, because they're called a cow. If he came a Hakinami, if that's the case, maybe you'll say they won't. You can't do that. Why? Top of the Shvatim. Now listen, remember again, according to the opinion that says that when there is a mistake in the Shvatim, the Beis brings a par and the Shvatim bring a par. So how many palos is that? That's 12. If the Kohanim are considered to be their own kahal, then what? How many should you bring? 13. 13. You want to say, Allah, Rabbi Yaakov, Shvatim Shalevi lo ikru kahal. No, here's the difference is, the Shevet of Levi is not called a kahal. This is very interesting. Why not? The Chsiv, Hineni, Mafrecha, Yedisicha, V'nasaticha, V'kal Amin. So they'll say, this is interesting enough by Avraham. Right? Hashem says, I will give you, I'll make you great, I'll multiply you. I'll make you into a kal amin. Now, right after that, it says, so what do you see from here? Being a kal is associated with Eretz Yisrael, which I will say, by the way, we learned this last week already. that only the Jews in Eretz Yisrael are called Kahal Yisrael. It's interesting enough, the Gemara says, Kol she'ish lo achuzah ikri Kahal. Only those who have a portion in the land, ultimately again are called Kahal. The Kol she'ein lo achuzah, whoever does not have a portion in the land, no ikri Kahal, is not called Kahal. So we'll say, so this is really fascinating. So therefore, again, interestingly enough, Shevet Levi isn't called Kahal. Why not? Why not? Because at the end of the day, they don't live. Which I will say, by the way, it's interesting. It almost seems like what it's saying. Like, what's the pshat? Okay, what's the pshat? If you don't have a portion, right? You're not part of the Kahal. So obviously, if you say it's a pasuk, there's not a deeper idea. What it's saying is like this: to be part of Kahal Yisrael, what has to happen? You have to have responsibility for the actual advancement of the land. If you don't have responsibility for the advancement, you're holy, you're beautiful, you're wonderful, but that's not Kahal. Like Kahal Yisrael are people who roll up their sleeves and advance the common agenda of Klal Yisrael in Eretz Yisrael. If you're not working the land, in some way, in other words, if you're not advancing the land of Eretz Yisrael, then ultimately again, you're not part of the Kahal. Now again, not being part of the Kahal doesn't mean you're not law, but it doesn't mean you're holy. I'll say bad news is we're also not part of the Kahal, right? In other words, but yet again, we're holy, we're beloved, we're part of Klal Yisrael, but the Kahal is something very specific. So the Lord says, okay, here's the problem. If Shevet Levi is not part of the Kahal, then I will say, then again, how are you ever coming up? How are we ever coming up with 12 Shvatim, right? Again, that means ultimately at the end of the day, there's only 11. There's only 11. So they're going to say, no. Ephraim and Manasseh can leave it in the Shimon. No, there are 12 Shvatim. Why? Why am I saying? Because ultimately, again, Yosef becomes 2. Yosef becomes 2. Which I will say, by the way, it's fascinating. But by Ephraim and Manasseh, it says that, listen to this, yes, Ephraim and Manasseh are 2 tribes. What are the 2 tribes for? Ephraim and Manasseh are considered to be 2 tribes for tribal inheritance. For inheritance purposes, right? For land purposes, but not for any other purpose. In other words, no, is that not true? But is that true? Below. I will say again, Ephraim and Manasseh were different. In the desert, when we had flags, so remember again, Ephraim and Manasseh had their own flags. So they are separate tribes. Because remember again, so remember the flags had to do with where tribes camped. It also had to do with tribal inheritance. It's all part of the same thing. I have Hakalukin ben Asim, but if I'm not, each had their own Nasi, each had their own tribal prince. So it's Hahu, Lachlo, Kalba ben Asim. That was in order to give cover to the Asim. I'll say, or in other words, to say differently, that was in order to avoid machlokas. If there was only one Nasi for Ephraim and Manasseh, you can understand that's going to cause problems. Who does the Nasi come from? Right? Which one of them should get the Nasi? The sign was very beautiful. Shlomo Asa Zayimei Chanukah. So ultimately, it was a Shlomo made 7 days of Chanukah. What is that? Chanukah, what? Chanukah Sadayis. But Shlomo consecrated the day 7. He made 7. So this really made 7 and 7. We saw us last week. He made 7 primary days of dedication. Moshe Lasos Shemasa. So why did Moshe make 12? Why did he make 12? The Gemara says, why were there 12 days of inauguration by the Mishkan? But Shlomo HaMelech only made 7 days by the days of Hamikdash. They lachlo covered the Nasir. Ultimately, in order to give cover to the Nasir. As I say, what would have happened? First off, it only would have been 7. So which tribal princes are represented, which are not? So what did Moshe Rabbeinu do? Prolong ultimately again the dedication this way. Every tribal prince ultimately again gets a part. Which I will say is a really, really incredible idea. What do you see from here? If Moshe Rabbeinu was preoccupied with Shalom, the Shalom said you need to extend the Chanukas HaMishkan a little bit longer. Ultimately, again, that's what we'll do just in order to make Shalom amongst the Nasir. Absolutely incredible. Says the Gemara, my Havi Allah. So once I stand, the Gemara goes back to its original question. Let's get back on track over here. My Havi Allah, the Gemara says, what is the status of chatos hashutfim? So here's what we know: the chatos of an individual, right? Moving accidentally is mechal Shabbos. He said the chatos and then he died. What happens to that chatos? What happens to it? It's left to die, right? If the tzibur has a chatos and some members of the tzibur die, what's the halacha? The chatos is still off, right? Why? Ein misa b'tzibur. The raya to that, the Jews came back from the second day and flush. An interesting question is what I think. You have a chatas owned by two people. The chatas owned by a partnership, and one of the partners dies. What's the status of that chatas? Is that the chatas hayotid or chatas hatzibur? To which the Gemara says that's what he's using. So it's a very interesting conclusion there. The Mishnah says, there are 5 categories of chatas that ultimately again are left to die. What are those 5 chatos? Vlad chatos, if your chatos mavubot gives birth. Right? So if your chatos gives birth, ultimately again that chatos is left to die. Right? Tmuras chatos, if you exchange one chatos for another, tmura. And I will say, by the way, we'll see what it says. Chatos shemesu ba'ala, if you have a chatos and the owner of the chatos died, the chatos shemes kaplut ba'ala, or you have a chatos whose owner achieved atonement through another animal. So this would be a case of, let's say again, Ruben was Mechal Shabbos, that's going to be set aside a chatos, lost this chatos, designated another chatos, offered up the replacement chatos, and then found the original chatos. So the original chatos is left to die. The chatos she'aver shnasa, or let's say a chatos, there's an ancient climate within a year. The chatos aged out. Okay? V'yata yochol lomar vlad chatos v'san. V'yata, so now, let's do this. V'yata yochol lomar vlad chatos v'tzibor. So if you're dealing with a tzibor, chatos v'tzibor, there's no such thing as offspring of a chatos. Why not? Shein tzibor mafrishin nekeva. Because again, whenever the tzibor goes ahead and brings a chatos, it's always a male animal, never a female animal. So therefore, we'll say, again, just this is important because in 2025 you have to clarify these things, right? So only females can have children, right? Only females can nurse, only females can menstruate, only females, right? So again, right, there are certain biological realities that are only for females that men cannot do. They cannot do. Right? So let's say, again, the Gemara says, so by tzibor, there's no such thing, because at the end of the day, ultimately, again, by tzibor, it's only a male chatos, not a female chatos. And ultimately, again, there's also such thing as tmuras chatos b'tzibor. Why not? Shein tmura b'tzibor. There's also the concept of tmura only applies by, remember again, tmura means that you exchange a sacrificial animal. So the halacha normally is, if you exchange sacrificial, there's a penalty by Yahoo, both the original animal and the exchange animal, both become kodesh. The tmura doesn't work by communal offerings. That is zero sakas. Okay? Next. Furthermore, again, by a chatas hatzibor, there's no such thing as the owner dying. Why not? She'ein tzibor mesim. Because as we saw before, ein misa b'tzibor. There's no death by the tzibor. She'nis kamer ba'ala, v'she'abra shnasa, lo shamanu. So as I say, interestingly enough, the 2 cases that we don't know by a tzibor is, she'nis kamer ba'ala, what happens if there was a chatas hatzibor that, and it was lost? The owners went ahead and got a replacement animal. They achieved the common through the replacement, then they find the original. What's the status of the original animal? And Shabbos Shnas, or if it aged out. It aged out. So those are 2 cases ultimately, again, where we don't know the halacha by chatas hatzibor. So no shamanu. So we don't know what the halacha is over there. What's also Yachol, Yachrosim. So you might have thought ultimately again, they should be left to die. So the Gemara says, under you might saw something foolish. Ultimately, again, we should learn the unknown cases from the known cases. How so? Mama tzinu be'blan chatas and tmuras chatas shemesu ba'ala v'yochid t'mama mamura v'lo b'tzibor av she'eskabu ba'ala v'sh'av shnasa v'yochid d'amor v'lo b'tzibor. So what's in English? To say like just like the first 3 only apply to individual tzibor, individual chatas, and not to chatas. So to again the remaining 2, which apply to an individual, shouldn't apply to a tzibor. So once I keep on it, after that's not fair. Why? Why is that not fair? Because at the end of the day, remember again, some of these cases are simply not possible by a tzibur, as we already saw, in which the Rabbi Shimon, so also, bottom line, the Gemara says that Halach L'Maisa, Rabbi Shimon says it's like this. These 5 cases where a chatas is left to die, they're a unit. Now, what does it mean they're a unit? Either they all apply or they all don't apply. So therefore, Halach L'Maisa, Rabbi Shimon says is like this. Since when it comes to the chatas hatzibur, already out of the gate, 3 of them don't apply, right? Vlad Chatas doesn't apply because by a Chatas Sibri you only offer male animals. Right? Tumuras Chatas doesn't apply because there's no Tumura ultimately again by Okinura Chatas and or by a Chatas owned by Tumura offering. And ultimately again, Chatas Shemisu Bala doesn't apply. Why not? Because in Nisa Tzibur, once those 3 don't apply, then by definition, the other 2 don't apply as well by a Chatas Tzibur. And then for ultimately again, if you have a case of a chatas, that's the animal. Went ahead, animal, and then found the original one. You do not let the animal die, but rather again you let it graze, develop a mum, and then redeem it. Same idea. Ultimately, if it ages out, halakha mice, you don't leave it to die. Rather, you go ahead and not let it graze, develop a mum, and then sell it. So halakha mice, those five situations where chatas are left to die. The only time you apply is if you could apply all 5. If you could apply all 5, great, fantastic. If you can't apply any part of the 5, then by definition the remaining ones do not apply as well. As we close out the paragraph, what is important, just one piece of halacha to understand. We constantly got there, meaning that by par helam government who is offering it, 1 par offered up by Beis Din. 1 par offered up by Beis Din. So now what that does mean, and this is very important, is if after the transgression was recognized, so again, Beis Din said, again, you can eat chaylev. Right? So Bobby saw went out, someone tried to call, someone he went out and ate chaylev, tried to call, someone went out and ate chaylev, and then it was discovered. So the Beis Din brings a par, the rest of the shvatim they're covered by the power of the Beis Din. If one of the members of the Beis Din dies, before the power is offered, then the power is not offered. So again, that's the technicality. If one of the members of the group does die before the power, then the power not be offered. But Allah for the money, so you can consider there. One client so offered up by the Beis Din. But they'll say, Hajjud Allah, Holy Beis Din, Mazel Tov. I'm finishing our first bag and second sorry, that's what a parakeet wants. Tomorrow, the adventure continues. Shkoyach. Right, I will say good morning, and let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Totzim Mishpach Havaris, dedicating over the Shir Joshua this year as his chus himself those for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, Abu Ali and Rama Ben Goldberg, from the Neshama of his parents, Avram Ben Asher Pinchas, Meir Ezel, Bas Zelik, and the folks. That all the tefillos of our precious kid are answered during this month and the months ahead. Shkoli Megudinis, the Ilum Nishmas, and our Reform, Yitzchak, Aryeh, Ben Achavar, Yaakov, Zichron, the Bracha, and Arika, morning sponsor, David Goodman, the Ilum Nishmas, Roy, Ben Aryeh. Well, so with that, let us begin, of course, as always in this course, we dedicate all of this for this one, from this passage, which will bring us Hashem, bring them home, the Shalom and the Khan, and the Back of the Holy Spirit, which will allow them to be successful. The Chol Masiyah Daniel. So with that, let's go. Baruch Hashem, a lot to do today, but we got this. We're going to make a run of this Hashem. Go to Mishnah on the days. Today's daf is Dalet 4. We are picking up on literally the top of Gimel Amud Aleph 3b. Let's go. Okay, so think about it. This is what I'm Rabbi Rothschild. Actually, the back changes to Rabbi Yochanan. Okay, second line after that. Rabbi Yochanan. If 100 is interesting, let's say a basin made up of 100 people, and they sat down to adjudicate a case, there's no obligation to par halal dalim in that tzibur, unless, of course, all of them participated in the judgment. In other words, all of them have to go ahead and have waited on the judgment. So what's an interesting halacha? So in other words, the only time that a Beis Din is going to have to bring a par halal dalim in that tzibur is when everyone in Beis Din participated in the ruling. So if someone abstained, for example, ultimately, again, no power. I'm going to Rabbi Rothschild. How can I understand? Well, this seems to be abundantly clear as well. In general, we have the concept of Rubo Bekulo, that a majority ultimately is like the whole Chaksim, but yet over here, what does it say? Kol Ha'eda. We use Lashon of Kol Ha'eda, which indicates to us, says Rabbi Yochanan, that the entire Beis Din must be participatory in this Psak Halacha to have a part of the Ramadan Tzibur. Okay, so there's a Tanan. So let's go say, we want to have questions. It's from our Mishnah. So Tanan, Holy Beis Din, the other Echel and Shadol, right? The Beis Din asking, and one of the members of the Beis Din knew that a mistake was made. Oh, I'm going to find the Holos. Or we'll say again, there was a Kamkachim in the audience there in the gallery who was fit for judgment, and he realized ultimately again that the ruling was mistaken. But despite that, Halakha Asaf, he went and he ate the chilul, as we keep using that case, based on their ruling. So the Gemara says, Bein sha'asu va'asi ma'in, bein sha'asu va'asi kareya. Bein sha'lo asu va'asa. So whether again he did it with the Beis Din, he did it after the Beis Din, he did it before the Beis Din, he didn't do it at all. He just did it. Allah myself, Harim Zechayim, if they're sha'lo part of the Beis Din. If the Beis Din, so says the Mishnah, the individual is Chayim. Why? Because since he knows better, therefore he cannot count it as dependent on the ruling of the Beis Din. So the Gemara says, 1 second, how would the Chayim? It's only this individual who is Chayim because he knew better, which indicates that if some other individual relied on the Beis Din, ultimately again he would be potter. But why? Obviously, this is a case where the Mishnah is saying one of the judges dissented. Right, so one of the judges ultimately again, one of the judges told the rest of the Beis Din, ultimately again, what you did is not correct. That psak is not correct. And I will say, now remember, halacha l'maisa, we just said before, Yochanan said before, that in order for there to be liability, ultimately again, what has to happen? Halacha l'maisa, the entire Beis Din has to participate. But this is a case where one member of the Beis Din is not participating. What's the case? You don't shake your thing. It's very interesting. What's the case? The dissenting judge, the one judge who said, hey, guys, you're all wrong, he went ahead and he nodded his head. Interesting. So in other words, by nodding his head, Rashi points out over here, is he indicated that he is participating in this. Even though he actually did not participate, he gives the impression of participation, and therefore it's considered to be as if everyone has participated in this ruling. Interesting. So Tashma, Holy Beis Din that. Where Shadol, if Beis Din asking, and one of the members of the Beis Din realized that the Beis Din made a mistake, and again, that guy and that judge says, Chavra, if they make a mistake, are they able to do it? Ultimately, the Beis Din is mutter from Har Ha'elot Daram in that Sibor, because you have to have everyone participating. Time of Daram don't have to do it. So interestingly enough, the only reason they're part of it is because he said to them, you're making a mistake. Ultimately, again, if he wouldn't have said anything, he'd be liable. I must have done the Dora Lav Hora, but once again, if when you're right, why should there be liability? Because the Yochanan said, the participation of all the judges. But here now, all the judges are participating. You don't share the Barosho. What's the case over there? The case is where he's nodding his head. So the act of nodding his head, is considered to be participation, even though he's disagreeing with the Beis Din. Interesting. So that's from Sharshia. Some clothes in the direction of the Alban, some Shaya over. So what's the Sharshia says? Rabbi Rothschild, all the teachings are written in the law, but these are was very solid. He said, Ein Gozun Zira ala Tzibor, Ara Inkin Roha Tzibor Yeholun La'avodo. He also very interesting halacha. You cannot go ahead and decrease something on the congregation unless, of course, you know with certainty that the majority of people have the ability to go ahead and uphold this halacha. It's very interesting, right? You cannot legislate law that the majority of the populace cannot uphold. We just actually saw this in Avodah Zarah. Remember again, this is why Chazal had to rescind the concept of has palter, baker's bread. Right? Bread made by a Gentile baker. Originally, again, the rabbis outlawed it, and then what happens? They realized that was impossible because you have communities where there was no Jewish baker. And then when they created an undue hardship, they had to rescind it. So let's listen to what's the pasuk that supports this idea? So remember, it goes to pasuk from Malachi. So literally again, with the curse you have cursed me. And you are stealing from me the entire nation. The Gemara says, I, the Rubo Kikribo, so doesn't use lotion of kol. But kol never means everyone. Kol means the road, which the Gemara says, you're right. Tiyufta Rabbi Yochanan, Tiyufta. In the end, we refute Rabbi Yochanan's position. So the Gemara will say again, Rabbi Yochanan came along, and Rabbi Yochanan said, that whenever you have a base and you have a par ha'el of government at Tzibor, what's ha'el of government at Tzibor? That's ultimately again based in Haskins, the rivers and erroneous psak. Majority of the crowd relies on it. There's a special carbon that's bought. Who brings that carbon to power? Is it the base din? Is it the populace? That's the machlokas. Okay, we'll get to that. But the Yochanan posited that the only time there's liability for that is when the entire base din participates in the psak halacha. Where does he get that from? Because Lashon Pasuk is in kol adas Israel. The Gemara just went ahead and disproved that and showed that that's not true. Sometimes you can find the word kol, and kol can mean what? Kol can mean majority. Kol can mean majority. So therefore, Allah has effectively disproven Rabbi Yochanan, and therefore it's not in the entire participation of the entire base in order to go ahead and have a incredible. So then what is the meaning of the expression kol adas? It doesn't mean that you need 100% participation. What does it mean? So we'll say, watch this. What it means is, in order for there to be a par halacha tzibor, the entire Sanhedrin has to be in attendance. All 71 judges have to be present. If someone was absent, if someone was not there, you cannot have a par halacha tzibor situation. Incredible. I'm going to go show. Will say a beautiful Gemara. Yeshua says, 10 judges who are sitting together in judgment. Literally, again, there's a bead or a yoke. There's a yoke on top of all of their necks. In other words, all of the judges carry a sense of collective responsibility for the psak of the basin. So that's obvious. Obviously, everyone on the basin bears the responsibility for the decision that is going to be made. So what so listen to this. It comes to even a case of, let's say, a student who's on the same basis with his Rebbe. Now what does this mean? I might have felt like this. A student in front of his Rebbe is always going to be differential. So therefore, the student knows that the Rebbe is wrong, but he doesn't want to say anything. Everyone in that case has responsibility. So therefore, again, there's responsibility. You can't just be differential. If you're on a base, then you have an obligation to seek out truth. It's very interesting, isn't it? You have enough of Medina, when you would go out for judgment, sitting judgment, you would always get 10 students from the yeshiva with you. Why? In order that they be able to take literally some of the splinters from the beam. In other words, what's happening over here is Rahman saying, if I'm going to take responsibility for judgment, I want others to shoulder that responsibility together with me. Rashi, you have a nice tree puzzle coming. Rashi, when someone would bring in an animal, to see if it was a treifa. I'd say that the last many animals are kosher treifa. What do? he would essentially assemble a base, or really a panel of experts. He would bring 10 butchers from Masimachasya to look at this particular animal. Why? On the that they should be able to handle it. It'll be again a splinter from the beef. It's like there should be collective responsibility. So we'll say it's interesting. I think that they were afraid of assuming the entire responsibility for the judgment and kind of wanted to defer a little bit of responsibility upon others. You could also very well be able to say that, the way it works is you could accomplish so much more when you're a part of the collective than when you do things individually. It could very well be that what's happening over here as follows. Judgment requires siyata d'shmaya. It doesn't require incredible divine providence, because after all, the Gemara says, in the dying level elamashing of roles, the judge can only adjudicate that which he sees in front of him. Which means that even when you're the judge, no matter how comfortable you are, you never have complete information. So you need siyata d'shmaya. So it could very well be that what these Rabbanim are doing is doing something with it, also because there is always greater siyata d'shmaya. There is always greater divine providence when we do things together. When Jews act as a unit, we act as a nation, we act all as a group, as a collective, that is force multiplier. Now, when we could accomplish and work together as a chevra, as a base thing, as a community, as a nation, is infinitely greater than what we could accomplish as individuals. So, could very well be that what I want to say is individuals, there's a heightened probability perhaps of making a mistake in judgment, but bringing in other Jews, create a cohesive spiritual group, and ultimately, again, that will have siyata d'shmaya. Incredible. Mishnah, totally, you should know, the Chazubah, they should have a Mishnah. What's an interesting piece over here? They think they made the erroneous case. That's the same case, right? Same case. They went ahead and asking that Caleb is Mukar. Okay? So they passed it incorrectly. And then what happened? They realized they made a mistake. They retracted everything. Okay, whether they brought the Parahailam government at Sibor, right? So whether they brought the covenant or not, what happened? Someone acted on their side. So let's say, you see in this case, in the previous case, Bezin made a mistake in moving. Bezin didn't say that. Someone who went ahead and went out the name Caleb. Okay, so the Mishnah said that Halacha L'Maisa, ultimately again, the individual is free from personal liability because he's covered by Bezin. This case is different. In this case, Bezin hasn't taken erroneously. Bezin didn't realize that he made a mistake. But Reuben didn't hear about the fact that Bezin made a mistake. So what did Reuben do? Reuben went out and Caleb. So he said, so it's not a lot. But Shimon says, Reuben is better. Reuben is better. Why? Because Reuben is acting based on the side of the Bezin. But the Raza says something. The Raza says it's a suck. Okay. Now, interestingly enough, now what does that mean? It's a suck. Okay. So ultimately, again, the Raza says we're not sure if it's called that he's relying on Bezin or that he's relying on himself. So the Gemara says, Bezin suffering, Yashem lo b'self Bezin, Kai. Halach lo l'medinas hayam. So once I say interestingly, the Raza says like, he also makes an interesting distinction between cases. If Reuben is home, then ultimately again he's chayav. Why is that? Because if you're home, you should know about the hak, right? You should know about that. You should know about what's going on. And you should have heard about the fact that Bezin reversed its ruling. And on the other hand, ultimately again he's traveling, he's out of the city. You should have. Then again, it's understandable that he does not know that Bezin reversed its ruling. Kiva says, "No yani bazeh shukar v'pata v'nachova." And Kiva says, "I happen to agree with this case that he's traveling. This case seems to me that it's closer to saying that he should be pater than reliable." Allah ben Azai, "My shnozem and ayoshi b'beisa." But why should someone who's traveling be any different than if someone who's in his home? Shayoshi b'beisa afshar hayol l'shmoa. Zeh lo hayol l'shmoa. Because again, Ben Azai says at the end of the day. So the keeper responds, someone who's in his home ultimately should have any reason for our permission. Someone who's traveling doesn't necessarily have access. to that same information. Only things a lot less photos. So that's case one. Case two, based interesting, based in Peskin to uproot, they made the erroneous psak, but in this case already the erroneous psak is to uproot an entire mitzvah. For example, ein midah b'Torah, ein Shabbos b'Torah, ein avodas b'Torah. So let's say, for example, they say there's no such thing as supposed to be done. They make a dramatic mistake with an entire segment of the Torah. There's no Shabbos, no mitzvah of Shabbos. There's no prohibition of avodah zarah. So they'll say, what's that? Now, what is that? So remember again, we're talking about now the line from Har Helam Davar Minat Sipor. So that's essentially what we're going to do this outside. What we're going to see is Har Helam Davar Minat Sipor occurs or is brought when the Beis Din made a mistake about a detail in a mitzvah. But when they make a mistake about an entire mitzvah, there's no right. They pass in. We no longer have to observe Shabbos. We no longer have to observe Midah. We no longer have to worry about avodah zarah. Then that's a mistake about an entire section of the Torah. That's not how I would go to that Sibor. So this is only about the mitzvah. So tiny mitzvahs. If they passed it and they upheld part of the mitzvah and they gave it part of the mitzvah, that's how I love the Torah. That's so they said there is such thing as self-esteem, but the man has relations with the Shomer Shamkei. What is that? Because it's not like the practical construct that we don't work, but when we see during certain times of the month, you have to observe one corresponding day of the year. So they say that halacha doesn't apply, right? Or Shabbos b'Torah halacha, which is not the Shlosh, right? So for example, I say there is Shabbos, but we're allowed to tell you something from the private domain to a public domain. So we're making a mistake about a detail. Not that. Right? There is, of course, an Israel avodah zarah, but you're allowed to bow down. You can't do anything else, but you're allowed to bow down. So ultimately, again, in these cases, why? She'emar v'ne'elam davar v'lo kolakos. Because in the pasuk says a certain detail was obscured by the Beis Din. It's when Beis Din makes a mistake about a detail that is Har Helam Davar Minat Sipor. But if they make a mistake about the mitzvah in its entirety, then ultimately again there is no Har Helam Davar Minat Sipor. Incredible. So let's analyze this point a little bit. Both of these points. So two cases in Mishnah. Right, who says what the first case? Case number one in Mishnah was basic fact that Caleb is mutter. Right? Based on then realizes it's a mistake. They retracted the psak. Reuben did not hear about the retraction, and therefore Reuben goes out to Caleb. What's Reuben's status? The Shimon says mutter. The Rabbi essentially says we repent to something. I'm not sure. And then again, we can get into a little bit about was he at home, was he traveling? So he says, my time is Rav Shimon, or what's Rav Shimon's logic who says that he's content? Holy Rav Shimon basically what he said. Ultimately, because Rav Shimon says, look, at the end of the day, why is Reuben eating Caleb? Why is he eating Caleb? What's the answer? Because he's relying on the psak of reason. That bottom line, that's the answer. So therefore, again, the fact that they retract already. If you ask Reuben, why you could not get piece of Caleb, he's going to tell you because of the psak of reason. He could have another version. I'm going to go out. I'm overhired Shimon. I'm going to rush the outside of the seaboard. You're going to Osa Potter, but you shall knit the Bahora and the Hamdi will show Gaten in this other version. So we say in the Rav that any psak that went out for the majority of the seaboard, and a person, an individual acts on it, ultimately, again, he is Potter. He must is why? Because once again, he's acting based on the psak of the so basically, where is the cash up? The Tchila golden Amen, the Rebbe Shimon. What's very interesting? Let's leave aside about the Zohar for now. Let's say Pahal Davar Sipor. So, right? Let's say again, a simple case, basically passing Caleb's murder. The Jarkin Cloud Yisrael went ahead and listened to that. Fine. So we'll say, so now what? So Shimon says, we make a collection. We made a collection, right? We go ahead and we collect for that from Cloud. So I'm going to make a full page. Right? This is for the Parham of the Tzibor. And Cloud Yisrael goes in and captures. That's what Shimon. Ruben says, no, the Trumas Halishka, no, you can digging from the temple coppers. Now listen, I watch this. I'm not even the government move. I'm going to will say that's the case that you're collecting from the general population. What does that mean? Everyone's going to know about the power. If that's the case, then when Reuben goes ahead and eats the Caleb, how can you think he didn't know they're already collecting from the general population the carbon? Twice it would be going to the double stamp. So what's one possibility is in this case, they made a stamp collection. They're fundraising, right? They didn't say what they're fundraising for. Right, so the muscle wasn't in the city at the time of the collection. By saying, well, Rabbi okay, so there is reverse attribution. And so Shimon, who says that he collected from the temple coppers, therefore it's quite possible there's no public awareness. Okay, incredible. So what's it sound? So remember, we're focusing now still on our first case in the Mishnah. Based in asking that halacha l'maisa, Caleb is mutter. They then realized their mistake. They reversed their psak. Shimon did not hear about the reversing. So what happened? He eats Caleb. Is he liable or not? Right? Different than our first case, because in the first Mishnah, Beis Din did not know about the erroneous kite of their ruling, and therefore, again, they're still promoting his psak. In this case, Beis Din realized it. So again, Reb Shimon says, Ruben's pater. This is still considered to be acting based on the guidance of the Beis Din. And then Rabbi Rothschild really gets into the subject. Let's analyze a bit more. Tanya, Rabbi says, Rabbi Meir, Reb Shimon, Rabbi Meir says, Yechai, Reb Shimon says, Yepater. Rabbi Rothschild Omer Sapek. Rabbi Rothschild says, it's Sapek, Yishum Sulchas Amar, Pablo. Sulch. Who says it's a little bit like suspended on the whole explanation. I'm going to be on Asham. Probably so we'll say the difference over here is whether or not, again, the individual is liable to bring an Asham Talari. We're going to talk about it a little bit more. Asham Talari, we'll say, is one in a situation, ultimately, again, where you are not sure, did you go ahead and commit an Avera or not? That's what's called an Asham Talari. So the Gemara says as follows. Let's analyze it. So the Gemara says, top of dollar, down the dollar. Good. Make me look down the road. Down the dollar. Below me, going to my dollar, my seat, the person also. The most I goes without saying, I remember reverting back to our original focus, or one of our original focus. Who brings the parhel of the Sigur? Ultimately, again, is that the people? Is it the basic? So we're thinking that says that it's the Sigur. Person also. Because then everyone knows about it. A lot of people not know based in it. The normal person also, the Avishal Hava Amr. So I'll say, even according to anything that says that it's the base thing that brings it, so he's not as much of a personal publicity. Still, had Ruben asked, he would have found out. So we'll say, it's interesting, what you see over here at the end of this focus is like how much liability or how much responsibility is there on Ruben to find out about the current state of affairs. I'm going to be able to see. Much of the Suntas from Adar. But what could Suntas' position be compared? But Adam Shevi Kamarosa Ben Ashmoshes. So it's like an individual who brought his carbon Ben Ashmoshes. I must remember again, carbon must be brought by day. See, brought by day. Let's say someone inadvertently brought their carbon Ben Ashmoshes and product there between day and night. Something we go, this Gemara says. So something we go audio. So something. I'm sorry. Ben Ashmoshes. Something we go audio. Miskapalon. Something we share Hashecha. Miskapalon. She'in Rabin Hasham Talmud. So ultimately, I want to that would be an example of a case where we're not bringing Hasham Talmud. The woman going to the Banda Amar, based in the Lord of Fasim Mosa. And again, it goes without saying right to the opinion that says that it's based in that brings the seer. Because again, there's no publicity associated with that. I will put them on the Fasim Mosa. Even according to the opinion that says that it's the tzibur that brings it, and therefore there would be publicity around this. Rabbi says the hama, the suffix we go audio, suffix the sheikh hashecha, each shayl will ashka finished in the shayla. And he will say in this case over here, ultimately again it would be speaking to ask for clarity. But yet that's different than the case by the basin. When it is someone to ask for clarity, I will have an azai. So what's his next mission? Remember again, so far we have clarity on the position of Rabbi Shimon. Right? Rabbi Shimon says that based on Paskin Caleb is mother, Then Basin walks it back, right? Basin reverses. Ruvain didn't hear about the reversal, eats Caleb. Reb Shimon says, you're potter. You're potter. Why? Because you are considered to be acting on a Mason of Psak of the Basin, and therefore you are covered by that. Then, now remember again, Rabbi Lazar just follow the progression. Rabbi Lazar says, suffering. And then the Mishnah introduces the idea, the difference between maybe if he's home versus if he's traveling. Rabbi Akiva said, I hear that, right? I hear that. And I hear Akiva says, I think that the one who's traveling ultimately again, really, I'm leading to saying that he's potter much more than saying that he's chayiv. Ben Azai says Rebbe. Remember, Ben Azai is Rabbi Akiva's Talmud. So Ben Azai says Rebbe. How does that? What's the difference between someone who's traveling and someone who's home? To Rabbi Akiva responds very simple. Someone who's home should know what's going on. Someone who's traveling doesn't have access to information. So Shakir Rabbi Akiva the Ben Azai. Rabbi Akiva says, going back to Ben Azai. Listen to this. So Said Ben communicates with me. Let's say Ruvain ultimately again begins to travel. He left his house, but he's still in the city. So let's say, so what would you do in that case over here? The Ben Azai Chayiv. How do they say? He said, according to Ben Azai, he should be Chayiv. Why? Because he's still home. Ultimately, the Rabbi Akiva Potter, the high Hiksik Padara. He ultimately again is going to be Potter. Why? Because once you leave your house, you don't have the same access to information. Incredible. Horn of Beis Lakbar as paradox was this now comes to the last part of Mishnah, which is going to be the bulk of our conversation. So let's say, first of all, how do we asking? The Rambam ultimately asking is like Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva, they need the halacha l'maisa, based in asking that his mother, right? Then based in reverse that's psak. After the reversal, Ruvain eats Caleb. What's Ruvain's liability? So we accept this distinction. If Ruvain is home, then ultimately again Ruvain is chayiv. Why? Because if you're home, you should know what's going on, and you should know about the reversal. If Ruvain was traveling, then halacha say again, even if he just left his house, ultimately he's going to be potter. Why? Because once you leave your house, you won't have the same access to information, and he is considered to be acting based on the psak based in, and therefore is himself a personal liability. Incredible. Next, what's what Mishnah will say? If based in makes an erroneous psak, and they uproot an entire section of the Torah, there's no such thing as Shabbos. That's not Parahel Government at Sibor. What's Parahel Government at Sibor? When they make a mistake about a detail regarding the mitzvah. Says the Gemara. Again, when is it Parahel Government at Sibor? When based in makes a mistake regarding a detail, davar, but not regarding an entire mitzvah. So what's an example of this? Under 8 of a Torah in Shabbos with Torah, so from the Torah. They say there's no Nida, there's no Shabbos, there's not more Zara. You would have thought that maybe they're liable to Parahel of Davar. The Ne'ala Davar, the Rothschild is Ali and Mitzvah Kula are able to it. Again, because that's how Amru, listen to this, so for example, they make a mistake. So he said, of course, he's so supposed to be but if you have relations with a woman who's observing one day corresponding to a day that she saw bleeding, such a person is potter, right? That's called Parahel Government at Sibor. They make the mistake in a detail, don't post nida. Yesh Shabbos b'Torah, aval amotzim sh'surabim potter. There is no Shabbos, but they asking that carrying something from a Rosh Hashanah to Rosh Hashanah is potter. So they're making a mistake with the detail. Ultimately, again, Parahel Government at Sibor. You would have thought that Basin should be potter in these cases. I'm sorry. Potter, same thing. There's Avodah Zarah, but they make a mistake about a detail regarding Avodah Zarah. So again, halacha. So Yaakov Yitur and Tavolomar, the Ne'elam Davar, the Lo Kol Hamid. Listen, this is it. The Parahel Government at Sibor, Basin is only chayiv if they make a mistake regarding a detail of a mitzvah. But if they seek to uproot the mitzvah in its entirety, again, because it sounds strange to say potter. Potter means they're potter from Parahel Government at Sibor. Certainly not a good case. However, we often need to it. Maybe Kiva makes us Victor makes us to it. Or back Kiva's color to it. So much like this. You would have thought ultimately again if they are potter. Now, if you're going to say ultimately again where they uphold part and they you want to be a lot of Potter, and if you go ahead and uproot everything you're Potter, then when is your reliability? Kind of how the question is what kind of problem like Ima. Dabar Kula Wilson, maybe not. Maybe the Ne'elam Dabar. How do you know Dabar only means a detail? Maybe Dabar means an entire mitzvah. So the Gemara says, Hamur the Ne'elam Dabar. So I said, okay, my Mashma, I understand how do you see from the phrase the Ne'elam Dabar that there's only liability if they uproot the detail and not the mitzvah in its entirety. Hamur Kari Bay, the Ne'elam Dabar. So the way we actually understand that the Ne'elam Dabar is the Ne'elam Dabar. Their eyes were blinded to detail. Amar Gemara says, Kisya Amarka, Va'asu Achos, Mitzvos. Mitzvos, Mitzvos. So again, the Rosh Hashanah is when he did something in Mitzvos. Mitzvos means like a detail from the mitzvah and not of the mitzvah. And it's entirely Rashi Amar Yavet Davar Davar Mizaki Mamre. Big Exer Shabbat, Mizaki Mamre. Again, we'll say, remember who's Mizaki Mamre? The rebellious sage. That's the guy and the member of the Deity who will not go ahead and give in to the majority. If Sibbe Mizaki Mamre, he probably made thought Davar. Well, Sasra Darsha Yidu was small. Mamre didn't have Davar below Kol Davar. Davar below Kol Davar. Just like Zaki Mamre, he's arguing on a detail. So to Paran Davar, not Sibor, Davar means a detail. I'm going to go to Shmuel. He basically Hayavin, Hachi. So we'll say, so again, it's just all to point out. All that was happening just there is that there are differences of opinion as to where to learn this out from. But the good news is everyone is agreeing with the halacha, namely that halacha said is only par halal davar in that seaboard when the basin makes a mistake about a detail of a mitzvah. But if they make a mistake and they want to uproot the mitzvah in its entirety, ultimately again there's no a basin actually the davar shena is living both. So let's say listen to this. If there's only par davar in that seaboard when basin makes a mistake regarding something that the tzeddukim argue on. Okay, we'll see what this about the davar shena tzeddukim both involved. But if they make a mistake regarding something that the tzeddukim agree with, to it, ultimately they're contra. And they'll say, remember again, what did the tzeddukim agree with? Right? What do they agree with? Torah Shabbat Sabbath, that's explicit. What do they disagree with? Torah Shabbat Peh. So the Gemara saying is like this. They don't have learned that seaboard in a situation, ultimately again, where basically makes a mistake regarding something that's not explicit. But if they make a mistake regarding something that is explicit, ultimately, there's no power out of that seaboard. Why not? My time up. Zil Kari Bay Rav. Pay attention in class. Pay attention in class, which means again, if Bezin makes a mistake, it's something that is explicit in the Torah. They'll say that's negligence. That's negligence. Power out of that seaboard, they'll say, is where so you begin to see what's happening over here. It's where Bezin makes a mistake in a detail in a mitzvah that's not explicit. It's not explicit. Okay, mistakes happen. But you make a mistake in something explicit, or even the tzeddukim know this. That's professional negligence, and with professional negligence, that's not par halal government. That's incredible. So you might say, one second, let's analyze this. Tonight, so one second, because the examples that the Mishnah gave seem to be examples that are explicit in the Torah. So tonight, the first one line I was said about it, Yesh me the Torah about Shemar Keneged Potter, Ma'amai, Shemar Keneged Yom, Ksib, the Safra law, Ma'amai Shesem Peres, Echon the Echon. So one says to this, but the halachot of Shemar Keneged Yom, that when it really leads on one day during certain days of the month, that she observes one corresponding day of Hara purity. That actually explicitly written in the Torah. So shouldn't that be so again, you just said before that if anything is explicit, you don't bring power down. That's the word. Gemara says, maybe the mistake they made was they said that maybe initiating Biyah with this woman is mutter, it's only completing Biyah that's asa. And that makes it also says the person is called a ha'ara. So ultimately it says the man exposes her nakedness, which means even initial Biyah without completing the act is still going to be asa. So what's their mistake? They said, oh, it's only Biyah Kedarka. It's only Biyah Kedarka. That's also be a Shalom Kedarka ultimately is going to be one. That's their mistake. You know, it doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, Mishkevei Isha. Was it interestingly enough, the Torah refers to relations. The reason is Mishkevei. Mishkevei is plural. It's plural, which means that there are two halachically recognized acts of Biyah that are both legitimate acts of Biyah. Biyah Kedarka, Biyah Shalom Kedarka. So to make a distinction between those two, ultimately again, one is making a mistake and makes a mistake from the Torah. So it's the words of Dali Kedarka Asur Afigahara. So what they're saying is like this: if it's Biyah Kedarka, even initially it's going to be Asur. Shalom Kedarka, the might be able to Asur Allah Sharia. If it's Shalom Kedarka, then ultimately it's going to be completing the act as Asur, but initiation of the act ultimately again is going to be Mutter. Alright? So you can make that same mistake with general Holocaust leader, not just something like, you know, Elohim only Kedarka. In reality, the making a mistake is follows. So the Amri, Ha'ara, Isha, double Hindixim. Ultimately, and rather the mistake is about Ha'ara, is initiating Biyah, and therefore that was this only applies to maybe a bona fide Nida, but not Shemar something like it. So we're just trying to show how the case of Nida in the Mishnah is a mistake about a particular detail that is not explicit. Levi saying, either Amri, Sava, or Avi, Ella, Biyamani. The mistake they make is that a woman can only become a Sava during the day. Where do they get from the sin? Kol Yimei Zova. Okay, so that's an example. So they made a mistake. A woman can only become a Zava during the day because it says Kol Yimei Zova. That's the mistake. When you can become a Zava whenever she has to see what's slow, whether it's by day or by night. Good, next. So we're just trying to chart each of these cases. The Beis making a mistake in a detail. And I should say, in a non-explicit detail. Whereas Shabbos was about just one thing. So there's an example one. They said there is Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry an item from one domain to another. What's what? That night, Otsa Ksiva. Otsa, the prohibition to transport an item from one domain to another domain in Shabbos is explicit. The Gemara says, so it's an explicit person. So how can we say that they have a liability for this? The Amri, Otsa, who also have not. This is interesting. They say ultimately again, Otsa, which means it's going to be Asar, but Achnasa, the reverse of that is what the Levi say. Or they say, for example, transporting an item is Asar, but handing something or throwing something is Mutter. So again, an example of where they're mistaking a mistake in a detail. It's not. That's what from that Potter. So the case in Mishnah 1 says, Avodah is Asar, but bowing down is Mutter. One second. It's an explicit Asar. Don't bow down to another God. The Amri, Sharia. They say ultimately, what is bowing down? Asr, but that's the normal way to worship the idol. But if you bow down to the idol, that's not the normal way to worship it, it's mutter. So Rashi gives the example, so what's the good example? It's Baal Pa'ar. How do you go out and worship Baal Pa'ar? Right, it's an all-time crowd favorite. Like you dedicate on the idol. Right, so Lamaisa, again, let's say you bow down to Baal Pa'ar. I would have thought that I love Lamaisa. You're Potter. Gemara says that's the mistake they make. Remember, we've seen this back in Avodah Zarah. Certain forms of worship are also for all forms of idolatry. Bowing, right, prostrating yourself is one of those. Gemara says, this may teach you that right line. Or the other mistake they made was maybe only full prostration or bowing is also right, but ultimately again, non-full prostrational bowing is not also, which is a mistake. So that'd be an example of how it doesn't answer. So we'll say, so bottom line, the Gemara is accepting this idea from the Mishnah that the only time that there is parallel government at Tzibur is when Beis makes a mistake regarding a detail in a mitzvah. What kind of detail? A detail that the Tzedukim would not agree to, i.e., it's not explicit. But if they make a mistake regarding an explicit detail, or they try to uproot a mitzvah in its entirety, ultimately, no harm have of done it. But incredible. I was like, 1,000 other days. But it was encouraging Shabbos no. So about the following, let's say based in Paskins, there's no malacha kodesh. The malacha kodesh is plowing on Shabbos. So they say there's no malacha of kodesh on Shabbos. Wow, what is that situation? We are really given to come over to the Milsa, that they can bring the mitzvahs dummy. On one hand, we could say like this: they agree that there's 39 malachas, or at least that there are 38 malachas, right? But they're just disagreeing on this. So this is called house getting on a detail. So therefore it should be subject to power of the next. So what's this? Or what they're doing with this psak is they're uprooting an entire malacha. So maybe uprooting an entire malacha is called uprooting an entire mitzvah, and therefore there's no power of the mitzvah liability. So it's interesting, Shaila. So what? And they're agreeing that there's Shabbos and that there's malacha. They're just disagreeing on one detail, i.e. one malacha. On the other hand, you could say no. They're going ahead and halacha l'maisa. They're going ahead and halacha l'maisa, uprooting an entire malacha. Maybe that's called uprooting an entire mitzvah. Therefore, no par helam delim in that sequence. Let's analyze. So Tashma, each in the Torah, so your potter. Again, going back to Mishnah's case. There is supposed to be no, but if you have relations with the Shemer Shem Kineged Yom, ultimately your partner. But Amai, Ha'aryon, the Shemer Shem Kineged Yom Tov. But they're uprooting this entire detail. Now, on the other side, the Mishnah said when basing uproots the entire mitzvah, there's no parallel dominant in that sequence. We're trying to figure out over here is what happens when they're uprooting an entire detail that is part of a bigger mitzvah. So the Shemer Shem Kineged, they're uprooting this entire halach. I'm going to say Shemer Shem Kineged, they're coming into the Shemer. No, because also remember again, we saw before, they were making a mistake regarding the detail about Shemer Shem Kineged Yom. Not saying the Shemer Shem Kineged Yom is mutter. Tashma, Yesh Shabbos B'Torah, Aval Hamotzi V'Shlam and Patra. Remember again, based in Paskin, there's Shabbos. There's Shabbos, but you're allowed to carry something from Rishos Harabim to Rishos Harabim. That night, they're going ahead and they're uprooting the concept of Otsah. Which was like, no. Hasanami Kish, we answered this already. What were they making a mistake? They're saying you're allowed to throw something or allowed to hand something. They're making a mistake regarding a detail. Tashma. Let's go from the not have that potter. Right? There is a Zara, but if you bow down your potter, but Amai, they're uprooting the concept of prostration. Awesome, was it? Once again, we're talking about Kish. No, we answered that. They're making a mistake regarding a detail, a prostrational detail. They're making a mistake about. So now let's say ultimately the Gemara doesn't answer it, right? So now what Yosef's kasha is a very interesting idea, which is here. So based in Paskin, there is no malacha of plowing on Shabbos. So what is that? Here we say they're making a mistake regarding a detail of Hilchos Shabbos. Right? And therefore, again, there's parallel government that see, or no, they're uprooting an entire malacha. So therefore, that looks like the uprooting of an entire mitzvah, and therefore, no parallel government that see. So they'll say, and then we'll answer this. Let's say based in Paskins, Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. Shabbos doesn't apply during the Shemitah year. So first of all, we'll see why they would say that. So the Gemara says the ninth hour, the hot thing on that. What would lead them to this? What would lead them to this is a mistake regarding the power of the Charish uva katzer tishbos. So the Pasuk says literally again, Charish means plowing, katzer means harvesting. You shall rest. It's not a big Charish Sheikh Shabbos. When there's plowing, there's Shabbos. Shabbos. When there's no plowing, there's no Shabbos. There's no plowing. Where's there no plowing? So ultimately, again, so that would be a mistake. So there's no Shabbos during the Shemitah year. So we have been around the and the Mekayim like a Shani Shavuot. If we don't say the king, he says dummy. So we see like this. That on one hand, well, as much as they're being not called Shabbos during the Shemitah year, but they're upholding Shabbos right during the other 6 years. So therefore, this is called a mistake regarding a detail, not uprooting a mitzvah. Given the fact, highly the Shvi is Kakila Sakuftami. On the other hand, I'll give you Shabbos for an entire year. Maybe it's called making a mistake regarding the mitzvah in its entirety, and therefore no parallel living at Siba. Ravina Kashma, Navi Shnis Nava Lakra Davin Torah, Chayiv, the Bidl Mitzas, or the Pia Mitzas. Suppose listen to this. You're going to bring another case. If you have a false prophet, right? And the Navi comes along and he prophesizes, right? The Navi comes along and he says, I prophesize, I heard the word of God, and there's no longer a prohibition on idolatry. Cases for that, and if that's a capital offense, death penalty. Death penalty, ultimately, again, listen to this. The Bidl Mitzas, or Kia Mitzas, what happens if he comes along, ultimately, again, and he upholds part of the mitzvah, and he negates part of the mitzvah? Rabbi Shimon Omer Potter, Rabbi Shimon says that he's Potter. Let's go Potter when it comes to idolatry. Even if he says today, like Fridays you're allowed to worship idolatry, but the rest of the week you can't. Ultimately, again, he's going to be liable. So what do you see from Mishnah? Ein Shabbos B'Shvi is Kipitol Mitzvahs or Kim Mitzvahs HaMishmarim. What do you see from here? You see from here that Halacha L'Maisa, when you play around or when there's a mistake regarding a detail, that is a particular part of a mitzvah, even if that part represents something substantial, that is still called a mistake in a detail and not an attempt ultimately again to uproot the Torah in its entirety. Instead of also working backwards. Halacha L'Maisa, ultimately again, what you see is as follows. Therefore, the case over here of where a person says, basically says there's no Shabbos in Shemitah, that's considered to be a mistake in a detail. By extension, in Yosef's case, basically makes an erroneous psak, and they say, halacha l'maisa again, there's no malach of chorish, no malach of plowing, that is considered to be a mistake in a detail of a mitzvah, not enough rooting of a mitzvah, and therefore there is power halom davar in that siva. Instead of us, we bring this all together and turn it out the power. Halacha l'maisa, when is it power halom davar in that siva? Ultimately, again, only when Beis makes a mistake is something that is not explicit. If it's explicit, as evidenced by the fact that even the tzaddukim agree with it, no power halom davar in that siva. Right? Furthermore, there's only liability when they seek to uproot a detail. But ultimately, again, if they seek to uproot, if they make a mistake regarding the observance, it's its totality, no power halom davar in that siva. In these cases, where again the Beis is making a mistake regarding a unit of a mitzvah, even though it's a significant unit, as long as the mitzvah bigadol remains intact, they will be liable to power halom davar in that siva. Holy Beis in the other Achman Shato, Beis made a mistake, and one of the members of the Beis didn't realize he's made a mistake. Well, I'm like, I'm telling out time. Now, what's like, see, by the way, this is very exciting because you don't always see it like this. The dramatic part, the progression in the Mishnah is dramatic, right? Mishnah 1, Beis made a mistake, no one under that mistake, individual acts. Mishnah 2, Beis makes a mistake, Beis realizes the mistake. They reverse, but ultimately, Mishnah 3, Beis makes a mistake. And one of the members of the Beis themselves now realizes, Hebron, this is a mistake. And during the psak, bubble ahead. Don't have that. You guys are wrong. Or for that matter, again, Beis didn't pass in, and the ranking the ad Beis, the head of the court, wasn't there. Wasn't present. Or there was a member of the Beis who was a convert, a Nazir, and a sin also were converts, or Zakir, or is old. That was we're going to show how you are divine. He was so old that he couldn't father children. We're going to talk about this, but all of these individuals are not allowed to serve on a Sanhedrin. Right? These are disqualifications. You cannot serve on a Sanhedrin if you're a ger, if you're a Nazir, if you're in a sin, or you're so old that you can't have kids. So again, it was essentially it was a disqualified member of the Beis was Talacha, and they said Pater. So essentially, if the Beis didn't render the psak, so there's two cases over here. Right? Ultimately, again, in case number 1, Beis rendered the psak, but according to the psak was formalized, or it was formalized, and one of the members said, you're wrong. So there's already an awareness about the erroneousness of the psak from the beginning, ultimately again, in that case, or for that matter again, halacha l'maisa, there's a disqualified member of the Beis Din. In these cases, Beis Din will not bring a par halal davaminatsi. Shneimar kan idon, v'neimar lahalan idon. It says over here idon, and it says over here idon. Ma idon more Allah, just like idon. Just like Ada, ultimately, again, this is in the case of capital cases. Just like Ada over there refers to a unit, a body that is fit for adjudication of cases. So to over here, by Mar Sibor, don't tell me when everyone on the basin is fit for to be a basin. Says the Gemara. Oh, Shalom Hayam Muflash of Basin Sham. No, it's supposed to say interesting. So if the basin issued the psak, and the ranking member of the basin was not there, the psak ultimately, again, there's no problem with that siva. So the man says, why not? So where do you know that from? I'm not sure. It's just the same time that Ishmael, if they not up with all of the other shots looking both of Turin, why is that we said before that a basin made a mistake regarding the explicit detail? So explicit that even the Siddukim agree with it. Why are they offered? That they shahayim that have little mode, don't know what to do. Because they should know. They should have the knowledge and they did not do so. Same thing. How do you adjudicate a case without the ranking sage? Adjudicating the case without the ranking sage is like not paying attention in school. Obviously, you have a ranking sage. Why do you have it? Because he's the smartest guy in the group. Don't think about it. Don't think you are the smartest guy in the room. Like, there's usually someone smarter. So ultimately over here, there's an odd based in. There's not based in. How do you go ahead and asking without it? So sitting in session without the based in is the same thing as making a mistaken explicit halacha. Both of them represent professional negligence, and when it is professional negligence, there is not halal davaminat sibor. Ne'amar sham eidam and ne'amar kan eidam shikula really la. So since we have a hasa art, let's say no for that. We stop over for today, boss. Alright, I don't know that the quality was the best. Sometimes it's just about getting where you need to go, even if the trip is a little sloppy. Again, we made it up to Mexican now, so you can see the pages ahead are a little bit, the print gets bigger. Tremendous. Good Shabbos, good Shabbos. Good Shabbos, everybody. Good Shabbos. Thank you, guys. Good Shabbos, everybody. All right, so we'll say good morning or good night. Let's begin. So first of all, our share sponsored this month by Paul and Kathy Pollack in memory of Solomon Floret, Pollack, Sarah Bas Abraham, Shmuel Ben Zakaria, my Dana Shamas and Ali, the family of Chama. Thank the Pollack Mishpacha for your sponsorship. And also by the Wilder family in commemoration of the yard site of Sarah Shangle Bas Raman Halevi, aka Grandma, whose yard site was this past week. People doing the marathon are Torah Shalom have an Aliyah and the family. So with that, let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf pay 5. We are picking up on Dalit Amud Beis by the Mishnah, second class Mishnah on the daf. 2, 4, 6 lined up in the bottom. So hopefully by now, Imam is getting into the Sefas Harius. You see the incredible beauty of it, the incredible intensity of it, a little bit of a different kind of thing than what we're normally used to, but something very exciting nevertheless. It says in the Mishnah, Horu Beis Din Shogigin, Va'asu Chalakal Shogigin. If Beis Din made a mistaken, erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael acted upon this ruling, B'shogeg as well, in other words, Klal Yisrael did not realize that ultimately something was wrong. They had done something wrong. It would be in par. So ultimately, again, they bring the par ha'elam davaminat sibor. This is a special covenant that's brought when Klal Yisrael unintentionally follows an erroneous ruling of Beis Din. What happens if Beis Din purposely gave an erroneous ruling? But Klal Yisrael again was showing in others. Klal Yisrael didn't realize that the ruling was incorrect. So the halacha is going to be in kisbo sigura. So we'll see this. What this essentially means is that the kisbo sigura is another way of saying a personal chatas. So in this case, we'll say where the intention, the erroneous ruling of Beis Din was intentional. Klal Yisrael was shogeg. So in that case, there's no power ha'elam davar min hatzibur. It's just personal liability through a regular katos. Shogeg in ba'asim azidin hara'elu k'turim. If the basin was shogeg, but the people knew basin was wrong, but they still intentionally violated, then the halacha is matter. Then there's no katos. So there's no power ha'elam davar min hatzibur. Because as we see, power ha'elam davar min hatzibur is only when everyone is shogeg. That's number one. And of course, there's no personal liability, there's no chatas, because chatas is also only brought in the case of shogeg, and in this case, Klal Yisrael were mistaken. So the Gemara goes weiter. Shogeg in ba'asim azidin hara'elu k'turim. So we can infer from the Mishnah as follows: that if Basin delivered their ruling for shogeg, the Klal Yisrael went ahead and acted for Basin, hara'elu k'turim. Ultimately, again, they are mutter. They are mutter. No power ha'elam davar min hatzibur. We can infer from this that if it was shogeg dunya demazed, that if it was, what does that mean? That it's chayiv. What's the case of shogeg dunya demazed? They, shahoru basin shefil mutar. So basin, once we had this case earlier, basin asking it mistakenly that chaylev is mutar. Then it's chalik will be shumin, and then I will say what happens. I have a piece of chaylev and a piece of shumin. My chaylev and my shumin, which remember shumin is permitted back, chaylev is prohibited back, gets mixed up, and I end up eating chaylev. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat chaylev. What was my intention? My intention was to eat shuman, but yet I ended up eating the chaylev. So we'll say, what's that? I'm sorry. So we'll say that would be a case of shogeg dunya demazed, which sounds like, based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my liability by the psak of the basin, to which the Gemara says, if that's the case, if shotah, but yet again, if that's the case, then it can be inferred from the Mishnah. Yet why does Rabbi Rothschild ask that very question earlier? The Gemara answers no, don't infer anything from this lashon. Rather, again, what the Mishnah was just aiming for was Mishnaic symmetry. Since the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying shogeg, since the beginning said Mesidin va'asu shogeg, therefore the Sefer just from shogeg and va'asu. We'll say the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, in order to be chayiv ultimately for the specific type of carbon, it has to be shogeg on the part of Beis Din, and shogeg on the part of Klal Yisrael. Beis Din must be mistaken, must be shogeg in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be shogeg in their reliance on Beis Din. Everybody is shogeg, then ultimately we can bring the par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. Says the Mishnah. So let's say some Basin delivers their erroneous psak, and what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, of that matter, a majority of Klal Yisrael acts on the psak. So we'll say what's that? So we bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. So we'll say here we're adding another qualification. That qualification number one is that the Basin has to be the shogeg, Klal Yisrael has to be the shogeg. Next qualification I will say is that there must be either kol hakal, which we'll discuss what that means, or ruban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken ruling of Beis Din. If that happens, mostly they bring a power. If it happens to be that the mistaken ruling was regarding Avodah Zarah, then Avodah Zarah that the entire is sovereign. So ultimately, again, we'll say for this Avodah Zarah, there's not just the Arab, there's an additional Sahir as well. These words are there. Abud says something very interesting. He says, Yud Beis Shvat and Nadi and Yud Beis Parim. He says the following. That ultimately, again, if we're talking about a situation where all the Shvatim sinned, so every single Shevet brings their own power. So again, I will say, same case. Ultimately, again, Beis Din delivered an erroneous ruling. The tribes act, Klal Yisrael acts on that ruling. The Yehuda comes along and says that each Shevet must bring their own par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. And again, if the mistake was with Avodah Zarah, then each Shevet must bring its own par as well as its own seer, for 12 parim and 12 seer. We'll say hey with that one. Rabbi Shimon says, Yud Gimel parim, u'ba'avodas become 13 parim. So let's listen to this. Yud Gimel seer. Par b'sar the Shevet, par b'sar the Beis Din. The Mishnah has an interesting sheet. Rabbi Yehuda builds on it. He says, and I will say the halacha is that for parhel of the Tzibor, each shevet brings their own, and what? Beis Din also brings one. So, for example, I will a case, a case. So there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and they their own. If it was Abu Zara, it would be 13 parim and 13 se'irim. So the Gemara says, Horu Beis Din, Ba'asu Zayin Shot and Horuban. What happens if Beis Din passes, Beis Din administers an erroneous ruling? But 7 tribes. So what's we mentioned this yesterday? 7 Shvatim, Horuban Abiyad. So we'll say, or for that matter, the majority of Klal Yisrael. We'll say now, in this case, remember again, we're talking about 2 different things over here. There is either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling, or the Gemara says, Ruban, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than 7 tribes. So that law is Median Par. So also here it says that Allah as long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael following the erroneous ruling of Beis Din, that triggers the parhal of Davar Min HaTzibur issue. Rabbi Yehuda says as follows: Yehuda Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechadu V'Viyim Zayin Parim. Rabbi Yehuda says if 7 of the tribes sinned, then each tribe brings its own parhal of Davar Min HaTzibur. So this is Rabbi Yehuda Shekasa. Rabbi Yehuda always holds that each tribe, each shevet, brings its own par. Furthermore, he says something amazing. He says, Ushar Shvatim Shalochatu. What about the other tribes who didn't do anything wrong? Ve'vian al Yudei and par. Ultimately, again, I will say, the tribes who didn't sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, the Gemara says, Sha'ab ilu shalochatu ve'vian al Yudei. Because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Rabbi Shimon says, Ches parim, u'ba'avodas o'chavim, Ches parim, v'Ches se'irim. Par b'sar the Choshevet, v'Shevet, par b'sar the Beis. Rabbi Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sinned go ahead and bring a carbon. Rabbi Shimon has in his Votavosai, is that Beis Din brings its own carbon. So each tribe will bring its carbon, Beis Din will bring its own additional carbon. Horu Beis Din shel Echad min HaShvatim v'asa osa shevet apiyed. This is actually very interesting. What happens if the high court of one of the Shvatim, each of the Shvatim also have their own court? Let's say one of the high courts of one of the Shvatim, Paskin the road, delivered a wrongful psak, and that shevet acted on that psak. What's the halacha? Also shevet uchayiv ushar kol Shvatim in Rabbi. So Yehuda also will say that shevet who followed its Beis Din is chayiv for a par, but the other Shvatim are pater. The Chachamim say no, ein chayavin ela al horoya ela al horios. So here you go in the sector, horios Beis Din agodim. So we'll say the Chachamim say no, par hel of Davar Min HaTzibur will say is only brought if there is one Beis Din who delivers an erroneous ruling. Which Beis Din is that? That's the High Court, the Sanhedrin. Shene Amar Kol Adas Yisrael Yishku V'lo Adas also Shevet. So I'll say, interesting that the way the Chacham understand this, Adas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin as we're going to see. So the Chacham disagree, the Chacham say that if a tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling, there is no liability for par ha'el of Davar Min HaTzibur, only if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Ten Rabbanos, we'll say, we now have a fundamental 3 machlokes in the Mishnah. We're going to analyze this now. Ten Rabbanos. Yadu shehoru k'tau, not horu. So let's listen to this case. Let's say Beis Din realized that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They did not. They didn't realize, or they don't remember what the wrong psak was. If you look at the first Rashi in the Gemara, Rashi says Yadu shehoru k'tau mashoru. Kloma horu Beis Din shechelu motiv abidol mitzas vasu kala piem va'afu shod in chilev b'dam davichad b'shigagas ma'isa bilbad v'chad v'horah. ואחר כך יודו שהורו שלא קרוי, אלא שטלו מה שהורו דהינים יודו אם על החילת הורו או על הדם. So let's listen to this case. Beis Din realized that they made an erroneous ruling. They just forgot what the erroneous ruling was. So they know either we permitted chilef or dam. We just can't remember which one. In the interim, what happens? Klal Yisrael consumed both of these things. So the Shaila says, what do you do in this kind of case? So Yachol you Chayavim, you might have thought that there'd be a parallel on that Tzibor Tamilomar, Vinod Hachatas. So the pasuk says that the sin became known. Below Sheyodu Achotim. It's not just enough to know that the people sinned, but rather again for a parallel on that Tzibor, what does there have to be? There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the erroneous psak actually was. Asher Chatu. So we'll say that, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger a parallel on that tzibor liability, there has to be clarity as to what the wrong psak was. If Basin themselves, if Basin said, listen, we know we delivered a wrong psak, but what? We don't know what the psak was, then that cannot trigger a parallel on that tzibor liability. Asher Chatu. Chatu Shnei Shabbatim, Levi Shnei Parim. If two tribes went ahead and sinned, so we'll say they bring two parim, Shlosha, Levi and Shlosha. So we'll say if three tribes made a mistake, so again they bring three parim. Oh, Eina Omer Ella, Chatu Shnei Yechidim, Levi and Shnei Parim, Chatu Gimel, Levi and Gimel. Or maybe even it's not tribes, or maybe ultimately again it's 3 and 2 individuals. An individual makes a mistake, he also brings a barhel on Davin that Tzibor. Therefore again the pasuk says, Tamalomar, Hakal Chayiv. B'chol Kal, so yours B'chol Kal, B'Kal Chayiv. Well, so therefore the pasuk says, it is only the Kal who brings a barhel on Davin that Tzibor, never min Ayachim. But what does it mean B'chol Kal, B'Kal Chayiv? Ketzad. Chatu Shnei Shvatim Levi and Shnei Parim, Chatu Zayin Levi and Zayin. Usharsh. So we'll say therefore again, what do we learn from this? If two tribes sin, each of those tribes brings a parallel on Davin and Tzibor. Similarly, if 7 tribes sin, so 7 tribes bring a parallel on Davin and Tzibor. And furthermore, Ushar Shvatim Shalom Chatu Levi and Al Yedei and Par. So I'll say ultimately again, and even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shafidu Elu Shalochatim Leviin Al Yedei Achotim. Lekach Ne'emar Kal, Lechayiv Al Kol Kahal Lekal Divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So we'll say this is the Shita Rabbi Yehuda. The Rabbi Yehuda Shita we'll say is twofold. Number one, that there is individual tribal liability. That if a particular shevet goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous psak of the basin, that shevet brings a par ha'elam davar and atzibah. I will say, Rabbi Yehuda's shita is that called shevet is shevet ikri kal. He holds, remember again, the operative word by par ha'elam davar and atzibah is kal. Torah says there's only liability when the kal follows an erroneous psak of basin. The machlokes is going to be what? How do you define kal? Rabbi Yehuda defines kal as a shevet. So if an individual shevet follows the erroneous psak and based in Shitas Rabbi Yehuda, they have to bring a par ha'elam davar and atzibah. That's part one. But not only that, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par ha'elam davar and atzibah for what? For the tribes who did. For the tribes who did. That's Rabbi Yehuda Shita. They don't so therefore again the Gemara says the Chayiv Kol Kal B'Kal Divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So Rabbi Yehuda ultimately holds that halacha l'maisa again. The tribes who sinned go ahead and what? Bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor, and the tribes who did not sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Each shevet, there's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says Zayin Shvatim Shechatu. So listen to this. Levi and Zayin Parim, Ubeis and Levi Al Yedei and Par. Shene'emar lemata kal, v'ne'emar lemala kal. Makal Amr lemala based in the Makal. Afkal Amr lemata based in Makal. So what Rabbi Shimon says a little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Yehuda in that what? In that when an individual shevet sins, so that shevet brings a par ha'elam davar min hatzibor. But he adds in one thing and he disagrees on one thing. He adds in that when a shevet brings a par, who else brings a par? We'll say the beis din. What he disagrees with is where in Rabbi Yehuda's model, the non-sinning shvatim will also bring a par on behalf of the shvatim who did sin, but yet Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. So it's Rabbi Shimon's model, the shvatim who committed the avera, who inadvertently relied on the erroneous psak of the beis din, so they will bring a par, plus the beis din who delivered the erroneous psak will also bring a par. That's the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Meir says, Zayin Shvatim Shechatu based in the Din Ayadeh Par, Vein Keturin. And we'll say lastly is the sheet of Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir holds that Halacha L'Maisa, it is only the basin who brings the par hell of David Hatzibor, never the Shevet. Shvatim don't bring the par. Only, say Rabbi Meir says, Zayin Shvatim Shechatu, was in Rabbi Meir's model, the only time you bring a par hell of David Hatzibor is when there's a majority of the Kal, majority of Kal Yisrael. So again, how we define majority, we see two possibilities, either 7 tribes, or the numerical majority of the Kal. Either way, Rabbi Meir says is that when there is a majority who has sinned, it is only based in who brings the par hell of David Hatzibor, not the Shvatim. Not the Shvatim. Ne'emar Kal Lamata, the Ne'emar Kal Lamala. Not Kal Amar Lamala based in below Tzibor, Af Kal Amar Lamata based in below Tzibor. The Rishon ben Elazar says, Mishmo. So we'll say, what does he say? Rishon ben Elazar holds. Chatu Shisha Shvatim, Vein Rubo Shakal. If 6 of the tribes sin, and they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael, O Zayin, or 7 tribes sin, Afapi She'inu Rubo Shakal, even though what? They are not the majority of the Kal, nevertheless, in the Dian part. So we'll say, Shimon ben Elazar comes along and says, we'll say he's coming to define what is majority. He's the majority can take on one of 2 forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or the numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So we'll say first white line. Amar Mar, we'll say furthermore again, what did we say in the Bryce above? That the only time you bring a fire of the Tzibor is when the basin is explicitly clear as to what? As to the erroneous ruling they deliver. In other words, if basin is unsure about the erroneous ruling, basin knows, we know we did something wrong, we just what? We don't know what. You don't bring a power handle down to that zero. Mantana, we'll say, who is the opinion who says this? Who is the opinion who says this? So the Gemara says, I'm not going to come around, the low Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say, before we get to who we know it's like, I'll tell you who it's not like Rabbi Eliezer. It's not, I'm Rabbi Eliezer, Manafshah. So we'll say Rabbi Eliezer is commenting actually in a different case. Rashi points out he's talking about in a case of the Mesechus Krisus, where a person is not sure, it's an individual. I'm not sure if I ate chelev or I'm not sure if I ate nosa. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring a chatas. Why? Because it was like the carbon for eating chelev or for eating nosa is the same. It's a chatas. So Rabbi Eliezer says, who cares whether you know you ate chilud, you ate chatas, as long as you know what? You ate something, right? You ate one of those items, then I could bring a chatas because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say, Rashi points out over here that Rabbi Yoshua says at the end of the day, that nature of your liability, then you are not chayv. So our Mishnah will say, the Rashi doesn't reflect Rabbi Eliezer. Because it was Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis Din doesn't know what the erroneous ruling was, so we'll say as long as we know what, as long as we know that they permitted something whose intentional consumption would be chayiv kares. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was chela, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Gemara, our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, Rabbi Eliezer, no, you can even Rabbi Eliezer. Why? Shani Yachad said, could be power hell and government. That's a little bit different. Why? Because the pasuk says Asher Chata Allah. As well, so the pasuk says that Beis Din is chayiv for, or should say that power hell and government is that power hell and government is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something Asher Chatu Allah. So there's a specificity. There's a specificity articulated in the pasuk Asher Chatu Allah for the specific sin that they committed upon it. I Hasanami Haksiv. But 1 second. Hasanami Haksiv. Asher Chatu Allah. I'm sorry. Hasanami Haksiv Asher Chatu Allah. Oh, bless you. Homi Boyle the Pratla Misase. It was say there that pasuk is coming to teach us something else, which is what? That one cannot be chayiv chatos if they are misasik. It was say misasik means that I was involved in a totally different activity that inadvertently resulted in the commission of an avera. In that case, everyone that's misasik, everyone will agree that halacha l'maisa again, I am not chayiv a chatas in that case. My time is Rabbi Yehuda. So we'll say, so now we're going back. So now what we have over here is the various shitos concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a par helam davam in that seaport for us. Remember again, shitas Rabbi Yehuda is that the 12 shvatim, each of the shvatim brings their own par. Now that's what Rabbi Yehuda say. What you can say that even the shvatim who didn't sin bring on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. What's Rabbi Yehuda's shita? My time Rabbi Yehuda kasavar arba kaholik si. As Yehuda says, the word kal in some form appears 4 times throughout the parsha of Har HaLadach and Hatzipor. Right? He says kal, hakal, kahal, hakal. So what do I use these 4 kals for? Chad l'chai v'kol kal v'kal. One is a teaching that what? That each and every shevet is chayiv, that each and every shevet is called a kal, is called an assembly unto itself. That's one kal. The chad, the horot libabeis, and the ma'isa tala the kal. What's it? Second one teaches me that par halam tzir is only when it's brought when the beis din administers the ruling, and it's the tzibor who acts on the ruling. The chad ligarira. We'll say, what is teaching me about Grira? What's Grira? We'll say, the halacha l'maisa, even the shvatim who didn't sin, bring Grira the dragged along. Bring a carbon on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. Echad l'shevet she'asa b'hora beis. And we'll say, ultimately, again, what does it teach me? About the fact that if we'll say, if Rashi says, "Echad l'shevet she'asa b'hora beis," it is not the same, but the maslisin holud beis l'sha'achman l'shvatim. Even if one of the shvatim acted based on the psak halacha of its own basin, so Yehuda learns out all of the shitos from the 4 times the fact that the word kal is here. Rabbi Shimon's model. Talasa kalik city. It says the word kal 3 times. Hakahal, kal, hakahal. Meinei hakahal, orche dekro. Let's say that he doesn't mention the 4th kal. Why? Because that 4th kal appears in the phrase me'inei hakahal. It was obscured from the eyes of the kal, which was again basically made a mistake. He says that one you can't mention why, because that's just an expression. As well as people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so and so. So we'll say, how does he pass? So one kal comes to teach me that each shevet has its own liability for following the psak of the beis din. It says kal earlier, and it says kal over here. Just like we'll say, it says over here that basin has to be with the kal. So we'll say over here, we're only chayiv if what? If it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the psak halacha. Rabbi Meir, kal hakal lo darsh. We'll say Rabbi Meir doesn't darshan this at all. He doesn't darshan kals. Therefore, Therefore, ultimately, again, he needs the 2 kals that are required. Nemar lemata kal, nemar lemala kal. Now, mal la'alon based in below tzibor, afkan based in below tzibor. We'll say he teaches it to me to teach me what? That just like earlier, again, I will say the kal is referring to based in, not the tzibor. So Tovir is referring to based in, not the tzibor. So also remember again, what's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the par helam davar min tzibor? It's the based in. It's the basin. Basin brings the power, not the populace. Therefore, he learns that out ultimately get from the Xer Shah. Shimon Elazar, my time off. What's the Shimon Elazar's logic? Siv kaya ime ha'ida alma mi'uta siv me'ine. So we'll say again, remember on one hand, Shimon Elazar says as follows. The pasuk says ve'haya ime ha'ida. And he understands me'ine ha'ida to be a limiting or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says, and Siv, and it says, Kilachala on Pishkaga, the member of the Ruba in Mitutalo. So we'll say, I want it, and it says, Me'ine ha'ida, if the matter becomes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like, again, even if a small minority sin. Yet it also says, Kilachala on Pishkaga. Kala on also means what? Everyone sins. So which one is it? The member of the Ruba in Mitutalo. Sounds like it's only the robe, but not the miut. So in other words, Hakim, so Asubav, Me'intuban Shakal. So I'll say, Rabbi Shimon is teaching me the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, meaning acted based on the erroneous psak of the Sanhedrin, and they represent the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, or if 7 of the tribes followed the erroneous psak of the basin, even though what? They are not the numerical majority, nevertheless, chayavim. Ultimately, again, they are chayavim. Let's say on the base. Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Meir, no, roughly the base. In order for a power handler tzira obligation to be triggered, the psak halacha has to be given by the base din, but the action has to be taken by the cow, to which the Gemara says, what do we know that? From the Navu, Amar Abaye, the other God, the pasuk says, V'haya ime ha'idon yasdal l'shgaga. As I said, the pasuk says, it will be if from the eyes of the congregation yasdal l'shgaga, the matter was committed inadvertently. Rava says, Rava from the pasuk from that the entire nation acted inadvertently. Why? Because the Rahman would have just said the first pasuk. So I would have thought that even if just the minority of the population sins, there's a power handle government that's for. Therefore, the pasuk says that the entire nation is in Ikas of the Halam Bishkaga, and little what it is of the Halam Bishkaga, at the Abdi faith in Bahadiba. I haven't a thought that Allah the Mice of the Basin has to act together with this Rabbi as well. These two devils are written in the context of Zara. So ultimately you make this your Shabbat to teach us that this halacha applies whether Basin is delivering an erroneous about Avodah Zarah or about anything else for which there would be a good type of total Basin Shah. But remember again what the Mishnah is saying. If the Basin of one of the tribes, delivered an erroneous ruling, so we'll say again, that does not trigger Har Ha'alam Davar Minatzi. Has to be the Sanhedrin. Said the Gemara, Ibai the rule. Shevet Echad Radi Huda, Balraz Basin Adobo, Mi Aisu Shar Shlapimolo, was listening to this question. What happens if you have to find a situation? Balraz Basin Adobo, Shevet Echad Radi Huda, so what happens if one tribe acted based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Adobo? So we'll say, so one tribe acted, but it was the psak of the Sanhedrin Adobo. So let's remember again, what does Rabbi Yehuda hold? Rabbi Yehuda holds that each and every tribe brings its own par helam davar minatzibor. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous psak of the Beis Hadar. Me, Maisu, Shar, Shavatim, Odom. Let's remember this model. Remember, also, the tribes who did not commit an Adera, also what? Bring on behalf of the tribes that did. So if one tribe committed an Adera based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol, do the other tribes bring for that one tribe on it? Me, Amiran, Shiva, Shatul, Maisu, Shar, Shavatim, do we say the only time that the other tribes bring a carbon of Osai is when you have 7 tribes. When you have the majority of the tribes who committed an inadvertent sin based on the sack of the base din, that's when we say that what? That the tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, but again, one tribe, now remember I was saying Rabbi Huda's model, even if one tribe sins, remember I was saying Rabbi Huda's whole model is one tribe is also called the cow. So if you do this model, you can have if a one tribe follows the psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol, erroneous psak, they are going to bring a par helam davar minat tzibor. That will happen. The shaila is, do the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that much? I've never said before that if you do this model, you always have 12. So not necessarily. Meaning, remember, here's what we do know. We know when there is a majority of the tribes, then what? Then all 12 bring. Now the Gemara is asking us, what happens if one tribe sins? So we'll say, what do we know in Rabbi Rothschild when one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called a cow. That tribe brings a par halam davar minatzibor. That we know. That's whether that's halakha ma'is, we'll have to see. But that shit is Rabbi Yehuda. The shaila, all the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well. So do we say the only time that the rest of the tribes bring is when there's a rove of the shvatim who sinned, then even the ones who didn't bring about kashi with the lega rubalo. But if there's only one tribe, obviously it's not a road, and the other tribe do not bring. Maybe Rabbi Huda's model essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. But once one of the Shvatim is bringing a parallel Daviminatzir by definition, that ignites tribal liability for all of the Shvatim. So we'll say that's the Shaila. Same thing. Says the Gemara Kashma. So what do they bring? What do the tribes bring? So they bring one power. The Shimon says the Mishnah says what do they bring? One power. The Shimon says two powers. So what's the case here? If you want to say that it's where 7 tribes sin, Rabbi Shimon so we'll say in that case, Rabbi Shimon, remember what Shimon is Rabbi Shimon? Rabbi Shimon says that not only do the Shvatim bring their own part, but what else? Bezin also brings. So we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes sin. So Rabbi Shimon's model there should be 8 part. 7 of the tribes weren't for Bezin. Rather, it must be one. We must be talking about a case over here where one Shevet sinned. So what's the case? Tonight, if the Shevet made a mistake and that it relied on its own faith, then Shimon less like, right? So we'll say if that's the case, remember again, if they're relying on if the mistake we're talking about is a mistaken ruling given by their own faith, and then what? Then Rabbi Shimon will say there is no par halam government that's equal in that case. Rather, it has to be what? That it's talking about an erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol. The Tanakama, money. And it was a who's the name of the Tanakama? He named Rabbi Meir, Hadu Rabbi. The same one says Rabbi Meir required the majority of the Shvatim to propound them, and that's Sibor. Rabbi Yehuda. Rather, you have to say it's Rabbi Yehuda. If you go Shechata Shevat Echad. And what's the case? The case is where one Shevet sinned. So we'll say, so what's the difference? What do you see from that? It sounds like that according to Rabbi Yehuda, where one Shevet sins, who brings the Har Halam David at Sibor? That's one Shevet, and the other Shvatim are not activated in a situation like that. And we all come and ask you, what's the case over here? We go Shechatu Shisha Shvatim Vein Ruban Shalkar. Let's say now what's the case over here? It's where 6 of the tribes, six of the Shvatim sin, but they are the numerical majority. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, was there Rabbi Shimon said the Sanya, Rabbi Shimon Elazar Omer. Also first white line. Mishmo, I'm sorry, Rabbi Shimon Elazar Mishmo. Katu Shisha, Vein Ruban Shalkal. If 6 of the Shvatim sin, and they are the numerical majority. Oh Shiva, Abba She'ina Ruban Shalkal, or 7 sin. Right, they're the tribal majority, even though they're not the numerical majority. But the impact. We'll say that Allah is they bring a part. So the Gemara says, Tashma, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Rabbi Yehuda says as follows. Shevet sha'asa b'horaz beis. What's it? The Shevet acted based on the instructions of its own tribal base. So what's that? Also Shevet Chayif, Ushar kol hashvatim p'turim. So we'll say what? That Shevet is Chayif, but all the other Shvatim are Patur. U'b'horaz beis din Agadol, we'll say, but if the one Shevet acted based on the instruction of the base and Agadol, then what? Even the other Shvatim will be Chayiv, Shema Minas. We'll say, so Allah Rabbi Yehuda. That's we just went through interesting things, by the way. So first of all, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it appears that there can be a Chiyuv or a Har Ha'olam Davar Natzib, according to Rabbi Yehuda, even when it's based on the Psak Din of the High Court of that Shevet. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, if the Shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own High Court, then that Shevet will bring a Har Ha'olam Davar Natzib, but what? Not the other Shvatim. But if one Shevet is acting on the instructions of the Beis Din Agadol, then, according to Rabbi Yehuda, that Shevet brings a power, and what? All of the other Shvatim are activated as well. So we'll say, so it turns out that in Rabbi Yehuda's model, indeed, when you have any kind of a Shevet acts erroneously based on the instruction of the Sanhedrin Agadol, all of the Shvatim end up bringing a power out of them. It's incredible. I'm going to Rashi. That's the Rashi says the truth is this is supported by our mission as well. Also Shevet Al-Piyam. Right? The pasuk says that particular Shevet acted based on their word. Also a Shevet Chayiv, Ushar Shala Kalashat. Tell me then that only that one Shevet is Chayiv, but the other Shvatim are Potter. That's the case. Normally, when there's no Ushar Shvatim to it, the Mishnah didn't need to say. Mishnah didn't need to say the other Shvatim are Potter. Hakana Osa Shevet Chayiv. Which since the Mishnah says that Shevet is Chayiv, I would have understood that what the Chayiv the Tana Osa Shevet Chayiv. The Meli Yidano Shar Shvatim Pturim. We'll say once the Mishnah says that Shevet is Chayiv, by definition of the other Shvatim are Potter, I will have to mashmalon. The Behoraz based in the Shar Shvatim Pturim. About Behoraz based in Agodah to Shar Shvatim Chayovim Shmamina. Rather, also we keep back to the Mishnah that it's only in the case ultimately again where a Shevet is following the instruction of its own based in. That Shevet will be Chayiv, the other Shvatim will be Pturim. But if a particular Shevet is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, then once that Shevet has to bring a power hell of government that's more than what? The other Shvatim must do so as well. Incredible Shevet of Rabbi Yehuda. So again, whether or not you pass like that halacha l'meisa remains to be seen. But at least now we understand that Shitas Rabbi Yehuda's Rabbi said that first of all a number of novelties. Number one, that according to Rabbi Yehuda, that even if one Shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis Din of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a par helam davar minat sibur. Why? Because according to each Shevet is called a kal. Not only that, but once one Shevet has to bring the par helam davar minat sibur, then what? Every Shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin Agadol, but it's a ruling of the High Court of that Shevet. In that case, if the Shevet is following the high ruling of its own High Court, then what? Then that Shevet has to bring a korban. The other Shvatim is doing it. Very strong message about collective responsibility. Absolutely. Arbus, Ivailu, Shevet Echad Shasavaras based in Agadol. Let's listen to this. What happens if you have a Shevet Echad, one Shevet? Shasavaras based in Agadol. Was it followed the Psak Halakha of the Sanhedrin? Sanhedrin handed down the erroneous ruling. You have one Shevet who follows it. So the Rabbi Shimon, me, my Silo. So now we're transitioning from Rabbi Yehuda to Rabbi Shimon. Let's remember again, what was she does Rabbi Shimon? She does Rabbi Shimon was, Rabbi Shimon holds, he builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, yes, that each Shevet is called its own cow. Each Shevet must go ahead and bring its own support. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring. He also adds that the Beis Din also brings its own power. So Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as a maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 13 as a maximum. So the Shilas will say as follows. What happens if one Shevet acted on the Psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol? According to Rabbi Shimon, mi ma'isi odo. We'll say, so ultimately again, what happens in that case? Mi ma'isi odo. We'll say, what's the level of liability in that particular case? So the Gemara says as follows: Tashma, Mahin, what do they bring? Par Echad, bring one card. Rabbi Shimon Omer Shnei Par. Shimon says 2 parim. But I ask him, so what's the case? What's the righteous case? If you want to say that it's a case of where 7 of the Shvatim sin, Shnei Parim, what do you do? 2 parim, Shmona parim. So we'll say if 7 Shvatim sin, according to Rabbi Shimon, then what? You would have 8. 7 for the Shvatim who sin, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ella the Chata Shevet Echad. Rather, you have to say it's a case where what? 1 of the Shvatim sin. Who can find? We'll say, what's the case? About us, based, if you want to say the Shevet sin based on the Psak of its own based in Rabbi Shimon Leslie. Let's say Rabbi Shimon does not hold that there's any liability where a Shevet follows its own based in. The only time Rabbi Shimon says his liability is when it follows Sanhedrin Agadol. Ella Barat based in Agadol. Rather, it's the Ras based in Agadol, Sanhedrin. It is Barat. Tanakama man, let's say it was the Tanakama. Rabbi Meir Rugovoy. Let's say this Rabbi Meir holds. Will bring a hand up in that seaboard. Either when there's in America, there's a tribal road. So, Rabbi Yehuda, Shar Shatan Rabbi Meister. I'll say that Rabbi Yehuda, that once even one Shevet brings, then what? Then the rest have to bring as well. Elohaman Rabbi Shimon Elazar. Was it rather again? It must reflect the view of Rabbi Shimon Elazar to the sign as we talked about. Tashma. The come and say, we all of Eno Chayet Ella Al Horah Beis Ragod. Come and say about side. That the only time you bring a parallel double and sequel is when? It's in Allah for the mind again, they're following the Psak Halakha of the Sanhedrin Agadol. One Chacham was the word of Chacham. Either Rabbi Meir, if you want to say it's Rabbi Meir, Rubaboy, a miracle that you either need a tribal or numerical majority. And Allah Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi have to say that it is Rabbi Shimon, to which the Gemara says, ultimately again, Shema Minah. See that this is correct. Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad Ikri Kalmanal. Also listen to this. So I will say, the common denominator between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Huda is that they, see, we'll say, the difference is Rabbi Huda. So, okay, so we saw the differences already. But what they both agree on is as follows: that even one shevet is called a cow. Even one shevet is called essentially clouds. It's called an assembly. Where do they get that from? Where do they get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing. To which the Gemara says, Shevet echad ifi kamen over. Amri b'chsev, vayamol Yoshafat v'kal Yehuda, v'Yushalayim, nocha chatzer Hashem, ve'inotzer chatzer beis Hashem v'chadasham. Was it because the pasuk said that Yoshafat stood v'kal Yehuda v'Yerushalayim. He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda, v'kal Yehuda v'Yerushalayim, opposite the beis Hashem v'chadasham. Literally again, the new house of God. What does that mean? My Chadasham. What it means that this was the place where they were Mechadish, like they made a Chiddush. Was there always a Chiddush? V'amru Tuvul Yom Al Yikanis B'Nachman Alabiyah. Was it happens either under Yom Shabbat, they went ahead and they made a brand new ruling, which was what? That a Tuvul Yom, will say a Tuvul Yom is someone who went to the mikvah that day, but it still requires Herav Shemesh. It still requires the sunset in order to become Lord. So they passed him that a Tuvul Yom can't enter the Nachman Alabiyah. So we'll say, but what's the point of here? The point over here is you see that Yoshafat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? What does it call Yehuda? A cow. So the Gemara suggests you see from the Rabbi Shimon that we learn out from here that even one shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, maybe Yerushalayim is different. I'll tell you why. Because we'll say, remember again, here's what's interesting about Yerushalayim. In all the other areas of Eretz Yisrael, they were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was unique about saying that Yerushalayim was actually occupied by two tribes. So, right? That inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by two tribes, right? By Yehuda and Binyamin. So maybe the reason why the Navi uses the Lashon Kal over here is because in Yerushalayim there were two tribes. But in Achinami, that is not necessarily a raya that one tribe constitutes a cow. Which the Gemara says, you're right, you can bring another raya. Who says I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I'll make you to kahal amin. Now this was said to Yaakov Avinu right before when? Man is Yalad Le'achishai. There was who was born at that moment? Binyamin. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes, Binyamin. So you see from here that what? That even the birth of one tribe is called, Kal, Shmamino, Havikam Rachman. This is what the Torah is saying. Nisyalut L'cha Hashda, Kal Akrina. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to you right now? Another cow. So you see from here, ultimately, that God will say that even in one shape is called a cow. Maybe perhaps this is what the Shema will say. They shuddered the mysterious cow. Maybe God was saying something different. You're about to give birth to Binyamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called a cow. Which doesn't make sense. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called the cow, 11 tribes are not called the cow. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, that even one tribe is called the cow. So we'll say the Gemara ends. We're going to stop over here for today, but the Gemara ultimately ends with right, so you see over here, that's what? That Lamesa, again, even one tribe is called the cow. So the Gemara both is bringing two different potential sources. Either ultimately, again, from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of a kahal, or ultimately again from Yoshafat, that Yoshafat is standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called kahal. Right, we'll stop over here. We'll pick up here tomorrow. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow. And Shabbos both times the daf will be in Eretz Hashem will be afternoon. I'll send that later. But you have to have a good point. All right, so we'll say good morning or good night. Let's begin. So first of all, our share sponsored this month by Paul and Kathy Pollack in memory of Solomon Floret, Pollack, Sarah Bas Abraham, Shmuel Ben Zechariah, may the Neshamas have an aliyah, the family of Chama, thank the Pollack Mishpacha for their sponsorship. And also by the Wilmer family, in commemoration of the yard site of Sarah Shangle Bas Abraham Halevi, aka Grandma, whose yard site was this past week. We hope that in the marathon, our Shalom have an aliyah and the family. So with that, let's begin. A lot to do today. Today's daf is daf page 5. We are putting up on Dalit Amud Beis by the Mishnah, the second class Mishnah on the daf. 2, 4, 6 lines up at the bottom. So hopefully by now, the Imam is getting into the second Harius. You see the incredible beauty of it, the incredible intensity of it, a little bit of a different kind of human than what we're normally used to. But something very exciting nevertheless. It says in the Mishnah, Horu Beis Din, Shogigin. If Beis Din made a mistaken, erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael acted upon this ruling, B'shogeg as well, whereas Klal Yisrael did not realize that ultimately something was wrong, they had done something wrong. It would be in par. So ultimately, again, they bring the par ha'elam government at Tzibah. This is a special cover that's brought when Klal Yisrael unintentionally follows an erroneous ruling of Zidin V'asur Shogegin. What happens if Beis Din purposely gave an erroneous ruling? But Klal Yisrael again was shogeg, whereas Klal Yisrael didn't realize that the ruling was incorrect. So the halacha is going to be in Kispo Usigura. So we'll see this. What this essentially means is that the Kispo Usigura is another way of saying a personal chatas. So in this case, we'll say where the intention, the erroneous ruling of Beis Din was intentional. Klal Yisrael was shogeg. So in that case, there's no power ha'elam government at Tzibah, it's just personal liability through a regular practice. Shogegin va'asur l'zidin hara'elim. If the Beis Din was shogeg, but the people knew Beis Din was wrong, but they still intentionally violated, then the halacha is pater, then there's no pater. So there's no power ha'elam government at Tzibah, because as we'll see, power ha'elam government at Tzibah is only when everyone is shogeg. That's number one. And of course, there's no personal liability, there's no chatas, because chatas is also only brought in the case of shogeg, and in this case, Klal Yisrael were mistaken. So the Gemara goes back there. Shogegin va'asur l'zidin hara'elim tur. So we can infer from Mishnah as follows: that if Beis Din delivered their ruling for shogeg, the Klal Yisrael went ahead and acted with Beis Din hara'elim turim. Ultimately, again, they are butter. They are butter. No power ha'elam government at Tzibah. Ha-shogeg turim the Beis Din. We can infer from this that if it was shogeg dumya the Beis Din, and if it was, what does that mean? That it's chayiv. What's the case of shogeg dumya the Beis Din? They dummy. Shahoru Beis Din shogeg mutar. So Beis Din, we had this case earlier. Beis Din paskined mistakenly that chaylev was mutar. Then it's chalik from the shuman. And then I will say, what happens? I have a piece of chaylev and a piece of shuman. My chaylev and my shuman, which remember shuman is permitted fat, chaylev is prohibited fat, gets mixed up. And I end up eating chaylev. But remember again, my intention wasn't to eat chaylev. What was my intention to do? My intention was to eat shuman. But yet I ended up eating the chaylev. So I'll say, what's that? I'm sorry. So I'll say that would be a case of shogeg dumya amazing, which sounds like based on what the Mishnah said, that should be a case of where I should be covered ultimately again in my liability by the psak of the Beis Din. To which the Gemara says, if that's the case, if shotah, but yet again, if that's the case, then it can be inferred from the Mishnah. Yet why does Rabbi Rothschild ask that very question? The message the Gemara answers no, don't infer anything from the discussion. Rather, again, what the Mishnah was just eating for was Mishnaic symmetry. Since the beginning of the Mishnah began by saying shogeg. Since the beginning said Mesidin va'asur shogegin, therefore the Sefer just wrote shogegin va'asur Mesidin. We'll say the takeaway from this Mishnah is that in order to be chayiv in a par ha'elam government at Tzibor, in order to be chayiv ultimately to the system that the covenant has to be shogegin on the part of Beis Din and shogeg on the part of Klal Yisrael. Beis Din must be mistaken, must be shogeg in their delivery of an erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael must be shogeg in their reliance on Beis Din. Everybody is shogeg. They don't go to the air. We can bring the power of them. Says the Mishnah. Oru Beis Din. We also call it Kal Oru Banamti. So let's say the Beis Din delivers their erroneous psak. And what happens? All of Klal Yisrael, or for that matter, a majority of Klal Yisrael, acts on the psak. So we'll say, what's that? Laka, Mevi'en par. So we bring a par helam that we're going to do. So we'll say, we're adding another qualification. That qualification number one is that the Beis Din has to be the shogeg, Klal Yisrael has to be the shogeg. Next qualification I will say is that there must be either kol hakal, which we'll discuss what that means, or ruban, either the entire Klal Yisrael or the majority of Klal Yisrael has to act based on the mistaken ruling of Beis Din. If that happens, mostly they bring up power. If it happens to be that the mistaken ruling was regarding Avodah Zarah, then Avodah Zarah will be in par this sort. So ultimately, again, we'll say for this for Avodah Zarah, it's not just the par, but there's an additional study that's what we're going to do. Rabbi says something very interesting. He says, "Good base shvatim and be in good base part." He says the following: that ultimately, again, if talking about a situation where all the shvatim sin, so every single shevet brings their own power. So again, I will say same case. Ultimately, again, Beis Din delivered an erroneous ruling. The tribes act. The Klal acts on that ruling. Rabbi Yehuda comes along and says that each shevet must bring their own power helam davar yatzibur. The being Yudei is part of the Shemasa Asir. And again, if the mistake was with Avodah Zarah, then the shevet must bring its own power as well as its own seer for 12 parim and 12 seers. We'll say here without it. The Rishimon says, you kill a parim, Uvavodas become Shoshasar parim. So listen to this. You give us here. Par B'sar the Shevet, Par B'sar the Beis Din. That's an interesting sheet. Who that builds on it, he says, and I will say the halacha is that for par halal of Minatzibur, each shevet brings their own, and what? Beis Din also brings one. So, for example, I will say in a normal case, so there would be 13 parim, one for each tribe, and Beis Din would bring their own. If it was Avodah Zarah, it would be 13 parim and 13 seirim. So the Gemara says, "Horu Beis Din va'asu zayin shlat and horuban." What happens if Beis Din passes that Beis Din administers an erroneous ruling? But 7 tribes. So also we mentioned this yesterday. 7 shvatim, horuban abiyad. So we'll say, or for that matter, the majority of tribes. We'll say now in this case, remember again, we're doing 2 different things over here. There's either a tribal majority or a numerical majority. Tribal majority is when 7 of the tribes go ahead and follow the erroneous ruling, or the Gemara says, Horuban, or the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, even if it's less than 7 tribes. So that Allah is Mevi'en par. So also here says that Allah as long as you have either a tribal majority or a numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, following the erroneous ruling of Beis Din, that triggers the par halal davar minatzibur issue. Rabbi Yehuda says as follows: Yehuda Omer Zayin Shvatim Shechadim in Zayin part. Rabbi Yehuda says if 7 of the tribes sinned, then each tribe brings its own par halal davar minatzibur. So it's Rabbi Yehuda Shikasa. Rabbi Yehuda always holds that each tribe, each shevet, brings its own par. Furthermore, he says something amazing. He says, "Ushar shatim shalochatu." What about the other tribes who didn't do anything wrong? Mevi'en al yedei and par. Ultimately, again, it was like the tribes who didn't sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Why? He says, the Gemara says, "Sha'at ilu shalochatu mevi'en al yedei chotu." Because ultimately, again, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of those tribes who did sin. Rabbi Shimon says, "Ches parim, uva'avodas v'chavim ches parim v'ches seirim, har b'sar l'chol shevet, v'shevet har b'sar l'beis Din." Also, Rabbi Shimon says, no, only the tribes who sinned go ahead and bring a carbon. Or Rabbi Shimon adds in his below side, he said, Beis Din brings its own carbon. The tribe will bring its carbon, Beis Din will bring its own additional carbon. Horu Beis Din shal acham min hashvatim va'asa osa shevet apiyet. This is actually very interesting. What happens if the high court of Shvatim, or each of the Shvatim also have their own courts, let's say one of the high courts of one of the Shvatim, Paskin erroneously, delivered a wrongful psak, and that Shevet acted on that psak. What's the halacha? Also Shevet to Chayiv, Ushar Kol Shvatim Kiyun de Rabbi Yehuda. So Yehuda also will say that Shevet who followed its based in is Chayiv for a par, but the other Shvatim are Pater. The Chachamim say no, Ein Chayav and Ella al Horoya or Ella al Horios. You see very good name of the Sechta. Horios based in Agodo. So we'll say the Chachamim say no. Par Helam Davin and Atzibra will say is only brought if there is one basin who delivers an erroneous ruling. Which basin is that? That's the High Court, the Sanhedrin. Shene Amar Kaladas Yisrael Yishku Velo Adas also Shene. So I'll say, interesting the way the Chachamim is saying this Adas Yisrael is actually a reference to the Sanhedrin as we're going to see. So the Chachamim disagree. The Chachamim say that if a tribal court goes ahead and delivers an erroneous ruling, there is no liability for Par Ha'elam Davan and Tzibor, only if the Sanhedrin issues an erroneous ruling. Tan Rabbanan. So we'll say, we now have a fundamental three Machlokes in the Mishnah. We're going to analyze this now. Tan Rabbanan. Yadu Shehoru B'Tov Ma'Horu. So let's listen to this case. Let's say Beis Din realized that they had issued an erroneous ruling, but what? They did not. They didn't realize, or they don't remember what the wrong psak was. If you look at the first Rashi in the Gemara, Rashi says, "Yadu shehoru b'tol ma'shoru, kilom haru beis shechelu motiva vidul mikdas, vasu chala bi'eva akushot gil bilev b'dam, davichad b'shigadas ma'isa, bilbad bilchad b'hora, va'achakach yadu shehoru shelo karoi, ela shetav ma'shoru de'inim yodin in alachilav horu o ala dam." So let's listen to this case. Beis Din realized that they made an erroneous ruling. They just forgot what the erroneous ruling was. So they don't either be permitted chaylev or dam. We just can't remember which one. In the interim, what happens? Klal Yisrael consume both of these things. So the Shambhala says, what do you do in this kind of case? So Yachol you chayavin, you might have thought that there'd be a par halam dam v'natzibor tamilomar v'no hachatas. So the pasuk says that the sin became known. Below sheyotu achotim. It's not just enough to know that the people sinned, but rather again for a par halam dam v'natzibor, what does there have to be? There has to be a specific knowledge as to what the erroneous psak actually was. Asher chatu. So we'll say that, and that indeed is halacha l'maisa. In order to trigger a par halam dam v'natzibor liability, there has to be clarity as to what the wrong psak was. If Beis Din themselves, if Beis Din says, listen, we know we delivered a wrong psak, but what? We don't know what the psak was, then that cannot trigger a par halam dam v'natzibor liability. Asher chatu shnei shvatim leviin shnei parim. If two tribes went ahead and sinned, so we'll say they bring two parim, shlosha, leviin shlosha. So we'll say three tribes made a mistake. So ultimately again they bring three parim. Oh, Eina Omer Ella chatu shnei yechidim leviin shnei parim. Chatu gimel leviin gimel. Or maybe even it's not tribes. Maybe ultimately again if two individuals, an individual makes a mistake, he also brings the bar halam dam v'natzibor. Therefore again the pasuk says, Tamilomar hakal chayiv b'chol kal, so yours b'chol kal chayiv. So therefore the pasuk says it is only the kal who brings a par halam dam v'natzibor, never min hayafim. But what does it mean b'chol kal chayiv? Ketzad chatu shnei shvatim leviin shnei parim. Chatu zayin leviin zayin. Usharsh. So we'll say therefore again. What do we learn from this? If two tribes sin, each of those tribes brings a par halam dam v'natzibor. Similarly, if 7 tribes sin, so 7 tribes bring a par halam dam v'natzibor. And furthermore, ushar shvatim shelo chatu leviin al yidei and par. So we'll say ultimately again, and even the tribes who did not sin bring a par on behalf of the tribes who did sin. Shafidu elu shlochatu meviin al yidei achotim. Lekach ne'emar kal v'chayiv al kol kahal v'kal divei Rabbi Yehuda. So we'll say this is the shita of Rabbi Yehuda. The Rabbi Yehuda shita we'll say is twofold. Number one, that there is individual tribal liability. That if a particular shevet goes ahead and commits or follows the erroneous psak of the Beis Din, that shevet brings a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. They both say Rabbi Huda's shita is that called shevet v'shevet ikri kahal. He holds, remember again, the operative word by par ha'elam davar min hatzibur is kahal. Torah says there's only liability when the kahal follows an erroneous psak of basin. The machlokes is going to be what? How do you define kahal? Rabbi Huda defines kahal as shevet. So if an individual shevet follows an erroneous psak of basin, in Shitas Rabbi Huda, they have to bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. That's part one. But not only that, even the tribes who did not sin bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur for what? For the tribes who did. For the tribes who did. That's Rabbi Huda Shita. So therefore again the Gemara says the chayiv al kol kal v'kal to Rabbi Huda. So Rabbi Huda ultimately holds that halacha l'maisa again. The tribes who sinned go ahead and what? Bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, and the tribes who did not sin bring a par for the tribes who did sin. Each shevet. There's always 12. There's always 12. So Rabbi Shimon says, Zayin Shvatim Shechatu. So listen to this. Mavian Zayin Param, Ubez Mavian Al Yidei Par. Shene'emar Lamata Kal, Bene'emar Lamala Kal. Makala Amr Lamala based in a Makal. Afkala Amr Lamata based in a Makal. So what's Rabbi Shimon says a little bit differently. Rabbi Shimon agrees with Rabbi Huda in that what? In that when an individual shevet sins, so that shevet brings a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. But he adds in one thing and he disagrees on one thing. He adds in that when a shevet brings a par, who else brings a par? I will say the Beis Din. The Beis Din. What he disagrees with is where in Rabbi Huda's model, the non-sinning shvatim will also bring a par on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. But yet, when I say again, Rabbi Shimon disagrees with that. So it's Rabbi Shimon's model. The shvatim who committed the avera, who inadvertently relied on an erroneous psak of the Beis Din, so they will bring a par. Plus, the Beis Din who delivered the erroneous psak will also bring a par. That's the sheet of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Meir says, Zayin shvatim shechatu Beis Din mevin al yidei par vein peturim. And what I say lastly is the sheet of Rabbi Meir. And Rabbi Meir holds that halacha l'maisa it is only the Beis Din who brings the par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, never the shevet. Shvatim don't bring the par. Only. Say Rabbi Meir says Zayin shvatim shechatu. What's in Rabbi Meir's model? The only time you bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur is when there's a majority of the Kal, the majority of Kal Yisrael. So again, how we define majority, we see two possibilities: either 7 tribes or the numerical majority of the Kal. Either way, Rabbi Meir says is that when there is a majority who has sinned, it is only Beis Din who brings the par ha'elam davar min hatzibur, not the shvatim, not the shvatim. Ne'emar kal lamata, v'ne'emar kal lamala. Makal ha'amar lamala Beis Din below tzibur. Afkal amar lamata Beis Din below tzibur. The Rishon ben Elazar says Mishmal. So in Rosh, we'll say, what does he say? Rishon ben Elazar holds. Chatu shisha shvatim bein rubo shakal. If 6 of the tribes sin and they represent the majority of Klal Yisrael, or Zayin, or 7 tribes sin, even though what? They are not the majority of the Kal, nevertheless in the Vian part. So when Shimon ben Elazar comes along and says, we'll say he's coming to define what is majority. See, the majority can take on one of 2 forms. Either 7 tribes, even if they're not the numerical majority, or the numerical majority, even if it's not 7 of the tribes. So we'll say first wide line. Amar Mar, we'll say furthermore, what do we say in the Bryce above? That the only time we bring up par ha'elam davar min hatzibur is when the Beis Din is explicitly clear as to what? As to the erroneous ruling they deliver. In other words, the Beis Din is unsure about the erroneous ruling. Beis Din knows, we know we did something wrong. We just what? We don't know what. You don't bring a par ha'elam davar min hatzibur. Mantana. We'll say, who is the opinion who says this? Who is the opinion who says this? So the Gemara says, I'm not Rabbi the low Rabbi Eliezer. So we'll say, before we get to who we know it's like, we can tell you who it's not. It's not like Rabbi Eliezer. It's not. Rabbi Eliezer, Manafshav. Him, Chelev Achal, Chayiv. Noser Achal Chayiv. So we'll say, Rabbi Eliezer is commenting actually in a different case. Rashi points out he's talking about in a case in the Second Species, where a person is not sure it's an individual. I'm not sure if I ate chilev or I'm not sure if I ate nosa. So Rabbi Eliezer says at the end of the day, I can go ahead and bring a chatas. Why? Because also the carbon for eating chilev or for eating nosa is the same. It's a chatas. So Rabbi Eliezer says, who cares whether you know you ate chilev, you ate chatas, as long as you know what? You ate something. Right? You ate one of those items, then I could bring a chatas because at the end of the day, it's the same liability for both. That's Rabbi Eliezer. So what's it? Rashi points out over here that halacha l'maaseh Rabbi Yeshua says you're potter. Rabbi Yeshua says that at the end of the day, if you don't know the exact nature of your liability, then you are not chayiv. So our Mishnah will say clearly, the Brisa doesn't reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Because if it was Rabbi Eliezer, even if the Beis Din doesn't know what the erroneous ruling was, we'll say as long as we know what, as long as we know that they permitted something whose intentional consumption would what? Would be chayiv kares. As long as we know they did that, then what does it matter if it was chila, if it was this, doesn't make a difference. So obviously our Brisa does not reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. Rashi says, Rabbi Eliezer, no, it could be even Rabbi Eliezer. Why? Shani Yachadisib could be parallel. I'm going to see was a little bit different. Why? Because the pasuk says Asher Chata Alel. As well as the pasuk says that Beis Din is chayiv for, or should say that parallel on David Natzibor is that parallel on David Natzibor is triggered when Klal Yisrael does something Asher Chatu Alel. So we'll say so. There's a specificity. There's a specificity articulated in the pasuk. Asher Chatu Alel with a specific sin that they committed upon it. I Hasanami Haksiv. But 1 second. Hasanami Haksiv. Asher Chatu Alel. I'm sorry. Hasanami Haksiv Asher Chata Bo. Bless you. Homi Boyle the Prakna Misase. I will say there that person is coming to teach us something else, which is what? That one cannot be chayiv if you have chatos if they are misasik. I will say misasik means that I was involved in a totally different activity that inadvertently resulted in the commission of an avera. In that case, everyone at misasik, everyone will agree that halacha l'maaseh again, I am not chayiv a chatos in that case. My time is Rabbi Yehuda. So we'll say, so now we're going back. So now what we have over here is the various shitos concerning under what circumstances ultimately again is a parhel of Davenat Tzibor for us. Remember again, shitas Rabbi Yehuda is that the 12 shvatim, each of the shvatim brings their own par. Now that what was Rabbi Yehuda say? What was Rabbi Yehuda say? That even the shvatim who didn't sin bring on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. What's Rabbi Yehuda's shita? My Rabbi Yehuda kasavar arba kahalik sid. Yehuda says the word kal in some form appears 4 times throughout the parsha of Paralel Davenat Tzibor. Right? It says kal, hakal, kahal, hakal. So what do I use these 4 kals for? Chad l'chayva kol kal v'kal. One is to teach you that what? That each and every shevet is chayiv. That each and every shevet is called a kal. It's called an assembly unto itself. That's one kal. The chad. The Maisa Talib Bikal. The second one teaches me that Parhal on Tzibor is only going to brought when the Beis Din administers the ruling, and it's the Tzibor who acts on the ruling. Bechad Ligrira. We'll say what is teaching me about Grira. What's Grira? We'll say the halacha l'maisa. Even the shvatim who didn't sin bring Grira the ruling to drag along. Bring a korban on behalf of the shvatim who did sin. Bechad l'shevet she'asa b'horaz Beis Din. And we'll say ultimately again, what does it teach me about the fact that if we'll say if you Rashi says bechad l'shevet she'asa b'horaz Beis Din, he is not b'sefer the maslisin hodu Beis Din she'ach min hashvatim. And we'll say according to Rabbi Yehuda, even if one of the shvatim acted based on the psak halacha of his own Beis Din. That's Yehuda. So Yehuda learns out all of the shitos from the 4 times the fact that the word kal is real. Rabbi Shimon's model. Talasa kalik city. It says the word kal 3 times. Hakahal, kal, hakahal. Beinei hakahal, orche dekro. Let's say, but he doesn't actually the 4th kal. Why? Because that 4th kal appears in the phrase me'einei hakahal. It was obscured from the eyes of the kal, which means again they made a mistake. He says that one you can't actually why? Because that's just an expression. As well as people often say, the matter was hidden from the eyes of so and so. So we'll say, how does he pass? So chad l'chayla kol kal v'kal. So one kal comes to each tree, that each shevet has his own liability for following the psak of the Beis Din. Utrei achrini ne'emar lemata kal, v'ne'emar lemala kal. It says kal over here, and it says kal over here. Malhalan Beis Din makal. Just like we'll say, it says over here that Beis Din has to be with the kal. Afkan Beis Din makal. So to we'll say over here, we're only chayiv in what? If it's the high court that ultimately goes ahead and administers the psak halacha. Rabbi Meir, kal hakal lo darsh. It was Rabbi Meir doesn't darshan this at all. He doesn't darshan cows. Therefore, therefore, ultimately, again, he needs the two cows that are being wide. Ne'emar lemata kal v'ne'emar lemala kal. Now, mal lahalon based in below tzibor, afkan based in below tzibor. We'll say he teaches it to me to teach me what? That just like earlier, again, I will say the kal is referring to based in, not the tzibor. So to be referring to based, not the tzibor. So also remember again, what's Rabbi Meir Shita? Rabbi Meir Shita ultimately is that who brings the par hell on government at tzibor? It's the based in. It's the Beis Din. Beis Din brings the power, not the populace. Therefore, he learns that out ultimately again from the Xerusha. Shimon Elazar, my time off. What's Shimon Elazar's logic? Sid v'haya ime'inei ha'ida alma mi'uta sid me'inei. So we'll say again, remember on one hand, Shimon Elazar says as follows. The pasuk says v'haya ime'inei ha'ida. He understands me'inei ha'ida to be a limiting or exclusionary phrase. So the Gemara says, and you see that it says, Kilachala Bishkaga, the Memra Deruba in Mitutalo. So we'll say, on one hand, it says, Me'ine Ha'ida, if the matter becomes obscured from the eyes of the congregation. So it sounds like, again, even if a small minority sin. Yet it also says, Kilachala Bishkaga. Kala also means what? Everyone sins. So which one is it? The Memra Deruba in Mitutalo. Sounds like it's only the road, but not the miut. So in other words, Haki, so Asuba, Me'in, Shakal. So I say, Rabbi Shmuel teaches me the following. If 6 of the tribes committed the Avera, meaning acted based on the erroneous psak of the Sanhedrin, and they represent the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, or if 7 of the tribes followed the erroneous psak of the basin, even though what? They are not the numerical majority, nevertheless, Chayavim. Ultimately, again, they are Chayavim. What's that one days? Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Meir, Dalrat, Tliya, Beitri, Umaisa, Tliya, Betamina. They both say, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Meir, no. In order for a par halal tzibur obligation to be triggered, the psak halacha has to be given by the Beis Din, but the action has to be taken by the Kal, to which the Gemara says, what do we know? From the Nalu, Amar Abaye, the Amar Gagah, the Pasuk says, Va'aya, Ime'ene ha'ida nesta l'shgaga. As I said, the Pasuk says, it will be from the eyes of the congregation, the matter was committed inadvertently. Rava says, Rava is learned from the passage from that the entire nation acted inadvertently. Why? Because the Rahman would have just said the first passage. Sahaba Amina, I would have thought that even if just the majority of the population sins, there's a power handle government not support. Therefore, the pasuk says that the entire nation is getting praised. Because of the Chala Bishkaga, and in order to say the Chala Bishkaga, I might have thought that a local Maisa, the Beis Din, has to act together with this Rav as well. Once I release it, once I written in the context of so say ultimately you're making your Shabbat to teach us that this halacha applies whether Beis Din is delivering an erroneous ruling about Avodah Zarah or about anything else for which there would be a chiyuv. Good type of Horu Beis Din shall happen. So let's remember again what the Mishnah is saying. If the Beis Din of one of the tribes, delivered an erroneous ruling, so we'll say again that does not trigger Har Ha'ayam Davar Minatzi. Has to be the Sanhedrin. It says the Gemara, by the rule, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda, Ba'oraz Beis Din Agadol, Mia Maisu Shash Shvapola. Let's listen to this question. What happens if you have the following situation? Ba'oraz Beis Din Agadol. I'm sorry, Shevet Echad Rabbi Yehuda. So also, what happens if one tribe acted based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Agadol? So I'll say, so one tribe acted, but it was the psak of the Sanhedrin. So let's remember again, What does Rabbi Yehuda hold? Rabbi Yehuda holds that each and every tribe brings its own par helam davar v'natzira. So what happens in the following situation? One tribe acts based on the erroneous psak of the Beis Nagol. Me, Maisu, Shar, Shvatim, Odom. Also, remember, we're going to read this model. Remember, also, the tribes who did not commit the Avera also what? Bring on behalf of the tribes that did. So if one tribe committed Avera based on the psak of the Sanhedrin Agol, do the other tribes bring for that one tribe or not? Me, Amina, Shiva, Shatim, Maisu, Shar, Shvatim, Bahatayu, Yishum, Ikaruba. Do we say the only time that the other tribes bring a carbon of Osai's land is when you have 7 tribes. When you have the majority of the tribes who committed an inadvertent sin based on the sack of the base din, that's when we say that what? That the tribes who didn't sin have to bring on behalf of the tribes who did sin. However, again, about Chad Shevet, the Leka Rubalo. But again, one tribe, now remember also in Rabbi Yehuda's model, even if one tribe sins, remember also Rabbi Yehuda's whole model is one tribe is also called a Kav. So Rabbi Yehuda's model, you can have if a one tribe follows the psak of the Sanhedrin Agad, the erroneous psak, they are going to bring a par helam davar minat tzibur. That will happen. The shaila is, do the other tribes have to also bring on behalf of that much? I've never said before in Rabbi Yehuda's model, you always have 12. So not necessarily, meaning remember, here's what we do know. We know when there is a majority of the tribes, then what? Then all 12 bring. Now, the Gemara is asking is, what happens if one tribe sins? So we'll say, what do we know in Rabbi Yehuda when one tribe sins? That tribe, one tribe is called a pal. That tribe brings a par helam davar v'natzira. That we know. That's whether that's halakha ma'islah to see. But that's what Rabbi Yehuda. The tribe, all the other tribes bring on behalf of the one as well. So do we say the only time that the rest of the tribes bring is when there's a rove of the shvatim who sing? Then even the ones who didn't bring, but if there's only one tribe, obviously it's not a road, then the other tribes do not bring. Maybe Rabbi Yehuda's model essentially is one for all, right? One for all and all for one. That once one of the shvatim is bringing a par helam davar v'natzira by definition, that ignites tribal liability for all of the shvatim. So we'll say that's the shaila. Says the Gemara Tashma. So what do they bring? Parachod. What meaning? What do the tribes bring? So parachod, they bring one par. Mishnah says, I should say the Mishnah says, Mahim Levin. What do they bring? Parachod, one par. The Shimon Rav Shnei parim. The Shimon says 2 parim. The Gemara asking us, so what's the case here? If you want to say that it's where 7 tribes sin, Rabbi Shimon come nearby. We'll say in that case, Rabbi Shimon, remember what's she does Rabbi Shimon? Rabbi Shimon says that not only do the Shvatim bring their own part, but what else? Beis Din also. So we're talking about a case where 7 of the tribes sin. So Rabbi Shimon's model, there should be 8 part. 7 for the tribes, 1 for Beis Din. Rather, it must be 1. We must be talking about a case over here where 1 shevet sin. So what's the case? So 9. If the shevet made a mistake in that it relied on its own Beis Din, then Shimon less like, right? So we'll say if that's the case, remember again, if they're relying on it, if the mistake we're talking about is a mistake in ruling given by their own Beis Din, then what? Then Rabbi Shimon will say there is no par helam davar v'natzira in that case. Elomav b'horav Beis Din adol. Rather, it has to be what? That it's talking about an erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin Agad. The Tanakama might funny. And it was a who's the famous of Tanakama? In name Rabbi Meir, Haru Rabbi. The same one says Rabbi Meir requires the majority of the shvatim for power of the Tzibor. Hello, Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi, you have to say it's Rabbi Yehuda. If you go Shechot Shevet Echad, and what's the case? The case is where 1 shevet sins. So we'll say, therefore, what do you see from that? It sounds like that according to Rabbi Yehuda, where 1 shevet sins, who brings the Har Halam Davar that Tzibor? That's 1 shevet. And the other shvatim are not activated in the situation like that. On the Akama Eskinu, what's the case over here? He goes Shechatu Shisha Shvatim Vein Ruban Shalkal. Let's say what's the case over here? Is where 6 of the tribes, six of the shvatim sin, but they are in the numerical majority. Rabbi Shimon ben Elazar, was there, but Reb Shimon Omer. Goes the first white line. Mishmo, I'm sorry, Reb Shimon Mishmo. Chatu Shisha, Vein Ruban Shalkal. If 6 of the Shvatim sin, and they are the numerical majority, O Shiva Abba Sheina Ruban Shalkal, or 7 sin. Right, they're the tribal majority, no, they're not the numerical majority. Levi and Par. What's that halacha is? They bring a par. So the Gemara says, Tashma, Rabbi Yehuda says as follows: Shevet sha'asab b'horaz be'edina. What's that? The Shevet acted based on the instructions of its own tribal nation. So what's the halacha? Also, Shevet chayiv, ushar kol hashvatim p'turim. So we'll say what? That Shevet is chayiv, but all the other shvatim are patur. U'b'horaz based in our gadol, afilu shar shvatim chayav. We'll say, but if the one Shevet acted based on the instruction of the Beis Nagadol, then what? Even the other Shvatim will be chayiv shmamina. So we'll say, so Allah provides what they can from Allah provides by Rabbi Yehuda. So we just come to interesting things, by the way. So first of all, according to Rabbi Yehuda, it appears that there can be a fear or a par hatlon government at Sibra, according to Rabbi Yehuda, even when it's based on the psak din of the high court of that Shevet. But according to Rabbi Yehuda, if the Shevet is following the erroneous instruction of its own high court, then that Shevet will bring a parallel and double tzibur, but what? Not the other Shvatim. But if one Shevet is acting on the instructions of the Beis Din HaGadol, then, according to Rabbi Yehuda, that Shevet brings a par, and what? All of the other Shvatim are activated as well. So we'll say, so it turns out that in Rabbi Yehuda's model, indeed, when you have any kind of Shevet acts erroneously based on the instruction of the Sanhedrin HaGadol, all of the Shvatim end up bringing a parallel of the incredible. I'm Ravashi. The truth is, this is supported by our mission as well. But also Shevet LPM. Right? The pasuk says that particular Shevet acted based on their word. Also a Shevet Chayiv, who shar shala kol hashvatim p'turim. And tell me then that it's only that one Shevet is Chayiv, but the other Shvatim are patur. If that's the case, Lamali, when there's no shar shvatim p'turim. The Mishnah didn't need to say the other Shvatim are patur. Hakana osa Shevet Chayiv. Which since the Mishnah says that Shevet is Chayiv, I would have understood that what? The Chayvon, the Tana osa Shevet Chayiv, the Meli Yedano, shar shvatim p'turim. We'll say, once the Mishnah says that Shevet is Chayiv, by definition of the other Shvatim are patur, and the Hakamash Malon, the Behoraz based, you know the shar shvatim p'turim. About Behoraz based in Agadol, afilu shar shvatim chayovim shmamina. Rather than also we keep moving back to the Mishnah, that it's only in the case, ultimately again, where a Shevet is following the instruction of its own base, and that Shevet will be chayiv, the other shvatim will be p'turim. But if a particular Shevet is following the erroneous ruling of the Sanhedrin HaGadol, then once that Shevet has to bring a par halal dominant tzibur, then what? The other Shvatim must do so as well. Incredible Shevet of Rabbi Yehuda. We'll say, so again, whether or not you pass like that halacha l'meisa remains to be seen. But at least now we understand that Shitas Rabbi Yehuda said that, first of all, a number of novelties. Number one, that according to Rabbi Yehuda, that even if one Shevet follows the erroneous ruling of Beis Din, of the Sanhedrin, it has to bring a par helam davar minat tzibur. Why? Because according to Rabbi Yehuda, each Shevet is called a kal. Not only that, but once one Shevet has to bring a par helam davar minat tzibur, then what? Every Shevet has to bring. The only exception to that rule is if it's not a ruling of the Sanhedrin HaGadol, but it's a ruling of the high court of that Shevet. In that case, if the Shevet is following the ruling of its own high court, then what? Then that Shevet has to bring a carbon to the Shvatim doing that. Very strong message about collective responsibility. Absolutely. Arbus. Ivailu, Shevet Echad Shasavaras based in HaGadol. Let's listen to this. What happens if you have a Shevet Echad, one Shevet? Shasavaras based in HaGadol. Was it followed the Sakalaka of the Sanhedrin? Sanhedrin is handed down the road to ruling. You have one Shevet who follows. So the Rabbi Shimon, me, my Silo. So now we're transitioning from Rabbi Yehuda to Rabbi Shimon. Let's remember again, what was she does Rabbi Shimon? She does Rabbi Shimon was, Rabbi Shimon holds, he builds on Rabbi Yehuda. He says, yes, that each Shevet is called its own kal. Each Shevet must go ahead and bring its own part of the government at Sibor. And furthermore, again, when one brings, or I should say, when the majority brings, they all bring. He also adds that the Beis Din also brings its own part. So Rabbi Yehuda had 12 as a maximum, Rabbi Shimon has 13 as a maximum. So the Shiloh will say as follows. What happens if one Shevet acted on the Psak of the Sanhedrin HaGadol? According to Rabbi Shimon, min ma'isi olo. We'll say, so ultimately again, what happens in that case? Min ma'isi olo. We'll say, what's the level of liability in that particular case? So the Gemara says as follows: Kashma, one reason, par echad. Bring one card. If Shimon Omer Shnei Parim, Shimon says 2 parim. The Maya schema, we'll say, so what's the case? What's the price's case? Ilema Shechatu Shiva. If you want to say that it's a case of where 7 of the Shvatim sin, Shnei Parim, what do you mean 2 parim? Shmona parim. So we'll say 7 Shvatim sin, according to Rabbi Shimon, then what? You would have 8. 7 for the Shvatim who sin, and 1 for the Sanhedrin. Ella the Chata Sheva Dechad. Rather, you have to say it's a case where one of the Shvatim sin. Ubepai. We'll say, what's the case? If you want to say the Shevet sin based on the Psak of its own based in, Rabbi Shimon Leslie. We'll say Rabbi Shimon does not hold that there's any liability where a tribe or a Shevet follows its own based. The only time Rabbi Shimon says his liability is when it follows Sanhedrin HaGadol. Ela Baurot is HaGadol. Rather, it's the rest is HaGadol, Sanhedrin. The Dizbara, the Tanakama one, the Pasuk is the Tanakama. Rabbi Meir HaRubabai, we'll say this Rabbi Meir holds, will bring a hand up and either when there's a numerical or tribal row. So Rabbi Yehuda, Shar Shatanami Meister. We'll say after Rabbi Yehuda, that once even one Shevet brings, then what? Then the rest have to bring as well. Allahaman Rabbi Shimon Alazim. We'll say rather again, it must reflect the view of Rabbi Shimon Alazim to the sign of the Tashba. The Chum say, the Olam Ino Chayet Ella Al Hora is based on Agoda. The Chum say, that the only time you bring a param governor and Sibur is when? It's in Allah for the mind again, they're following the Psak Halach of the Sanhedrin HaGadol. Man Chacham, what's the word of Chacham? Ilim Rabbi Meir, if you want to say it's Rabbi Meir, Rubabai, Rabbi Meir holds that you can be a tribal or numerical majority. Rabbi Shimon, rather you have to say, that it is Rabbi Shimon, to which the Gemara says, ultimately again, you see that this is correct. Rabbi Shimon, Shevet Echad Ikri Kalmanal. Well, so listen to this. So I will say, the common denominator between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda is that they see. We'll say the difference is Rabbi Yehuda. So we saw the differences, guys. But what they both agree on is as follows: that even one Shevet is called a Kach. Even one Shevet is called essentially Klaus. It's called an assembly. Where do they get that from? To which the Gemara says something amazing. To which the Gemara says, Shevet Echad Ikri Kalmanal. Omri B'Tziv, Vayamod Yoshafat B'Kal Yehuda, Yerushalayim, No Chav Chatzar Hashem, No Tzer Chatzar Beis Hashem HaKadosh. Because the Pasuk said that Yoshafat stood B'Kal Yehuda Yerushalayim. He stood in front of the assembly of Yehuda, B'Kal Yehuda Yerushalayim, opposite the Beis Hashem HaKadosh, literally again, the new house of God. What does that mean? My Chadasha. Was it means that this was the place where they were mechadish, like they made a chiddush. Was it always the chiddush? V'amru tevul yom al yikanis b'nachman aleviyah. Was it happy to see that under Yom Shabbat they went ahead and they made a brand new ruling, which was what? That a tevul yom, will say a tevul yom is someone who went to the mikvah that day, but still requires harav shemesh. Still requires the sunset in order to become the Lord. So they passed in that a tevul yom gets entering the machane aleviyah. So I said, but what's the point of it? The point over here is you see that Yehoshaphat is standing in front of seemingly one tribe, which is Yehuda. And what does it call Yehuda? What does it call Yehuda? A cow. So the Gemara suggests you see from the Rabbi Shimon and Rabbi Yehuda learn from here that even one Shevet is called a cow. To which the Gemara says, maybe Yerushalayim is different, I'll tell you why. Because we will say, remember again, here's what's interesting about Yerushalayim. In all the other areas of Eretz Yisrael, they were predominantly occupied by one tribe. Yerushalayim was unique about saying that Yerushalayim was actually occupied by 2 tribes. So, right? That inhabited, right? Yerushalayim was inhabited by 2 tribes, right? By Yehuda and Binyamin. So maybe the reason why the Navi uses the Lashon Kal over here is because in Yerushalayim there were 2 tribes. But in Achinami, that is not necessarily a raya that one tribe constitutes a cow, which the Gemara says. You're right. You can bring another raya. Dechsiv vayomer Eli, hineni matnocha b'yisicha u'nisaticha lekahal amim. What's that? The Baruch Hu says to Yaakov Avinu, I will make you fruitful, I will multiply you, and I'll make you to kahal amim. Now both sides. Now this was said to Yaakov Avinu right before wedding. Man is yoded le'achishai. There was a who was born in that moment. Binyamin. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu says this to Yaakov Avinu right after the birth of one of the tribes. Binyamin. So you see from here that even the birth of one tribe is called Kal, Shmamino, Havikam Rachman is what the Torah is saying. Nisyalut L'Chahashto, Kal Abrino. Ultimately, again, who's going to be born to you right now? Another Kal. So you see from here, ultimately, that's what the Torah is saying. That even in one shape it is called a cow. Maybe perhaps this is what Mishra was saying. Maybe God was saying something different. You're about to give birth to Binyamin. Now you're going to have 12 tribes. 12 tribes is called a cow. Which doesn't make sense. Why does that make any sense? 12 tribes are called the cow, 11 tribes are not called the cow. Rather, the Gemara says, no, it must be, you see from here, that even one tribe is called the cow. So we'll say the Gemara ends, we're going to stop over here for today, but the Gemara ultimately ends, so you see over here that what? That Lamaisa, again, even one tribe is called the cow. So the Gemara is bringing two different potential sources. Either ultimately, again, from Binyamin, the fact that the birth of Binyamin is called the birth of a kahal, or ultimately, again, from Yehoshaphat, that Yehoshaphat is standing, and when he addresses Shevet Yehuda, that is called kahal. Right, we'll just stop over here. We'll pick up here tomorrow. I'll send out the schedule for tomorrow. Shabbos program. The doc will be in there in the afternoon. Later, if you have to make a good point. All right, so we'll say good morning, and let us begin. Good evening, I thank you all of our sponsors for this morning share today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Israel, dedicating all the Drushos this year as his host, so as for most of Israel. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Allah, Balding, with Tova Benegover, Valiant for the show experience, Hamlet, Ben Ashur, Conspirator, last Valley, and the hope that Amir Session with Tilos, all our human love Israel will be answered during this holy month. Shmuel Leibovitz, Lili Nishmas, David from his father, Rabbi Ari from Rabbi Yitzchak, Ari Ben Achavar, Rabbi Yaakov, Sifon of Bracha. Our become learning sponsors, David Goodman, Lili Nishmas, Roi, Ben Ari, Sifon of Bracha, and our Dafyomi sponsors, Wilf and Melanie Gertner. Memory of Will's father, Gilbert Gertner, Getzel, Ben Avron, Sifon of Bracha, we hope that in America, the Talmud Torah, all of those Shamaslav and Aliyah, the families in the family, all those things that for Shabbat, getting told comedy, Shabbat, Shmokim, Shirim, Minita, Shemri, Koman, hostages, Shalom, and the Kara, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Yudea. But with that, let us begin. We have a ridiculous amount of Gemara to do today. Right? Just okay, but we are going to Mir Hashem, get it done. We always get it done. So you get done. Gimel. Today's daf is daf Gimel. We're starting. I think we're starting like in the second step of the Salah. But no, we're starting. Hang on, days over days. Days onward days. On 2B, and we are taking off in Mir Hashem. My Rabbi, how old is the Piatzmo? My Rabbi. Yeah, my Rabbi. So we'll say, so remember again, we began, this is about probably about 20 lines up at the bottom. So my Rabbi. So we'll say, so again, we had a statement of the name of Rabbi Yehuda Shmuel. Rabbi Yehuda said, Zutei Rabbi Yehuda. Right, Rabbi Yehuda said these are the words of the Tana, Rabbi Yehuda. But ultimately, this goes, let's remember again, our entire Mishnah reflecting the following view, which is that halacha l'maisa, halacha, am I right? 20 lines up in the bottom? Where did I get to? 10 lines from the top? Come on. I didn't get it. That's embarrassing. Don't just go with me with this. 10 lines from the top. Okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Roll. All right. I got this. Okay. Roll. So remember again. Well, what did I do yesterday? What was it? Okay, so roll. All right, we got this. Oh, now I get it. Somebody came over to me last night after Shabbos Shir. Someone listens online. He said, nothing, what happened, the recording cut out in the beginning of the base. Now I get it. Okay. Got it. Okay, so you want to say it's fine. So the Mishnah says as follows. So remember again, the halacha is that if you have a base in that basket, right? And the base went ahead and said that halacha l'maisa, they said chaylev is mutar. So remember again, then you have someone either on the basin or ultimately again sitting in the galley of the basin. Well, halacha l'maisa understands that the basin is absolutely mistaken. They still act upon that ruling. Halacha l'maisa, they are not talking to their chayv and echapos, right? Because remember again, reliance on the basin's ruling only applies to someone who really doesn't know any better, puts his full trust in the basin, which makes sense for a regular person. But l'maisa, someone who understands, halacha l'maisa doesn't have that exemption. He said, that's the Gemara. Keep going, man. No, we did this. Keep going, man. Right? Thank you. Keep going. Shimon ben Azai to Shimon ben Zoma. So Gemara gives examples of this. Like these individuals, like Shimon ben Azai, Shimon ben Zoma. The Rashi points out over here, so these individuals themselves were not dayanim, but they sat in front of the basin. Remember back to our Sanhedrin days, that there was always like a lack of a better term, like a judicial bullpen, right? There were always rows of students who were there in case the basin needed additional students. So these were individuals who themselves were not judges, but halacha l'maisa again were fit for hora. They were fit for hora. Therefore, halacha l'maisa again, if they were to rely on an erroneous statement of the basin, they would be personally liable. Rabbi, call keys and runs. 1 second, I got no. Basically, yeah, someone like that, someone like Shimon ben Azai or Shimon ben Zoma, if they hear that the basin rules that chaylev is mutar, they know that it's wrong. They know that it's wrong, that it's an erroneous psak. If they need to rely on that psak and if it, that's amazing. That's intentional violation. So using their logic, the Gemara says ultimately again, if an individual commits an aveira, ultimately is kind of chatos, if he does so under the instruction of Beis Din, he is mutar. Kate said, what's the case? Holding Beis Din shechaylev mutar, but no dela echad mehen shetau. It's the Mishnah will say. Right, so ultimately Beis Din asking that chaylev is mutar, and one of the members of the Beis Din realizes that no, Beis Din is mistaken. Or, for example, someone's they have a Talmud who's fit to be a judge, is sitting there in the Beis Din, and ultimately again he relies on the rule. You might have thought that such a person would be pater. Talmud Omar, ba'asosa achos. If an individual acts of his own volition, ultimately again he is chayiv. Beis Din pater. Ultimately again, but if he does so with the instruction of Beis Din, he's pater. So one says the problem is like this. These individuals are still acting with the instruction of Beis Din, but at the end of the day, they know better. So how does this shtick? Shabbos said, this is as anything mishkach hasla. So what we're asking over here is, so what is the case of a Talmid Chacham who relies on the erroneous psak of the Beis Din, right? Ultimately, again, who again knows that the Beis Din is wrong, but ultimately again is still called shogeg. What is that case? Shabbos said, this is fascinating. Anything mishkach hasla. Keep going. The Yoda the Aser, he knows that it's Aser, he knows that Chaylev is Aser. The Katai, watch this, the mitzvah L'shmoa Divrei Chachamim. The Dinami, the Torah mitzvah, the Shmoa and Divrei Chachamim. So we'll say this is quite interesting. What's the shogig over here? The shogig over here is like this. The Talmud Chacham knows that the Beis Din is wrong. But what he's not sure about is there's a biblical obligation to listen to the words of the rabbis. See things to himself, maybe that biblical obligation applies even in situations where it's clear that the Rabbanim are wrong. That's the shogeg of this case. So again, it's not lazy, because he's not intentionally, he's intentionally eating Chaylev, and he knows that Chaylev is Aser, but his feeling is like this, that L'naisa, there's a mitzvah goes into Chazal. So perhaps the mitzvah goes into Chazal, the whole group is, even if you know they're wrong. Now, by the way, it's not a crazy assumption. What does Rashi say on the pasuk? Rashi says, do not fear from the words that they tell you right or left. What does Rashi say? According to the Gemara, shoes small, but small shoe yummy. Even if the base is up, then the right is left and the left is right. You have to listen. So one could erroneously glean from that even if the basin tells you that Chaylev is mutter, but you know that Chaylev is Aser, that you should still listen or you can still listen. Again, Kamash Malon, no, not that part. Not that part, and therefore, again, such an individual would not be shielded from personal liability. He would be chai b'chatos, but yet he's still called a shogeg, right? He's still called a shogeg, not a shogeg regarding Chaylev, but a shogeg regarding ultimately the mitzvah to listen to Chazal. Incredible. Let's go like this. Yakval, Hatom Datzmo Chai. So it's this word again. Mishnah said, here's the law. Any person who essentially acts on his own volition is always going to be chai b'chatos. Remember, we're talking about cases of shogeg over here. So when we see chayiv, we mean chayiv chatos, which is carbonic liability for inadvertent commission of an avera, certain averas. So again, if he acted on his own volition, he's going to be chai b'chatos. Acted as a result of the Beis Din's instruction, will be going to be chatos. So tell the Beis Din Asuye, hold the Beis Din beyond the shetel. So listen to this. The chazir go ahead. So the Gemara says, tell the Beis Din. Let me give you an example of that. Think it's impossible. Chaylev is mutter. And then I will say what happened. Beis Din realized that they made a mistake. So what did they do? So they went ahead and they recanted. But how's your vibe? Well, I will say what's the problem? But Ruben didn't hear about this. Ruben only heard the first part, didn't get the second part, right? So Ruben heard that Beis Din asking that Chaylev is Aser, but he did not hear, Chaylev is mutter, but he did not hear that they recanted that psak. So he acted on it. Someone says, so of course he's going to be mutter. Someone says, Haba Hekek HaKarila. Down about there in the forest. You're right. The one says, you're right. First, the Mishnah went ahead and first the Mishnah said the case, and then the Mishnah just espoused the principle. Good. I'm going to do Mishnah. Okay, so let's say here's actually where we left off yesterday. The rest is just Chazal. I'm going to do the Mishnah, right? Zu Divrei Rabbi Yehuda. So the Gemara now said like this. All of this happens now, right? So we've been operating with one principle, which is when Beis Din paskins and makes an erroneous psak, an erroneous ruling, and an individual relies on that ruling and acts accordingly, the individual is potter. He is shielded from personal liability because he acted ultimately again under the instruction of the Beis Din. That's a we're operating. Now, I will say, up until this point right now, we have assumed everyone agrees with that statement. Comes on your said in Shmuel. This is the Rabbi Yehuda. That's Rabbi Yehuda. The Chum say the Chasabaras Beis Din Chayim. The Chum say not true. When an individual acts, even though he's acting under the instruction of the Beis Din, at the end of the day he is Chayim. There is personal liability even when he acts under the instruction of Beis Din. And therefore, again, just plugging this in, Beis Din says Chaylev is mutter. Reuben goes out and purchases himself a nice safted piece of Chaylev, right? And that's dinner. Chacham are going to say he's liable. Not us, because again, it's shogeg. It's clear it's not Beis Din, it's shogeg, but there's still going to be liability. Gemara says, okay, let's unpack this. Right? And so it says, essentially what we have over here is a machlokes to Rabbi Yehuda and the Chacham. Yehuda says, individual acts based on psak of Beis Din, he is potter. Chachamim say he is chayim. So my Rabbi Yehuda, who's Rabbi Yehuda? The Sanyo, in Nefesh, Achas Tekata Bishkaga, Ba'asoso, Hori This was, if you look at this phrase in Nefesh, Achas Tekata, you have essentially three limiting or exclusionary phrases. Therefore, what does this teach us? Hosini Piatzno Chayit, Baraz, Basin Potter. If you act your own machine, you can get that here in advert. When you try the Katos, you do so based on the Psak and the Basin, your Potter. That's good. That's ultimately Rabbi Yehuda. My Rabbi, what's the Rabbi? The Sanyo, Adani Ani Omer, Miut Kal Shechatu, Chayavin, Sheikazin Levin Al Ayidei House. What's going to happen over the course of the next day is that we're going to be kind of going back and forth two concepts. This idea of our Mishnah, that Beis and Paskin ultimately are getting limited erroneous of individual acted on it, is there liability for an individual compass or not? As we mentioned in yesterday's daf, which is still today's daf, there is also another concept which is Par Ha'elam Dalam Menasibor, which means Beis and issues an erroneous psak, and the majority of the congregation, now we're going to discuss what congregation is, but the majority of Klal Yisrael acts on that stuff, then that requires another sin offering. Who's bringing that sin offering? Is it the Beis Din? Is it Klal Yisrael? That we're going to see. So that's the much jumping to over here for just a moment. The sign here. Adain Ani Omer, Miut Kal Shechatu, if only minority of Klal Yisrael sinned based on the erroneous psak, the Beis Din, Chayavin. So the individual members of Klal Yisrael are going to have to bring a chatnas. Why? Shein Beis Din Levin Al Yidei and Par. It's interestingly enough, so the Gemara saying over here that if only a minority of Klal Yisrael sinned based on the psak of the Beis Din, minority is going to have to bring a chatnas. Why? Because since it's a minority, there's no Par Ha'elam Dalam Menasibor, and therefore again, the Klal Yisrael is not covered by that carbon. Because they're not covered by that carbon, everyone has to bring their individual katas. Rov Kal Shechatu, and again, I will say, we're going to see this sugya. Right now it's being mentioned over here, we're going to delve into the Par Ha'elam Dalam Menasibor. Rov Kal Shechatu, you do it. Then at the end of the day, the majority of Klal Yisrael sinned. Ultimately, again, they should be punter. You would have thought that therefore they should be punter from individual chatos liability. Why? Shari Beis Din Levin Al Yidei and Par. Because the Beis Din is going to bring up Par Ha'elam Dalam Menasibor. Hamad Me'am Ha'aretz. Akidu Ruba, Akidu Kula. Wow. Okay. So now watch this. But I'm going to say like this. You would have thought that when there is a Par Ha'elam Dalam Menasibor, ultimately, again, the individuals would be punter from the chatos. Kamash Malon Me'am Ha'aretz. The Am Ha'aretz, the nation of the land, the individuals must always go ahead and address their personal carbonic liability. So therefore, Rabbanan is saying, even when a Par Ha'elam Dalam Menasibor is being brought, the individuals must still bring their individual chatas, which shows you what? That even when there is liability on the part of the Beis Din, and the individual is acting on behalf, as a result of the instruction of the Beis Din, there is still personal carbonic liability. Serious will say. So that's how not locus. So Yehuda says, when the individual acts under the instruction of Beis Din, no personal carbonic liability, no chatas. Rabbanan is saying no, even though you're acting under the instruction of the Beis Din, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. There is still personal carbonic liability in the form of a chatas. Incredible. So the Gemara says, just know those other actually could die. What's the case over here? Even with the shinikas myself, we're talking about over here, that individual just acted on their own volition. Without the instruction of they just made a mistake. Beis Din Shalom Barah, the Beis Din didn't deliver a psak. Then Beis Din might get a title. Ultimately, again, obviously Beis Din went to do it with Shalom Barah's Beis Din. Beis Din Meiser Shalom Barah. Beis Din never passed. We're just talking about a situation where people just made a lot of people just made the same mistake. So obviously, again, it's personal liability. Ela Barah. And this is another case where the Beis Din did issue up an erroneous psak. Iksid me Ama Aretz Shivivas Meiser Iksid. But it's about when the pasuk is Amaharis by the obligation of Chatos, the both say Russian of Shinidas Maisa means that whether it's some individuals, minority, even the majority, they're making a mistake based on their own mistaken understanding, nothing to do with the psak of Beis Din. So this way, by Shinidas Maisa, Elohim Hakdos, it means to say, here we go. Real Kal Shechatu B'Shir. That's myself. When the minority of Klal Yisrael sins of their own volition, they made a mistake. Not a psak, they made a mistake. Chayavim. ultimately again the Chai B'Chatas, each individual, why? Shin Beis Din. Are you there Par Torah? Because Beis Din is not bringing a Par Ha'elam Davar Minat Tzibor order. Paul, the Gemara says, Paul in Chayavin, Paul in Chayavin, Yachol Rav Tzibor Sha'asum Shiglas Ma'asiyuk Turin. You might have thought, therefore, the majority of Klal Israel commits an Avera, B'Shiglas Ma'asiyuk of their own volition. That ultimately, again, they should be Pater. Shari Beis Din Levian Alehan Par Torah. I would go by the Amaretz back to the Lugo. Ultimately, again, Halacha L'Maisa. So ultimately, again, Ma'amaretz, even when the majority sins, when the majority sins, if there was not a Horaz base, if there was no Psak, ultimately, again, they're kind of Chatas. Nice, I was about to why you say, Dilma, low aim, low basic. Maybe no one brings a covenant in that circumstance. You might hear to Mahada, Baruch, the Field, that's the case, and why you're looking for the majority to create a sense of liability. Like Mechlal, the Neo to Balra, I'm away from the Chai Balra. It must be because even when a minority goes ahead and acts on the Psak of the Bezdin, ultimately, again, there's going to be liability as a result of the ruling. But a Hada Berisha on the Mechayim Shiri, that's myself. So the Gemara said, let's go ahead first look at a case for the meal for minority. That's what we kind of shivras so acted of their own commission, and then we'll find the case ultimately again of liability for the majority who acted the shivras myself. But rather, again, from the fact that we're not looking for a case of milt, of minority, who are liable for their own actions, with a soap ma'ada, I'll look at the three with the shivras myself, shmamino, milt, bora, chayam. When a minority ultimately acts as a result of the instruction of the Beis Din, they are going to be chayim. That's another way of saying it covered Chatos. The Shalom Bara Shigras, my son, ultimately again, and when they act even out of Psak of Beis Din, ultimately again, they will be Chayav and Chatos as well. Nichdi, Karbayu Stamkas. Never was like, okay, bottom line, a little quickly. The bottom line is what we're just trying to highlight what Rabbi Huda said. Rabbi Huda helped us to understand that which we thought was fully agreed upon in the Mishnah is in fact subject to machlokes. Here's the thing, I say, the one piece of information I want you to hold on to as we go through this incredibly beautiful and yet somewhat complex journey. We have a fundamental machlokes tanoi. If an individual acts as a result of an erroneous psak of the Beis Din, is he chayav a karban kafas or not? Beis Din said chaylev is mutter. Reuben said, great, always wanted to have some. Goes out, eats chaylev, finds out Beis Din was wrong. Is he Reuben's a shogeg? He acted accidentally. Is he chayav a chatas or not? Normally, again, I'll say just understand. Had Reuben accidentally consumed a piece of chaylev, what was in halacha? Karban chatas. Here, Reuben, interestingly enough, acted based on the psak of the Beis Din, so he made a mistake. Is he chayav a chatas? Rabbanon, sorry, Rabbi Huda, no. The individual was shielded for personal liability when he acts as a result of the psak of the Beis Din. Rabbanon, yes. Just remember that machlokes. That's going to be a machlokes for today. We're going to see it play out a number of different ways. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, good. Both the Mishnayos that you quoted, right, we're both spoken called Stam Mishnayos, which means without attribution. The Gemara said, you might be question, how do you know the first one's Rabbi Huda, the second one's Rabbanon? Equally, the Gemara said, maybe it's just the opposite. So you know, it's not sure if the Darshman would be no, because who's the one who ultimately darshans and the darshan that's like the Ne'ama Aretz, Kiagas, and Rabbi Huda, the Sanya, the Huda says, what's like that, Gimel, Sus, for us, Ha'olah, or Elu Shlosham Minutim. So again, it also the more darshans over here, Zos, for us, Ha'olah, there are three limiting phrases, or three limiting words in this series, Rabbi Huda, who darshans Minutim. Therefore, it makes sense to attribute the Raisa, ultimately, I go to the Mishnah, I should say, of the Amaretz, to Rabbi Huda, the Raisa, the other possibilities. Adayin Ani Omer, well, what is not was of Rabbi Huda? Perhaps I can't yet fully establish that Rabbi Huda did not. Lov Hakal, Shechatu, so we'll say, so now again, we're jumping back now to Par Ha'elam Davar Tzibur. We have not learned this Sugya. But again, Par Ha'elam Davar Tzibur, which literally means Par, a bull offering, something, a piece of information, has been hidden or obscured from the congregation. Represents a situation based in issued an erroneous psak, and majority of Klal Yisrael relied on it. Okay, so now watch this. If the majority of Klal Yisrael sinned based in the deen under empire, so based, according to this version, based is the one who brings the power element of the individual doesn't bring anything. Based brings this carbon on behalf of Klal Yisrael. Rabbi Yehuda, and we'll say, now watch this. If you think that this is Rabbi Yehuda, listen to this. Ha'amar, Sibor Udamai based in low. Okay, get ready for this. So we'll say, Machlokes number 2 that I want you to remember. When there is a power element government at Sibor, based on issue erroneous ruling, the majority of Klal Yisrael relied on it. That now, carbonic liability, power element government at Sibor. Who brings that carbon? Watch this. This not. Rabbi Yehuda over. So we'll say, so well, let me just say it's outside. The Rabbanan say, that let's look here again. It is the base thing who brings it. Rabbi Yehuda is going to say, big Klal Yisrael brings it. The Tzibor brings it. Now, well, what does that mean? The Tzibor like this one power. The Klal Yisrael, there's multiple powers for Klal Yisrael. That we're going to see, but just again, that's my focus number 2. Kind of keeping your head this time. Here we go. But this is fascinating. Here we go, man. Let's say I'm giving up on the dollar 3A, 6 lines after the top. This time, here we go, man. Shiva Shatim Shechatim the beginning Zion part. So listen to this. If 7 tribes now, we'll say, we don't know again, what does 7 tribes represent? 7 tribes represents majority of Klal. So not interestingly enough, not necessarily numerical majority, but tribal majority. We're going to talk about that. There's so many exciting things to come. I don't know, next week when we finish this down. And so it's like, someone might say again, right? 7 tribes, right? So 7 tribes go ahead and commit an Avera. So what's the halacha? But now again, we'll say this all showed. The being Zion part of it. Rashi points out over here. Look at Rashi. Last word on Rashi, Zayin Shvatim. The Habu Rov Shvatim. That's the majority of the Shvatim of Klal. So the being Shiva part. So it's interesting. So obviously 1 par per Shevet. Now some Rabbi Yehuda, the Shevet Echad Ikri Kal, they would be in below basic. So we'll say there's a lot of actions happening over here. First of all, in Rabbi Yehuda, you see that it's the people who bring the power, not the Bezdin. And it's also interesting to see that according to Rabbi Yehuda, each Shevet is considered its own cow, considered its own congregation, and therefore each Shevet must bring its own power. Not one of the Shmuel, to the Rabbi Meir. These are the words of Rabbi Meir. So we'll say, so therefore again, right now where we are is we have 2 machlokes in Rabbi Yehuda and the Rabbanan. Number 1 is in our Mishnah. The Rabbanan say ultimately again that Rabbi Yehuda says the individual shielded from personal liability, but he relies on himself based. Rabbanan say no, you're liable. The machlokes number 2, the Rabbanan say Basin brings it. Rabbi Yehuda says God is salvation. I'm not going to Shmuel. To the Rabbi Meir. These words are there. About Chacham, the Chacham say, Yopit Shasam Allah is based in Chayim. So it's like, interestingly enough, the Nachman says, it's not Rabbi Yehuda who's the opposing. It's not Rabbi Yehuda who's the Tanakh. The Shema Tadu against Rabbi Meir. Rabbi Meir is the one who says, ultimately again, the individual is shielded from personal liability when he acts on the advice of the days or exactly the thing. But the Chachamim say ultimately again that he's Chayim. So you must say, my Rameir, my Ramon. What are these both these names? Here we go. Horavasim, based in Paskin, that Caleb is mother, and Ruvain went out, or individuals went out, and ate it. Rameir Potter, Hamakai. Rameir says your mother, and ultimately again, Chacham said Chakai. Non awesome. So we'll say, what does this mean? Who is doing this? Who is performing this hate? Because if you look at Rothschild and Brisa, it's interesting, it says, Horu Rasu. They paskind and they ate. I'll just use Chilin as the example. So I understand the paskening is being done by the Bezdin. Who went out and committed the Avera? Because also, this is not singular, it's not Horu Ra'asa, but it's Horu Ra'asu. Who's doing this? Even if it's Bezdin, so we'll say again, if it's Bezdin who paskin and Bezdin who went out and then acted, they ate the Chilin, so my time of the Rabbanan and Chayim. ultimately, as well says, so once again, this is parallel of the So ultimately, again, say if it's the base thing that's asking and the base thing that we're getting the then why would there be liability for parallel of the People that time, you go home based in the also, you would have thought like this. The base thing went ahead and asking, and the base thing themselves acted on their own side. You might have thought that ultimately, again, it would be liability. So a lot of parallel government civil liability. Hamilomar, Hakahal boss. No, parallel government civil is only when Basin Haskins and Club Israel acts. Nice set color in the cow, while what we in the basin. The action is dependent on Club Israel, and the psak is on the base. In other words, this is a synergistic partnership in the commission of sin. So ultimately, again, Basin is delivering the erroneous ruling, and Klal Yisrael are the ones who are acting on it, which indicates that Basin issued the ruling, and then Basin are the ones that acted on it. There might be chatas liability, and ultimately, again, it's not parallel of the Tzibor. Ella, rather you have to say, Holy Basin the Asur of Kar. It must be that ultimately, again, based in asking, and what happens? And what happened? And Halach Lamaisa, the majority of Klal Yisrael acted upon it. So that's the case. My times are there. Why would Rabbi Meir say that they're potter from Par Elam David and Atzibor? That's the paradigmatic case of Par Elam David and Atzibor. Elam Holy Days, and rather we'll say what happened. Holy Days, it's cow. Rather, what happened over here? Days and Paskin and Taylor his mother. A minority of Klal Yisrael came along and acted on that psak. Okay, so now we'll say, watch this. So welcome to the is Machlokes, Mar Summer Yachid Shasamaras based in Potter. One of the name Rabbi Meir holds that when an individual, I will say, you're considered an individual up until what point in time? Until it's the majority. Right? In other words, there's no difference between a minority of Klal Yisrael and ultimately again an individual. It's the same thing. So again, Halach L'Maisa, when an individual sins, Rabbi Meir holds when he does so based on the psak of the beis din, he's going to be butter. In Marsa, but the other hand hold, Yochid Shasa Maraz based in Chayiv, not the one individual act based on the instruction of the beis din, he's still going to be Chayiv a personal chapa. So let's say this is my focus. So again, we're just returning it. Before we said that my focus was that even if coming now again, we are suggesting that we're not even suggesting that it's Rabbi Meir or not. But it's the same focus. Incredible. So it's our before the album. So above the description, he said, before the album, you have to trust someone else based in parts of natural. He said, everyone agrees that when an individual acts based on the psak of the based in, that he's going to be part of it. He does not have personal liability. No chatas liability in that case. All right, so what's the whole piece of it? This is fascinating. Based in national this is incredible. So let's jump back now. So remember again, when do you bring Kar Elam Davar Yatzibor? When do you bring it? By the way, who brings Kar Elam Davar Yatzibor? Who brings it? Machlokes, good. We'll talk quiz there, right? Machlokes, right? Machlokes is that the Tzibor ultimately again is good. So just keep that in mind, right? And when ultimately again, when do they bring it? So now here's the truth. When do they bring it? What has to happen? The majority of Klal Yisrael has to sin based on the erroneous psak of the beis din. So here's the whole say, watch this. What's the focus over here? And the beis din does beis din count towards the calculation of the majority of Klal Yisrael or not? Those will say, let's say, and again, so let's say with the beis din, the majority of Klal Yisrael sinned. Without the beis din, it's a minority. It's a big difference, right? Halakha is a big difference. So does the beis din themselves count in the calculation of majority? So we go, Mar Tzadar beis din mashal tzibor. One of the things says, yes. Mar Tzadar beis din mashal tzibor. One thing says, no. Telling them my focus. Levi saying, and again, we'll say, we're going to see. Like I said, this is not the sugya part. I love Davar Yatzibor. The good news is when we get there, you're going to be on. So much incredible information. It's going to be like weeks. Levi's other possibilities. Holy beis din also wrote cow. Other possibilities. We'll see what happens over here. We have a typical case. Beis din Paskin. The majority of Klal Yisrael went ahead and committed the avera. Uman Chacham Rabbi Shimon Igda Amar Sibor Maisi. Who pays in Maisi? Wow. So according to Mosai, there is a third opinion, Rabbi Shimon. So up until the one opinion says, Bali Yisrael brings the power. Other opinion says, Bezin brings the power. Or now there's a third opinion that says, everybody brings the power. Ultimately, again, when Bezin brings the power, Bali Yisrael brings the power. Powers for everyone. Levi said, well, Shevet Chasabaras, Beis What's the other possibility? What's the Machokes? We're just trying to figure out different ways to bring this Machokes or here. Maybe the Machokes is like this. What happens, I will say, every Shevet had their own court system as well. What happens in the Shevet, the entire tribe, acts based on the advice or the halakhic instruction of their particular Beis Din. So when I says, Shevet Shasabalas Bezdino, also Shevet Chayim. So this is very interesting. The Shevet went ahead and acted under the instruction of its Bezdin. The Shevet will be Chayim. Okay, Levi said, when we go, Shechatu, or the other possibility, also watch this, very interesting. Shechatu Shisha V'Yidvo Shalkal, or Shiva Ava Mishem Shalkal. And let's listen to the following case. Still part of the Tzibur. Let's say we have a situation where 6 tribes sin, but they are the numerical majority of Klal Yisrael, or 7 tribes sinned, so you have the tribal majority, but what? They're not the numerical majority. What happens there? We must listen. When you shouldn't be able to listen, you should also own Shmo. Or Shisha V'Yidvo Shalkal, or Shiva Ababi Sheilu Shalkal Chayavet. So we'll say it's actually a Pascal nice. We're going to see this later on. That for establishing majority can be established in one of 2 ways: either numerical majority or tribal majority. Either one of those 2 will create the majority ultimately again for Har Halak Ravaminatsi. Incredible. So fine. Rabasi. What's the Kasemi? Rabasi says, so what's it? Again, takeaways over here, takeaways. Still same focus. Whether it's Rabbi Yehuda Mechachamim or Rabbi Yehuda, still same focus. Individual acts as a result of a mistaken or erroneous ruling of Bezdin. Is there individual liability for a chatas or not? Machokes. That's our overarching machokes. Along the way, we're picking up a lot of other pieces of information and some machokes as well. In other words, to keep in mind, who brings the Parhalam Davimin Tzibor? Is it the Bezdin? Is it Klal Yisrael? Is it both? What constitutes a majority? Tribal majority, numerical majority, or both? Again, just keep all of these things in mind as we go along. This is a fascinating statement. Once you get ready for this is a wild Gemara. And we'll say, so remember again, from Parhalam Davimin Tzibor, what do you need? What do you need? Majority. However, we're calculating majority, numerical majority, tribal majority, but the power is only brought if the majority of Klal Yisrael sins as a result of an erroneous ruling of Beis Din. Come to Rashi, Rashi says, the majority of Jews is only calculated by the overwhelming statement, by the residents of Eretz Yisrael. The Jews of Chutz La'aretz do not count in this calculation. Shnei Amar, why is that? Shnei Amar, Vayas Shlomo Va'isei Esachad. So after Shlomo Melech built the Beis Hamikdash, he made a big yantiv. The Chol Yisrael Imo Kal Dodo, and with Shlomo Melech was a large assembly in the Levon Hamas ad Nachal Mitzrayim. From the Levon Hamas until the border of Egypt, which I will say essentially are the territorial borders of Eretz Yisrael. They celebrated for 14 days. So what does that understand? Because I understand, it already says that all the parties came to celebrate with Moshe. Right? Why does it then have to say a Kal Gadol, a large assembly, a large congregation, and then giving the borders from the Levon Hamas up until Mitzrayim? Why do that? Shmamina, they'll say, watch this. It is only the Jews of Eretz Yisrael that are called Kal, that are called the 70 of Israel. The Jews outside of Eretz Yisrael are not called Kal. So we'll say this is incredibly and overwhelmingly striking Gemara. You look at Rashi, just the whole Rashi says, the Olsem Shebachutz La'aretz Eino Min Hanigu. It's a little bit of an abrasive statement, right? Ultimately, again, the Jews of Chutz La'aretz, ultimately, again, are not part of the Talmud. Not part of the Talmud. But also, they're not from the Talmud of Chutz La'aretz. So we'll say, so this is a fascinating halakhic concept as well. Klal Yisrael, or we should say Kahal Yisrael, is made up of the Jews of Eretz Yisrael. The Jews of Chutz La'aretz, still bona fide Jews, but we do not count towards part of Kahal Yisrael. So maybe I will say, interestingly enough, for this purpose over here, the Kahal of Nomi on Tzibor, majority is only calculated based on the Jews who live in Eretz Yisrael, not the Jews who live outside. We see a lot of different examples of this. For example, Yovel becomes the Oraisa, but against Hashem Yod Yoshel, the majority of Klal Yisrael lives in Eretz Yisrael. So you see, there are certain things that only the Jews of Eretz Yisrael count towards the total tally. We'll say it's an overwhelming thing for us to contemplate. The truth is, we feel this. You feel it when you're in Eretz Yisrael, you always feel like you are part of something bigger. That's it. The most wonderful way. Leave aside anything else. When you come to Eretz Yisrael, by definition, your neshama feels, I am part of something bigger than myself. The greatest challenge of Chutz La'aretz is that ultimately, again, we're proud Jews for having been part of something beautiful, but that feeling, you can have that feeling of Kehillah, it's very hard to create, but that feeling of Kahal, ultimately, again, it's something that is not felt in Chutz La'aretz. Kehillas Yisrael is only in Eretz Yisrael. That is only felt there. Strong, vibrant, beautiful Jewish life, you find in many places outside of Eretz Yisrael. But Kahal Yisrael, only in Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. Let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Pshita was a very interesting case here. So Pshita, the Reuben ben Ismatu, tiny put in Rabbi Rothschild. I got a lot more to say, by the way, on that. How we saw Eretz Yisrael, but absolutely no time. So I'm going to come back to it. So the Reuben ben Ismatu, let's listen to this. So this is a very interesting case. Let's say at the time that Klal Yisrael sinned, it was a majority. But by the time you get around to going ahead and reading the Karban, it's a minority. So how does this happen? Rashi says people died. So now there's no longer a numerical majority. In other words, the number is not the same. Rashi says Pshita, the number is not to go Shalom Basulo Kalapia, there's Kavila Habi Kavilo, is people Habi Achnes Matu Shemes Mitzas. It's a very interesting case over here. At the time when based in Paskin, and the people committed the Avera, there was a majority. Now, at the time of the actual bringing of the Karban, it's a minority. People died. So what's the halacha? So Pshita, the Reuben ben Ismatu, Hainu Puter B'Shem Rabban is Machokes. That's Machokes B'Shem Rabban. Mu'atem ben Ismatu, whatever you want to say, the opposite. Based in Paskin, ultimately again, a minority sin. But now when we get to, and ultimately again, the Psak Halacha, it's a majority. So the Gemara says, what happens at night? Keep the B'Shem Rabbanon, the B'Shem Da'azal Basim Yitiyah, the Chayim. Rabbanon Da'azli Basar Chata, Patrick. So we'll say, interestingly enough, the fundamental of focus is, when do we establish liability? Is it ultimately again what we call Basar Yitiyah at the moment of awareness, or is it Basar Chata? Ultimately again at the time of the bringing of the Karban itself. I should say, Basar Chata really means the Avera. Basar Yitiyah means the moment ultimately again that we have an awareness of culpability. When do we establish majority? Because my Tisbara, Evolution is Rabbi Shimon Da'azal Basar Yitiyah. Rabbi Shimon is not just going Basar Chata, he even goes Basar Yitiyah. Hey, the Habi Yitiyah, the Chata, the Chiyah, Yitiyah, the Lord Chata. You shall mistake. Maybe go to the Shimon will be both Yitiyah Chata, but it's just Yitiyah awareness. But ultimately, again, not in the majority, by the actual commission of the Chait. He always had the desire. Everything came, like Sikiyashtam, and Rabbi Shimon Chata, the Yitiyah boy. Rabbi Shimon requires both majority, both the kind of Yitiyah and Chata. Okay, interesting. We go to the next case. Hora based in Chileh, Mutter, Ba'asu Mil Hakar. What's the reason to this? Based in came along and asked him, Hela this Mutter. Okay, then what ended up happening? The minority of Klal Yisrael acted on the Psak. Then what happened? Based in realized their mistake, and ultimately again retracted the Psak. But also, then what happened? The Chazar based in Ba'an Ba'olah. Then based in asking again, Hela this Mutter. Right? But also you say to yourself, that's so crazy. How can you make the same mistake twice? And what's the answer? Look in the mirror. How can you make the same mistake twice? Life is filled with most of us making the same mistake twice or 222 times. Like, most of life is actually it's not making new mistakes. Most of life is actually just repeating the same mistakes over and over and over. One of the most frustrating things about the intellectual process is the inability to write ourselves, the inability to kind of get the reins on the same stuff. I mentioned this a number of times already. When we come to the end of we do tshuva, because I think for many of us, it's not the pshat that we say, you're like, look at this. I was in the Chavish this year. I never did this. I've made it before. This is incredible, right? We're diversifying, spiritually diversifying, right? I did what there's most of us, interestingly enough, do not come to the end of the run with most times. What do we come with? Similar names. It's the same names that I've been doing for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. The same stuff. Because change is hard. Change is incredibly difficult. So don't be so surprised that a basic issues, the same erroneous psak, more than once. We make the same mistake more than once throughout our journey of life. So anyway, so basic. So again, part one, basic passing, Chiliv's mother. A minority of pilots acted on that. Then what happened? Basic passing again. Chiliv's his mother, and we'll say what happens. What's the Shiloh? These two minorities combine to form a majority, therefore triggering the obligation of high island government. Right, so two individual minorities, both back to exactly the same basic, both with the same Avera Chila, but two different. Do they combine to form a majority or not? So on one hand, it was two different kinds of awareness, therefore they shouldn't combine. They both Caleb, they should combine. In Salova, Caleb, the Caleb, or the Stari. Near the Caleb Shalakivo, near the Caleb Shalagabi now. Let's say you would say that two instances of Caleb do combine. What happens if it was two types of Caleb? The first time based in basket that the Caleb on the stomach was mutter, and the second time they said Caleb on the kidneys are also. So different types of Caleb, erroneous Caleb, this combined. So the word Spaka, back then, straight cry comes. So notice that, or can say this. Even the whole called Caleb, there are two different types of Caleb, therefore they don't combine. Oh, they're up. Caleb, the Caleb food, it's starting. Oh, since they're both Caleb, they should combine. Then get some of Shem Caleb when it's starting. Real the Caleb, or real without nothing. What happens if I say, base it first pass in Caleb, is mother, a majority applies saw 8 Caleb. Then they retracted that sack. Then they pass in what is more. And the meal the plan we saw the one had 8 blood. Those two minorities combine to form a majority, but our hell of that. On one end, we can say, that guy came in to trade suing with him. The Chaven came in suing Shagat, no mitzvah. On one end, we can say, look, it's two different prohibitions. And ultimately, again, these sort of acts. For example, again, both sides, Caleb doesn't apply. He's not a Caleb, let's say, by a Chai. So the Surim are not the same. Only about Caleb, the Surim Shabbat, the Kabbalah Shabbat, it's not. On one hand, there is similar, right, or the same carbonic liability, perhaps that should create a majority. In things, however, even the Surim Shabbat, the Kabbalah Shabbat, maybe since they're both the same carbonic liability, right, because they both become the Chatos, ultimately they can combine. What about Miyut B'Chaleb or Miyut Avodas Mohammed? What happens if the Beis Paskin? If you need Chaleb, minority 8 Chaleb, then Beis Paskin, Avodah Zarah's mutter. Well said, do not go to this basin. Do not go to this basin, right? A minority ultimately, again, then they said that Avodah Zarah's mutter. And a minority did that. Cannot combine to form a majority. This is different, right, obviously, and the carbonic liability is different. The ED Karisu is done. On the other hand, both of them are cars, but they should combine. What is the Gemara answer? Take them. Right? The Gemara says ultimately again, take them. So Gemara leaves this question open. A very little. Hold it based in Shechem the Mutter, La'asim Yotakam Mace. We'll say, watch this. What happens in the following case? Based in tasking that Caleb is Mutter, right? And then what happened? And minority of the Giva, minority so went ahead and ate. And what happens? Mace also based it. And then the based in died. Remember the based in died? Okay. Now what happened? Another Beis came along. They also basket Chilul is mutter, and as a result, another minority probably saw 8 Chilul. So it's what comes to the Shiloh. So the Gemara says, do those two minorities combine the majority. So the Gemara says, I'll leave it in our Beis in my Zilot divide the whole less. So it says, obviously, according to the opinion that says that Beis Din are the one who brings the Baal of the Tzibor. So of course, again, there's not going to be any line. What if you cut the first Beis Din? It has to be the same Beis Din. So the Gemara says, Seymour Maisi. What's the Shiloh? According to the opinion that says that it's the Tzibor that brings it. So what's the line? It's the same Tzibor. It's the same Tzibor. They acted erroneously on the two different what they did, but it's the same Tzibor. Therefore, they should bring it other days. Oh, thank you. Okay. What's the thing about like this? If the cycle was 8 years, I'd be ahead. Just not the concept. Right? Oh, you based in the whole page. Or on the other hand, no. I need the same base. Right? Even though it's not the base that's bringing ultimately again the carbon, I still need the idea of that same base that's lacking. So what's that? We'll say Mishmar answers again. All right, we'll stop over here for today. Shkoya, absolutely incredible. The truth is, all kidding aside, already by Shabbos, the daven actually gets, you notice the print gets bigger. Right? The pages get a little bit shorter. We'll be fine. Check on one side. All right, you guys want to have a good day, everybody. Good to go. I'm going to leave it before Shabbos also. See, I want to do the first one tomorrow. See how good it is. I'll say good morning, such a still small Hashem. Oh, not the one second. What my bones are. All right. Good, get excited. Okay, let's try that again. Morning on both sides. The great is applause. Walk Hashem. To the give us seconds. Wait. Okay. So. What's for honest? Plus. Zelly. Not our human, yes, I shut it off. It's the little Nishmat. Ali dat het goed met de mishmas Misham Sadi, dat is een gewoon, dat het hoofdvolle is zo. Dat is een chimney. Daarom is het dus de succesvol, zo maar zeer dingen. Dus we gaan let us begin. So let's talk this while the seconds have all these are again. Now we can talk. Exciting. Well, Hashem, I know we don't do a second sorry. For those of you who are not getting very interesting, different kind of sectors. See what we're getting. Fantastic. It's beautiful. It's incredible. Structure that and some of the other sectors that we have seen. But it makes so a lot of really wonderful and incredible areas of halacha. And perhaps we have Mishnah days on the Dalit. Also the Dr. a little bit bigger, as you know. We're going to be preoccupied with at least for today and a bit of tomorrow. Beis Din has made a mistake, and as a result of their mistake, it something that was the mistake that they made. To add with his guidance, he don't show whole shift. Is I forget it back. In an infallibility that exists within Judaism. Judaism does not have that concept, which is why the Farshim is out of it. And it's like what Joanna said, we got it. Put in an Avera. One Avera. Most of us have done more Averas over again. Literally again to dismiss who the person is Rashi says it. And this is from Ruben heard the psak of the days. Then he said, oh, I was wanted to eat blood. So he goes ahead and he goes out and he has down. Okay. He says, now what's down? What's the house of the shagat up here? So again, so now he goes the base of the psak of the days. So bossy, right? When you're talking about a case where they did also stay also afterwards. So still been found and followed it. What's the halacha? Now what's that? Normal eat blood or you eat babies. Again, we'll get into policy against Hashem. But you go ahead and you normally go ahead and bring the katos. That in this part of even why doesn't even have to bring the katos? If they should tell them, which of course, the act which he made on the sack of Beis Din. So that the sack of Beis Din blood, and then so as I said that, this is what the Mishnah over again is introducing us to. Beis Din. Rashi says it's the first one in Rashi in the Beis Din lost. So the Mishnah is And then I make the payment based on the instruction of the. Let's go. Now watch this. Total grades on the other app. Listen, that table is working. Right? Getting fat is working. Like I was obviously. The central judges listed Holocaust up here, or for that matter again. It was a little dumb talk. That Hanoch Mesa, the Psak is wrong. The Psak is wrong. Now, what happens? But nevertheless, this number of the base and all this Tamtacham still follow the Psak. He's like, hey, why not? Right? This is my one shot at Caleb. I know that none of the Psak is very important to see. Basic. Yes, he knows. The Psak is wrong. Whether go ahead. So Ba'asak Rayhan, but it's an educator that he gets from that. Awesome. Right? So, individual makes sense. He knows better. Only it's Psak. And then for Halacha L'Maisa, he is going. Was like, interestingly enough, the Gemara is going to and he does it anyway. He's going to rely. Well, there has to be more to the case. Next, why he wasn't at the end of the day, shield for liability when you could say that I didn't. But if you know that the Psak of base is, and you fuck. We'll say this is that's local. What's that? Because remember, you're not going to get a cut. You can't bring a chatas because chatas is a. Right, so if you the mitzvah is no chatas, only the shogeg is chatas. So that's why we're going to have to define what this case is over here, because in order to say chayiv b'kashas means chatas, and the shogeg. Again, we'll have to see in the Gemara. And the individual follows that Psak. The individual is shielded from personal liability of a chatas because they acted in good faith. If based on issued a wrong Psak, no, it's a wrong Psak. Again, we'll say by that, right? It has to knows that it's an erroneous Psak. You know, that's. That person knows the Psak is wrong. That was Mishnah Arias, our first Mishnah Arias. But I was wrong. We all know that. Now, we see Machlokes Rav Shmuel and Rav Dini about So now the shayla erroneous ruling. If you notice again, Rabbi adds in one word. What's the one word? You are permitted to act on this psak. He says, it's not enough. In order for the individual to be sure, Beis must have also added to act. Rabbi says, because without, there's a statement of information, there's a statement of fact. About the act, but it's the word of lasos. In order for this to be Mutar atan lasos, mutar atan lachol, right? You're allowed to go ahead and eat. Okay, so they're hustling and they're giving hurrah, they're giving instruction. But Dini says, halakha myself. That's where ultimately again. Shmuel says, yes, it would. Okay, so let's analyze this. So my time again was from Dini's logic. No. Wait. It's done this. Done this. So let's analyze this. Over here. So right now, still on the right side, but we just notice it's on the. Now we'll say, Abai is clean alone. In this position. So, he's a member of the Beis Din who refuses to yield to the majority. Was that something Mamre really wrote? Hold money. So something Mamre is literally again someone yield to the majority. Such a for this is to yield to the majority. You're undermining what's it? Remember Marcus? One said that even after Beis Din delivers a verdict, the judges in the minority go over to the having the judge well, I'm pretty good at it. If I left what I do, I was in the minority. You can't do that. You can't do that with your partner. Yield to the majority. So watch this. Because of the euro, that he held before, there was 2 steps. Someone. At the same color that time. First of all, this will be indicated. Just remember again, why is this important for us? Our whole understanding of basic English. Was
200 plus or 300 something. It's a fraction, you know.
Yeah.
I would assume 500 max.
Yeah.
That'd be reasonable, right?
Yeah, let me see here. Let's do a quick.
just moving this point. Already out. And so I'm gonna real solid. I said
500 max.
Yeah.
That'd be reasonable, right?
Yeah, let me see here. Let's do a quick study.
It wouldn't shock me if there was 500 subscribers. Because I was like, okay, if you're getting, let's say you get 50K monthly viewers, you know, that's 1 out of 100.
I mean, look how strong you are, dude. We got 438 viewers with 342 likes, dude. What the fuck?
Hell yeah. So it says David Lucas works out. David Lucas is actually very strong, yes. You'd be surprised, B. He will twist your neck off.
Walksboss has a lot of stuff to say. Walksboss, first of all, let's put all your comments into one comment next time, yeah? Did Shop farting loudly during the business meeting really ruin the sale of Tiger Thick?
I've never heard that before. But 100, it's funny you can say shit like that. I go, I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah.
You know, how could you, like...
Is he a gassy guy?
Not particularly, but like, it's one of these things where it's, like, you can see him doing it because he lacks self-awareness and self-consciousness.
Yeah.
He would rip someone else for farting and then turn around and fart somewhere else. Like, that's like, he just has no principles where it's like, the same rules apply to me and you. So you're disgusting for eating, but I'm not disgusting for eating. So it was this weird mix of like shame and projection with types like this.
Let's see here. I'm gonna make this little.
Can you make me more tan? Thank you.
Do you naturally tan?
I go to tanning beds and I also run it like if I hate to admit it, but it's like I look for my auditions that I usually get. It's like if you're looking for I get like the bodybuilder or this kind of it's like I've gone long periods without tanning. It's just like when an audition comes up, they typically for the roles that I get, it's better to be tan. So either if I'm not tan from running outside, I'll go to a tanning bed.
Like I wasn't, but you know I love donuts. You know. Oh,
what is that?
The shop.
Wait.
When he talks about his mom and like getting a vaccine because she likes donuts.
Oh, right. There's some free donuts or something.
I'll stop the shop.
Oh, do I know? Because you triggered something of the memory of like they're giving out free donuts for vaccine. Yeah, I remember that bit that he did. he was kind of obsessed with vaccines there for a little bit. Yeah,
let's see what he has to say about vaccines here. This is the.
Oh, yeah. He's like, did you get the Johnson & Johnson?
Yeah. There's always one guy. No fucking way, where you go?
That's you. Touching this fucking table. It's funny because he's outwardly he pretended like he was not anti-vax, even though he actually was very anti-vax.
Oh wow, yeah.
And I'm agnostic about I got the vaccine just because Luana was paranoid about it. Yeah. But I'm like, I don't give a fuck either way. But it was funny watching somebody have this, cognitive dissonance over like you feel like you have to tell people that you're not like against vaccines, but then every time you're alone, you're like, look at vaccines, man.
Yeah. Well, you've seen the most recent Joe Rogan episode with him, right? Where he talks about vax
and autism. Yeah. And it's funny because it's like that's a conversation. Be like, I've read RFK's books just because I'll be like when someone's like, this guy's a lunatic, and then I hear him talk, and I'm like, if you can get past his bullfrog voice, that I was imitating earlier as a joke, I didn't actually have the hiccups, guys. I go, this guy's coherent and clearly has an encyclopedic knowledge of certain things, so I go, I'll read his books and hear him out. Like, I'm not, and I realize when someone's polarizing. So I've read the arguments about the connection between vaccines and autism, and I don't know enough to actually, I didn't dive deeper into it, but I go, I'm aware of the arguments. But somebody like Brendan Schaub should not be discussing this. That's not your place to discuss science.
Thank you for having me on the Fighter and the Kid podcast. How much can you lift, Brendan? How many chicks can you?
I fucked 5 squirrels last night.
I was driving around Central Park with a dead black bear in my SUV.
And at night we fuck each other. I got a vaccine.
RFK Gringo Bobby.
I transferred the comments over to here just so we could have a full
nice,
screen.
yeah.
That's good.
BGL is like Bradley Martin with a beach.
Oh man,
Did he do
Bradley Martin? It was fun. You know, I was like, do people know about Bradley Martin and Brendan Schaub's dynamic?
What's their dynamic? I know that he won money.
Yeah, like it was just funny because when they first started talking, it was like I got to witness them first hanging out, and it was always funny because I think like had I not been with Bradley's so sensitive to like social status, he would have completely ignored me.
Yeah.
All he cares about is like, are you in your 20s and like a rising social media star that I can take advantage of? That's literally his only. So it's like he sees my gray hair and is like, well, next, like he would have like, I don't give a fuck about you, but like I see you paying a lot of attention to Brendan Schaub, and then like by virtue of me being in his orbit, he's like would like acknowledge me. No, he was nice to me.
Yeah,
like he was nice to me, and he gave me a ride at some point. Like I don't have any problem with Bradley Martin, but their dynamic was funny because like outwardly they're like, oh man, it was funny. Me and this guy was like Spider-Man meme, like you were the same person. Yeah. But then Brandon would talk mad shit about him behind his back because again, anyone who threatens him, he tells a story of like they were doing a podcast maybe, and something came up where he's like, someone's like, who's stronger between you two? And Brendan's version of the story was, or like Brendan's attempt to be diplomatic, right? Now, Bradley Martin's super strong. Like, he's not just a big dude. He can deadlift 700 pounds. He can bench 4 something. You know, it's like he's strong as fuck. And stronger than Brendan, because that's what he does. And you can just look at him and be like, yeah, okay, Brendan's strong, but like Bradley Martin's an actual power lifter. Yeah. So Brendan tries to answer the question first. He goes, I'm sure, like, you know, he's trying to be like, you get me a deadlift, I get you a bench, or kind of, I'm sure there's some lifts that you get me. And Bradley's just like, what the fuck are you talking about? I beat you in everything. Yeah. Which is true, right? Brendan was like, so taken aback by that. Like, he had to tell me later, he's like, what a fucking egomaniac. I'm like, but he was just saying, like, you were trying to be like, oh yeah, I get you. It's like, but that's not true. I'm trying to do literally every lift. Yeah. Like, have you seen me squat 6 plates? Can you do that? You know, like, it's just, you know, but in his mind, he's like, Jesus Christ, like, this guy's insane. For the fact that I'm obviously strong.
I'm the star of the show.
Yeah, like,
there is a question I wanted to ask you that was in the chat here.
My wife's not cool.
Oh, and then he accused Bradley Martin of being gay. Because he was like, Brendan saw his girlfriend.
But that's like saying, like, I breathed today. If you're in the shop,
literally, I'm trying to tell you, like, that's another part of this whole like weird gay fascination. Was like, how many people do I have to hear you talk about being gay who you have no evidence for being gay, and it's either are you lying about the person being gay, which is super fucked up. Yeah, just for a gay rumor about a straight. It's like, how socially aggressive is that? Like, passive aggressive, right? Be cool, right? Be cool, bro. Yeah, it's like, and then if the guy is actually gay, you think it's cool that it's like out people who don't want to be outed? Like, what? You know? Look, if you walk in on a guy sucking dick, like, you could be like, hey, I think Mark might be gay. I walked in and,
have a cappuccino with him. You know what I mean?
Not the cappuccino. But the amount of times that I would watch him accuse someone of being gay with no evidence, the only evidence being he does something better than me. Bradley Martin's stronger than me. You know that guy's gay, right? Yeah, right. And he would say it in a way where he goes, it's like, if you disagree with me, you're clearly not, it's like you can't see it. Like what? How he's gay?
Yeah.
Like what part of
Oh my
him?
god.
Bradley Martin is gay? Like that he's fucking this chick that you like?
Yeah.
Or is that what it is? You know, that you tried to hit on.
But you could always play your Shab's game and be like, well, dude, he could never be as gay as you. But I wanted to highlight this right here before it goes away. Kodachrome Graphics. Mark, do you have plans for a new podcast? If so, do you need a piece of an editor? Just plug your podcast.
Hit me up. Hit me up on Instagram. If you want to do that, me and Luana, as I mentioned before, we've been filming episodes of Hella Toxic, and basically I'm not going to release it without her permission, but we're arguing over the source of like the comedy. I'm like, the fact that you're walking off and getting mad and we're fighting is the source of that's what. So we're kind of arguing. We shot a bunch of stuff, but empathy for Luana, which is. She doesn't have experience podcasting, and I am a little bit impatient. Like I could be more gentle. However, it's like as I'm setting everything up, and it's like hot outside, and I turn off the AC. It's like I'm sitting there sweating buckets, and she's like getting pretty. I'm like, hey, could you could you wait a little, like you're just not be in a bad mood when I'm like I'm doing all the work over here and sweating my ass off, and then you're like, I need to be.
You're Luana.
I'm Luana.
Yeah.
He's the Luana of the pod.
What?
I'm the Luana.
He's the Luana of the pod.
Yeah. I lose my shit.
Yeah. Is that true?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you like in the setup and stuff like that?
Yeah.
All right. You have her capture this on camera where I'm like, I'm annoying the fuck out of her, and then she like walks off. But I'm like, no, Luana, now she's mad about it. She's like, it doesn't make me look good. I'm like, nobody cares whether you look good. Like I don't look good because I'm being annoying.
Yeah.
None of us have ever looked good at probably.
It's like, but so I'm currently trying to convince her to release this footage. Where I'm like, no, that's like people don't want to see two people getting along. Swimming. It's like, hey, here's our like perfect fine relationship. I'm like, no,
it's called Hella Toxic.
I know.
And then you guys are just getting along and everything's working.
That's why I'm like the joke that I came up with that she admitted. She's like, she even told me on camera, like she walked out. She's like, so fucking thinking about the last episode every time. It's so stupid. I'm like, no, this is because you're doing what I predicted. You're walking off.
Yeah, you're Hella. She's toxic.
You know what you can do?
I'm Hella. You're toxic.
You should in the intro have you like lifting a car. That'd be great.
That would be fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
To make that like the intro theme song.
Yeah. And then have her in the car like rolling her eyes like, here we go again.
It's like, oh god,
Meanie Fauci, Meanie Delta, Meanie Delta.
Let's go leaning into it.
You should. That sounds good.
But yeah, check out Hella Toxic. It's on Mark Harley's YouTube channel.
There's just one episode out right now, but like, okay, the real truth about it, we released that first episode. It's a fake first episode because we filmed the real first episode, and we spent too long talking about like we just seen this movie Sinners. And we were both bitching about how we didn't like it, and she's like, suddenly as we were about to get to a part where we had planned, which is we wanted to our narrative, and we were like reading. We kind of like read out messages from where we first met 10 years ago, like on OkCupid when she was in Germany. I was like, I want to make that part of like the serial narrative aspect of it is we're going to tell our story, but also just like banter. As I'm about to like pick up the binder with the thing, she's like, "This is fucking sucks." Like, and she's like, "Well," I'm like, "Wait, like, come back."
Yeah.
Like, no, that was fine. She's like, "We're talking about Sinners for 40 fucking minutes." I'm like, "It's okay."
Yeah, she thinks too much.
Right? Yeah. It's like, trust me, people are like, "Wait, they spent a minute too long on talking about a movie."
Yeah.
People are just listening to.
Yeah. If you think too much, you don't get great shit. Like Gringo Pop, he didn't put any thought into this.
No, exactly.
Just put it on YouTube.
Yeah. Part of I forget sometimes that I'm like, you have to practice that.
Yeah.
You know, and like. Just the art of releasing your inner critic and talking nonstop. Right?
Yeah.
And so if you're trying to worry about looking good, you're going to speak less and subsequently.
Yeah. And also, you should be like, in a couple weeks, you're going to be like, I have nothing to talk about if you only want to stick to like random topics.
Yeah. Like, so just let it unfold and if work on the dynamic of making, like, feeding off of each other.
Can I give you some constructive criticism?
Yeah.
Because I've listened to the first episode.
Okay, yeah.
And you guys should invest in some of these, dude.
Oh, I fucked it up before. I had this.
Yeah.
I wasn't connected. I didn't realize. I was like, they weren't. I was like the camera. So we reshot another one. I'm like, motherfucker. Like, I didn't even know how to work them.
But these are great.
I had that exact one.
Okay, so
We were wearing them.
Yeah.
And I was just like, someone's like, oh, the camera's picking up the audio. And I was
Yeah.
like, no, it's not. And we had them. And I'm like, oh, shit.
That happened to me the first couple times I used it too,
Yeah.
but it's super effective. And do you guys use a phone or do you use the camera?
You just use a phone, but I just got a camera.
Oh yeah, that camera.
I was experimenting with that. I'm like, it looks way better.
Yeah. Yeah, even with the phone, it has a nice little hookup. But if you guys have good audio, I'm sure you guys are going to take off.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
My only point of doing this was like, we filmed the first episode on our 10th anniversary because I'm like, look, we can wait to like do the perfect fucking setup and everything, like, but that's gonna happen a year from now. Like, they're like, okay, when we have $5,000 to do this, I go, put the camera up, put it in our fucking living room, and just let it rest. One angle, whatever, because then it's also like, there's no editing where it's like to make you look good. This is just it. There's no editing, so you see the tension.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And it's deliberately lo-fi, which I like. I go, look.
Yeah.
I hate when people like pretend like that they're bigger than they are. It's like,
yeah.
Oh, we need this whole podcast. It's like we're getting 100 views. Why do you need to fucking have this whole official space?
Yeah.
As if that's the thing. No, be interesting first.
Get a storage unit.
Right, yeah. Somewhere to put your truck.
Yeah. As I've always said, Brendan, it's like, Brendan, why wouldn't you just shoot everything in your fucking own garage? Like, you have the space to have the studio.
Yeah.
You can't, yeah.
Like, why wouldn't you just make that the thing?
You can't wait for success to come to you. That's why we don't have a Rain sponsorship, but we have Rain out, as if we did.
Yes.
Because one day Rain will find us. They're like, you guys are great. We love what you're doing.
Beast of the manifest.
We're a fake it till you make it. Marketing geniuses, just like off our, forefather, Brendan Shaw.
I've actually been waiting for this moment, Mark.
Yeah.
If you could do me a favor, please.
Yeah.
I will cue the music. What I need you to do right now is just focus really hard. Right?
Yeah.
And please use the keyboard here.
Yeah.
Spell my name.
It's Gerdo.
Oh, shit.
D-O. Sorry.
Let's go.
That's a good guy right there. Most people spell it with an F.
Ferraro?
I was saying Jafardo.
That was great.
Wait, is it spelled giraffe?
Giraffe.
Gallardo? Those things kind of like Chin, not knowing that Australia isn't in Europe. You go, how did you like figure out how to feed yourself?
Yeah.
You know,
Nice Mexican man.
How did you like make
It's
a
Gerardo. Gerardo, can you get me some
giraffe?
Benzos, please? Benzos.
They're all trying to tell you how to spell it. You got it right, y'all. Gerardo. Just Tosto.
Gerardo.
Gerwaldo.
Gerdo's
Gerdo. Okay.
Look at you guys.
I'm here for
Oh yeah, you didn't spell it right.
Cockfest.
You didn't put any salsa on top of it, so
No.
it wasn't spelled correctly.
Okay, that is probably my favorite joke special because it's so that was like the viral bad joke.
Yeah.
It was like what's a Mexican cookie? A chocolate chip cookie with some sauce on top? It's like
The pillow. Yeah.
because
In case it hurts.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
no, I like like could there be a worse lazier joke?
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I never thought of that before.
No, it is something like it
It's. I don't think it's lazy so much as it is just racist. You know?
Yeah, it's degrading. It's like you've never seen a Mexican cookie before?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So unaware of yes.
It is hurtful because they're so good. You know what I mean? Like a salsa cookie is disgusting.
Yeah.
But a Mexican cookie
Yeah.
is Disneyland, dude.
Yeah,
That's what I always say.
Mexican cookie mean the thing you brought that one time specifically?
Yeah.
It also implies it's like, oh yes, Mexicans don't know how to make food.
Yeah.
Why would you put salsa on a cookie? You fucking
Yeah. Yep. Facts.
Everyone knows Mexicans don't know how to make confections.
They're really upset. They're saying my name is Sharpie. I don't know what that means. Jafardo, Gerdo, Greg Giraldo.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't spell your fucking name, dude. I didn't sign up for a spelling bee. I signed up for a 24-hour fucking podcast starring BGL, dude. The flyer you sent me said BGL, 24 hours. We're not going to talk. What are you talking about?
Be careful, BGL. My car is very heavy, okay?
Yeah,
So,
I'm going to your name from my manager.
my car has a hybrid battery.
We reenact that here.
Yes, please.
That'd be crazy.
If we could water down the footage of what's actually out there, it'd be great. But, this is what I do all the time.
Hey, to have BGL lift your car.
It's like a carnival act.
Yeah, this is just a stunt that I do. It's my thing.
He's the world's strongest threatening man.
Let me see. Oh, I'm sorry, I abused a fucking car one time. Jesus Christ, yeah.
I apologize to the car.
Yeah.
The car's in court.
The car got a temporary restraining order against me.
You know, you couldn't do that to a truck though.
Hey, Mark, please confirm if Baba ever told you that he had baddie hour time with Whitney Cummings.
Yeah. All the time.
What? You're saying that Shab had sex with Whitney Cummings all the time?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, it's my honest perception of it.
Oh my God.
I have actual confirmation of it, and my inference from, I'm not making a stretch, I'm not guessing. It's like my impression based on what he told me was that they have had casual sex as friends over the course of several years.
Yeah.
So,
oh my God.
I mean, according to him, like again, yeah.
So that explains, like, you brought
I
up.
don't know why he'd lie about it. It's not like he's like, oh, my big flex is like I'm fucking with you. I just had their friends,
Yeah, this is like you brought up Sinners. It's like that explains why Whitney Cummings lost her funny and Brendan Schaub got really funny. You know what I mean? He sucked it out like a vampire from Whitney Cummings.
He took her comedic ability to sex.
Yeah, that was one of the things about Sinners where I'm like, wait, so you become a vampire and all of a sudden you're really good at playing the fiddle?
Yeah.
It was like, this is confusing me. I didn't like Sinners because the rules of the vampires were clear. I'm like, what is the...
Okay.
I'm like, you're introducing the vampire rules too late.
Suspending your disbelief was like running over hurdles. It's like, I gotta suspend it.
Yes. Well, it was.
And then it's like Whitney Cummings is like Sinners because she's a vampire skank.
I gotta say, hey, you know what? I don't know what you guys think about this. I'm an interesting topic, and maybe we talk about it. When Whitney Cummings went on Flagrant, do you remember this episode? It kind of became, I think, a little bit viral for the fact that, like, my perception, I think other people's perceptions too, was they were like kind of ganging up on her and being a dick. And I was watching it, I'm kind of like, I try to not go out of my way, like, oh, women and you're bullying. It's like, hey, you're a female comedian, you can fucking hang.
Yeah.
But it was like, are you guys going? It seemed like they're going out of their way to like be a dick to her, and it made me uncomfortable.
Well, now you're talking about the hierarchy of suck, which is like, where is Whitney Cummings compared to Flagrant? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
like,
I'm not even commenting on her comment. But yeah, I'm just like, why do you have someone on to be a dick to them?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, I watch porn, but I'm not going to watch shit fuck shit. You know what I mean?
If it's actually mean, it's probably lame. I mean, you could poke fun, I guess. I didn't see it. But she's better than they are. Like, I'm going to say this. Whitney Cummings, funnier. Who's the 60 can be? Whitney Cummings is funnier than Akash and Andrew Schultz and those goons on the couch.
Yeah. Like, I know that people ripped one of her specials and I didn't watch. I was just like, oh, people really was bad. I won't watch. Like, I'm not going to. People are like, oh, burn your boat sucks. I don't really feel the need to watch shitty stand-up specials.
Yeah.
Right? But like,
you watch it every week.
Like, I've seen Whitney. There was one where she had like an AI robot, and I was like, oh, that special was good. So I like becoming special.
I think Jokes.
Jokes isn't the one with the robot.
Oh,
no. Because we watch Jokes.
I'm just saying, I don't think of Whitney Cummings as a bad, like, I know maybe some stuff she's put out was poorly received, but I've seen enough to go like, yeah, she can write jokes, she's better than Brendan, whatever, but I just remember watching the Flagrant episode being like, they're really going out of their way to, like, be like a group of guys kind of ganging up on her, and she calls it out, she's like, are you guys, like, really doing this right now?
Yeah.
Like, and they're like, oh, they're kind of gaslighting her, like, oh, just change it. It's like, but you're being meaner than, like, you know, when Logan Paul's on the episode, you're kind of kissing his ass.
Yeah.
And, like, you're being a dick.
Yeah.
No, it's just...
That's funny to be like, treat Mike Majak way better than Whitney Cummings.
Yeah.
He's a god.
Yeah.
I can't insult that guy.
It's just a little trashy to be like, but when a girl comes on, it's like, we're going to bully her? Like, like, I don't know.
You gotta bully everybody if you're gonna bully.
Yes,
or nobody.
Keep the same energy.
Everybody get these jokes.
Yeah, it's just weird to like crank it up like in a, because it's not one-on-one, which I would get if you're like, okay, I'm gonna interview a girl a little bit differently, or maybe add some tension vibe to it, one-on-one. But it's like, there's 6 dudes here. Yeah. And it's like a couch full of guys like all trying to like take their shot at like, you know, like roasting Whitney Cummings.
She's horrifically bad at comedy, but so are they. So it's not fair.
Yeah.
Again, all that aside, it was like on a human level, like I feel bad for her.
Yeah.
You know?
I kind of feel bad for her too. Sometimes I watch her, not just on that episode, just in general. I feel like she's a confused person.
Yeah.
And she's constantly under attack. That is for. It does seem like even when she's not being horrendous online, she's being attacked.
Yeah.
When she's just being normal, kind of.
Yeah.
So she has a target on her back. Seems like.
One thing, you know, so Tim Dillon riffed about this, about going over to her house, and it's like, he was like, you know, one of this great rants about it, he's like, you go over to her house, and it's like, you got a 20-something hit with her. Like, he's describing, like, the, you know, menagerie of people that are at Whitney Cummings' house at any given moment. And I remember, I saw that after Brendan Schaub had kind of confirmed, like said something similar to me in private about, like, who hangs out with Whitney Cummings at her house? You know, like people who take drugs. It's like a weird mix of people.
The idea,
kind of like
January 6th shaman. They got I can see him there.
There's a certain weird kind of oddball collection of Hollywood people.
That lady for the Cincinnati Reds that was racist back in the day, she died, but she's probably there.
Yeah. So Brendan described it very like Tim Dillon like ranted about it to her face. It was like really funny, and she was like laughing and acknowledgement that it was accurate. I'm like, that gave me some insight into like, I think she does probably use a lot of drugs. Like,
okay. Yeah.
Who's the guy that killed Khashoggi? That guy, Ben Solomon or something. Yeah. He's probably there.
Oh, Khashoggi, fuck man.
The Ayatollah in the corner.
For a second, I was saying the name. God damn.
I just imagine she picks people like her. Now she's gone right wing, so she can't have like Reese Witherspoon.
Yeah, she's super right wing now.
She can't have like fucking the Disney stars over now, but she's transitioned a little bit. She's gonna have more like right wing people, like Tucker or maybe whoever, Christine Levitt and I don't know, women that are conservative, I guess.
Yeah,
Tim Dillon.
Women that are conservative.
And Tim Dillon.
Okay.
I mean, I think she's somebody that just doesn't. She's not authentic. She's struggling with her thoughts, so she just asks herself, what do people think? And then she does that, you know, and so that's what you get. Oh, what's cool? She's a constant, is this cool?
Yeah.
What's cool right now? Okay, that's what, wow, Matt Rife's not cool anymore?
Sometimes people will wake up and meditate or pray or something, but she wakes up and she goes, what's cool?
Yeah, exactly. She checks TikTok like Walsh checks Reddit.
Do you guys watch TikTok at all? Because
No,
I don't
really, no.
And I kind of like draw the line there. When someone sends me a TikTok link, I'm like, if you're not sending me this on the app, because I'm not on there, iMessage me a fucking TikTok link.
Same thing with Facebook. My mom, all over Facebook.
For some reason, I'm a hypocrite because I go on IG, but I'm like, one social media app that's addictive is enough for me.
Yeah.
Right?
TikTok is too much. A lot of those go unseen that I get sent because I'm just not on it.
I just don't give a fuck.
My sponsor sends me so many TikToks, and I just put the haha. I did the Goonie. I put haha.
Yeah. I blocked Jardo and his mom too. So they can't send me stuff.
I exclusively send him Aspen Gold TikTok clips.
I'm gonna block your dad too, just preemptively now. I'm thinking about it, because if he ever gets on TikTok, I don't want that. I don't want that.
Shit, dude.
I forget the shooting thing. What is the shooting thing? Is that the lion thing?
Yeah.
The answer is the end.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
That's the last thing a lion sees.
Isn't this the joke he talks about our studio? He's like, I'm gonna go in.
How many bullets do you need to kill this mountain lion? World star!
World star!
This is just closer.
Yeah.
Crazy.
This is such a bad joke.
Yeah.
Some would say the worst.
I heard that he wears those night vision goggles, but they're not on, so he's just blind.
Dude, could you imagine? Could you imagine going to his house?
Of course
he has those.
Yeah.
Or like, are these the goggles?
Podcast episode. We're wearing them. They're just not on.
Does he really have goggles? Do you know?
It was.
Does he have night vision?
I know he has guns.
I don't know.
He definitely has guns. Which is also like when he was claiming that I like broke into his house. I'm like, why would I visit my ex-boss who like has AK-47s in his house? Like, what kind of fucking? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, wait.
So like Gerardo.
Why would I go harass like a UFC heavyweight fighter who has an arsenal of weapons? Germans.
Yeah.
And who's like, father-in-law is like a LAPD officer. Like,
Yeah.
what? Like,
on the bullet, it was engraved that if you're reading this, you're redacted. Homeless cat.
yeah, eat this, homeless cat.
Eat this homeless
Fuck, man.
Catch this, you blockbuster.
He's definitely coming for us at some point.
Yeah.
You know, I'll fight to the death.
It's a matter of when as opposed to if.
I remember because it's funny, like when he chose to. I would love to. Earlier you asked about Akash giving me notes.
Yeah.
And one of the things I wanted to comment on was how do you give notes on somebody on a stand-up special that's already been filmed?
Yeah.
You shot it, motherfucker. It's like, hey, can you give me script notes on the movie? It's like, well, that would be at the script stage. You have to watch somebody's set and give them feedback.
Yeah.
Right? So he was doing a lot of like, can I get feedback on this, on his finished product? And it's like, well, unless I have access to all the footage and angles and jokes you took out, I can't, unless I have the raw footage, how can I give you a note? So I'm not an editor, and that would take weight, So I remember he was just like thirsting for, like, is this good? Hey, Rogan, is this good? And then he doesn't get back to him, or he says, oh, yeah, I'm proud of you. And then later he says, he didn't watch, that story. Did you watch it? You didn't watch it,
Yeah.
And he's like, well, clearly he didn't fucking watch it, He's like, yeah, hey, great job, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm doing 8 3-hour podcasts. Definitely have time to watch.
I mean, there is precedent for that, though, because I think it was Joe DeRosa just did his special.
Yeah.
And he said that he had already filmed it. I keep thinking it's whenever you see the What's Up Dallas. Let's see, because it doesn't happen. Anyways, that's our donation.
Cockfest.
But Joe DeRosa filmed the special, right?
Ladies here tonight, I'm Bro Whisperer.
I'm not used to that. My demo,
From my own males.
that's what I specialize in.
I'm a real cockfest.
I don't mind it, though. I'm the road
Whisperer. I'm the Bro Whisperer.
Is Chin's family dishonored by him, Mark? Oh my God, that's an aggressive question.
Probably not, because he's maintained steady employment. Have I told you, and I don't want me to be repetitive, the connection that I see between Korean culture, what I know about Korean culture via Malcolm Gladwell book, and do you know about this? Like Mexican culture.
Yeah.
How like. I like Malcolm Gladwell books because he focuses on these little interesting like anecdotes that proves a broader point, like the 10,000 hour rule or whatever. One of his books talks about how Korean Airlines had a disproportionate number of crashes, and they tried to trace it back to like basically the communication between the pilot and co-pilot was stunted or stifled, because in Korean culture, hierarchy is so important to every aspect of how things are done socially. Like, if you're above me socially, you can't drink tea before me. Like, it's very strict. You do not question your boss. Like, so it's like, Chin's a perfect employee for Brendan. I'm a nightmare. You know what I mean? Because I'll talk back to you when you're wrong. Chin's like, whatever you want. Like, I'm just abiding by you're above me. I don't get to question you. But also, Brendan he likes that. He despises the fact that Chin isn't like offering new creative ideas. It's like, well, you can kind of get one of the other. Super loyal, employee shuts the fuck up all the time.
Or utilitarian.
So he loves it and resents it. But I do see that as part of the reason. How do you survive in the shopping universe? You have to be totally compliant. You have to be a shark.
You never stop swimming.
Non-threatening.
You gotta be gay.
Yeah, it's like he either has to have some sort of leverage over you or be so vital or whatever. It's like, like I said, Chris D'Elia is like, if you're funny enough, it's like Chris D'Elia can do no wrong just because he's like so vital to his world. He looks up so much to him. You're either like a god to him or like an appliance that never questions.
Yeah, he is like a Jeffrey Epstein-sized void of like, why does everyone keep Shop around? He's not funny, and he sounds like fucking terrible to be around.
Here's the thing, guy. If you're socially above him, like D'Elia, Brendan makes it much easier for you to be around. He's not a high maintenance friend, because he's also sensitive to social hierarchies in the sense that like he's texting me around the clock as my employee, like transgressing boundaries, and knowing that I can't really be like, hey dude, like no more texts after 6 p.m. Unless I want to, then he's going to find another reason to fire me or something. He makes you understand that without saying it. But Chris D'Elia, he's not going to bother.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to go. He's going to tag along with Chris wherever he fucking goes, and they just really hang out with these people outside of.
So you fired Mark, bro?
Did you know?
Yeah,
That's
I
a
mean,
thing.
I like Mark.
So, Mardo, I don't know what, like, well, I don't know where Mark is. He left, but I mean, he was like really cool. Like, we been drinking Mark coffee together, bro. Already know. I mean,
Chris was way nicer though.
Yeah,
that's good. Do you think with Papa, like, who do you think he thinks is the funniest person, or does he even like him?
George Carlton.
You didn't even know who George Carlton is.
Yeah, because he would cite people like Jim Carrey. It's like obvious, like how old are you? 34. Okay. Because I remember being.
I grew up on Jim Carrey.
Yeah, it's like that was the funniest motherfucker on the planet to me, and I still think it holds up. It's like he's like. You know, and he was a stand-up comedian.
Yeah.
Went into acting and I just think, like,
he did MMA first, but yeah.
But he's in the lineage of like
Canadian MMA.
Like what, I love looking back at physical comedy over the ages. It's like that is universal, and it's like an athletic mastery thing. Like, it's like when you watch him here, it's like he was one of a kind for our time, but he is in this lineage of like you go back to the 40s and 50s. Like there were guys doing physical comedy. It's a skill.
Yeah.
You never know because he's like, oh, I used to love SNL. I was like, oh yeah, who did you like at SNL? Name a skit that you liked. You know, so like
he likes the idea of liking SNL.
Yeah, and like again, we've heard that change. He'd be like, oh yeah, growing up, like my dad wanted me to be a star. My dad wanted to be an NFL player. I want to be like, wait, what was the childhood dream again? What age?
Worked on trucks. I was a comic book seller.
Yeah. Like it's again, and some with like beige frequencies, the person who can kind of like. I didn't see that like, oh, when you put all these things side to side, when he's telling some bullshit story on that Ari Shaffir show.
He thinks like Jim Carrey is Elmo from Sesame Street. He's like, you know, the guy when he's red, you know, and you squeeze him, when he's some tickles him, sometimes he laughs. Jim Carrey rules.
Yeah, I mean, Shaffir, like, because you know, as comedians, you guys think about like not only who you like the most, but why you like them.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to hear Brendan go like, why do you like Jim Carrey?
Yeah.
Articulate what you think is great about him. But I have heard of it. Sure, I go.
Did David Lucas get beat up in Mothership parking lot? I heard that.
Oh shit!
Does the Mothership have a parking lot?
How dare you? This David Lucas the slander I will not stand for. You are being racist right now, and I need you to stop.
Oh, I think he's confusing it with the time where an owl landed on his arm.
He falls asleep.
Yeah. Did you get beat up in the parking lot, David?
Is that an inside joke I'm missing?
Yeah, he thinks that titties on your arm feel like an owl landing on it. It's pretty funny.
That was something special.
Did he get fucking beat up? Where is that an actual rumor?
I don't know. This is the first I heard.
It's a truck flip narrative.
I've heard some stuff about him at the Comedy Store. I'm not sure about the Mothership.
Yeah, I think I heard that, but I now have forgotten what it was. If that surprised anyone, great.
No, like the David Lucas part of your brain is like it got conquered by Graves.
Yeah, no.
Graves is the Fourth Reich in his brain. You know what I mean?
What's Graves?
Oh no, that's kind of does sound like a nickname for Elvira. No, but I have Graves disease. It's like it's not a big deal, but
that's thyroid issues. Oh, thyroid issues.
Never heard of it?
Yes.
But I take a pill. Yeah, and yes, exactly, dude. This guy's a doctor.
Wow.
I mean, listen, he knows his stuff.
I'm a doctor. Like
Joey Diaz, I was talking to a doctor yesterday, and they'll admit this. It's like you can be more of an expert in certain very specific niches. Like a lot of bodybuilders probably know way more about anabolic compounds within your body versus doctors that are teaching you shit. You roughly know.
Vaccines.
Sometimes they'll go into like a checkup and they're like, you're taking too much testosterone. I'm like, oh, good. They're like, you should take 50 milligrams. I'm like, well, yeah, for sure. Like, shut up. You know,
Yeah.
You should be able to be that small. Come on. You know?
Yeah, how many fucking things can you lift, dude?
Yeah.
What does that
How many
do?
cars can you lift?
Does that stethoscope help you fucking bench?
Yeah.
Then shut up, dude.
Yeah.
You're on pills.
Yeah, he's on medication, but we are also trying to come up with merch to solve his Graves.
I know, if we could just get a few more Patreon subs, I think I might be able to overcome Graves.
Wait, do you guys feel comfortable telling me how many Patreon subs you guys have?
We have like 400.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, like, my guess for TFK was like 500.
Okay, yeah.
I give this segment 5 big poops.
We have the live one once we said that the Rizzler is a National Socialist. Oh, man, this is my favorite special. I'm so glad we could get together and watch it 85 times. Such a big deal to me.
Yeah, it's great. Oh, fuck, man. I can't believe I took part in this. It was like such a big, like, team effort celebration. And
the documentary has to be a docu-series, and one episode has to be called Marg with a G.
Yeah.
And it's like, it has like AC/DC music playing, like a silhouette of you.
This is a joke of yours, but like I can actually.
Oh no, this is not a joke of mine.
No,
this is not a joke. I'm being 100% serious. I'm sorry for.
No, I like because I like the idea also of like books, for example, written as oral history is kind of like different. Like you just, it's like a story told of different perspectives about an event.
Exactly. So The Last Dance is about a 6th championship. In that scope, they go back.
I get to watch that. I want to watch it.
Yeah.
I know everyone loved it.
So, like, for instance, this is his 6th championship, his 2nd special. You know, the Gringo Poppy. That's the lens, but then the scope of it all kind of goes back to this.
Yes.
You're part of it. The whole history with you would be an episode, and it goes back to, like, I don't know how to make a documentary about the special itself, like a joke he told or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
But it would be like Brendan Schaub would need to be involved because Michael Jordan was involved. And then this is dude, he would make
shot for shot remake.
Oh my God.
Shot for shot remake.
Just like there's a way
switch
to
out
do it,
everything
like,
shot related.
like Brendan Walsh was alluding to earlier, like to get him involved. I agree with you. It would be pivotal. You could do without him.
2 words, dude. 100 million. Hey, you think he's gonna say no to that?
Of course not. Yeah. This guy committed fraud for $100,000. Like after he'd already gotten like 400.
2 words actually for you guys. We are rich. Dude, could you imagine shot? I know that. Come on, just stay with me. We do a shot for shot remake. The part where Michael Jordan's like, and for some reason I took that personal.
Yeah.
It's Schaub on the laptop, but he's watching Sesame Street again.
Yeah.
You know, another album.
For some reason I said giraffe. You know.
North Korea with a beach.
I'm trying to think of what Schaub's I took that personal would be. Hurt both ways, like
Bobby Lee.
Oh yeah, the Reddit.
Yeah, that's your perspective.
Yeah.
That's your fit the documentary gets all these different people's perspectives.
Andy Letterman.
Yeah, that could be that.
Oh my God, yeah.
Who's Scottie Pippen?
Brian Callen.
Are you sure about that?
No.
What is it?
I just wanted to do that.
The thing is, like, his openers are better than him, you know? Like, whether it's whoever he brought up.
We go through the whole lineup of the Chicago Bulls. Like, who's Scotty Kukoc? Who's fucking BJ Anderson or Tony
Kukoc?
Scotty, dude. Stay with me.
From what I understand about the rivalry, by the way, between Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan was so intense that they were like, they bet on like the size of their sons' penises or something.
Oh my
it was like
God.
crazy. Like I don't know if it's
Wait,
right
now-
now. It's conceivable because these guys are like egomaniac competitors.
Right.
Like kind of.
Mark, can I ask you though? Did you read that online, or is that a Tiger fact? You know what I mean?
Thank you. Yeah.
Where are you getting
hearing that idea? I'm like, no, this is funny. Like, it's triggering to people, or they like it, or whatever. But it's like, do you think you're going to promote this fucking shitty whiskey without being polarizing? Like, I wanted it to be like, you know, some professional thing. I'm like, oh, cool. So, who's the art director for the photo shoots that you want to do of like, you know, this elaborate Tiger thick whiskey promotion on a budget of nothing? Like, what? You know, make it look at the Rock's page. Okay, cool. Do you want to do that with AI, or like, you know,
You want to pay the Rock money?
yeah, or do you want me to fucking troll people into following this page? Your choice. And then I stopped managing it, and 2 months later, fucking, it's like taken down. I remember commenting on it. I got blocked on the page because it was like I was posting every day on it, and like I got fired for putting an extra C.
Yeah, the 4th seed.
Yeah, which took it to a
He
game
got
part.
so, I was looking at the screen because I was reviewing all my evidence. He was so fucking pissed at that. He was like, "Fuck!" Like I'm like, dude, like one person saw it on Facebook because it didn't even. You can't hyperlink on Instagram, so we went to a Facebook account. Me and Jay were both like, "There's a Facebook account, like, it's auto posting." None of us were aware of it. One person commented on it. It was like, no likes. One, hey, might want to check the spelling. And he's like, motherfucker. It was like as if he just like accidentally, uploaded a picture of himself fucking a dude to the internet, and he's oh my god, it's like,
yeah, it's happening all of us.
and then I get fired, and it was like, okay, so wait, like what? Like, I'm getting, and then when you go, you assume because someone else lined up, right? And then I watch it, like when I left, I was like, how come no one's posting to this page? And, hey, how's the replacement going?
It's not been fixed.
Yeah.
We're actually in hour 5, y'all. What the hell? Yeah, we got more guests coming through, y'all.
Luana's saying, I wish you'd come home right now. And I said, okay, I will. I'm announcing it.
Okay, sweet. Dude, Mark.
Older, yeah. No, I'm not going to like suddenly exit, but I was telling her, yes.
It's the wind down. It's the market wind down here.
Right.
I said, I'm going to leave in 5.
We do have to address the bots later, so.
Yeah. But like all the negative comments, it's just, I don't know why they.
Yeah, anybody say like, it's so funny that so many, like, that someone would pay for so many negative comments about me. It's just like, fucking get a life.
You're telling me.
I don't know who pays for it or where they come from, but I just,
It might be an inside job. I did text Bobby, he did not respond.
all these bots.
Mark gotta go to sleep for 18 hours. Fuck, I wish. That sounds so nice.
I know, right? What the fuck?
Right. No, not us. Not us.
He fucked your replacement. He certainly did. No, I do think so.
Allegedly.
They're like, she's texting him fucking outfit pics at like 3 a.m. at a big hotel.
I will say, dude, every time you come through, I am. What is it called? I don't even know what I expected beforehand. You know what I mean? And then you break both your hammies and you fucking beat my expectations. You know what I mean? Right?
Oh, every time.
Like, hey, let Mark ramble on forever. Which again, I appreciate people let me do that.
People are like, "Are you guys gonna get food?" And I'm like, "Mark is cooking."
I actually told Luana that I'm like, "Let me cook, bitch." Because sometimes, Luana's personality, here's where we conflict, is like, sometimes, oh, fuck, man, I was along with some evidence that I was, reviewing, you're looking at old shit on my phone, and I'm like, I found this recording of, we lived in this apartment, and, my cat was killed by somebody who I believe, we had reason to believe it was, an Airbnb person place, hit our cat. And, it was very traumatizing. So I don't mean to be flippant about this. It was horrific to us because it was somebody killed my cat, ostensibly from a car accident, put the cat on top of a cardboard box that had been turned upside down. And then a neighbor was knocked on our door Sunday morning and was like, "I'm sorry about your cat." And we both lose our mind. We run out, and then it was the area where she used to hang out in this the grass area, it looked like a car had driven over the sprinkler, the sprinklers were, so I was wait, Buffalo usually hangs out there, and it was it was an Airbnb that we were already annoyed by. This is you turn this apartment into an Airbnb, and now people are coming in left and right, and they don't understand the situation, playing music, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And I was just trying to get answers and closure from the person who runs the Airbnb. Yeah. So I was I got a hold of this guy who ran it, and I was well, first of all, the guy who cleaned it, that's was our contact, and I was like, "Hey, do you have your boss stuff? We just want to know, we just want to know what happened. You know what I mean? We're not trying to sue anybody. It was just can we know what happened? Closure. Yeah, closure." And immediately they were like, "We did not do anything. Don't text us while." I was like, "Whoa!" And then I found the number for the guy who ran it, and he got I think he called me or something, or it must have been because it was I didn't get the number from that guy. Then I get a number for this. It was hello. And he's he just started screaming. He's "You fucking know, I'm gonna fucking." He said, "I'm gonna kill you on the phone."
Oh my god!
What? Who the fuck is this? Some guy named Vito? I was I had no idea who he was. I don't know. This guy's screaming at me on the phone, telling me he's gonna kill me. And I'm it's traumatic because I'm my cat just died, and I'm just looking for closure, and you're telling me that you're gonna murder me for asking questions about it. So I was so I had to eat that, right? Because I'm I have no idea who this guy is. He's then blocked me, and I can't and then a week later, I'm coming home from the gym, and I see these guys in front of the Airbnb. I'm "Oh, that's Vito," and he's this small, Asian, Filipino, gay man. I didn't know what Vito. I was I'm assuming this is some Italian dude or something. Yeah. But I figured out oh, because they're looking around and like looking. Oh, we gotta like. So I presumed to go. Like I walk in and go, hey, you guys run this Airbnb? They're like, yeah. I'm like, hey, on the phone. I'm like I get up in his face. I'm just like, you said you wanted to murder me? I go, why don't you do that? And I bust in his house, right? I'm just like in his house, like, hey, so I wanted to give you that chance. He's like, fucking touch me. I'm like, no. You said you wanted to murder me, so I'm gonna give you that opportunity right now, right? And I just like, the whole point was like, I'm gonna make this person feel small and tell him like, he's like, I'm gonna call the cops. I'm like, go ahead and call the cops. I'm gonna stay here until you attempt to murder me. What are you, pussy? Like, you know? And like, again, that becomes a hate crime if I touch him. But like, I wouldn't beat him up, but I go, I just want to make sure you know that like, you made a mistake in trying to tell me this. And I'm gonna go, hey, like, say it to my face. Juan comes in and starts talking like you motherfucker. I'm like, Juan, ruining my intimidation tactics. Like, I am trying to make this person feel very small with the silence that's created when I said I'm giving you the opportunity to murder me, and then he has to say nothing. Because he can't, you know, and I'm gonna stay calm. So I'm like, someone's like, hey, look, when I'm done, you can yell at him, motherfucker. So I'm like, now I'm arguing with Juan, and then he's arguing with her. I'm like, oh, like, so I'm recording it back because I'm in my phone, and I'm like, somebody just be like, hey, okay, go in. You don't say anything. If I tried to murder him, then you do it to me. Yeah, right. And then like 30 minutes later, because I left, like, get the fuck out of my house. I'm like, make me. Why don't you murder me? So I just kind of went around like touching stuff. It was just like, whoa, what are you gonna do? Call the cops? Like, yeah, I'm opening your drawers and like, you know, I'm in your Airbnb. Oh no. But
it's a nice glass door you have.
It was like, Airbnb, so I'm like, oh, they're like, but wait, do you guys live here? Like, I thought it's an open house. Like, well, this is an apartment. You guys live here? You don't live here. You rented? What did I like? I'm trying to get them moved in. Like, oh, you run an illegal Airbnb. Like, oh yeah, man. Like, so what's your position here? You run live here or not? Or
Tristan's open?
Yeah.
I'm hungry.
Yeah, just trying to like intimidate him, make him feel comfortable, make him go get out, and then realize he has no power. Yeah. Like, until the cops escort me, right? But I left on my own accord, but I felt like the job was done. Yeah. And then the cops, like 20 minutes later, come over to my house, and they're like, they're like, hey, were you in this guy's house? I'm like, yeah, I was. Can't do that. I'm like, I know. Thank you. No shit.
You trying to arrest a lion, officer? I don't know if that's a good idea for you.
Yeah, bro. Try it.
Try me right now, dude.
There's a guy in college I knew who, speaking of a shirt, one of the guys on the track team, he was being drunk and disorderly and got tased by the police at the party. And he like ripped the little things out and he goes, I'm an athlete, I can take it.
Damn, I'm sorry to hear about your cat, dude. Yeah, sorry, man.
No, I didn't like it is sincerely like losing a pet. Yeah. Super emotional. If I wanted to go there and think about it, I'm glossing over my emotions about it right now, but it was to get to the point of like you know, the humor of like when you want to be a tough guy and then your wife's like nagging you. It's like, hey, stop right now. Like, I'm trying, you know, because that'll happen with the strong personality like Luana. Yeah. It's like, hey, have your turn in a second. Right now, I'm being the tough guy. Speaking of which, let us have to come over now.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
I want to eat something. Not sure if I can. I got a sausage for you, bitch. Would you like poke or something? I'll do some poke.
That's what I saw my right hand that night.
Yeah. What is this? Dylan was like, Brendan Shops.
A gay man.
That's gay. But it's accurate. This is a gay man on stage.
But I just want to say before you get going that I'm so grateful that you came through.
I'm so grateful you guys invited me. And also, by the way, so having worked with a bunch of influencers who like one of my biggest pet peeves the last few years has been like trolls, multiple spats. So yeah, I hope so. So influencers do this. Hey, can you shoot right now? I'm like, motherfucker, what? Like, can you give me any warning whatsoever? So Brandon was from the top of it being like, hey, like a month from now, shoot. And then he gave me like every like appropriate update. So it's impossible for me to like, I do need that. Yeah. Like, oh yeah, all right, that's today. Okay. Yeah.
That was amazing.
I really appreciate the conscientiousness, and everyone out there should fucking remember that when you're trying to get people to actually show up or shit. Don't be like, Hey, can you come to Agoura Hills right now and shoot a skit?
I'm in Seattle, man.
For what? Fucking TikTok?
Yeah, dude, I'm hanging out with Antoine Jameson. Get in line, bitch.
Yeah, I really appreciate you guys having me over. We love you. Do it again soon.
Yeah, dude, the fans love you,
I love
dude.
the 10 Minutes Shop community sincerely. All the stuff that I said about it being a very positive, out of all the Brendan Shop based reaction content channels, I do think you guys have probably the most positive, like kind of good spirited crowd. So thank you guys all for watching. As long as, like I said, I wanted to stay for the full 24 hours, but
Oh God, no, dude. It's gonna be hard for us.
but you're gonna do it. You got look. You got. I'm sorry. I should have left some more reins.
Oh no, you're good.
This is my favorite flavor.
Please take the reins with you, Danny.
Take the reins up. I'll let Jesus take the wheel.
Here we go. Oh, here, real quick, come over here. Okay. Yeah. Cool. All right, everybody. We had, dude, take it with you, man. Take the whole thing. Yeah. Have fun with it, dude. Comments right here if you want. Okay. Here, let me see that. Let me see that, man.
All right, guys.
Mark, see you, buddy. You're the best. So that was Netflix. Mark came in, he destroyed as usual while we were watching the greatest stand-up special ever done. Yeah, a lot of comments, dude. Oh, 2 S words. Yeah, maybe Horn Brothers can be a thing. I'm not glad that the horn in the middle of my head is back. I had that surgically removed by a doctor. The doctor cut off. He said this is a real thing. I got a horn in the middle of my head. The doctor cut it off, and I didn't think it was going to grow back, but I guess it's growing back. What's up, Mark Ramirez? Good to see you. Good to see you. Lando, it's been a while since I've seen you. TriStar, whoa. I feel like I haven't seen TriStar in a while. Tommy Jarvis, what'd you say? This is so great, Papas. You got good guests and everything. Yeah. Walsh, I mean, we want to get some more people on. It's been tricky to kind of like coordinate with everybody. But I think later on, It Doesn't Matter podcast is going to be on with us. Potentially, got to reach out to a few other people. One big guest, obviously. Well, they're all big guests. But potentially, we were hoping to have Brian Campbell, our CEO, but he's very busy on presidential stuff. But maybe him, maybe Sean, maybe Alan Strickland-Williams. Is Walsh coming? We already had Walsh on, dude. You missed it, but it's on the show, so you can watch it after. Did we reach out to Chin? No. I thought about that. I actually grasped at somebody pretty big, and I was promptly turned down. But I won't say who. But I was turned down. Oh yeah, Ghidorah says, when is AZ coming? I'd like to have AZ on the podcast. I think maybe on a Raccoon Tweeties episode. Somebody tell him to message me. I think that would be funny. Hot chip guy? No. TriStar, you should know better. We'll never. Nick is not. We're not down with Nick. He's not welcome here. Chin is welcome. Nick, not so much. No, I didn't reach out to Joe Rogan. That's a stupid question. Bobby Lee. I haven't had the balls to reach out to Bobby Lee just yet. Plus, he's my boss, so it's kind of awkward to ask your boss for stuff. Have you ever had a job? Ever heard of it? Mark Ramirez, you're close. I'm coming for you. Your life is almost over. Oh, you know what? The trick with the idea about racing is funny. Maybe we'll do that. I want to do more like bits where we're doing stuff outside. So lifting, racing, selling trucks, maybe food truck type diary thing. Timothy Wendell, thank you. Yeah, that was kind of weird. I mean, I think most people like Sinners. I honestly, I haven't heard a single person say that it's bad yet, but everybody has their own opinion, you know? Okay, cool. Oh my goodness. Water.
Oh man, give it up for Gerardo, dude. Like organizing all this shit. I mean, how do you even film in this thing? Got chairs everywhere, different setups. I think we're probably gonna move back to the couch soon, so we can, because most of the guests are gonna be a Zoom for that. We're not gonna have people show up in person going forward. Oh, balloon fart. We don't matter. We don't count, dude. Oh, I know that. Hell yeah, guys. Give it up for Mark Harley, dude. We gotta put back on that. Oh, Unique. Yeah, I don't know about Unique. I don't think so. I wish him the best, and he's funny, but I don't think I want to deal with all that.
Too much, dude.
That's a little too much.
That guy really talks a lot. Shout out Gerlargo. Shout out to you guys. We got a lot of people in here, dude.
Cody Quayle, shout out to Gengar. Hilarious. Gengar. Somebody from the beginning. Cody. What's up, dude? Thanks for watching that long.
You got your phone?
I do. It's over. I did have it. I'm not sure where my phone is. Oh, it's over there. It's over there. Thanks.
Check on that. Yeah. Has he responded?
I don't think. No, not yet.
Oh my god, that was a lot, y'all. I think this is the longest we've ever streamed.
Definitely the longest we've ever streamed. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, dude. Who'd you want Nikki HSG on? Who the fuck is that guy?
I gave her a birthday shout out or something. She's nice. I guess I'll wish her the best. Oh, the stream's gonna lean.
Oh yeah.
No audio though.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes you get.
We had a lot of audio in here.
It's true.
As he says, he's taking a nacho dip in
nacho cheese.
Oh, my bad, Mr. Whole Foods.
My bad. Is your back hurting at all or no?
No.
Okay.
Just gotta constantly adjust. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Keep them guessing.
I've been watching you guys forever. Never get to see you live usually as in the UK. Keep them busy. Is this mine?
Operation Warp Speed. When they launched that, he was really trying to get vaccinated. They're like, yeah,
dude.
go to Krispy Kreme, buy a dozen donuts, get vaccinated.
You know, I am struggling. I won't lie to you, because I probably have undiagnosed sleep apnea.
Yeah.
Probably the brain kind. But I'm fine. I'm not gonna fall asleep, but my head hurts.
Yeah. I got Advil if you want them.
I want it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. I'll take the whole bottle, please.
When I walk out, push number 2.
Okay.
For now, when I walk out,
Listening
push
to
number
Rob
2.
won't gain
Okay.
grades, too.
Will I be able to do it?
Push number 2.
All right. So just me. Mark gave us all Graves. Does anybody else? Am I the only person with Graves' disease? Is anyone else having thyroid issues? I'm gonna keep the special flame. Vladimir, what's up? Dude, I got a lot of stuff. I got Graves' disease, small teeth, big gums. I got a headache. My wrist is maybe broken again. You know, so that's the thing about they don't tell you about podcasting. A lot of your favorite podcasters have chronic diseases. In fact, most of them do. Part of having a black belt is being very good at talking for a long period of time about nonsense. Is you have to have something that's threatening your life. In 20 to 30 years, I could be dead. But right now, all I have is a headache. So it's not really that big a deal. Thank you.
I got it done. I got that Jones problem.
I was telling him part of podcasting is having chronic disease. I think that's true, though.
What is it that got you? Mark Harley being here or the Gringo Poppy playing?
I would say it was the inherited Graves disease. And probably maybe the drinking and the food.
We've never heard of. Just blast them all.
But I'm fine. Look, we're not the only podcaster that's sick.
Yeah,
we know a few.
All over the news. All over
But it's not that I can't handle.
I feel pretty good. I feel great at it.
Cody or Gerardo? Wait, there was some fan funding that we used.
Holy shit.
This is the payment for my Rectum Tweety Special Edition rain. Thanks. Listening to Mark for that long gave me graves too. Mark thinking the center screenplay needs work is what does Kino mean?
I don't know, but I was like, I just assumed that meant Dicey. I read it. Oh yeah, it's like everybody likes that movie. I've not talked to anybody who doesn't like it. So it's surprising.
Shout out to y'all for the fan funding.
Actually, one person did say they didn't like the tone of it because they don't like vampire shit. But I don't agree.
Yeah. So is that your takeaway? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's that movie is fucking rule.
Oathman, shout out to Oathman for being in here, dude.
Oh, hell yeah. Oathman should be on the show later.
Yeah.
He's able to. Still a little early.
Talk about locking us back.
The IDM boys.
I can't go through another lockdown. Straight up.
Thank you, Oathman.
That last one.
Sykes Manelli, I donated over $20 in less than 10 minutes. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, dude, I stayed up until like 1 a.m. setting up this board.
The MNXT says as soon as Cooney transitions to the couch, he's falling asleep.
Yeah.
Like a I should DoorDash Red Bull. Dude, I would drink this at gunpoint.
I can get you Red Bull if you want.
Do you have Red Bull?
No, but I can go to the Aldi right here.
If you want to.
Yeah, I can do that.
Make sure.
Can you?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'll just keep talking to the chat.
Okay, I'll go get 2 Red Bulls from you.
Yeah.
I got you real fast. Yeah, good.
That's what. Yeah, when Gerardo leaves and he's getting a drink from me, and I'll just make fun of him.
I also, what's it called? I got a free trial on Zoom, so we're good.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, I gotta cancel that.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it.
Yes. And you wanna do? Would you rather sit on the couch or no?
Up to you, bro. I'm fine here or there.
Everything's already set up for the couch if you want.
That's fine.
Okay, cool. You can always suggest you too.
All right,
I'm not into that.
yeah, dude. I mean, Red Bull Run seems healthier than what my original suggestion was to order DoorDash pizza. Every time we have pizza on the stream, it goes really bad. So I think I'm just gonna live off bacon. Earlier, when we were like planning this shit for the stream, it was kind of, and we've been telling you all about this for weeks, but I'm not gonna lie to you. I won't sugarcoat it for you. I won't put sugar all over your face and vaginas and tell you it's delicious. We didn't really plan a lot, I would say. Like, we're just reaching out to people like, can you be on? Can you be on? Then we're like, we need Diet Coke. So Gerardo got Diet Coke. I was like, what kind of food should we have? He's been streaming for so long. So I was like, what bakeries are open? So, I need coffee, cake.
Listen, LA.
I wasn't gonna get donuts. I wasn't, but I love donuts. So I got a bunch of bagels. I'm so tired. I forgot where I was going. So let's check back into the chat. Ryan Hardy, where did you get the Puig jersey, Daddy? Okay, I got the Puig jersey on. What is that site where you? It's like I've never used it before. Where you bid on things. That's how the Graves is hitting hard. I got it on that site where you bid on stuff. And I wasn't sure about jersey sizes, so I had to chat GPT what is large jersey sizes. If you don't know, 48, Danny. eBay, that's it. See, you asked the question, you knew the answer already. That's the kind of fan we want. Thank you for helping. I got it on eBay. I bid a little bit under, and I won immediately, and I was like, damn, I should have bid way less.
I said, you're in a group chat with other parents, dumbass.
But it wasn't that expensive. And it came, and then, like, yesterday, I got a little surprise for you, Gerardo. And he was like, oh, I think I already know what it is. I had forgotten that I texted him. Oh, shit, Gerardo's calling me. I'm going to put on speaker. All right, you're on speaker. You know I want sugar-free. Don't ask me a stupid question. No, I'm kidding. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm sorry. All right, there. Dude. Would you guys are sugar-free people, I'm assuming, right? I mean, is it, I'm glad that he asked, but, because sometimes people aren't, but I gotta have a sugar-free. But anyways, I was talking to Gerardo, and he was like, I think I know what it is. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, the Yasal Puig thing. Apparently, I had texted to him earlier, and I had forgotten. It's just, I mean, the Graves is really, recently, I just don't remember anything. I might have even just said that twice. I'm not really sure. Yeah, dude, I mean, all sugar-free soda is pretty good, so I think it's all great. Bone, would have been cool if you guys could have gotten Matan on it. I don't have any connection to Matan. I think he's funny. Sure, it'd be great to have him on, but I don't know anyone that knows Matan. So if you all know Matan, you can tell him to come on our show. If he has the time, we'd love to have him on. That guy, he cracks me up. Originally, I was sort of like, I don't know about this guy, but now I think he's hysterical. Fucking cursor. Cooney doesn't put sugar all over his Red Bull until he. That's exactly right. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, FB. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank him. Is the like count good? I haven't looked at it. To be honest with you, I don't even know how to check. Gerardo does the checking of like counts. I'll just trust your word for it, truthfully. But yeah, definitely like the video. That would be helpful. We got Patreon content. We just watched Kill Tony. We watched Jordan Jensen's new stand-up special. Jordan Jensen's funny. She liked Jumpy. We enjoyed it. Pretty good. Pretty good stuff. We watched on the Patreon. We watched specials and we reviewed them. Never heard of it. Synthetic sweeteners give you cancer. I'd rather F up my teeth. Listen, Skinny Popeye. You could just drink neither one. Don't F up your teeth. You gotta make sure you got a dentist beak. You don't want to end up. Gerardo's got all sorts of teeth problems. I just have small teeth, but I don't have any cavities. Gerardo's getting like a root canal soon. I don't want that. And that's true. TriStar puts a good point. Everything gives you cancer. I'm gonna turn back on the special.
I thought you would like that. Listen,
fucking Gringo Poppy probably gives you cancer if anything else.
Join us. Listen, Dallas.
Nah, thank you for the food, but I don't. Nah. Field Trippers, you're wrong. His singing his ass. Disagree. He's got a good voice. I mean, he sings well.
The real deal, Holyfield. This shit is
the real deal, Holyfield. This shit is
flat asses for her. It just never would never work out. Freaking this one, boys goes, dude.
Hit 2 when Gerardo locks in. It's already. I think probably 4. But
spicy.
When Gerardo, I should hit 4 just fun. Should I hit 4?
Spicy. You know what's spicy?
Thank you, dude. Oh shit, dude. Good more, so I have to buy 2. What are you going?
Dude, when we first got together, she was authentic Mexican food.
What flavors are they? White gummy bears. Sour gummy worm and white gummy bears. White gummy bears is a strange choice. Why white gummy bears? That's so weird. Rain is like racist or something. Gerardo trusts me so little with like streaming that he is doing a poll with 3 energy drinks in his hand. If I let you do it, the computer will break. White gummy worm. White gummy bear. Say that. I fucked it up already, dude.
Is he not a Puerto Rican shortstop for the Dodgers?
I haven't had a Red Bull in like 5 or 6 years, dude. Something crazy like that. And I'll do it for the stream. Anything for you all. We aren't sponsored by Red Bull. Rain is. We have loyalty to Rain. However, I will not drink it because it is poison.
Shout out to you, Timothy Wendell.
Oh my God, it's so good. I missed this. I will regret this in 30 minutes. Dude, let me ask you. Oh shit, it's a tough question. Let me ask y'all a question. Anybody ever remember 5-hour energy drinks? I mean, I used to like to drink those and watch the Gringo Poppy solo. But no, dude, those are like Sal Volcano. We watched him on the Patreon. And the one thing I agreed with him about is the feeling you get from having a 5-hour energy is indescribable. Yeah. It is not a good feeling. Yeah. The second you drink it, you're like, oh my God, why? Why did I do this? What kind of job is this? That I need 5-hour energy to do it. That was when I had the most hourly of hourly jobs. Bookstore, restaurant, smoothie guy. I was like slamming 5-hour energies, making smoothies with apple stickers in it. Hey, mine has a sticker in it. Who's the guy making it? Oh, I'm sorry. I accidentally left the sticker on the apple. I apologize.
With 3 fucking girls. Dude, everything they eat, bean cheese.
Oh, I got this.
Dude, everything they eat, bean
She's like, what the hell, man? Should I carb load you around? You never tail off the carbs? That's the game plan?
I got you. I'm talking to
Sorry.
All right. They're like, they go, wait, Paul Pierce is going to be on the show? No. The truth. Like, hey, Paul, what do you think? What do you think about the Gringo Poppy? He's like, man, you gotta get you this fucking better special than that.
dude, it's half and half. They don't know which one they want me to drink. They're both so good.
I mean, Rain is pretty good.
I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty pissed when you drank my Rain. Because they don't even have that flavor there anymore, dude.
It's crazy that they got new flavors. I don't understand the marketing of Rain. Like, why make a new monster?
Yeah.
Why rebrand like that?
Yeah.
They're cutting into monster sales. It's like, we need something for Gen Z. A new kind of. I'm fine with it. This is the perfect energy drink right here. Well, coffee, but the second best.
Which one do you want me to drink? I'm not gonna look.
I mean, I think white gummy berry.
I'm supposed to try it. Push it without salt.
I fucked up. As usual. Don't vote for me. Don't vote just like I vote, okay? Don't copy me. Don't be a cuck. Right? That's the last thing you want to be. Don't cuck off me. Vote with your heart.
I'm gonna wait till it says 5 minutes ago and then I'll choose it.
I don't need sycophants, okay? But if you criticize me in any way, you're a bot.
Yeah. Oh, I was so upset. We should have started the stream off with the bots thing.
We kind of killed the bot joke,
Yeah.
but I forgot everything I was going to say anyways.
Yeah.
So
We met up last night and talked for 3 hours about this bot bit that we were gonna do. And it's not a bit, it's for reals. We're done with the bots.
yeah, no, there's no bit.
No more bots. You know what I mean? We're gonna focus our attention instead of on the comments, on coffee cake, stuff like that, donuts.
It's just crazy, like the comments where they go like, "Oh, go back to Timos every week." It's like, "All right, bot."
Yeah.
Like, do you think I was born? Yes. Do you think this is my first rodeo?
Yeah.
That's what I told Jordan last week. I was like, "There's a lot of people, and I told him to sit down so he could take it." And I was like,
Yeah.
"I got to talk to you." There's a lot of people that are watching us right now that think it's actually the first time that we've been to a rodeo. And he was like, "You know what?
Yeah.
Right. You said that. You remember? You said you're right."
Yeah, I told you, I was like, there should be bots that put sugar all over our dicks and tell us it's delicious. You know?
You're like, both of us have been to many rodeos.
Yeah.
I did say that. Yeah. We talked a lot about rodeos after that and bull riding.
Yeah.
And we came to it after we talked for a long time about bull riding. We were like, you know what? Bots need to go. We have a no bot policy. We don't read the comments, so we won't know. But if we did and we saw a negative comment, we just like, oh, that's a bot. Ignore it. Yep. You know, no, we'll leave them up. We're not going to delete it.
Yeah.
But we'll know that any kind of criticism whatsoever in any way, even if it's not just like enough reverential, like it's something that's not like you guys are amazing, then I know it's a bot commenting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, who's going to read it? The other bots. So why would we delete it? You know what I mean?
The bots are communicating and liking each other's posts. Elizabeth Marsden, peace myself laughing. What up, Ireland? What up, Irish bot? What's up? Wait, yeah, I do like a Schultz thing. What's up, fam? And Ireland, what's up, my fucking home country? I saw some Irish comments, so I was happy to see the Irish flag, and you know,
Yeah.
I went to I went to see Swell Season last night at the Greek Theater. Shout out to Irish people. I don't know if any of you are fans of Swell Season in the chat, but it was pretty good. You ever heard of the movie once? Never heard of it. Take these broken boat.
All right, it looks like White Gummy Bear won for that poll. So let's go ahead and fridge up the other one.
Picho 55. Cooney, go get sleep study, please. I agree, dude. I think Othman was right. I don't know if I mentioned that earlier. Othman is the one that told me I probably have apnea. Because he's got it. But it affects his brain is so small.
Yeah.
That's why he has sleep apnea. Because they measured his brain, and it's very small.
The bots are blowing each other. That's another bot telling us what's happening in the bot room, dude.
I know. I mean, for all I know, bots can have sex with each other. I have no idea.
Check this out, dude. You ready for this?
Oh, I've been at Belfast.
Belfast?
Belfast. Truck flap in Belfast. I'm really losing it.
You're good.
But I have been.
You ready for the sweet, sweet sound?
Yeah.
Of that
rain, that nectar.
thick nectar, dude. Ready?
Ooh,
ASMR, dude.
holy shit, dude. Yeah, that's crazy.
Try not to buzz, dude.
Trick flip talking about Black Cab Tour. I've been on it.
Not good.
Damn, that sucks for you.
It's way too sweet, dude.
Oh, it's really sweet.
Yeah. You want some?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Now you dig your own grave. Get that away from me.
You're right. Just smell my hand.
Okay. Oh, dude. The crash from the energy drink probably, yeah. The last time I had Red Bull might have been more than 6 years ago.
Yeah.
I think it was. Because it was I was hanging out with my old roommate from Philly, and they were drinking, and he goes, "Hey, I got your Red Bull." And I was like, "Oh man, really?" And he's, "Yeah, we're gonna drink some Red Bull. We'll stay up drinking." And I was like, "All right." I was pissed off. I don't want to drink a Red Bull, but cheers.
What you got? You guys got a lot of bots in the spot? Yeah. We need a cocaine no. Check this out though. Look at the screen over there. Watch this.
Whoa, dude, have you ever seen someone looking like that have more fun in your life? Rain fucking rules, man.
Yeah.
It's just so good.
Dude.
It's such a good product. They do a lot of volunteer work and charity and shit. There's a Rain charity where they give sour gummy worm to like mothers in need when they're pregnant. And it just I'm really emotional talking about it, but they're a great company, and it means a lot to us that they support.
I told you off this podcast, but my kid was having seizures, and I gave him Rain. That's so stupid. I'm so sorry.
No, that was hilarious. Fucking Rain, the Rain treating seizures.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Justin's having a seizure. Quick! And they open his mouth, and you pour in sour gummy worm or cherry limeade. Cherry limeade's not Rain. That's Sonic, I think.
G, you play music. Admit Chin singing his ass. I'll do it for $3 for sure. Yep.
I gotta turn this off. Man.
Shout out to Lucas Cicero. He said, "Oof, just turned on the stream. 19 hours to go. Praying for y'all."
Oh, dude, I haven't seen enough Gringo Poppy yet.
No, me neither.
I'm just trying to get more in, you know.
Oh, I did have a fun bit that we don't have to do it now, but we'll do it a little later.
Okay.
We're still waiting on some motherfucking guests. Great for my kids' teacher in March.
Tomorrow at the coffee like his teeth.
I know. When I saw him with the second coffee cake,
it was amazing. I cannot believe I've never had a Porto's coffee cake before. That might be the best coffee cake I've ever had in my life.
Don't say that. I didn't get a bite.
How does it? It's easy to get, and it's cheap. We'll go there after. But listen, how does it? Coffee cake with icing on it? Whoa! What the fuck? I didn't know it had icing on it until I took a bite. I didn't see the icing. I was like, oh my God. I didn't even think about this. There's a cookie left. There's lava cheese roll. That donut is disgusting.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's horrible.
Look,
you can eat it if you want.
Cookies?
The donut's not from Porto, so I won't say where the
okay.
It's not from Antigua. I went into Antigua, and I was like, cool story. I don't know what you got going on here, but I don't like what I see.
Yeah.
So, I didn't even buy anything.
I mean, it's Lucas's birthday yesterday, so let's just say happy birthday, Lucas.
Happy birthday, Lucas.
From all of us over here at Timos and RT, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, that's so funny.
Both.
I can listen to you talking about coffee cakes literally for 24 hours, dude.
Oh, thank you.
That's the next 24-hour stream.
I just love baked goods. And so I'll give you another thing, Carlos. Here,
Restream.
Okay. Thanks, MXC. I mean, to let you in behind the curtain, when I came here, Gerardo was asleep. I told him when we were recording. I mean, we both agreed on when we were recording. I told him when I'd be here.
Yeah.
Gerardo was asleep. I called him a few times, and then I was like, you know what? He's asleep. I'm going to get more baked goods. I tried to get coffee cake, but I was like, I'm not going to drive far away. So I went to another coffee shop and her bakery. And then I came back, and he's still asleep. So I honked my horn. And then I went behind his window, and he's charging his car through his window. So I started screaming his name, and then I called him again. He woke up. And that all happened.
Yeah. And, I woke up at 6 a.m., and I was like, he's not going to be here for a couple of Oh, yeah. I sleep deep. Pause. I'm a deep sleeper.
I woke up but early because I knew I wasn't gonna have time for shit. So I mean, shit slow.
You know, I mopped the floors all night. I cleaned
It's very nice.
I cleaned all the floors. I took out my trash for the first time this year. It's pretty nice, dude.
It smells good here.
Last time you came in, it smelled like, and you have bad smell too.
Yeah, I have really bad smell.
It smelled like a cat's kitty litter.
Truly, a lot of things are wrong with me. I mean, I forgot about the bad. I can't smell. Like, God. Then we had a gas leak. My old roommate, he was like, "Do you smell a gas thing?" And I was like, "No." And then we called over the gas people, and we had a gas leak, and he was like, "It's not good that you couldn't smell the gas."
That's hilarious.
Fucking gas leak. The guy that did the gas leak claimed to have fixed it, and he didn't fix it. He just left the leak going. So he had to have another gas guy come out. They're trying to kill me, dude. My shop hired him for flappers. So I go to my local. Does anything on Cooney work? Taste.
He's a lemon.
I can still taste. I can see. My eyesight's okay. That's one of the things that goes with grapes, though. Eyesight.
So Mark has been a screenwriter for 20 years. Everyone was comfortable with the truthiness of that statement.
Mark has been a screenwriter for 20 years. Everyone was comfortable with the truthiness of that statement.
Listen, you don't come here for the truth. You come here for the facts, right?
That's true.
Yeah, so think about that.
In facts, you can choose. That was so, but you looked at me, the 20-year thing. Sure, I've been a screenwriter for 20 years. That was awesome. I wish I said stuff like that.
I like how Brendan Walsh, in the same motion he entered the chat, he left the chat.
Yeah. He was like, all right, I gotta go. See you later.
No, listen, you don't have to tell the truth when you're spitting facts, right?
Yeah.
That's what I say. You have no sense of smell and you have no sense of humor. Comedy, ever heard of it? Come on, dude. That's a bot. That's a bot, dude.
Oh, that's a bot.
Yeah.
That is a fucking bot and a half.
Oh, shout out to the subscribers, too, dude. We got a shit ton of subscribers today, dude. Oh, we just hit 10,700.
Hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, dude. I mean, of course we did. This is the greatest special of all time.
Yeah, there's a bit that we're going to be doing later. I'm excited to do it. I told Cooney about it when he got here. It's going to be, we're going to try to do some Gringo Poppy meditation, see where we can go. It's like trying to do DMT, but with a large dose, because we're going to be listening to this. You know what I mean?
Okay. I'm with you. I hear you. Don't kill me.
Don't kill me. Yeah, and then when you're in a meditative state, that's where you know where the real funny is, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't go to a comedy show unless I close my eyes for 10 minutes and focus in on my inner child. You know? Sorry, what?
Luminowski, I've met him in person. Never met him.
If you guys want, I can make some fucking sausage salad.
You go over there and do a cooking show?
Yeah, I can do that. I got camera set up for all that.
This is you. You're like, I could. You want to. You want sausage.
But I already told Policy to bring sausage and salad.
Love Timos, but honestly, I miss when it was weak. David, listen, bot, yeah, bot. Like your bot. Just because you use emoji, do you think we don't know it's a bot? Yeah. And then TriStar, thank you for calling it out. In the community, we have to stay together, stand strong, and call out bots when we see them. David's son is a bot.
Yeah.
Okay. You're lucky you're not block bot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not mad. I'm just upset.
This special is
death to all bots, but no violence.
No violence. Yeah. I low-key want to watch you cook together. I can teach you how to make some.
Oh, how to burn a sausage and put it on salad. If you're, I think I know how to do that already.
Oh, okay.
No offense.
Sausage salad all day. I'm gonna tell Flossie to bring some sausage and some fucking salad, dude. Sorry for calling.
Oh yeah, I mean, listen. Eudora says make banh mi. Can you make banh mi?
God damn, who's that?
You guys gonna premiere any new songs today? Not today. We're not done with songs, okay? We're still doing Jorno. He's working on some things in the kitchen. We may go back to songs. I mean, we want it. And that's our goal. But as you can see, we're very busy. Energy drinks. The Girl Poppy has to play for 24 hours. A song on today's podcast. But you got Cowbell, you got Mark, you got Walsh, maybe some more guests. You know, don't ask for too much. You're a bot. Actually, that's a bot question. That's a fucking bot. You tried to trick me, bot. You tried to trick me, bot. I forget where you were.
who you are. I mean, we just noticed this a couple days ago, so we're gonna be struggling with who's bots and who's not.
Simple sentient being. How many hours deep? I don't know, 6 hours?
I was thinking about making beans and cheese, but that seems like a mission.
Bean cheese. That would be crazy. I remember I said on the phone nachos, but I was like, that's gross.
Oh yeah, the nachos is bad.
That would fuck us up.
Yeah.
I mean, pizza would fuck us up too. When you left, I was laughing at how hard it is to stream and eat pizza.
Yeah.
Not a good time.
But you know, if you're asking me what I want, pizza's always the right answer. You know what I mean?
Pizza later. I mean, I think it's a great idea. I'm ordering right now.
Who's your top 5 comedians who are also incredibly gay?
I don't know. Well, actually, that's easy.
Yeah.
So Eddie Murphy, Chris Rock, George Carlton, Richard Pryor, and Dave Chappelle. Boom, done.
Boom. Nice.
Easiest thing I've ever had to deal with.
I mean, you know, you forgot about the wild card.
Which one's that? Oh, Hannah Gadsby. Well, that's my top.
Yeah.
That's my top comedian.
Yeah.
Hannah Gadsby is the best it's ever done.
What I was gonna say though, can you watch the first Papa special or will the stream get gadoosed? John Doe, the stream will get gadoosed. If you don't know, in our early days of podcasting, we did watch the first special and we uploaded it to YouTube, and it got gadoosed immediately, dude.
What was that?
The first special.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, hey, look at that. Should we do that for a bit till later?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Same link?
Hell yeah, Papa. Yeah, same link. Or wait, no, that meeting's over. Let me. Okay.
I'll leave this over here for you.
Yeah, gotcha.
All right. Dude, thank you, Wade. We love you too. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Look, what is the color of our belt? Black. Always.
Black belt.
We were black belts like when we first started, honestly.
Yeah.
We were doing it even before we started.
Yeah.
It's just something we know. Something we know how to do. Is talking on a podcast about shop. Rosa in the chat, what's up? Rosa! What's up? The Madre. Okay, she started the whole thing, fellas.
Mom, can we call you later?
Oh yeah, are you free to hop on a call or?
If not, it's all good. They really want you. Everyone's asking about you, Mom.
You know, the one bad bit about Rosa, she refuses to meet me in person. I mean, I went to the Norco horse party. I didn't see Rosa there, so that's all I'm gonna say. A little bit blockbuster, honestly.
Yeah.
I thought she was gonna be there. She wasn't.
I'm excited to get a call. Okay, I'll call my mom real quick.
Yeah, we can call.
Let me see.
Yeah, you call.
Mom, no politics, yeah?
Yeah, please don't get us canceled.
Where's my mom at? Right here.
How's the White House, Rosa?
How's the White House?
And did you hear about Trump?
Oh, no. Why are you calling Rosa? Control yourself.
You told me not to.
We told, listen, Rosa. Come on.
What about Trump?
He's the man.
Oh my God, Mom.
A bot.
My mom is a bot.
It's a bot comment.
He's better than Poppy
what?
Gringo. That's the dude.
That's the, that might be true. Can't argue with that. That's just a tire fact.
Sheriff and Andre Hashem said my mom died Monday and the Rosa bit is really making me happy. So,
What?
yeah. Everyone else is calling you a Russian bot.
I think that people are enjoying your call is what's going on.
Yes.
But we've told people that.
Yeah, I'm a real person. I'm not a bot.
Oh, okay. It kind of sounds robotic right there.
That didn't help. It cut out a little bit. It made you sound like a robot.
I have I'm getting over some sinus stuff.
Oh, okay. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. It's called TDS. But the other way.
The opposite.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the opposite of TDS? Austin brain. Rosa Allercon has Austin brain.
My mom has heavy Austin brains.
You guys just be glad I'm calling.
How are you doing, Mom? Everyone's happy that you're calling.
I'm in the middle of cooking a vegetable soup with all the homegrown vegetables, and it's got beef in it too.
Ooh,
Yeah.
okay.
All right. Please don't make any abondigas.
Yeah.
No.
Or she calls it albaha mode.
Albondigas.
Yeah.
Say it right, Cootie.
That's right. I apologize. Like I'm basically Brennan Chavez.
How's your day going so far? Nice little Saturday.
Great. I got up late. Went and got some stuff at the store, and I came back and started cooking.
Nice. Can you tell the people how often you cook beans and cheese?
Every day.
Does it go with every meal?
Of course.
There you go.
So yeah, I mean it kind of does.
Unless you're love, means extra cheese.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're lactose intolerant.
Yeah.
Also, how often do you have tater tots?
Never.
There you go.
I mean that's a white person handout.
Mm-hmm. I thought you were a shortstop for the Dodgers.
No, what?
Oh, sorry.
Have tater tots.
Never had tater
There's
tots.
no such thing in our house. We
Okay.
do potatoes, but we don't do tater tots.
But here's the thing, like, I know that you're Mexican, right? But
Yes.
you guys have a lot of mayonnaise, right?
Yes, the only best foods.
You know what's funny, Mom, is I was telling somebody the story. Remember when I was a kid? We've talked about this on the podcast before, when the seagull shit in my sandwich?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, yes.
Somebody told me that the seagull laid a bunker buster in my sandwich.
Hello.
Okay.
Rosa goes, oh my God, yes, like you probably bother her with the story constantly.
I do.
It's her fault.
Every day.
Just to live with the guilt.
I'm guilt-free.
So you got beef, you got some vegetables, you just like, it's steamy in the kitchen right now, or what?
Yeah. I have so that group did them all, and I saw the carrots. They were like red carrots, orange carrots, white carrot, all the different colors.
Yeah.
But they look so pretty. I'm like, I want to make a soup with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So here I am.
Okay. Nice.
Well,
thank you for talking to us. I know that you have no interest in watching the Gringo Poppy.
Never seen it.
Right?
No, he's an idiot. Why you guys even give him so much glory? Oh my God.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You think that what we do is glory or something like that.
Glorify this fool.
That's true.
Did you see the guy that I had in my apartment earlier?
Big muscle guy, Mark.
Big muscle guy?
Which one?
His name is Mark, but we call him BGL for short.
No.
No, you missed it. I missed the early part.
Yeah.
No, I haven't been tuning in much.
Oh, okay. You would have had skeptical hippo eyes if you had seen him on here. But thank you, Mom. I'll call you later. Maybe tomorrow. We have another guest chiming in here.
All right, then go ahead.
All right, have a great night, Rosa.
Not as important as your next guest.
You're the most important.
I love you. I hope the boss haven't taken you too, Mom. I love you.
All right, bye. Love you.
Oh shit! Look who it is.
We got
AS fucking W, dude.
Alice Strickland Williams.
Live from the beach in North Korea.
Everyone here is so stoked for the Poppy. Glorious leader has been watching with us.
Dan, you look lounged out there. That looks like a comfortable chair, dude.
Oh, I'm in a bed, dude.
Oh my God, even better, dude. That's the best place to watch Gringo Pop, dude. We had Walsh on earlier. I don't know if you didn't see any of that, did you?
No, man, I've been living my life.
As you should. We had Walsh, but you get this, Walsh talked to Mark for a while. Mark Harley and Walsh. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I gotta say. That was fun.
How long ago did you go?
We've been going since 9, Danny.
Oh, yeah. Don't laugh that hard.
Dude, Gerardo showed your record.
Oh yeah, at the very beginning of the stream, I pulled out your record and was like, shout out to Alan Strickland Williams.
We're trying to get people to buy your record, Ranger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, please. I need it for my playing the baseball dance.
Yeah, man. Well, you're following Rosa Alarcon right now. We were just on the phone with Mama.
I did catch a little bit.
Oh shit!
I could be following her.
You
You guys eating?
We were earlier. We got some Portos.
Yeah. We were trying to do a Ringo Puppy fast, but that didn't last long.
Because there's like a coffee cake that we've been doing, so we're gonna test coffee cake while watching the Gringo Poppy to see if it was any better while we had like coffee cake.
Yeah.
If it enhanced the viewership at all.
Wake you up a little bit.
Yeah. We asked Walsh this, what's your favorite part? What's your favorite bit from the Gringo Poppy, if you had to choose?
Well, I gotta say, I was born in Devon.
Okay.
So as a Dallas boy, I think his his local humor
It's pretty good.
stuck out to me.
Do you?
Oh, no, actually, wait. You know my favorite part?
What?
The end.
Well done. Do you do comedy in Texas at all?
I actually did a show at this place called the Dallas Comedy Club, which is a good club. But it was just so weird because from you go outside the club, to smoke a cigarette, you could see the hospital where I was born.
Whoa.
I was like, I hadn't come far at all. But yeah, and then I've been to Austin. I recorded my album in Austin.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, the Velveeta room. But yeah, I think I've only done Austin and Dallas.
So, do you find the observations that Shop made about doing comedy in Texas to be true? Is it better?
They're pretty true. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's definitely better. It's just Texas strong,
Right.
Like,
They don't make you wear a mask and all that shit. Like, you're not gonna be woke and all that shit.
No.
It's different. It's definitely different.
It's different.
Different.
Yeah.
It's different.
I think that
Gringo Poppy is the one where he talks about his barber, right?
no.
No.
That's the first one.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised.
You'd be surprised.
Jamal, the Asian Jamal. Yeah.
I think my favorite joke is North Korea with the beach on Gringo Poppy.
That is a pretty good one. I think that might be mine. I like Mr. Whole Foods a lot, though. That sticks out to me personally.
And I'm glad that we can celebrate the special itself on a glorious day like this Saturday,
Dude, Alan, you gotta if I could be so bold as to give you advice, I think you gotta do that as an improv.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I think you gotta do that, dude.
I mean, look, I just, right now, I'm just trying to focus on my kid, and, and we all got COVID, so we're canceling some dates, but we'll get back.
Dude, COVID's not real, man. I mean, and also, I know you know about the double placebo blind studies that have ever done, so you're all in.
Well, you know what I never realized is I wonder if he did Addie and Addison.
Yeah, for sure you did. Yeah. You think they can get the Gringo Poppy without Adderall?
Did you see that thing that Moses Storm did when he did the Addison improv, like the IG story?
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
no.
I should have asked him if he wanted to be on. I didn't think about that.
Fuck.
But Moses, he had a show at the Addison Improv, and he posted this really funny video of how honored he was to be doing it, and he edited in clips of the most offensive shot bits, and he starts pretending to cry, and then at the end he put us in it. I was like, holy shit! And that's how you get our favor. It's just including us in any way, shape, or form.
That's how we know you're not a bot.
If you want to not be a bot, you have to be on the Patreon or be friends with us. Yeah. Otherwise, you're a bot.
Yeah, Buzz is funny.
Yeah.
These are the tribe.
So you got to do it too. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Please make a video. Addison Improv. Include us.
Yeah. You should do a live 10 minutes there.
Oh, that would be nuts. The goal. That would be nuts. Holy shit. If we get the gang together, fucking Addison trip.
I think you might be going longer than 10 minutes.
Never, dude.
Right. We'll share a hotel.
So what have you guys been doing? Just actually, is it on a loop right now?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, it's on a loop.
It's right behind you on our screen.
Yeah,
What part is it on?
Let me see.
not sure at the moment.
It's puto cabron right now.
That's the one.
Do you know? Can you tell that just from the visuals without or the
Yes.
We're almost there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I can tell from the timestamp on the bottom, the red line. I see clamp that with my finger like that, and I'm like, oh, yeah, puto cabron. Yeah, we have a huge general setup. We have 3 screens back to back to back. And I'm not joking around, it's for real. Just like everything feeding me information while we stream here.
Wait, so how are you and Harley on?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, dude, Harley came in the beginning of the stream, and you know he has the energy of 1,000 men. He did 3 or 4 hours straight of Bappa intelligence,
Facts.
Tiger facts.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, and I mean it's hilarious to have him meet people. So I mean I wish he could talk to you as well.
Yeah.
But watching him talk to Walsh was pretty fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was a good time.
Something's going viral on Chains right now that he said.
What's going on? Apparently, Bob would ask that Maddie should talk. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to read that one.
Yeah.
You can just go on the subreddit, or I'll send it to you. Not right now, but I'll send it to you eventually. Let's try you want to
I got you. Yeah.
So when Walsh was on the stream, he was talking. You know how he talks to us about how he's like obsessed. He's trying to get off of it. He did that bit. It's pretty funny. Pretty good bit.
This is crazy.
You're not like deep in the stuff. I mean, you send clips sometimes, but you don't have the same kind of addiction that Walsh has, right?
No, I'm not like Walsh. I think because Walsh has a family is why he's so addicted to it.
Right.
I think you're right. I think he relates to shop.
Relatability, yeah.
I'm not, I'm just a one big boy on my own.
Yeah, I'm more of a Joanna than a shop.
Who are you in the Shopperverse is a good question. We've probably done this before.
I like Louis Vuitton more than I like baseball,
Is there anyone who's bald in the Shopperverse?
Oh, yeah, Howie.
Maybe that's who I am.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Actually, Brendan, right now, there is a coach. I've been watching college football today with my parents.
Yeah.
And the coach of Kent State has a very community vibe.
Oh, shit. I got to check that out.
Yeah. I think they're playing like right there.
Yeah. I mean, how's your team doing? How are the Jags doing?
Jags are okay. I mean, that'll be tomorrow. My parents went to Florida State. I've been watching that with them. And Kent State sucks, so they're winning. But they beat Alabama in the first game of the year. Besides that, they haven't really played anybody else that matters.
Shop would have started on all those teams, probably. He was pretty good.
No, I saw Shaw play today. He was really good. He played on like 17 teams.
He did. He was very good.
Yeah.
Buffalo Bills is the main one.
I'm sorry to inform you, but I think the Jags are going to lose tomorrow.
Who are they playing?
They're playing.
Who are the Commanders playing tomorrow? Do you know?
The
Commanders play the Raiders.
Yeah,
that's right.
Jags are playing Houston.
Yeah, they're going to lose.
Yeah, they might. Although Houston's lost both games so far.
True.
I've always been a football guy myself.
And I don't know anything about football, but I'm in a Pick'ems league, and I picked the Jaguars to lose. I'm sorry, I didn't know they were your team. If they were your team, I'm picking the fucking Commanders every week.
The Commanders will probably be good, but they just lost to the Packers because the Packers are really good.
Yeah.
Well, any team would be better with Shaw. On the field, on the sideline, in the stands, commentating. I would love to see Shaw call a football game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Shaw talking about anything is awesome. We were talking with Walsh about like a reality show. That was a new idea he had, a shop reality show. But I still think the Gringo Poppy documentary is what I'm most interested in.
Oh yeah, no, I like a keeping up with the shop,
Exactly.
like that kind. Yeah, I could see that working. I could see shop hosting like hosting a Love Island or something like that. Shop Island would be pretty good. It's just people in the Shopverse that have to live together in a house, and you get to vote someone off every week.
That'd be great. Oh, yeah, I mean, Shab Island, yeah, so different Shab. He did almost host Fear Factor like Ludacris, or like Ludacris beat him at that.
Yeah.
That's another, you know what show unironically I love now is The Floor. Did you ever watch The Floor?
I just saw a commercial for The Floor because there used to be a show called The Wall. Do you remember The Wall?
No, what's The Wall?
The Wall was, and it was the guy that was the voice. He used to be a weatherman in LA. I don't know if he still is, but he would play announcer to a lot of things. So it would be called like, "And here comes the wall," and then it was like, an old cartoon with like, like Wiley Coyote or whoever would like run through a wall.
Yes.
Would leave like an imprint.
Yeah.
Like it's basically like a wall comes at you with a weird imprint, and you have to like.
Oh, like get through the wall, make the post.
If you don't, it'll like knock you off into like water, like whatever the hell. But yeah, so like I saw that there was what is the floor?
Okay, so
the tiles lined up.
yeah, The Floor is totally different from that. What you just described sounds like a show that Simon Gibson would host, but this show, The Floor, is a little more intellectual. If you like things like that, it's the guy. Rob Lowe is the host. He does a great job, and he's.
So he gets low on the floor.
It's so all these people are on the floor, and they are experts in different categories. And there's a randomizer that picks one or two people, and they battle against each other. So it's like a picture of like whatever, like let's say it's history and R&B artists. So like if it's R&B, the history guy go get against the R&B, and it'll show a picture of like Brian McKnight, and they go back and forth. And if you get the answer wrong, you lose time, and there's a timer, and it goes, and so there's all these categories. It's fucking. I'm not doing it justice, but it's a great show.
No, I gotta tell you also, I got distracted because I just imagine Shop saying R&B as RBD.
BRB.
You're talking,
He's like, I love Usher. BRB, dude. It's my favorite kind of music, man. Oh, really, dude? Fucking love that shit. Oh, man. But yeah, no, The Floor, the new season's coming out. It's hosted by Brendan Schaub. Check it out. Yes. It's going to be pretty good, dude. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, what other shows could he host? What other game shows?
I mean, Price is Right would be good because he wouldn't know the price of anything, and he was like, he'd probably start arguing. But he would do it if he was the host. Also, this is what he would do if he was the host of stuff. He's the host of Jeopardy. He says the thing out, someone gets it right. He goes, I heard both ways.
He doubts, yeah.
He'd be like arguing with like the actual answers, even though they're definitely right.
Yeah, not yet. I'm not sure about that one. What's the capital of Massachusetts? Boston. He doesn't even know his own Boston. But I guess that's what was the suitcase show where there's money in it? He'd probably tell people the amounts by accident.
What was that called? Make it.
I think that might have been Make a Deal. Let's Make a Deal. Was that a Howie Mandel show? I'm not sure.
I think you're right. I think it was for a minute.
Yeah, I've been saying, like, I know Howie Mandel is funny when he makes fun of Schaub, but I've been kind of saying he sucks. He's not good. Like, I don't understand why people like him.
Howie's not. I mean, Howie was just like one of those. There's this old clip where you can watch Howie, like, you're like, oh, this is what he used to do, this is what made him famous. It's like from the 80s, and it's like, I don't know if he was actually coked up, but like it has that just like crazy energy.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
You know what I'm talking about? Where he puts the like nurse glove over his head and blows it up and
yeah.
everything.
Robbie Goodwin retweeted that and wrote Casey Rocket.
Good bit.
Howie
Mandel's funnier than Casey. No, but I met Howie Mandel because I used to work at NBC, and he came to the office one day, and it was like there was an email that went around and was like, "Hey, Howie's for the office. Don't try to shake his hand." And he was kind of nice and friendly, but it was like there had definitely been his. But he was like he was trying to be really cool, and I think he made a really stupid like. NBC, there's the peacock. I think he made a really weird cock joke for the longest.
Yikes.
But yeah.
You can't do that anymore in woke culture, dude. You get fired.
At least he called out Shaw's mangina.
That was pretty great. The mangina thing.
What did Shaw say? It's like, those be nuts.
Yeah, them's me nuts. That's the one thing I do like about Mandel is that he's clearly being fed these lines from like younger people. So like, they're like Gen Z staffers are like, okay, here's the subreddit. They say he pisses in the sink. He has a mangina. Mandel's like, say less. I got this, fam. And then he goes in there.
Are you guys pissing in Gerardo's sink?
Every night.
Oh yeah, we are. Sorry, I'm dealing with a lot of stuff right here.
Oh yeah, he's wheeling and dealing.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all are driving. Y'all are king of the airways right now.
Look at that, dude. I'll never piss on this thing right here, dude. What the fuck?
Alan is very good at stand-up, guys. He's a very funny stand-up comedian.
Good shit, y'all are the best.
As you've seen on Conan O'Brien, ever heard of it?
Yeah.
There you go.
Comedy Central, that used to be a channel.
Hey, Paul C, fuck you, dude. Yes, it'll fit in my fridge.
We're doing this bit now where, like, anytime somebody says something negative, we call them a bot.
Yeah.
If it's not referential enough, or reverential, then we say that they're a bot.
And there's a lot of bots in the chat.
Yeah, a lot of bots, dude. We don't know how to get rid of them. What do you do with bots? Personally.
Engage.
You engage? You read the comments?
Big mistake.
I read the comments. I'm trying to get inside the head of the bot.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so what's going on? Where are you from? How many inches?
I gotta tell you, being on a stream this long, easiest thing I've ever done. No, I'm about to die.
It's very hard.
People keep commenting like Cooney seems sick. Cooney's tired.
Yeah.
He'll fall asleep. You know.
So what you did, you started at 9.
Yeah.
You have like 16 hours now?
I know.
Oh my God, why are you trying to make us think about
Are you a numbers guy?
Yeah, come on, dude. It's fucking numbers guy in here right now, dude.
Are you a bot, dude?
Yeah, bye.
Oh yeah, I'm a bot.
I think, it's 4 o'clock right now, right? Or 3:30. Yeah, we have a lot of time left, dude.
Listen, we'll see how long the devices work. You know what I'm saying?
17 hours. Yeah, we'll see how.
I mean, because like things happen on the stream. You know, like sometimes sometimes people unplug things on purpose. You never know.
It'd be funny too if you guys ended up like causing a power outage in LA.
Oh yeah. Too much Ringo power.
Oh well, you know what the biggest one was in history. You know about this, right? Have you heard about this?
What?
The biggest thing in it's Burbank technically, but the owner of Flappers had a poop so big that it clogged the entirety of Burbank. And there was no toilets worked, no running water. It was all because of the size of Barb's shit.
Yes.
Yeah. You
That's
know.
why you're not allowed to smoke in Burbank anymore.
Yeah.
It's because that's Barb's natural diuretic, and I think they had the leading cause was her cigarettes.
Oh man, that's why they charge extra that gas station charge on the bill that you get at Flappers because of the toilets.
Who's the kid that works there? That now is not a kid.
Josh Snyder?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He can't shit. That's weird.
The craziest thing
I
ever.
ran into Cooper and Shane the other day. For some reason, we were talking about Flappers, or maybe he just went to Flappers, and I was like, is Josh Snyder still there? And they were like, he's exactly the same.
Dude, oh my god, yeah, and you never in a million years, if you told, even with how ridiculous Flappers is, if you had told me back then that Josh would be the booker, the talent booker, I'd have been like, I don't think so. But I don't know why, because they had Richie before that. It was just as weird.
Yeah.
I think about it.
He's like the provost of Flappers University now.
He's the dean, yeah, that's pretty impressive too. That's a lot of responsibility for one man. I don't know how he does it.
I bet they really brainwash you at Flappers. I bet you really really become a radical.
Yeah.
That'd be cool if one day Shane is the biggest comedian, and then there's two huge Shanes coming.
Here's a question. I wonder if anyone. Here's a good game to play. Yes or no? Is there anyone good performing at Flappers this entire week?
Oh, that's a good question.
That's a good game.
Let me see. We're not allowed to check, right? No.
No. I think you go through and you just see like, okay, like Maria Bamford's good, just performed at Flappers, but like you check to see if anyone.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, there's been
in my mind, Jeff Garland is 24/7 performing.
Oh yeah, he's always there.
He's a mainstay.
But
I heard a rumor that Jeff Garland's actually the name of the shit that Barbara. Sorry, what
she named it Jeff.
Yeah.
She took it Jeff. They told her you can't take any more Jeff Garlands, okay, hon? Look, the mainstays were like Jeff Garland, Hal Sparks, Alonzo Bowden. Who else?
Barbara took a shit and she looked at the shit in the toilet, and then the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme started
Alonzo Bowden's like, what's that smell?
Oh shit, dude.
He's playing.
Oh fuck! A Unique subscribed to our channel. That's crazy. Do you know who Unique is?
No.
So Unique is like this. Now that he's our fan,
yeah,
I have to watch my works.
Yeah.
But when
he's the famous YouTuber that got sued by Shop.
Yeah, he got sued by Shop for showing a video where Shop gives a piece of paper with a phone number on it to a chick.
Yeah.
The baddie. Yeah.
Shout out to Unique.
Yeah.
That post is crazy, by the way. I looked at that Jordan, and that's nuts.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That checks out. You know that Shop's. Dude, is Shop on a microwave?
Probably. I mean, who knows?
He's a wild guy.
Apparently it's 8 inches. You know, he always says that.
Yeah, but would you say it that much?
Oh jeez. Oh my God. We shit on Jeff Dye a lot in the beginning.
Oh, man. You know what's funny is like I kind of was like, oh, Jeff, whatever, he's just whatever. And then I saw him like when the Mark Maron stuff was going on. And he was like, who's this? I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. You're Jeff Guy, you gotta do Shut up.
We watched on Patreon this hilarious thing that he did. Did I tell you about this already? Okay, so he did a video on his YouTube channel where it's like Jeff Dye hates women or something, and he goes and it's him and he's like, all these people think I hate women. I don't hate women. I women are great. In fact, here's a list of women I think are funny, and he starts listing off women that he thinks are funny, and he puts their picture up. It's so good. It's everything you would think it was.
But is he being like sincere?
Yeah. No, if he wasn't, then it would be funny, almost. But he was like, at one point he picked this. He goes, he looks at his own list that he made, and he's like, Don, who's that? He forgot who the woman was, and he's like, oh wait, yeah, no, she's good. And they were all like, it was like Whitney Cummings and Industry Plants. But he's like, see, I don't hate women. I think they're, they can be funny sometimes. Saying stuff like that. It was amazing.
Whitney's really lost it.
No, she's crazy now. Yeah, we lost a good one.
Whitney, like they should be able to call Child Protective Services
5150.
Take that kid away from her.
Oh, you're worried about the kid. I'm worried about Whitney.
I'm worried about both of them. My heart goes out to them both.
CPS. Dude, Mark said that. I feel bad saying this again, Margaret, but maybe, you know what? I'm not going to say it again. I'm going to leave that. I'll tell you later. Everyone in the chat knows. I'm not going to say that again. I don't want that. I don't want a clip of me saying that. Actually, now that I think about it, I'll leave that alone.
Text it to me and I'll say it.
But it's good. It was funny.
Unique is in the chat and he said acknowledge me. We did though. We said shout out to you, dude.
Yeah, thanks for subbing.
Yeah.
He said sub balloon. Everybody loves balloon fart.
Balloon fart is one of the mainstays here.
You know, we're very friendly.
Originally it was Wadsworth, but then he disappeared. He waddled somewhere else. But
Yeah, I don't know where Wadsworth is anymore. He left. Sometimes he chats in, but he's not. He hasn't chatted in today. I mean, he's a legend.
I think he's in hiding right now.
Yeah.
Smiley face emojis.
You're good. You're good.
Thank you.
Regular people asking me about that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
That really brings me to past just like insane comedians that talk about other comedians all day.
Yeah, he transcended the box.
yeah. I mean, Marin was talking about Elephant Graveyard on like the New York Times podcast or something like that. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
He was like, you gotta get this guy. Who's your guy? He was like, this guy, Elephant Graveyard. And they're like, okay, next question, please. Please don't ask us. Please don't talk about that on this. This is a newspaper, sir.
Ran by billionaire technocrats.
They don't want. They listen.
They got their own simulacrum at the fucking New York.
Yeah, Jeff Bezos, believe me. Washington Post.
Has Sean said anything about free speech in the past 48 hours?
There was that one. The moonding clip is about something about like how something's fake. I forget with the Kirk stuff.
I just wonder if he said anything about Kimmel.
I don't know, but you know he will. You know he will. At some point soon.
Oh, that's what he should do. He should take over Kimmel's spot.
Yeah. Brendan Johnson took over Kimmel.
How have I not thought about it? Do you know?
Guillermo, just turned to be Guillermo.
Chin is Guillermo. Who's Guillermo? Brian?
Callan.
Callan?
Yeah.
Guillermo's so much more talented than Callan.
Yeah.
Nice. Al, do you know the band The Swell Season? Or the movie Once? You heard of
I've heard of one. That's like a musical Irish thing.
Yeah. I saw them.
Were you in that?
I wish, Eddie. I saw them last night at the Greek, and the guy, he said that they were supposed to be on Kimmel. Can you believe that? Yeah, they came to LA. Yeah.
I was like, oh, am I not even going to job on Kimmel because it just got canceled? Like, what happened?
Oh, fuck. Yeah. Not bad for the writers. Raiders.
I think that it sounds like maybe they'll be back, but wait, isn't it Greek also?
Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's great.
I went for the first time last year, and it was like, this is pretty close to me, so I can like walk there and shit.
Nice.
All right.
I'll let you know when.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there twice. This time we got the seats in the front, and they were super nice seats. Good food, very laid back. Everyone's friendly. It's not like one of those like venues where they're very strict about shit. They're just kind of, oh yeah, your seat's over there.
Got a little salsa on.
Yeah, the Greek is the Hollywood Bowl of salsa on it. It's very good. Very good place. Highly recommend. Who'd you see?
I saw St. Vincent.
Ah, okay. Gerardo's favorite.
I see Robert Kylie there a couple weeks.
Oh yeah, you're a big music guy.
Marlo Kylie's sick.
Yeah, I'm seeing them. That's why I'm here. I'm seeing them tomorrow.
Oh shit. And you're on tour with Vampire Weekend.
Yeah, I see them like 9 times this year. You know, kids, you can see Vampire Weekend 9 times in 1 year.
I fucking love that band. I want to go to Vampire Weekend. And then on my bucket list is to go to Ween with Walsh.
Oh, yeah, Ween with Walsh.
Oh, thanks, Buck. Shop could host I'm Not Smarter Than a Fifth Grader Ever Heard of It.
Sean could host I'm Not Smarter Than a Fifth Grader Ever Heard of It.
Brown Cornelius says asking you if Riley is back together. Obviously they are, right?
Yeah, they're reunited to do shows. I don't know if they're going to put out a new album or anything, but they've done like touring, I think, since June, July, something like that.
I think the same thing happened with the band from Once, because like they were together and they broke up. But
Well, what's happening too is like we're around the same age, so it's like the bands that we like back then, like their big albums or whatever are hitting like their 25-year anniversary or like 20-year or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm only 17, but
Yeah, Rattle Coyote is like white woman. Thought about that. Yeah, go ahead. Rattle Coyote is like white woman's System of a Down. You know?
very much.
Yeah.
Very much. Yeah.
That is crazy that we're at the age now where the bands are like reuniting. Like I guess me seeing the Swell season is like my parents forcing me to see the Temptations. Who's still alive from Peter, Paul, and
You know
Mary.
what? We never really talked about. Oh wait, well, whatever. I gotta go. But not fucking Paul and Dershowitz picture.
I talked to I didn't explain it to you. I talked a little bit about it on Raccoon Tweeties, our other show, but I went to Martha's Vineyard and I stayed at Chillmark, and you know, I don't know how much you know about Martha's Vineyard, but that's where like Larry David.
Chillmark sounds like some shop would say.
Chillmark. Larry, that's where Larry David and Alan Dershowitz got into a fight. Did you hear about that? Larry David like got into his face like, "You suck, you fucking asshole." So I've always thought like maybe I'll run into Alan Dershowitz here, but I went to the Chillmark Tavern, which is right next to the cottage that we're staying at, and we sit down, and the Dersh walks up and starts walking towards the restaurant, and I'm like, "Oh my God, that's Alan Dershowitz!" I'm trying to whisper it to my family, and they're all like, "Who? What?" I go, "Alan." They're like, "Alan Dershowitz." They're yelling his name as he's walking out. And he sat at the table next to us. And he's literally right next to me. And my mom's like, "Where is he sitting?" And I go, "Behind me." Okay. And I did a selfie. I wanted to give him shit, but my family was there and it felt fucked up. But I did. I saw him twice. Because he was at the tavern, and then we bought tickets to a play, and his daughter was the star of the play. So we watched. Because he sat at the table next to me there too, but then thankfully didn't have a seat near me during the play. So I didn't have to deal with all that, but yeah.
I got one question.
What's that?
Was she hot?
His daughter? Yeah, she's cute. She's got a
children's school play.
I mean, the place sucked ass, and she kind of sucked, but it's cute.
Yeah,
It's kind of weird.
Sean should be playing. Sean should hit the board.
Yeah, dude. Imagine if Sean was in Gary Glenn Ross with Bill Burr.
She was just death of a podcast.
He should have been in that play. The play was just, you know who Hannah Arendt is? Ever heard that name? Never heard of her. She said she's famous for saying the banality of evil, describing the, you know this. So the play was her getting interrogated. So it's like her and then a soldier. So Sean could have been the soldier. And that is great. He's like, "What were you doing in the library?" "Why are you in the library? Books are gay." She's like, "Actually, I like books." "Oh, really? What fuck?" Kind of a fatty dude. I go, "I'd rather watch that than what I saw." The lawyer could have been. That was another thing that happened that was kind of funny. We got a phone call from Mark Harley's lawyer on stream. Oh yeah, his lawyer sounds ridiculous. He has like a fun Rob Pebble or something like that. Like he has a fake sounding name. Rob. It was always like he's like, "Oh, I gotta take this call from my lawyer. It's Frank Cum." Why does your lawyer have this offensive accent?
These are really good.
The lawyer calls it a bomb threat. Hey, this is an old Walsh bit. What's going on?
My name is Bobby Pebbles. How can I be of service?
Yeah, I'm Bobby Pebbles. I'm gonna get you off. What do you mean you're gonna? I'm suing for wage and hour violation. Yeah, I get you off.
Yeah, you're gonna come.
I'm Frank Cum, actually. Rob Pebble. Yeah.
But easy.
Bobby Pebbles, attorney at law at
boss. He sounded hilarious on the phone too. He was like, "Here's what I want you to do, Mark." What?
Tell him what he couldn't say on the bond or something.
Yeah, well, Mark was like, "Are you sure that you want to be on like the pod?" And he was like, "Oh yeah, that doesn't matter."
And I did mute it, but then they were like, "No, just leave it on." I was like, all right.
Attorney-client privilege exists even if you're on a podcast with 400 people listening. You didn't know that.
Somebody just needs a bunch of clients from Restream.
Oh, they should. He's the best lawyer around. That's what I heard.
For Mark, the BGL is good for you.
Yeah.
Exactly. If you want a big attorney, big good lawsuit. I'm a big good lawyer. That's what BGL stands for. What are your qualifications? I went to Yale. Never heard of it. Shop should give a talk at Harvard. Oh yeah, commit that. Absolutely.
Today,
How do you mess that up?
I want to rest in your life. Is there any pictures of shopping at graduation camps? That'd be great.
I want to see everyone dance.
Yeah. How did he graduate from high school? That's surprising.
Way more Shop AI things.
Yeah.
Shop is like a little kid going to school and lollipop.
Yep. I mean,
Shop in a diaper.
Pajamas with the hat on.
shop in the Oval Office.
There you go.
That's a good question. Not to get political, but we could. I mean, who was a better president, Brennan Schaub, Donald Trump? That's tough. Yeah, I think Schaub.
Trump's first term was better than Trump's second. Trump's first term was better than Trump's.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I can't remember either term because I have Graves' disease. Yeah.
He graduated because he played sports and was a beast in high school, so the coaches make sure they pass by telling their teachers to pass them.
That's probably true as well.
He graduated because he sold sweet comic books on his call for the kid.
Yeah, that's man. You got a
Special comic book salesman.
right? Exactly.
He got a degree with the marketing, what is it called, device.
Yep. Yeah, you got one of those those young. What is the young business thing? The YJCs or something like that. Something like that. They were big with Shop because of the comic books he sold.
Shaw was a future podcaster in America growing up.
Yeah, that too. Because he always wanted to be a comedian, even back. It's too bad he never had to live out his SNL dreams.
Yeah.
He's a little old for that now, I think.
Shaw was at 4-H because that was as far as he got in the alphabet. That's as far as he got in numbers and as far as he got in the alphabet.
Well, thank you, ASW, for coming through, dude.
Yeah, we love you, man.
Love you, brother.
Good luck.
We gotta get back. We got some business to do, dude. We gotta watch some Gringo Pop.
Yeah, we gotta get back on it.
You know what I mean? Later on,
Trash.
Alrighty. Where were we, dude?
Oh, we're back on, dude.
Here we go.
Let's go.
Nobody checks these guys. Where that they come on the news. It's on all the major programs. Holy shit, dude!
Oh shit, back to the Gringo Poppy.
I got it done. I got that Johnson, bro. I don't feel good, bro. I can't stop sweating, bro. I feel like I'm on wings. I'm gonna leave a little bit of the next section. Remember that moron? It's all in marketing, man. Like, they need to hire some just dime piece actor we've never heard of.
Yeah.
Just blast them all over the news, right? Just some fraud. Get them on there. Just put them all over the news, all over the nation. Like, yeah, dude, I get the Johnson. I feel pretty good. I feel great, actually. If I'm being honest, one side effect, I just want to be up front with everybody. Goddamn dicks down to here. You'd have a line of bros at CVS just like,
I was trying to do my part, bro.
I'm trying to do my part, man.
It's good to be in Dallas, man. You guys doing
That's a rough cut, right?
It's good to be in Dallas, man. You guys doing right. It's good to be in Dallas. I know. There's a reason I started shooting my special here, man. You guys just give me so much love. I absolutely love Texas, man. Thank you. I've been touching LA since I touched you. It's fantastic. LA is not like this, y'all. LA is North Korea with beach.
That's so good.
One of the greatest trips ever written.
Yeah. I'm gonna leave this.
How did he even think of that?
Yeah.
You know, North Korea.
But they give us Wi-Fi, so that's cool.
What's the over/under on him writing that bit?
0%. Zero. I would never take credit for it, though. The writers, it's I think it's funny that no writers ever take credit for anything. But you know, some of those wrote a lot of the shit. Robbie, yeah, Walsh was on, like, I've lost track of time now, but maybe an hour ago, 2 hours ago.
Yeah, he was on it like noon or something.
Yeah. I mean, the time is really strange when you do a stream. I'm now learning that, because I'm used to the longest we've ever done is probably 2-3 hours.
Yeah.
And we started at 9, it's now almost 4.
That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, watching the Gringo Poppy helped me a lot. If it wasn't a Gringo Poppy thing, I don't know if I could do it.
That, and also, it felt like when what's his name, King? Mark. I feel like Mark, like, he saw us as paper, and so he folded us up into a little airplane, and he launched us into the future like 5 hours. You know what I mean?
No, but the grave is telling me yes.
Yeah.
I was in, but I didn't understand it.
Yeah. Mark said he's coming back.
It's cool that a lot of y'all are staying on. You know, we're happy to see some of you back. We haven't seen Elizabeth in quite some time. Yeah, I started thinking.
Shopping sacrifice for the poor, but all of his friends are nearly as bad as Jim Karen as being better off.
Charles is sacrificed for the cause, but all his friends are nearly as bad in fairness. Be better, Austin.
Be better, Austin. Shout out to you, Timothy Wendell Up.
I wonder what Austin is actually like. I need to ask one of my friends that moved there and be like, give me well, you can't. They won't give me an honest opinion because they live there now.
Yeah.
So we gotta go ourselves. We gotta make a trip and see what it's actually like. Because it's one thing to just make fun of a place and not really have been there.
Yeah.
You know, like North Korea with the beach. I gotta go and experience it myself. Like, what's good about it? I don't know.
Me neither.
I haven't really heard anything good. Alan seems to like it.
Yeah. Oppenheimer's back. Oppenheimer. How are you feeling?
Pretty sick, honestly.
Really?
I know. I mean, I just have a headache.
Oh, okay.
I looked at my eyes in the bathroom. I was like, my eyes are red.
It's all that Gringo Poppy going straight through you, dude.
I was like, fuck, dude. That doesn't look good. Oh, well. You can watch me, like, deteriorate, falling apart. I'll say this. A lot of people are saying I'd be asleep early into the pod. And I'm not asleep.
Hit them with the finger, dude.
Oh, no, they were right. My friends in the group chat were saying that. It's like, you're my friends back home. What are you, why? Attacking me? Like, can I get some support? Like, you'll be asleep soon. They told me to get 5-hour energy. Nah,
no, hell no. You don't ever do that.
Nah,
these are better than that.
Get that away from me. That's disgusting. Don't threaten me with an app. Something about getting headaches feels feminine.
I started to get a headache, but then Mark kind of pulled me out of that with his Ken story.
Well, the Advil's helped me. I appreciate that.
It kind of grounded me into reality, where I was like, you know, we're just a couple of cats out here looking for a home. You know?
Yeah. And you don't smell bad if you want to wear your deodorant. Oh man. Squab, don't put me in a nap and make me flip my way out. Mark, did you miss Cowbell? We did it at the beginning of the pod.
Yeah.
But, you know, you can watch it. It's a live, so you can watch it after.
You can watch Cowbell or something better. You can Poppy with us. You know what I mean?
It's true. I mean, yeah. Bot.
Yeah.
We know you're a bot, Mark. Yeah, you're a bot.
Why don't you have a profile pic? Because you're a bot.
Yeah, bot. I know a bot when I see one. You don't know. I can see right away.
Todd Joden, how does it feel being a bot, dude?
Yeah, Todd, bot, more like bot Joden. You know who's not a bot? Truck Clip. You know who else isn't a bot? Timothy Wendell. So try not to be a bot. How about that? Try not to be a bot challenge. Challenge 500. How do you say those things hard? You know the Gen Z thing where it's like challenge impossible or whatever. What is it?
Oh, challenge expert. Like expert level.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
I don't think that's it.
Like, what is it called? Difficulty.
Nah, QT, you're not a bot. Adam said Ellie's a bot. Uh-oh, trouble in paradise.
Oh, no.
Damn, dude.
Damn.
Trouble in paradise.
Something about that sounds like masturbation to me, bro.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna be jacked. The first relationship that has been torn apart by this pod.
Yeah. Challenge level impossible.
Oh fuck! Timothy's a bot. Oh, Psych. We know you're not a bot. Psych. Lou Dodge, rest in peace. One of the best ever do it.
Try not to enjoy your Poppy challenge if possible.
There you go. That's how you do it. Challenge impossible. So I was close. Do you guys hang out with Mark outside the pod? I mean, well, we hung out with him at P.F. Chang's. I went to dinner with him once with Luana. But outside of that, not really.
Trouble in paradise. Is this Timos?
Bot.
YouTube channel here. Bot. Yep.
Yeah. Shadow ban bot.
Fake bot whiskey.
TriStar, almost a bot. Almost a bot. But no, I know who you are, so I know that you're not a bot.
No, but when I did walk him out, and I walked him purposely away from my car, you know, and then he ran away.
Yeah.
This is fake 24-hour gringo.
Bot Jonah.
Yeah, dude, bot.
We already knew you're a bot.
Yeah. Oh, cool story, bro. Bot.
Yeah. I wish I heard you all sit there silently watching your go Poppy. I mean, 5 minutes from now.
Oh, we're gonna do that.
Yeah, dude. Honestly, Smith and Burns is making me kind of want P.F. Chang's food. I know, right? It was pretty good, and I liked P.F. Chang's before that. It's a good. You know, how funny was it? Remember when we first started, I went home to visit my parents, and they didn't even know about Shop Really, and they're like, "You want to go to P.F. Chang's?" I was like, "Yeah, I do." My parents are savage. They order from P.F. Chang's.
Yeah.
Wait, try DoorDash. Yeah, well, you can press the food on there to P.F. Chang's. It's delicious. We had no idea it was so good. Are you watching the show? Started from right field, dude. Pasole. Dude, that's how I was Pasole. Never had it.
Throw Walden on? Damn, that sounds like a good idea.
Walden is a good movie. You would like that, Walden?
Oh shit, the bot paid us.
Oh, thanks, YouTube channel. Yeah, you're not a bot anymore. Shout out, you butter. Good to see you.
Here is somebody for therapy after watching Pop of the Soul.
That's a good thought.
How many Lucid Green Poppy have y'all had already? It's hard to count, but we do have expert, what is it called? Beast. We have lawyers, AI, and they're going to tell us after the stream. We'll be sure to be transparent about the numbers.
It's a tactical amount.
Yeah. Therapy will be key.
We had tactical coffee.
Yeah.
There's still a cookie left. There's still guava cheese.
Yeah.
It's the worst donut I've ever had in my life. What's that other thing, you know? That weird cinnamon thing?
I don't know. I'll find out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want you to do that.
Those cookies were nuts.
Dude, I can't believe you've not had Portos. I've had Portos. Oh, it was Greg knows Mark. Sorry. I get offended by food. When people say they haven't had Portos here, it's like the craziest thing I've ever heard. I can't, like, you live in Los Angeles, you haven't had Portos? Oh, really? Oh, really? That's crazy. That was sucks, my guy.
24 hours is 23.5 hours too much. That's hilarious, Steve Keith.
If you walk around in Los Angeles, we don't have a beach. We're like North Korea, the beach, but you like will find a Portos at some point. They got one in Denver. They got one in Glendale. They got one in Berkeley. They got one in Pasadena. They got one everywhere. I don't know if they have one in Pasadena, but they have one everywhere.
Is this content transformative? I'm worried for you. Timothy, are you kidding me? I don't know what to say, but what's it called? Oh, somebody was saying something that I wanted to comment on. See, this is the 7-hour stream brain right now, dude.
What you trying to do?
I was trying to figure out something. I was going to say something. I forgot what it was, though. Oh, I've had the Cuban sandwiches at Portos. Those are fucking bomb.
Their sandwiches are really good, too.
Yeah.
I thought about it. I was like, I could get, like, real food, but by the time we needed it, it wouldn't be, like, potato balls. I was like, we'll be eating cold potato balls. I don't really want to do that. I mean, I have done that many times. But today, I was like, I'm going to have coffee and cold potato balls. I don't know.
Janae wants to know if you brought extra Graves meds to make it through the night.
You know, I only have to take it 5 times a week now today, so suck on that. Bod. And only once, and it's so small, it's very low milligram. And my levels so far, knock on wood, are almost normal.
You guys might not be able to hear the Gringo Poppy that loud, but the way I have the, you know, Cody said at the stream earlier, it's blaring in our ears. Yeah. It's the way that Cody set it up. It's like the noise that we make on stream times 10. It's just him being like, you need to. You want
to do some smelling salts?
I just read that. That'd be fucking dope if we had smelling salts right now.
Oh, Garden of Stone said it. That's right. I'm so tired I didn't even know that I read that. That's where we got to. I'll read your comment as if it's mine. Forget that you said it.
Played the team. Lubinowski, welcome.
Yeah, great guy. Him and Lucas. I wonder if Lucas is on the stream. I don't know what his name is, but I met them in New Orleans.
Oh, okay. That's like what, 1.5 days ahead?
Yeah, I think so.
Papa is a poet and a philosopher of our generation and all that shit.
Our generation and all
This woman
is the Graves big gold.
selling salts.
Oh, yeah. They try and fit everybody in the car. I still don't know what smelling salts are, to be honest with you. I know we've gone over it before. I don't understand it.
But it's easy joining. Turn up Goody's mic. I want to hear the craze playing.
Obvious bod. Is there a drinking bod? Come on. The bots are getting easier to tell, dude.
Ammonia daddy like catfish.
Bot. Oh, you know what? 36teeth, not a bad thing to ask. I should have grasped. I actually, you know what? I have not. That's the one person I have not even grasped at.
Yeah.
That, earlier, I was like, I told them that I was grasping at some bigger guest. I mean, we make it the biggest guest of all time. But I was grasping at someone else, and they completely turned me down.
Yeah.
Look at you. Look at you guys. Another sleeper for greatest things ever said.
Yeah.
Everything you've told each other could have been a lie. You may never have been in love. But yeah, I was like, what? No, wait.
You you're like teetering on that.
All right, see you later, Bloom Fart. Thank you for always being so friendly. You're a great guy. I never met you.
If we would have asked Annie Letterman.
I've never asked her either. The closest I come, I said this on the show before, was I asked Josh, I think. No, I didn't ask Josh. But I asked Josh Potter. He was like, no. And I figured that's enough. If Josh says no, then Annie will also say no. And I've never met Annie, so I have no connection to her.
Almost 420 likes. Spoke up, fellas. I like how they want to smoke. It's not even 420 like shit, but they're like, I want to smoke. It's almost 420. I'm good.
Oh yeah, 19 minutes from now. That would be crazy. Relapse live on a show.
Oh no, likes.
Oh.
Oh, 420 likes. Is Jerdo California sober? No, I'm sober, dude. 100%.
Sobriety.
Yeah. 444. What the fuck is all this 444 shit? What's his name?
DePaul, yeah, Nick DePaul. He's so funny. He's just arguing on like old man online. Like, he fucking, this fucking Biden guy doing that like that. Oh man. These fucking liberals they're not fucking Jimmy Kimmel's ass.
Red Bar is watching. Also, the bots are too, dude.
Yeah, Bot. Christian. Good one, Bot.
Hi, Gerardo.
His name's Gerardo, Bot. You smoked all those cigars and never called me. Damn, that'd be crazy. We smoke cigars. You wouldn't want to smoke outside.
No.
Do you fuck with cigars?
I actually haven't smoked cigarettes since November.
Oh, nice, good.
I wish, but no, I can't do it.
I only smoke cigars when I'm 10 toes down.
Oh yeah, studio business.
Yeah, when I'm saying I don't smoke cigars.
Damn, dude, this is I'm like falling in and out of consciousness, dude.
Oh yeah, no, this is crazy.
You fuck with water? I haven't had lemonade in months. You smoked all those cigars, never called me. Bring back Cooney Plain View. I know, we need to bring back.
If I told you I smoke a cigar, I might be too tired for Plain View.
When do you guys think you'll hit the wall? I mean, I'm like rubbing against the wall right now.
I hit the wall 5 hours ago. Yeah, the wall before we started. I'm where the woke meets the wall. I'm the wall from the TV show Alan. I feel like if this shape was just me sitting in this chair, I still wouldn't get through the wall. Gerardo's the wall. Rub that wall, Danny. I mean, I don't know. Smoking cigars. I know Red Bar has his feelings about it.
Oh, Roger got arrested?
Oh, yeah, you didn't see that? Oh, dude, the video's gnarly. Why? Just because it's so sad looking. Oh, it's filming. He's like, you filming me? He's getting locked up by the cops. It's just tragic. I feel bad. He did a really bad thing, but I feel like he's just, he's got issues.
Yeah.
He is clearly caused by serious mental issues. Not funny.
I have a secret should I tell you right now.
Yeah.
My boy's getting sausage salad right now, dude.
Yeah, I got a text from Oracle to see what he's up to.
I think we fumbled the bag on my Corporal, right?
We might
have fumbled the bag.
It might be too late because he did say that he could only do early, and then Mark was here for 5 hours or something like that. I want him on. I mean, we'll get him on.
Yeah.
Love the guy.
Yeah.
He's probably doing whatever he said he was going to have to do.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
0 dark 30.
We will probably have a few more guests though, so don't get it twisted. There's more guests coming.
Yeah.
What's he doing right now?
Oh, he's starting the closing bit.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
the Lions.
Yeah.
I know I said this earlier. I would like to see the
Elizabeth Marsden.
what'd she say? BGL's telling a cat story, isn't she? Yeah, I mean, I've heard that's not the first time I've heard the cat story.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't remember whether he talked about it before or with me. I don't remember. I heard Annie Letterman is tonight's special. Yeah, right.
I wish.
I regret not asking Moses.
They don't really have it on their show.
I just like shoot him a message.
He's
Moses, but I'm so, so tired. I know, dude.
I hit the wall hard.
Yeah.
You've been carrying the load pod.
Oh no! Yeah, listen, take a nap.
All right.
If you, I should be asking. If you want to switch to the couch, we can switch to the couch. But I'm fine.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm waiting for our guest.
Yeah, and then
couch.
when IDM comes on, they can just take it on.
Yeah. IDM has to watch it. And we're gonna be sleeping.
It's blue shirts and those. They're like, all right, Dan, go ahead. Talk to me.
Don't ask questions.
I bought. When they're like, hey, so are we on the spot?
Bye.